In the year 2023 of the Great Zhou calendar in late autumn, within the imperial capital at Weiyang Palace, a bitterly cold wind laden with withered yellow leaves threaded its way between towering red walls and golden eaves, letting out a shrill wail like the lament of vicious ghosts. In this high martial world where the strong reigns supreme, night does not merely signify the departure of light, it heralds the revelry of abominations and malevolent spirits. Whenever the firmament is steeped in ink-black darkness, those unspeakable horrors germinate and spread within the seams of shadow. Without martial powerhouses sitting in town or grand formations guarding the land, ordinary folk can only bar doors and windows, trembling as they pray for the coming of dawn. Yet tonight, even the Great Zhou Imperial Palace is shrouded in a dense aura of death. Deep within the palace, white mourning cloths hang everywhere. The heavy tolling of bells echoes again and again, pounding upon every heart, pressing so hard that one can scarcely breathe. In a side hall of Weiyang Palace, Wang Hao, who had just changed into mourning attire, sat dazed on a Wang Wali wood chair, staring at a massive bronze mirror. The youth in the mirror, about 16 years of age, had a jade-like countenance, sword-like brows that slanted toward his temples, a high straight nose, and eyes as bright as stars in a clear night sky. One had to admit that after 2,000 years of inheritance, with countless generations of refined bloodlines selected and merged, this vessel of the Great Zhou royal clan could truly be called peerlessly handsome, unrivaled under heaven. Even now, with his complexion pale, he naturally exuded an inborn nobility. Yet at this moment, that face capable of bewitching countless young maidens was etched with 4 large words: nothing left to live for. The year 2023 of the Great Zhou calendar. Weiyang Palace. Crown Prince. Enthronement. Wang Hao raised his hand and painfully rubbed his throbbing temples. The memories of this body's original owner surged forth like a breached tide, violently colliding with his modern consciousness, filling him with waves of vertigo. After a short while, that rending sensation gradually subsided, and he had no choice but to accept this absurd reality. 3 days ago, he had still been a corporate wage slave on Earth, working himself to the bone for a few hundred yuan of perfect attendance bonus, dozing off at his workstation after 3 consecutive all-nighters. Who could have thought that when he woke up from that nap, time and space had shifted and he had actually transmigrated, becoming the crown prince of this Great Zhou Empire, Wang Hao. What made it even more thrilling was that his cheap imperial father had just passed away, and he was about to ascend the throne as the new master of this vast empire. Starting out directly as an emperor seated above the 9 and 5 wealth spanning the 4 seas, Wang Hao muttered to himself. It should have been a cause for great joy, yet he could not bring himself to smile. As a transmigrator well-versed in online novels, this ought to have been the god-tier opening hand he had dreamed of. To wake and grasp authority over the world, to lie drunken upon beauty's knees, to command billions of subjects and possess endless resources. What greater exhilaration could there be? Yet after fully digesting this body's memories regarding the former emperor, his recently departed cheap father, as well as the current state of the Great Zhou Empire, he only wanted to rush out of the great hall, raise his middle finger toward the pitch-black heavens and curse, "You damned heavens, you're playing me." The Great Zhou Empire had stood for 2 millennia. Martial cultivation flourished, powerhouses were as numerous as clouds, and the royal clan's foundation was so deep, it could only be described as terrifying, suppressing the very fate of the realm. Yet this realm, which appeared flawless as a golden vessel, was in truth riddled with 1,000 wounds, within tottering on the brink of collapse. And the culprit behind it all was none other than the recently deceased former emperor Wang Qian, Wang Hao's biological father in this life. Thinking of this former emperor, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth could not help but twitch violently. Wang Qian was not a tyrant in the traditional sense of being bloodthirsty and murder-happy. Had he been, matters might actually have been simpler. He was an extraordinarily creative, muddle-headed monarch, an out-and-out oddball, a consummate clown, destined to leave a thick black stroke in the annals of Great Zhou history. How do the chronicles usually describe a depraved ruler? Pools of wine and forests of meat, favoring treacherous courtiers, neglecting state affairs, butchering loyal ministers. To Wang Qian, these were basic operations, even somewhat lacking in imagination. In pursuit of pleasure, he claimed the ancestral palaces lacked grandeur, when in truth, he simply scorned that they could not accommodate hundreds of concubines frolicking in the water at once. With a single imperial command, he ordered 1,000-year-old palaces torn down, spending tens of millions of taels from the treasury, and conscripting 100,000 laborers over 3 years to construct an unimaginably luxurious palace of supreme delight. Because of this, military stipends on the borders were delayed for a full 2 years, soldiers guarding in wind and snow, wearing only thin garments, their hearts seething with resentment. Flood relief funds in Jiangnan were diverted to building gardens, leaving corpses of the starved scattered everywhere, and the people's grievances boiling over. And that was still not the end. To watch a newly acquired exotic dancing girl perform, He once made civil and military officials, who had prepared to attend court, kneel outside the Great Hall for 3 days exposed to wind and rain, refusing to see anyone. His excuse was, "I am currently seeking artistic inspiration. You vulgar men must not disturb me." He disliked attending court, claiming that listening to ministers nagging gave him headaches, so he tossed all state affairs to the inner cabinet and the directorate of ceremonial, hiding in the harem to study the way of supreme delight. Had it only been thus with the Great Zhou royal clan's 2 millennia of accumulated heritage and several ancestral patriarchs suppressing fate in the imperial tombs, the realm might still have lasted another century or two, at worst entering a phase of mid-level decline. The true disaster lay in the fact that this former emperor was not only a martial cultivator of the pill-popping school, but also a thoroughly delusional narcissist. In the strength-ruled world, martial cultivation realms are divided into tempering, skin tempering, muscle tempering, bone tempering, viscera aperture opening, true intent, gang chi, spirit condensation, and entering sainthood. Every major realm is like a chasm, and the further one goes, the harder the path becomes. The former emperor Wang Qian possessed mediocre innate talent, but had excelled in the art of reincarnation. By treating thousand-year spiritual Ganoderma and 10th Sandir snow lotus and other heavenly treasures as daily meals, he forcibly piled his realm up to the 6th level of martial cultivation, the true intent realm, through sheer consumption of resources. His realm was built on pills, his foundation hollow. In a real fight, he likely could not even defeat a 4th-level martial warrior, hardened by life-and-death struggle in the Jianghu. Yet he himself did not see it that way. Surrounded by a crowd of sycophantic courtiers, he came to believe he possessed peerless divine might, blood and chi, like a dragon will like iron, a reincarnated martial deity, unparalleled in the age. Thus tragedy unfolded. Human women could no longer satisfy the so-called reincarnated martial deity's ever-swelling desire to conquer. He began seeking more thrilling, more forbidden amusements. During a royal hunt half a month earlier, some damned treacherous courtier eager to curry favor offered a vile suggestion. He claimed they had captured in an extremely inland a jade-boned ghost concubine that had taken human form of breathtaking beauty. That was an abomination, a malevolent entity of the night that devoured living beings devoid of reason and knowing only slaughter. This jade-boned ghost concubine was a rare 5th-tier abomination, equivalent to the peak of the 5th-level aperture opening realm among humans. In terms of the abomination's defiance of common sense and their ability to pollute the mind, it was even more troublesome than most 6th-level experts. Its appearance indeed possessed a born soul-hooking spirit-stealing allure. Every inch of its skin was crystal clear and translucent, through which one could even see the jade-like bones beneath, as if it were a manjan blossom from hell itself. A sane person's first reaction upon seeing such a thing would be to flee as far and as fast as possible. But the former Emperor Wang Qian did not think that way. When he laid eyes on the jade-boned ghost concubine inside the cage, his gaze lit up as though he had found his destined white moonlight, discovered true love. And he even entertained the idea of challenging the insurmountable reproductive barrier between species. Ignoring the admonitions of those around him, he brazenly declared, "I am the true dragon, son of heaven, with dragon chi as my shield. A mere ghostly fiend is certain to be moved by my sincere heart." Thus, disregarding their horrified stares, he ordered the jade-boned ghost concubine carried into his bedchamber, cheerfully announcing he would confer upon her the title of consort you. That night, the doors of the Weiyang Palace bedchamber remained tightly shut. Everyone was on edge, terrified that some mishap would occur within. Yet after the first day passed, sounds of laughter drifted out. On the second day, licentious languid sounds filtered through. On the third day, there was only deathly. At dawn on the 4th day, Empress Chen, having learned of the matter and unable to rest easy, led a group of inner court experts to forcibly break open the bedchamber doors. The scene before them became a lifelong nightmare for all present. Inside the bedchamber, red candles had burned down and the room was in utter disarray. The once high and mighty former emperor lay naked upon the dragon bed, skin clinging to bone, eye sockets sunken. He looked like a piece of deadwood left to dry in the desert for 1,000 years. Every drop of blood and chi in his body had been drained, his death unspeakably miserable. The jade-boned ghost concubine, once sealed, had transformed into a cocoon of blood, its aura surging as it evolved toward a 6th-tier abomination. Such a manner of death was the very definition of a cosmic joke. Never before in history, and likely never again. The historian present could barely keep his brush from trembling, ink dripping onto the paper and blooming into a dark stain. How could this be recorded? Should he write it as it truly was? Annals of the Great Zhou Emperor Yongxi, the emperor lustful by nature, sought to redeem an abomination in his bedchamber, and thus was drained of blood and perished. Would the Great Zhou royal clan's face remain? Would the faces of the entire court of civil and military officials remain? Would the faces of the empire's billions of subjects remain? If this spread, the Great Zhou Empire would instantly become the laughingstock of the surrounding barbarians, and the forefathers in their graves would be so enraged they would overturn their coffin lids and leap out. Empress Chun was so terrified that her soul nearly fled her body. She stumbled and crawled her way to the imperial tombs, wailing for aid. Half an hour later, from the deepest part of the imperial tombs, a terrifying aura shot into the sky. The retired Emperor Wang Jingyuan, at the peak of the 8th level spirit condensation realm, forcibly broke seclusion. It was said that thunder rolled over the entire imperial capital sky, as a titanic hand of vital energy, covering heaven and earth, slammed down, shattering half of Chenqing Palace, and crushing the blood cocoon of the jade-boned ghost concubine into dust. What followed was a bloody purge. All eunuchs, maids, and guards who knew the truth and had witnessed that scene vanished from the world that very night. No one knew where they had gone. Only the mass grave on Shishan west of the capital gained many fresh mounds of earth over the following days. The court historian responsible for recording daily affairs was grabbed by the neck like a chick by the retired emperor and forced under threat to write in veiled euphemistic language. The emperor, worn down by affairs of state, accumulated exhaustion, and illness, was struck by a sudden heart malady and died of a violent sickness. Recalling this, Wang Hao could not help but shiver, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Worn down by affairs of state, my foot. Accumulated exhaustion and illness, my foot. This isn't inheriting a throne, this is taking on someone else's catastrophic mess. And not just any mess, but a colossal time bomb about to explode. Wang Hao shot to his feet and paced back and forth across the empty side hall, his heart far from calm. Although the retired emperor had sealed the news with thunderous means and spread among the populace a fabricated image of the former emperor as diligent and loving toward the people, there is no such thing as a wall that lets in no wind. All the more so in this palace riddled with holes like a sieve. Besides, where had that jade-boned ghost concubine come from, who had so conveniently captured it during the hunt and offered it to the emperor? If he were told that there were no hostile forces or ambitious factions within the realm fanning the flames behind all this, Wang Hao would sooner die than believe it. Now his cheap father had died in ecstasy, leaving the entire rotten mess behind for him to shoulder alone. Whenever Wang Hao thought of the late emperor, his emotions were a tangle of contradictions. That unreliable father had towards his former self truly poured out his heart and lungs in genuine affection. Wang Qian, though a muddle-headed ruler, had taken the notion of raising one's son in wealth to an utterly deranged extreme. Every aspect of clothing, food, housing, and travel was pushed to the utmost luxury. Even more outrageous, whatever miraculous pills or heaven-sent treasures Wang Qian consumed himself, even if there was only a single mouthful, he would insist on saving half for his precious son. According to Wang Qian's crooked reasoning, he had already become a 6th-level martial expert by the time he reached 40, and his son not only inherited the royal family's fine bloodline but must also inherit his martial spirit, his pill-popping spirit, that he claimed was the advanced experience passed down from the older generation. Thus, under the frenzied feeding of this pill-maniac father, Wang Hao at a tender age had reached a realm his peers should never have touched so early, the 7th layer of the muscle-tempering stage. Judging by cultivation alone, Wang Hao was already the pride among prodigies of his age. Unfortunately, his realm had been force-fed, his foundation was hollow, and his actual combat experience was virtually nil. He had not even killed a chicken. With such an unreliable father, I can neither scold him nor praise him. And now he's gone and tossed this mess aside, kicked his legs up, and left me to roast alone in this pit of fire. Just as Wang Hao was wallowing in self-pity, the heavy palace doors were gently pushed open with a soft crack. A middle-aged eunuch in a bright crimson python-embroidered robe walked in. His face was pale and beardless, with thick brows and large eyes, at first glance a simple, honest man. His footsteps were utterly soundless, as though a layer of cotton padded his soles. This was the mark of inner-family lightness, skill honed to a high level, leaving no trace on snow landing without a sound. Wang Hao suddenly remembered who he was: the personal chief attendant who had grown up by his former self-side, and one of the few reliable subordinates the late emperor had left behind. Wei Xian. Though Wei Xian hunched his back and bowed obsequiously before him, looking every bit the humble servant, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the martial path, the orifice penetration stage. Out in the Jianghu, he would be a figure capable of founding his own sect. Your Highness, the auspicious hour has arrived, Wei Xian said in a soft voice thick with concern. It is time to proceed to the Taiji Hall for the enthronement ceremony. The civil and military officials are already in attendance. Wang Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to appear composed. Grand Attendant Wei, what of my imperial grandfather? Is there any news? At his words, a hint of grave solemnity flashed across Wei Xian's usually deferential features. Lowering his voice, he replied, In answer to your highness, after the retired emperor slew that fiend, he returned directly to the imperial mausoleum and entered seclusion. His Majesty sent word. Wei Xian paused, as if weighing his phrasing, yet in the end spoke frankly. He said that such disgraceful affairs are something he wishes never to meddle in again. Unless Great Zhou faces annihilation, we are not to disturb him. Wang Hao's heart gave a sudden lurch, turning half to ice. His greatest pillar of support could no longer be relied upon. The old man was clearly utterly disappointed in his son, and by extension held no fondness for his grandson, either choosing instead the peace of out of sight, out of mind. Your Highness, do not think too much. Wei Xian quickly tried to console him. A nation cannot be without a monarch for even a single day. All officials are watching at this moment. If the auspicious hour is delayed, it will surely give rise to further disputes and trouble. Those vassal princes, powerful ministers, and great clans all have their eyes fixed upon us. There was nothing else to be done but to grit his teeth and press forward, taking one step at a time. Like a duck driven onto the rack, Wang Hao, supported by Wei Xian, seated himself in the imperial palanquin that symbolized sovereign might and was borne slowly toward the Taiji Hall. Along the way, countless tragic endings flitted through Wang Hao's mind. Would he be hollowed out and made a puppet by powerful courtiers? Would a vassal prince raise troops under the banner of purging those around the sovereign? Or would a palace coup present him with a cup of poisoned wine? Just as his thoughts were in utter chaos, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Host identity confirmed as the Emperor of Great Zhou. Emperor's intelligence check-in system is now binding. Binding progress 10, 50, 100. Binding successful. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in seizing control of the realm. Can probe all hidden information within a radius of 100 li. Information refreshes at midnight each day, and a special information check-in location will be updated. Check-in rewards may be accumulated and saved. Beginner mission issued. The host is requested to proceed to the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the Imperial Garden for the first check-in. Completing the check-in will activate the system. Check-in reward 1 beginner's gift pack. The voice descended out of nowhere, yet it sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Wang Hao's body suddenly stiffened and his pupils contracted violently. A system, daily updated intelligence. And I can even check in. As a veteran bookworm who had devoured countless web novels in his past life, Wang Hao understood all too well what this signified. This was a system, the standard equipment of a transmigrator, a divine artifact for defying the heavens and rewriting fate. Even with a hellish starting point, so long as he had this, he could still turn the game around. So-called powerful ministers and vassal princes, barbarians at the borders, or demons and monsters. Before an omniscient and omnipotent system plug-in, they were all mere trash. The Imperial Garden. I must go to the Imperial Garden. Wang Hao drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of ecstasy and restlessness in his heart. Over the next several hours, he was like a puppet on strings, allowing the officials of the Ministry of Rites to arrange his every move. Sacrificing to heaven, informing the ancestral temple, receiving the imperial seal, accepting the bows of the 100 officials. Those long, cumbersome ceremonies made every moment feel like a year. His body sat upon the dragon throne, receiving the shouts of "Long live!" that shook the hall, but his thoughts had long since flown to the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the Imperial Garden. At last, with the Minister of Rites' loud cry of, "The ceremony is complete," this torment finally came to an end. The moment the assembled officials dispersed, Wang Hao ignored his physical exhaustion and sprang up from the dragon throne. "Prepare the carriage. We are going to the Imperial Garden." His abrupt, hurried order gave Wei Xian beside him quite a fright. Wei Xian was taken aback, then hastily bowed to remonstrate. "Your Majesty, today's enthronement ceremony has dragged on for long. Your dragon body is weary, and it is already late. Though the palace is protected by a great formation, baleful energies have been surging of late, and many ill omens have appeared. For your Majesty's safety, it would be best to return to Qianqing Palace to rest. Perhaps tomorrow?" Enough nonsense. Wang Hao had no patience to wait until tomorrow. This system was his very foundation for survival in this high-risk world. Even a delay of 1 second could bring unforeseen change. How could an old eunuch possibly comprehend how grueling it was for a transmigrator without a system to carve out a path in another world? It was no exaggeration to say it was a path of 10 deaths and 1 life. Those protagonists in his past life novels who lacked any cheat lived every day hounded by enemies with death looming at every turn. The mere thought made his scalp tingle. "Our mind is made up. Go!" Wang Hao gathered up his robes and strode out of the hall with great urgent steps. Seeing this, Wei Xian could only sigh helplessly and hastily summon attendants to follow. A group of eunuchs and palace maids immediately filed in from outside. At their head was a middle-aged eunuch whose aura was deep and whose steps made no sound. A master at a glance. This man was Chao Chun, another of the few reliable legacies the late emperor had left him. His cultivation also at the 5th level of the martial path, the orifice penetration stage. Night descended. In the Imperial Garden, the rare flowers and exotic plants that usually vied to outshine one another now appeared vague and ghostly under the shifting light and shadow. As they swayed in the wind, they seemed like twisted ghost faces exuding a hint of eeriness. Halt! Wang Hao called the procession to a stop and impatiently stepped down from the imperial palanquin. We wish to go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion to pay our respects to the late emperor. Wang Hao casually fabricated a reason, then took the lead toward the pavilion, a few young eunuchs trailing behind. Wei Xian and Chao Chun exchanged a glance and stopped a dozen or so zhang away. Within the inner palace, with a Saint-Tier guardian formation in place, they were not overly worried about any mishap. Wang Hao quickly reached the center of the pavilion and silently intoned in his heart, "System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Imperial Garden. System officially activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beginner's gift pack." The system's voice had barely begun when a sudden mutation occurred. A chilling cold that made his hair stand on end instantly engulfed his entire body. It was the aura of death. From the once quiet peony bushes beside the pavilion, a blade light as white as snow suddenly erupted without warning. Fast. Too fast. The assassin had clearly lain in ambush for a long time. The angle of the strike was vicious to the extreme, precisely aligned with the blind spot of Wei Xian and Chao Chun's distant line of sight. This single thrust even carried a faint resonance with the momentum of heaven and earth itself driving straight for Wang Hao's throat. Every hair on Wang Hao's body bristled. His very liver and gall seemed to shatter. Damn, it just ascended the throne and I'm already done for. The razor-edged blade light reflected in his widened, terror-stricken eyes as his mind went blank. At that critical instant, his thoughts could no longer keep up with events. The most primitive survival instinct of a human being seized control of his body. When the tip of the blade was but a single meter from his throat, Wang Hao performed an action no one could have anticipated. Both his hands shot out like lightning, seizing the collar of a young eunuch who had been standing half a step to his side, lantern in hand. Protect the emperor! With a horse-tearing scream, Wang Hao summoned all his strength and yanked the unlucky eunuch, who had yet to react, fiercely in front of himself. Poochie! The sound of blade-piercing flesh rang out distinctly. That fatal strike stabbed precisely through the young eunuch's chest. Blood sprayed forth in an instant, splattering across Wang Hao's bright yellow dragon robe. Ah! The small eunuch, reflecting the attack, let out a miserable scream and dropped dead on the spot. The fatal blow struck solidly against the unfortunate eunuch's chest, causing blood to splatter all over Wang Hao's face. The intense smell of blood rushed into Wang Hao's nostrils, bringing him back to his senses. There are assassins! Seizing that brief moment of hesitation, Wang Hao emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his legs launching him backward as if they were equipped with springs. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: run. If he didn't run, he would die. Taking advantage of this fleeting chance, Wang Hao disregarded his dignity. Even when his legs went weak, he rolled on the ground, as if performing a donkey roll, using hands and feet to scramble up, howling as he sprinted, his voice piercing like a duck awaiting slaughter. Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor! It was only at this moment that Wei Xian, Chao Chun, and a group of guards, stunned by the sudden turn of events, finally regained their wits. No one had expected that, in the heavily guarded imperial palace, under the cover of the holy level formation, someone could actually sneak so close to the emperor. The assassin, having missed the strike, showed a flash of evident surprise in his blood-soaked eyes. It seemed he could hardly believe that the little emperor, usually pampered and incapable of handling any situation, could react so swiftly in a life-and-death moment, executing such a despicable and decisive move. Using someone as a shield, rolling on the ground, all in one fluid motion. Humph! Truly a foolish tyrant. This little brat is already so malicious at such a young age. He will surely grow to be a scourge to the world. As the assassin watched Wang Hao flee in disarray, his murderous intent only intensified. Cannot let you live today. With a cold snort, he violently shook his wrist, unleashing true energy from his long knife, causing the already lifeless eunuch's body to explode into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Then he executed an extremely intricate step, transforming into a ghostly shadow under the moonlight, completely ignoring the dozens of guards rushing towards him, his blade aimed directly at Wang Hao's neck. Bold fool! Wei Xian shouted furiously, his sharp voice like the cry of a night owl, the momentum of his 5th-level martial arts erupting explosively. He transformed into a red shadow akin to a bloodthirsty crimson bat, lunging at the assassin. At the same time, Chao Chun also drew his blade, a cold light flashing as he executed a killing move. However, facing the combined assault of two formidable masters and the encirclement of dozens of guards, the assassin clad in black knight attire not only handled it with ease, but even wore a dismissive smirk. With a foolish tyrant in power, the people suffer. The fate of the Great Zhou is at an end. The assassin even laughed boisterously, his voice filled with magnetic resonance, exuding a righteous aura. Today I shall act on behalf of heaven and slay you, the little tyrant. As Wang Hao, who was running around the rockery, heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What grievance is this? Big brother, can you at least reason with me? I just ascended the throne on my first day. My butt hasn't even warmed the dragon throne yet. While running, Wang Hao mentally complained, all those bad deeds were done by my deceased father. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, I have been cooped up in the palace for 16 years, not even killing a chicken. My greatest crime was peeking at the maids bathing. I haven't committed any heinous acts. How did I become a foolish tyrant? This blame is placed too quickly. But the assassin clearly wasn't interested in explanations. He flicked his sword, creating a flurry of blossoms that was breathtakingly beautiful yet chilling to the bone. Swish, swish, swish. A few guards at the third level of martial arts rushed forward, but they couldn't withstand even a single strike from him. A sound of clashing metal rang out as their weapons were instantly severed, and they flew back screaming, each bearing a deep cut visible to the bone on their chests. Mid-fourth level of martial arts. Logically speaking, while the fourth level is considered a capable fighter in the martial world, within the Imperial Palace this level is not top tier. Faced with over 100 well-trained Imperial guards, plus the two fifth-level masters Wei Xian and Chao Chun, the assassin should have had no way out, unable to even get close. However, a strange event occurred. The assassin's true energy was so thick it was almost unbelievable, even faintly shimmering with a golden sheen. He weaved through the crowd with incredible agility, his movements as elusive as a butterfly flitting among flowers, never touching a petal. Come take my life. Finally, Wei Xian and Chao Chun reached the core circle. Wei Xian let out a sharp scream, channeling overwhelming true energy into the feathered duster in his hand. The originally soft dust threads instantly transformed into millions of steel needles, sweeping towards the assassin's back, sealing off all avenues of escape. On the other side, Chao Chun's expression darkened, his waist knife gleaming black, exuding a nauseating sweet aroma, slashing towards the assassin's neck, clearly coated in poison. With the two fifth-level masters launching a full-force pincer attack, one from the front and one from behind, their cooperation was seamless. Logically, not even a fourth-level martial artist would survive, let alone a fifth-level expert. Yet what happened next left Wang Hao, who had just managed to get up and hide behind a pillar, utterly dumbfounded, even questioning whether his eyes were deceiving him. He saw the assassin, caught in a seemingly inescapable situation, suddenly stepped on a loose pebble in the Imperial garden. This should have been a fatal mistake. His figure stumbled, awkwardly sliding to the left. But this seemingly clumsy misstep happened to perfectly evade Wei Xian's storm of feather duster steel needles, while also avoiding Chao Chun's deadly strike. Even more absurdly, due to this sudden evasion, the attacks from the two eunuchs failed to halt in time, almost colliding with each other. Wei Xian had to forcibly redirect his true energy, letting out a muffled groan. Chao Chun's blade barely grazed Wei Xian's clothing and struck nothingness, the flung poison corroding a Taihu stone with a hissing sound. How could this be? Wei Xian exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. But this was merely the beginning. Even more shocking events unfolded in succession. Every time a fatal attack was about to land on the assassin, it was as if the world was assisting him. He always managed to twist his body in an unbelievable angle, either slipping on his feet or having his clothing snagged by a branch, thereby coincidentally evading a lethal strike. There was even one time when a guard's spear clearly struck his back. It was a weapon forged from temper, yet that guard exerted too much force, and with a crack the spear shaft broke. Broken, the spearhead fell weakly to the ground, and the assassin, unharmed, swiftly countered with a sword, sealing the throat of the dazed guard. Is this the protagonist's halo? Wang Hao crouched behind the pillar, his eyes nearly popping out as he internally roared. As a transmigrator, he was all too familiar with this plot. Leveling up by defeating stronger enemies. Luck overflowing. Spewing righteousness and morality. And on top of that, having an invincible body that cannot be killed. Isn't he just the quintessential child of destiny, the favored one of the realm? It's just missing the four big words, "I am the protagonist," written across his face. And what about himself? The son of a lecherous and tyrannical emperor, just ascended to the throne surrounded by a multitude of eunuchs. And before committing any heinous acts, he was assassinated, even using his subordinates as shields. It's over, he's doomed. He had taken on the script of the villainous boss. And not just any boss, but the kind that doesn't survive past 3 episodes in the newbie village. The tyrant can't escape. Just as Wang Hao was lost in thought, the assassin seemed to have locked onto him, letting out a fierce shout as he carved a bloody path through the encirclement. Covered in blood, the assassin exuded a terrifying aura, his long sword pointing directly at the terrified Wang Hao hiding behind the pillar. Wang Hao was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. His legs that had gone weak were suddenly filled with strength from fear. "Don't come over. I am a good person. I have been wronged. I have always aspired to be a Wang Hao desperately circled the thick white jade pillar, dodging the assassin's attacks, mimicking the classic scene of Emperor Qin, avoiding Jing Ke's assassination. A good person, using your subordinates as shields, so cruel even at such a young age. Today I shall rid the people of Dezhou of this harm." The assassin's killing intent surged, completely ignoring Wang Hao's defense. The long sword shimmered with a cold gleam as it sliced toward the pillar. Boom! Debris flew. The thick white jade pillar was actually sliced away by the sword, the sharp sword chi grazing Wang Hao's scalp, cutting off a few strands of hair, sending a wave of stinging pain through his head. Wang Hao's legs turned to jelly as he gasped for breath, like a bellows, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. This assassin was too difficult to deal with. This was just like a cheater player slaughtering ordinary NPCs. Just when Wang Hao thought he was about to meet his end, his good friend Wei Xian arrived once again. "I will tear you apart." At that moment, Wei Xian had completely shed his usual soft demeanor. His hair and beard stood on end, his eyes bloodshot, his palms displaying a strange purplish hue, a sign of his infamous skill, the extremely vicious bone transformation palm. The 2 martial arts masters at the 5th level of the chi-connecting realm, in their rage, finally formed an encirclement of absolute kill. Attacking from the front and back, the 2 martial arts masters at the 5th level of the chi-connecting realm, in their rage, finally formed an encirclement of absolute kill. Attacking from the front and back, there was no escape. Wang Hao finally caught his breath, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily as he looked at the seemingly fatal situation. "This time I should definitely die, right? Even if he is the protagonist, he can't cheat like this, right?" However, reality once again slapped Wang Hao hard, showing him the true worth of being the child of destiny. Facing the combined attacks of 2 masters, the assassin showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of madness flashed through. "A bunch of eunuchs, do you think you can catch me?" Boom! Suddenly he pulled out a black disc emitting a strange aura from his bosom. It was a cursed item. With a fierce shout, the cursed item instantly exploded with a blinding dark light. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, centered around the assassin. This energy was not a lethal shockwave, but a visible force field. Wei Xian's bone transformation palm and Chao Chun's blade aura slammed into this force field. The next second, something bizarre happened. The attacks were forcibly diverted. Boom! With a loud crash, the combined full-force attacks of the 2 masters barely grazed the assassin's body, crashing into a nearby rockery. The towering rockery was instantly shattered, dust swirling and debris flying like cannonballs. Using the explosive recoil, the assassin's face mask was blown away by the fierce wind. In the moonlight, a face was revealed. Wang Hao instinctively widened his eyes, clearly seeing that face. What a handsome face it was! With sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, his features were as sharp and resolute as if carved from stone. At that moment, a trace of rebellious blood was smeared at the corner of his mouth, his gaze revealing 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts casualness. He just stood there casually, yet it seemed as if all the light in the world willingly converged towards him. It felt like, in a dead silence, in a thick, impenetrable, inky night, a firefly suddenly lit its tiny yet persistent tail light. All gazes were involuntarily drawn to that one point of light, as if in that moment the only meaning of the night's existence was to highlight his brilliance. What made Wang Hao even more disheartened was that this guy was even 3 points handsomer than himself, the emperor, optimized by a millennium of royal genetics. This was too much. Even more outrageous was that he could fly at the 4th level of martial arts. How come he wasn't soaring in the sky? Well, this guy was indeed flying in the air, making him look magnificent. The assassin leaped into the air, his momentum unyielding, but he twisted his body. That glance back was like a divine being in the clouds looking down at an ant waiting to be slaughtered, or like a butcher examining a piece of meat on the chopping block. "Little emperor, today I shall temporarily collect your head." His voice echoed in the night sky, filled with undeniable confidence. "When I return, it shall be the time of Dezhou's demise." In the midst of this excessively arrogant declaration, the assassin's figure soared like a great rock, spreading its wings, performing movements that defied the laws of physics, gliding mysteriously for dozens of meters straight towards the palace wall. "Trying to escape? Dream on!" Chao Chun shouted in exasperation, waving his hand to command archers. "Shoot!" Turn him into a hedgehog. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of archers who had been prepared and poised simultaneously released their... In an instant, a rain of arrows whistled through the air like locusts densely shooting towards the assassin in the sky, sealing off all his escape routes. Wang Hao sat on the ground staring intently at this scene, silently praying this time, there's no leverage in the air. He surely can't dodge this right. But then, just as the rain of arrows was about to cover Yi Chun, a sudden, inexplicable demon wind swept through. It was truly a demon wind. Without warning, the wind was immensely powerful. This howling gale forcefully altered the trajectory of most arrows, causing them to miss their target. The few arrows that were lucky enough not to be deflected were either easily brushed aside by the assassin's blade or struck his body armor, made of an unknown material, producing a clattering sound yet not even scratching his skin. Most absurdly, the palace's holy-level defensive array, which was said to be able to strangle all flying creatures, should have automatically sensed and attacked any intruder in the sky. But at this moment, the array that had been operational for decades seemed to glitch momentarily. In short, for some unknown reason, the palace's protective array failed. In full view of the crowd, the assassin, taking advantage of the wind, floated over the Tenzhangi Palace wall, making a few leaps before disappearing into the vast night, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a group of dumbfounded people. The wind stopped. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other as if watching an absurd play. To be able to kill and escape from the palace under the siege of 2 fifth-level masters, while the lethal array automatically malfunctioned, even the heavens seemed to be helping him with a wind to block the arrows. Is this really the 4th level of martial arts? Is this reasonable? Wang Hao fell onto the ground as if all his strength had been instantly drained. He stared blankly in the direction where the assassin had left, which was empty, leaving him with a heart full of desolation. As a seasoned bookworm who had immersed himself in the world of online literature, for many years this scene was all too familiar to him, familiar to the point of heartbreak. After all this time, I am just the cannon fodder villain that the child of destiny brushed aside when he just left the newbie village. The cold wind swept through, stirring up the scent of blood on the ground. The imperial garden lay in disarray with severed limbs scattered everywhere, and the once vibrant flowers stained a shocking dark red by blood. Wei Xian and Chao Chun stood in place with ashen faces, gazing at the direction where the assassin had vanished, speechless for a long time. This was not just negligence, it was a disgrace. 2 masters at the 5th realm actually allowed a junior at the 4th realm to escape right under their noses, almost killing the emperor. Your Majesty, I am willing to die 1,000 deaths. Wei Xian was the first to react, suddenly kneeling before Wang Hao, his forehead heavily striking the bluestone slab. Chao Chun, along with the remaining guards and eunuchs, also fell to their knees, exclaiming, "We deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Wang Hao remained silent. He was still savoring the movements of the assassin Yi Chun from just moments. The fluid motions, the luck that seemed divine, and the words, "On the day I return, it will be the day of Dezhou's demise," the hallmark line of a protagonist. He looked down at his dragon robe stained with dirt and the blood of the unfortunate young eunuch, and then glanced at the ragtag group kneeling before him. A deep sense of helplessness surged in his heart. "System, are you there?" Wang Hao weakly asked in his mind. System online. Detected that the host was attacked by the child of fate Yi Chun, triggering hidden task survival. Note: this assassin is one of the children of fate in this world, bearing great fortune with a mysterious artifact enhancing that fortune. The current host, who has not yet left the novice village, cannot completely kill him. It is advised for the host to accumulate strength and weaken his fortune before plotting further. Indeed. Confirmed. Just listen to the name Yi Chun. There's no escaping. Oh, he is the child of fate, the protagonist. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. This system is quite honest, directly telling me that he is the child of fate whom I currently cannot kill. Does this mean I can only hide and wait for him to level up and then take my head? Your Majesty. Seeing Wang Hao silent for a long time, Wei Xian felt a bit anxious and cautiously raised his head to call out. Wang Hao snapped back to reality, looking at the feminine old face before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Although Wei Xian had failed to protect him, he had indeed fought desperately to save him just moments ago. In this world blinded by the halo of the protagonist, if this boss does not tightly band together with his subordinates, he will truly be picked off by the child of fate one by one. Stand up, Wang Hao said hoarsely, unsure whether it was from having shouted for help or from exhaustion. The assassin's methods are treacherous. It is not your fault. Hearing this, both Wei Xian and Chao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Though the emperor was young, he was easier to serve than the previous emperor, not blaming them. At that moment, several grand eunuchs who had received the news rushed over in haste. These individuals were also part of the original master's inner circle, loyal and reliable aides, left by the former emperor to assist the crown prince. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The leading eunuch with a sinister appearance and sharp eyes despite being a eunuch exuded a fierce aura. Following closely behind was another eunuch with a stern expression and a long sword in hand, clearly a skilled swordsman. And there was another plump eunuch with a smile full of warmth resembling a Maitreya Buddha, but his eyes revealed cunning beneath the surface. Wang Hao looked at these three individuals, their names surfacing in his mind. The sinister one was named Yu Tian, the stern one was called Chao Qin, and the plump one was named Hai Fu. Adding to them the two beside him, Wei Xian and Chao Chun. Wang Hao's gaze swept over the faces of these five individuals. Wei Xian, Chao Chun, Yu Tian, Chao Qin, Hai Fu. These names. Why do they sound so familiar? Wang Hao's heart stirred, suddenly generating an extremely absurd association. He tried to connect these names with the infamous villains from his past life's films and dramas. Wei Xian, Wei Zhongxian, Chao Chun, Chao Zhengchen, Yu Tian, Yu Huatian, Chao Qin, Chao Shaoqin, Hai Fu, Hai Dafu. What the hell? Wang Hao felt the world spinning, darkness closing in. What kind of celestial configuration is this? This is going to take the villain role to the end. If that Yi Chun is the destined protagonist, then this group of people around me is simply the standard villain all-star team. Each one is a major boss who was trampled by the protagonist in the original story. Look at this lineup: the powerful Wei Zhongxian, the East Factory Chief Chao Zhengchuan, the West Factory Beauty Yu Huatian, the East Factory Killing God Chao Shaoqin, plus the unfathomable Hai Dafu. Wang Hao felt utterly disheartened. Is this heaven playing tricks on me? Why do I have such a bunch of subordinates? Are they trying to speed up my demise or cement my reputation as a foolish tyrant? Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you injured? The plump Hai Fu leaned in with a worried expression, his concern genuine. Wang Hao took a deep breath, looking at the five faces filled with loyalty. It had come to this, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Since he was destined to be a villain, he had to elevate the villain's status. These names sound awkward, how about? Wang Hao trembled as he pointed at the five of them, stating wearily, I am fine. I just feel that your names sound a bit petty and do not match my status. The five were taken aback, exchanging glances. Even at this moment, the emperor still had the mood to change names. Wang Hao pointed at Wei Xian. Wei Xian, from now on your name will be Wei Zhongxian. It means, I'm loyal and virtuous. Wei Xian was overjoyed. Receiving a name from the emperor was a tremendous honor. Moreover, the words loyal and virtuous sound grand and dignified. Chao Chun, you will be called Chao Zhengchun. Upright and honest, simple and sincere. Yu Tian, you will change your name to Yu Huatian. Rain and dew equally nourish, cultivating good fields. Chao Qin, you shall be called Chao Shaoqin. Young and promising, destined for greatness. As for you, Hai Fu, Wang Hao looked at the plump eunuch. You will be called Hai Dafu. Great wealth and prosperity guard my treasury well. Having finished naming these five, Wang Hao felt as if he had exhausted all his strength. He seemed to hear the gears of fate creaking at that moment, a cheerful melody heading towards the abyss. However, the five grand eunuchs had no such awareness. They only felt that these names were pleasant to hear, with excellent meanings reflecting the emperor's importance and trust in them. The five of them knelt in unison, their voices loud, echoing through the imperial garden. Thank you, your Majesty, for the names. We, the eunuchs Wei Zhongxian, Chao Zhengchuan, Yu Huatian, Chao Shaoqin, Hai Dafu, shall certainly serve you with utmost loyalty, ready to die 1,000 deaths. Especially Wei Zhongxian, whose face flushed with joy, as if he had regained 10 years of youth. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao paused in his steps, looking at these five great villains, bowing and thanking him, feeling the sky darken. Life is truly meaningless. I am so exhausted. I am to be the foolish monarch killed by the protagonist. My subordinates are five grand eunuchs destined to fail. The outside world is filled with monsters and fiends, and my father died under bizarre circumstances. In a moment of intense frustration compounded by the earlier life-and-death scare, Wang Hao rolled his eyes, his body stiffening and falling backward. Your Majesty, the emperor has fainted. Quick, pinch his acupoint. Imperial physician, summon the imperial physician. I have a secret method called artificial respiration. We can try it. The eunuchs were thrown into chaos. The five grand eunuchs who had just been imposing were now flustered, revealing their comical sides. Wei Zhongxian shoved aside Hai Dafu, who was about to give Wang Hao artificial respiration, yelling, "Step aside. I have deep internal strength. I will do it." Chao Zhengchun shouted, "Seal off the news. Anyone who dares to leak the fact that the emperor fainted will be executed without mercy." Yu Huatian, with a dark expression, commanded the guards, "Lock down the imperial city." We must dig 3 feet into the ground to find that assassin. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to harm the emperor shall be ground to ashes. In the midst of the chaos, the unconscious Wang Hao was hurriedly lifted onto the dragon sedan, as if carrying a corpse rushing toward the palace. With that night of chaos, the era belonging to the great villain Wang Hao and his all-star eunuch team thus began in a farcical manner. The Weiyang Palace was brightly lit. Dozens of imperial physicians knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. On the dragon bed, Wang Hao's face was pale, his eyes tightly closed with a hot towel placed on his forehead. Wei Zhongxian stood guard by the bed like a gatekeeper, coldly staring at the physicians, as if anyone who dared to say "Your Majesty is unwell" would be sent to meet the late emperor immediately. In fact, Wang Hao had long since awakened. He was roused by the incessant ding-ding-ding sound of the system notification in his mind. Yet he did not dare to open his eyes, fearing that if he did, he would see the faces of the 5 villains, causing his mental state to collapse again. Thus he chose to continue feigning unconsciousness while accessing the so-called strongest Emperor Intelligence Sign-In System in his consciousness. Host Wang Hao, Identity Emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, Cultivation, 7th layer of Muscle, Refinement, Talent, Middle Quality of Earth Grade, Technique, Imperial, Extreme, Shocking, Classic, Low Quality of Sacred Grade, Martial Skills, None, Fortune, Extremely Unlucky, Current Intelligence 0, Beginner's Gift Pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Wang Hao looked at the glaring fortune and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Extremely unlucky. This is too realistic. Open it. Hurry and open it. Wang Hao roared in his heart. Ding. Beginner's gift pack opened successfully. Reward 1-1, washing marrow pill, high quality of sacred grade. It can wash the tendons and marrow, refine the foundation, eliminate impurities within the body, and enhance martial arts talent with no side effects. Reward 2, middle quality, divine level, martial skill, prison sky over earth palm. A divine level palm technique able to imprison the sky with one palm and cover the earth with another. Reward 3, special item, substitute grassman, ranked 498 among cunning devices. When faced with a fatal attack, it can automatically trigger taking the hit once with a cooldown of 1 month. Side effect: using it once consumes 20 years of lifespan, excluding Wang Hao. Reward 4, 100 million taels of silver. How can an emperor be without money? Reward 5, God-level secret technique, Emperor's Qi observation technique. The system comes with a technique that allows one to observe others' fortune and loyalty. It is a divine skill for emperors to control their ministers and avoid misfortune. Having experienced a life-and-death escape, Wang Hao was almost moved to tears by these generous rewards. Although this system had a sharp tongue calling him a weakling, the things it provided were truly substantial. The washing marrow pill directly enhances martial arts talent, which is what he urgently needs now. After all, he had been traumatized by the Son of Destiny, and only by becoming stronger could he feel safe. Prison sky over earth palm, able to imprison the sky with one palm and cover the earth with another, a divine level palm technique. How domineering. Emperor's Qi observation technique. Can it really see loyalty? This is simply a divine skill. With this, he would know who the treacherous ministers are, who are the loyal ones, and who wishes to harm him. As for the substitute grassman, it's like having an extra life. With this, next time he encounters that Yi Chun, at least he won't have to dodge around. System: what is the use of the daily intelligence? Wang Hao asked. Response to host: daily intelligence includes, but is not limited to, the dark secrets of ministers, enemy countries, deployments, locations of peerless treasures, preferences of beautiful women, weaknesses of the Son of Destiny, etc. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The weakness of the Son of Destiny. This is great. As long as I grasp the intelligence, I can predict the future and set traps to eliminate that Yi Chun. Even if he is the protagonist, as long as the pit I dig is deep enough, he can still fall to his death. Extract the washing marrow pill, extract prison sky over earth palm, Emperor's Qi observation technique. Wang Hao's mind moved. A warm current instantly surged into his limbs, and the muscles that had been sore from excessive fear and running now felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. He felt the bones within his body making subtle cracking sounds, becoming harder and denser, and some parts of the Imperial Extreme Shocking Classic that he previously could not understand became clearer. This was the benefit of enhancing martial arts talent. Impurities within his body were expelled through his pores, but because he was wearing inner garments, outsiders could not see it. They simply thought the emperor was sweating profusely. At the same time, a massive stream of information flooded into his mind, containing the cultivation methods for prison sky over earth palm and Emperor's Qi observation technique, as if they were inherently engraved in his soul, instantly melding together. Unfortunately, due to his low cultivation level, he could only use the first 2 moves of the 9 moves of prison sky over earth palm. Moments later, Wang Hao felt completely rejuvenated. Although he still appeared to be the same young emperor on the surface, he could sense that his previously superficial realm had been solidified and his strength had increased at least 5-fold. This is the benefit of a solid martial foundation. Now he could be considered a martial genius. Although he still had a considerable gap from that freak Yichun who could kill above his level at the 4th level, he now had hope of catching up. He slowly opened his eyes. "Your Majesty has awakened. Your Majesty has awakened." Wei Zhongxian, who had been staring at him, was overjoyed and hurriedly approached. "Your Majesty, how do you feel? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Wang Hao looked at the enlarged face before him and instinctively activated the Emperor's Qi observation technique he had just learned. Buzz. He saw 2 lines of text above Wei Zhongxian's head that only Wang Hao could see. Name: Wei Zhongxian, identity martial path 5th layer 6th layer of opening meridians, fortune gray, with red, loyalty 98, extremely loyal. Wang Hao's pupils constricted. Loyalty of 98. That's higher than expected. Just 2 more points to be utterly loyal. Wang Hao's gaze then swept over the kneeling Chao Zhengchun and others. Chao Zhengchun loyalty 96, Yu Huayan loyalty 93, Chao Shaoqin loyalty 91, Hai Defu loyalty. This person is extremely hidden, has a special technique that shields the Qi observation technique. It is advised the host be cautious. Wang Hao was taken aback. Hai Dafu. This fat man cannot be seen through. He looked towards the corner where Hai Dafu was squinting with a silly smile, his heart racing. It seems that among these 5 eunuchs, the one with the deepest waters is this fat eunuch. Hai Dafu seemed to sense Wang Hao's gaze and revealed an even brighter smile, quickly flattering. "Your Majesty, why do you look at this old servant like that?" Wang Hao withdrew his gaze and waved his hand. "I am fine, I merely had a nightmare." He struggled to sit up and Wei Zhongxian hurriedly supported him, placing a soft pillow behind him. "Convey my decree." Although Wang Hao's voice was still a bit weak, his tone became exceptionally firm. "Since I have taken on the script of the villain, I cannot just sit and wait. Wei Zhongxian, you are to immediately draft an edict announcing to the world, offering a bounty for the capture of the assassin Yichun. The bounty is 500,000 taels. Seal the title. Even those who provide clues will be rewarded 100 taels. Yu Huayan, you immediately take charge of all the forces of the Eastern Bureau and find out the background of this Yichun for me. Even if he wet the bed a few times when he was a child, I want to know everything. Chao Huachun, you go take charge of the Imperial Horse Monitoring Bureau. The assassin was able to enter the palace, indicating there must be an insider. There are some traitors in the palace that need to be cleaned up. Remember, better to kill wrongly than to let go. Chao Shaoqin, go strengthen the palace guards and check that damned sacred formation for me to see how it failed. It must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with. Hai Dafu. Wang Hao paused and looked at the fat man. Go get me something good to eat. I am hungry. By the way, send out your spies. I want to hear what interesting things are happening in the capital. The 5 eunuchs perked up at his words. The emperor had experienced an assassination, and upon waking seemed to have transformed into a different person. This fierce determination, this resolute and decisive demeanor resembled the style of the founding emperor. Especially that phrase, better to kill wrongly than to let go. It was simply to their liking. We obey your command. The 5 replied in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. The emperor is rising. As long as the emperor is willing to take action, they as servants will have plenty of opportunities to amass power and wealth. Watching the 5 depart, the fierce look on Wang Hao's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by deep. He touched the cunning device substitute grassman in his chest, muttering to himself, Yichun, Yichun, you better stay far away. The current me is no longer the weakling who could only shout for help. What of the villain? As long as one is ruthless and cunning, a villain can also defy the heavens and change fate. System update. Today's intelligence. Today's intelligence update. The son of destiny Yichun is currently hiding in the slums south of the capital in the basement of the Jishur Hall Clinic. Additional intelligence. He accidentally discovered a top-tier heaven-grade technique, 9 Yang's secret art, left by a senior while in the basement, and is currently in closed-door cultivation healing and attempting a breakthrough. Wang Hao. Is this the treatment of the protagonist? Just by digging into a basement he can find divine skills. That's a slum. Where did this senior expert come from? Where did this basement come from? Wang Hao was furious, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Want a breakthrough? Want to achieve mastery of divine skills? Did you ask me? I won't let you have your way. Wei Zhongxian, get back here. Just as Wei Zhongxian reached the doorway, he heard the emperor's furious roar, causing him to shiver with fear and hastily return. Wang Hao jumped down from the dragon couch. After solidifying his ethereal energy, his movements became much more agile, completely freeing him from the previous sense of weakness. No need to draft an edict, that's too slow. While letting the palace maid assist him in changing into more practical attire, Wang Hao spoke rapidly. I just received a tip-off. The assassin is in the Ji Shi Tang clinic in the southern slums of the city. What? Wei Zhongxian was taken aback. How long has it been since then? Your Majesty has been unconscious. Where did the tip-off come from? Could it be that your Majesty possesses a mysterious power unknown even to the Eastern Depot? With this thought, Wei Zhongxian's gaze towards Wang Hao changed instantly. Such a young age, yet with the heart of an emperor deeply unfathomable. Gather the best from the Eastern Depot, have Yu Huatian inform the Jinui, and also call forth the crossbowmen from Chao Zhengshun's Imperial Guard. You go to the Sinang Palace and bring Zhang Dabin here. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since he had already become the villain, he would act like one. Taking advantage of your illness to seize your life. With so many hands plus Zhang Dabin at the second layer of the Qi of the Seven Realms, let's see if you can survive. Remember, do not make a big show of it. Quietly surround Ji Shi Tang. Surround it within a radius of 500 meters, not even a mouse is to be let out. Additionally, prepare a large amount of fire oil. Bring the heavy crossbow carts as well. Wei Zhongxian felt his heart race with trepidation. Fire oil. Your Majesty intends to. Your Majesty, the southern slums have many citizens using fire oil. Wei Zhongxian hesitated as too many civilian casualties would tarnish the emperor's reputation. I cannot afford to concern myself with that. Wang Hao coldly interrupted. As long as that assassin remains alive, I cannot sleep. Those are the slums mostly filled with wandering beggars. They are of little use. If there are casualties, we can simply provide more compensation afterwards. If that assassin escapes, you all can forget about keeping your heads. In truth, Wang Hao's heart was also bleeding. He did not wish to indiscriminately kill innocents, but he knew that conventional methods would be useless against someone like Yi Chun, who was favored by fortune. Sending skilled fighters in, they might break through and counterattack. Poisoning. What if he is immune to all poisons? Only a ruthless fire attack combined with heavy armor-piercing arrows striking in a wide area might be able to kill him. Furthermore, according to system intelligence, Yi Chun is in closed-door cultivation. This is when he is least alert. I shall follow your orders. Seeing that the emperor had made up his mind, Wei Zhongxian said no more, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since the emperor has spoken, then fire attack it is. Half an hour later, in the southern city of the capital, the slums. The night was deep. There were no bright lights of the wealthy districts, only endless darkness and the stench of decay. Dilapidated shanties huddled together, resembling mounds of graves. In the end, Wang Hao's compassion overcame him. After all, he was a modern person and could not commit such madness. The people inside the shanties were quietly taken away by the Jinui, with each household receiving a bag of rice. Ji Shi Tang is a very small clinic situated at a slightly wider intersection. At this moment, Chao Shaoqin led 500 Eastern Depot operatives, while Chao Zhengchun commanded 3,000 elite Imperial Guards in black armor, completely surrounding Ji Shi Tang. On the rooftops and behind the walls stood archers armed with powerful crossbows. The arrowheads were coated with a deadly poison, specially provided by Hai Dafu, the enhanced version of half-step to madness. Hai Dafu personally supervised the deployment of a dozen heavy crossbow carts positioned high, all aimed at this small clinic. Wang Hao stood on a distant tower looking down at all this. Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian flanked him, guarding his sides. The commander of the Jinui, Pei Jingzhe, led hundreds of elite Jinui beneath the tower ready as a support. Pei Jingzhe was at the 6th layer of martial arts, the 3rd layer of true intent, not like the previous emperor's useless type, and his loyalty was as high as 95, making him a good candidate for the emperor's henchman. Wang Hao had brought him along, wanting him to prove his worth as a trusted aide. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. According to the tip-off, there are indeed individuals in that clinic, and their breaths are chaotic, seemingly injured. Yu Huatian said in a low voice. Wang Hao nodded, secretly pleased. The system does not deceive me. Let's take action. First set fire to force them out, then unleash a barrage of arrows. Remember, no wasting words, no negotiations. Kill directly. The villain dies due to excessive talk. Wang Hao understood this principle deeply. Now attack. With Wei Zhongxian's command, hundreds of jars filled with fire oil were hurled violently towards Ji Shi Tang. Crash. Fire oil splashed everywhere, instantly soaking the dilapidated wooden structure. Following this, countless fire arrows pierced the night sky like a meteor shower raining down upon the clinic. Boom! A towering inferno erupted immediately. The flames illuminated half the night sky, and the intense heat distorted the air. Ah! Inside the clinic, several cries of anguish were heard. Those were the resident doctor and the apprentice. They were not innocent. They had been constantly speaking ill of the previous emperor into Yi Chen's ear, and thus shared part of the responsibility for Yi Chen's assassination attempt on the emperor. Under the overwhelming pressure of imperial power and the struggle for fortune, their lives were worth less than grass. Wang Hao stared fixedly at the sea of flames. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated. The ground of the clinic exploded and a figure wrapped in golden light shot up into the sky. It was Yi Chen. At this moment, although he looked somewhat disheveled with singed hair, his aura was even more powerful than before. Peak of the 4th layer of martial arts. In just half an hour, he had utilized the Nine-Yang secret art not only to suppress his injuries but also to break through several minor realms. This is the protagonist. This is what an unreasonable protagonist looks like. Dog Emperor, you have such a vicious heart. Yi Chen stood atop the roof gazing at the surrounding inferno, his eyes filled with rage. He had not expected that this seemingly useless little tyrant in his eyes could find this place and employ such cruel methods, directly setting the place ablaze. Shoot! Wang Hao ignored his accusations and coldly ordered. Bang bang bang. The prepared poisoned arrows rained down like a storm. This time there were no supernatural winds. Although Yi Chen had just begun to master his abilities and his protective true energy was strong, he could not fully defend against such a dense onslaught of poisoned arrows. Clang clang. Most arrows were deflected by his swordplay, but still a few tricky poisoned arrows struck his thigh and shoulder. Despicable. Yi Chen grunted, feeling a wave of numbness rapidly spreading throughout his body. It's poisonous. He was greatly alarmed. This emperor is not only ruthless but also cunning. Wang Hao stood at the highest point of the tower, compared to his earlier panic in the Imperial Garden. He now stood straight, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of murderous intent that made it hard to gaze upon him. This is the confidence of a time traveler controlling the overall situation. As Wang Hao's long palm swung down fiercely high, Dafu, who had been poised below the tower, let out a sharp scream. Release. Boom! 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 At that moment, dozens of heavy crossbow carts, capable of piercing city walls, roared in unison. Dozens of thick, armor-piercing arrows carrying the destructive force of annihilation tore through the air, emitting a chilling, ear-piercing shriek. Bang! 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 The dilapidated Jishitang was utterly reduced to dust in an instant. Smoke and flames soared skyward and splintered wood flew like shrapnel. The immense shockwave caused the ground nearby to tremble violently, as if the earth itself were writhing. Wang Hao stood high atop the tower, the fierce wind billowing his dark attire. At this moment he stood straight with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as cold as ice. That once somewhat youthful face, illuminated by the firelight, exuded an intimidating majesty. Gone was the panic and disarray from the assassination in the Imperial Garden. This was the taste of power, the thrill of controlling life and death. Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian stood behind him, gazing at their sovereign's back, feeling an involuntary awe rise within them. The emperor had changed, becoming unfathomable and decisively ruthless. In the shocking moment of this barrage, and the soaring flames, Wang Hao's mind sank deep into his consciousness, calmly whispering, "System sign-in. Ding. Host detected at the sign-in location. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host has received a reward, a high-grade storage ring, with a space of 1,000 square meters. Wang Hao's lips curled slightly upwards. A good item. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen, relying on his instincts, dashed into a nearby slum shelter, but the terrifying shockwave still made his blood surge. Damn! How could this little emperor possess such cunning? Yi Chen lay in a shadowy gutter with old wooden planks crisscrossing above him. The terrain here was extremely complex, with narrow alleys and low, dense houses. Although the heavy crossbow carts had immense power, they could hardly operate here. Most of the giant arrows were blocked by layers of buildings. Although many houses were demolished, they found it difficult to accurately hit him as he darted around like a spiritual cat. Peft! Yi Chen felt a sharp pain within him as the poison began to take effect. Yet a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he pulled out a small porcelain bottle emitting an unusual fragrance from his pocket. This was an opportunity he acquired during his travels in Kunlun Mountain, a heavenly-grade antidote pill, known as the detox pill, renowned as the world's ultimate antidote. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill and circulated his internal energy. In just a few breaths, the poison that had been eroding his meridians rapidly congealed into black blood, forcing its way out through his pores. His once numb limbs were now filled with explosive power. Foolish emperor, do you wish to kill me? Dream on. Yi Chen wiped the black ash from his face, his eyes blazing with vengeful fury. This was a slum with a maze-like terrain. As long as he could catch his breath, he was confident in turning the tide even. infiltrating the tower again to take the dog's head of the emperor. On the tower, Wang Hao's eyes flickered with a faint golden light, which was the emperor's qi observation technique. In his vision, the once dim golden light beneath the ruins brightened once again, even more vibrant than tisk as expected. Wang Hao sneered, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Is this child of destiny a cockroach? Having eaten a poisoned arrow, he can still bounce around, even detoxifying himself. Hai Dafu. At your service. Stop your big toys. While demolishing houses is quick, killing is too slow, Wang Hao said casually. Since he wants to play hide and seek, let's send someone in to accompany him. Wang Hao turned his head, looking down at the eager crowd below, his voice icy. Wei Zhongxian raised the flag and send Chao Shaoqin and Chao Jingchun with men to press forward for me. Even if we have to bury him under a pile of people, he must die in there. With that, Wei Zhongxian waved the huge black dragon flag in his hand. Kill. The deafening roar of battle instantly resonated throughout the southern slum. Chao Shaoqin, who could no longer contain himself, brandished his long sword and charged ahead, followed by 500 East Factory soldiers wielding waist sabers like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves rushing into the ruined alleys. Following closely was Chao Zhengchuan, leading 3,000 elite Imperial Forest troops, clad in heavy armor and wielding large shields and long spears. While not as agile as the soldiers, their superior equipment made them advance like a black iron wall. Nice! In the depths of the alley, Yi Chun let out an angry roar, swinging his long knife suddenly. Swish! A chilling blade light cut through the darkness, and the two foremost East Factory soldiers didn't even see his move before their heads flew up, blood spraying forth. At this moment, Yi Chun seemed like a different person. The peak strength of the 4th-level martial arts erupted completely. In this narrow alley, he moved like a ghost, his knife like a dragon, each swing claiming multiple lives. Those who block me shall die. Yi Chun swept his long knife, the blade energy extending 3 yards, cleaving 7 or 8 Imperial Forest soldiers, holding shields in half along with their shields. He stepped on a mysterious footwork, weaving effortlessly through the crowd, while the East Factory soldiers and elite Imperial Forest troops seemed as fragile as chickens before him. What? What kind of sword technique is this? Chao Shaoqin's eyelids twitched. As a 5th-level martial artist, his vision was naturally extraordinary. Yi Chen's sword technique was both grand and intricate, imbued with a cunning viciousness subtly embodying a masterly aura far from ordinary martial arts. Shaoqin stopped dawdling. Let's go together. Chao Zhengchun bellowed, his true energy surging, as he activated his cultivated heavenly gang child skill, striking towards Yi Chen's back with palms like an overwhelming tide. Chao Shaoqin also came to his senses, his long sword transforming into a rain of blades blocking all of Yi Chen's escape routes. 2 5th-level martial artists joined forces to besiege him. However, Yi Chun showed no fear. He let out a hearty laugh, swiftly rotating his long knife to block at the critical moment. Clang! Clang! The 2 loud sounds echoed out, sparks flying. Yi Chun merely took a step back, dissipating the 2 men's force, and countered with a slash that forced Chao Shaoqin to retreat in a panic, his hairpin cut in half. Yi Chun fought on with increasing vigor, his body drenched in blood like a war god. He charged through the encirclement of thousands, leaving a trail of severed limbs and a bloody path. That fierce and invincible posture was reminiscent of Zhao Zilong's legendary exploits at Changban Slope. On the tower, Wang Hao watched the battle below, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, how is this even possible? He knew the child of destiny could fight, but he never expected him to be this powerful. In less than a day, how had this guy's strength skyrocketed like a rocket? Previously, during the assassination in the palace, he had to rely on surprise attacks, but now he could directly face thousands of troops along with 2 5th-level masters. Is this the protagonist's halo? Leveling up without cooldown time. In the center of the battlefield, Hai Dafu could no longer hold back. The usually sarcastic fat eunuch now bore a serious expression. He flashed forward, transforming into a gray shadow to join the fray. His ice palm was immensely venomous, specifically targeting Yi Chen's lower regions. With Hai Dafu, a fellow 5th-level martial artist with extensive experience, joining the battle, the situation finally managed to maintain a precarious balance. Chao Shaoqin, Chao Zhengchuan, and Hai Dafu formed a triangular formation encircling Yi Chun, while countless cold arrows and long spears awaited the opportunity to strike. Yet even so, Yi Chun managed to hold on, even occasionally counterattacking. Under the protection of that mysterious soft armor, he sustained numerous surface injuries but remained standing. Wang Hao watched this scene, his face growing increasingly grim. He was all too familiar with this tactic. Having read countless novels in his past life, this surround but not kill and evenly matched scenario was merely feeding the protagonist experience. With every passing second, the protagonist's understanding of martial arts deepened. If this continued, Yi Chun might break through right in the middle of battle, launching a counterattack. No more playing around. Wang Hao took a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. He had to break this experience delivery vicious cycle. Wang Hao slowly turned around, addressing the dense darkness in the shadow of the tower behind him, saying, "Trouble, son, ban ban." As Wang Hao's words fell, the shadow seemed to come alive. An old man dressed in a gray eunuch's robe with a face full of wrinkles, looking as if a gust of wind could blow him down, slowly walked out. He walked slowly, but with each step he took the surrounding air seemed to solidify a little. This was the trump card that Wang Hao specifically borrowed from the Empress Chun at the Sinang Palace, Grand Eunuch Sun Li. During the reign of the late emperor, he was the foremost expert within the palace, having reached the terrifying level of the 7th stage of martial arts, 2nd layer of the Qi realm. In this world where one could be called a master at the Qi realm, Sun Li was the existence standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. "Your Majesty is too courteous." Sun Li's voice was hoarse as he slightly bowed. "It is the duty of this old servant to protect your Majesty. This little pest has been making enough noise. It is time for him to rest." Before his words fell, Sun Li's figure had already vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted at the center of the battlefield. Who? Yi Chun, entangled with 3 top experts, suddenly felt an unprecedented life-and-death crisis enveloping him. That feeling was 100 times more terrifying than facing a storm of arrows just moments ago. He abruptly looked up and saw an aged figure descending from above like an eagle swooping down on its prey. There were no fancy moves, just a punch thrown. Yet this punch was enveloped in a layer of tangible white light. That was the Qi. Only those at the 7th stage of martial arts could condense the protective Qi. Not good. Yi Chen's pupils contracted and his body bristled with cold fear. If this punch landed, he would undoubtedly die. Under the immense pressure of death, the 9-yang secret art within Yi Chun operated at its peak, even exceeding its limits. "Break for me." Yi Chun let out a frantic roar as if something within him shattered. Boom! A scorching wave of energy erupted from within him. In that fleeting moment of life and death, he actually broke through. 5th stage of martial arts. In this dire situation, the child of destiny once again showcased his extraordinary talent, forcibly breaking through his bottleneck and stepping into the realm of the 5th stage of martial arts. Old dog die. After his breakthrough, Yi Chun was brimming with confidence, gripping his sword with his other hand, gathering all the surging power and slashing towards Sun Li's fist. However, reality was cruel. The gap in realms could not be easily bridged by a single breakthrough in a critical moment. The chasm between the 5th stage and the 7th stage of the Qi realm was a significant difference. An essential transformation between true energy and Qi. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The long blade was as fragile as glass before Sun Li's fist, shattering inch by inch. Sun Li's withered fist continued its momentum, piercing through the flying shards, striking heavily against Yi Chen's chest. Puff! The ecstasy in Yi Chen's eyes instantly froze, replaced by disbelief. He felt as if he had been struck heedin by a rampaging rhinoceros, his ribs shattering in an instant, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing hard into a pile of ruins more than 10 meters away. Wow! Yi Chun opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organs, his entire body instantly becoming limp. If it weren't for his last-minute breakthrough to the 5th stage and the protective soft armor on him, this punch would have been enough to obliterate him into a mist of blood on the spot. How? How is this possible? Yi Chun struggled to get up, but found that his entire body felt as if all his bones had dislocated. On the tower, Wang Hao saw this scene and couldn't help but feel overjoyed, fiercely clenching his fist. Well done. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, what protagonist halo, what last-minute breakthrough was all nonsense. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Wang Hao understood the principle that villains often fall due to excessive talking or hesitation. Seeing Yi Chun heavily injured, he felt no relaxation but rather more tension, because he saw that the once dim luck golden dragon above Yi Chen's head, although severely wounded, was still struggling fiercely, even faintly showing signs of wanting to survive desperately. This fellow is not dead yet. Pei Jingzhe, Wang Hao shouted sternly. At your service. Pei Jingzhe, the commander of the Jinui, who had been guarding below the tower as the last line of defense, immediately responded. Stop watching the show. Bring your men and join in. Collaborate with Sun Li to turn him into minced meat for me. Wang Hao completely abandoned any emperor demeanor or martial rules at this moment. His current tactic was simply righteous group violence. As you command. Pei Jingzhe drew his embroidered spring knife, exuding a strong aura of the 3rd layer of the 6th stage of martial arts. He was not the kind of useless person that the late emperor was. He was a Jinui commander who had truly crawled out from the pile of corpses. Jinui, heed my command. Form a killing formation. Follow my lead to slay the rebel. Hundreds of the most elite Jinui experts surged towards that ruined pit like a wave of black. The current battlefield configuration was luxurious to a shocking degree. A top expert at the 7th stage of the Qi realm Sun Li. A commander at the 6th stage of true intent Pei Jingjia. 3 first-rate experts at the 5th stage of martial arts Chao Shaoqin, Chao Zhengquan, and Hai Dafu. Plus thousands of soldiers armed with powerful crossbows Jinui and Imperial Forest Army. With such a lineup, let alone killing a Yichun, even wiping out a medium-sized sect would be more than sufficient. Cough cough. Despicable. Shameless. In the ruins, Yichun looked at the overwhelming enemies pouring in and was filled with despair and anger. He was unwilling. He had just broken through. He was clearly destined for greatness. Why had he fallen to this state? Die. Sun Li did not give him a moment to breathe once again, closing in, delivering a palm strike, the Qi transforming into a gigantic handprint. Pei Jingjia also charged out from the side, his knife technique sharp, aimed directly at Yi Chen's head. Ah! Yi Chen let out a roar like a trapped beast, exhausting his last bit of strength, draining his life force, and wildly swinging the broken knife in his hand. Bang! 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 This time Yi Chen no longer had the earlier spiritedness. He was truly like a sandbag being tossed around by several top experts. Sun Li kicked his left leg bone, Pei Jingjia struck his back, and Chao Zhengquan hit his dantian. Blood stained the ground. But what made Wang Hao's scalp tingle was that Yi Chen was simply an unkillable cockroach. Each time he suffered a fatal blow, the soft armor on him would emit a faint glow, negating most of the damage. Each time he was on the brink of death, that tenacious Nine-Yang secret art would hold onto his last breath. Even during the beating, he managed to take advantage of the chaos to stab a careless Dongchang guard to death with his broken knife. Is he not dead yet? Wang Hao looked at Yi Chen, covered in blood, with a fierce gaze, and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Is this the terrifying aspect of the child of destiny? Even in such dire straits, even when crushed like this, the heavenly path is still trying every means to preserve his life. No, he must be thoroughly destroyed. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and turned to look at Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian beside him. Although these two were only at the 5th stage of martial arts, they still contributed to the battle. You two go as well. Don't bother with any techniques, just behead him. Chop off his head. If it weren't for his own poor martial arts, Wang Hao would have loved to personally charge up with a knife to finish him off. As you command. Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian exchanged glances, just as they were about to leap down from the tower to join in the brutal beating. However, unexpectedly, an accident was about to occur. Just as Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian had taken half a step forward, a chilling gust of wind sudden, and without warning, swept across the entire battlefield. This wind did not blow down from the heavens or from the alleys, but seemed to seep directly from the abyss of hell. The air, which had been scorching due to the raging fire, plummeted to freezing point in an instant. The roaring flames turned into a ghastly green under the caress of this sinister wind. The green flames flickered devoid of any warmth, instead emanating a bone-chilling cold. What is this? The crowd surrounding Yi Chen froze in place. A feeling of dread that originated from the depths of their souls compelled them to stop. Even Sun Li, the chief eunuch who was about to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Chen, changed drastically, his body's vital energy uncontrollably surging. Something's not right. This aura. Sun Li suddenly looked up towards an inconspicuous, dilapidated shack less than 100 meters away from the tower. There, what was once a pitch-black shadow now seemed to come to life, writhing and swelling wildly. He. A chilling, hair-raising laughter echoed from the shadow, resembling the cries of an infant and the grinding of an old man's teeth. Immediately after, a thick, unfathomable black mist erupted from the shack, centering on it. A domain of strange phenomena. This was a signature divine ability of a 6th-level anomaly. Domain of strange phenomena. Not good. It's an anomaly, and a highly dangerous one at that. Wang Hao saw it most clearly through the Emperor's Qi observation technique. In his eyes, a terrifying monster, massive in size and covered in human faces, was coiled within that shack. The overwhelming aura of malevolence obscured the sun. Run! Wang Hao was greatly alarmed just as he was about to turn around. However, the anomaly clearly came prepared, attracted by the soaring blood energy and something on Wang Hao's body. It ignored the corpses strewn across the ground and the nearly lifeless Yi Chen charging straight for the tower. Boom! The black mist instantly spread, moving with lightning speed, engulfing the tower where Wang Hao stood, as well as Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian who were guarding him. Your Majesty! Sun Li's eyes nearly popped out as he screamed in a piercing cry. Save the Emperor! Quickly, save the Emperor! Pei Jingjia also trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. At this moment, no assassin, no assassination target, no Yichen mattered at all. The entity in that shack was a 6th-level anomaly, a terrifying existence capable of slaughtering a city. Moreover, its domain had swallowed the emperor. If the young emperor were to die here tonight, both Sun Li and Pei Jingzhe simultaneously pictured a face in their minds. It was Wang Hao's grandfather, Emperor Zhang Wudi. If that esteemed figure were to learn that his own grandson had died, and in the presence of so many powerful guardians, just the thought of it made Sun Li, a martial artist at the 7th level, feel a chill run through his soul. Forget about that assassin. Everyone follow me into the domain of strange phenomena. Save the emperor. Sun Li in a frenzy abandoned the nearly defeated Yichen, his vital energy igniting to its peak as he charged towards the black mist that engulfed the tower like a cannonball. Pei Jingzhe, Chao Zhengchu and Hai Dafu, and the others also reacted, their faces turning pale, as they madly followed behind Sun Li. Meanwhile, bloodied Yichen struggled to open his swollen eyes, watching as those who were once intent on killing him suddenly fled, a ghastly smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. Cough, cough. Heaven does not abandon me. He exerted all his strength to flee in the opposite direction. Though he looked as pathetic as a stray dog, he understood he had once again escaped death. Above the tower, Wang Hao, enveloped by the domain of strange phenomena, was facing the greatest life-and-death crisis since his arrival. In that boundless darkness, countless twisted human faces grinning with greed slowly approached him. The infinite darkness, thick as ink, instantly swallowed the tower. Wang Hao felt a flash before his eyes, the scorching firelight, the acrid scent of blood, and even the sound of air flowing around him were all stripped away in that instant. Cold, bone-chilling cold. It felt as though he had suddenly fallen from the sweltering summer into the depths of hell. In this darkness, there was no distinction between up and down, only a suffocating silence. Your Majesty, be careful. The voices of Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian sounded in his ears, yet they felt extraordinarily ethereal and distant, as if filtered through a thick membrane of water. The two masters at the 5th level of martial arts stood on either side, fiercely protecting Wang Hao, their true energy wildly circulating, forming a protective barrier barely 2 meters square around the three. However, this protective barrier of true energy trembled violently in the face of the ghastly green mist surrounding them, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, emitting a corrosive sound of sizzle. He he he. That spine-chilling laughter echoed again. Following this, pale human faces emerged from the darkness. These faces were of both men and women, some old and some young, some crying, some laughing, and others with features grotesquely twisted together. They floated densely in midair like fish in the deep sea, seeking light, their ghastly green pupils fixated on Wang Hao and the others, radiating unabashed greed. You tricksters! Get lost! Wei Zhongxian, with the most ruthless temperament, could not endure such humiliation. With a fierce shout, dozens of sharp true energy beams shot from his fingertips like invisible swords, instantly piercing through several human faces at the forefront. Puff, puff, puff. The faces burst like balloons, transforming into a cloud of black smoke. Humph, nothing to it. Wei Zhongxian was about to sneer, but the next second his smile froze on his face. He saw the scattered black smoke, which in less than a breath of time actually recoalesced. Moreover, this time 1 became 2, 2 became 4, of the number of faces that had been shattered doubled their sizes, becoming larger, as they opened their blood-filled maws, frantically gnawing at their protective barrier of true energy. Don't waste your effort. Yu Weixian's face was grave. This is the signature domain of a 6th-level anomaly. Within it, it is the very embodiment of the rules. Physical and ordinary true energy attacks cannot kill it. Then what do we do? Are we just going to wait for death here? Cold sweat broke out on Wei Zhongxian's forehead. Their true energy was depleting rapidly. At most, they could hold on for another half a stick of incense before the barrier would shatter. What's the rush? Just as the two were in a state of chaos, a calm voice sounded behind them. In an instant, Wang Hao's eyes transformed into a dazzling shade of pale gold. Heavenly Emperor's Qi observation technique activate. Wang Hao's gaze penetrated through the disgusting faces and the thick black mist. Under the vision granted by the Heavenly Emperor's Qi observation technique, the entire world changed its appearance. The terrifying faces and darkness vanished, replaced by countless threads of ghastly green, yin sha qi. These threads intertwined like a spider's web, and those faces were merely the nodes where the threads converge. So that's how it is. The so-called eerie domain is not flawless. It's like an array formed by countless loops of yin qi. The golden light in Wang Hao's eyes grew ever more radiant. He discovered that when Wei Zhongxian attacked with true energy, the threads would briefly sever, but the surrounding yin qi would immediately surge in to replenish, causing the nodes to become even larger. This meant that blind attacks would only hasten death. Every eerie domain has its underlying logic and rules for killing. Wang Hao's gaze was like a torch firmly fixated on the flow of those threads. As long as I find the rules and avoid the death traps, I can survive. Suddenly Wang Hao noticed that the movement trajectories of several faces were particularly unusual. Unlike the other faces that blindly collided with the shield, they moved in specific directions following a certain pattern. Yu Huatian removed the true energy defense on the left side for 3 feet. Wang Hao suddenly commanded, "Your Majesty!" "This?" Yu Huatian exclaimed, horrified, knowing that if removed those faces would instantly pounce. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Wang Hao's voice turned icy, carrying an imperious weight that brooked no dissent. "As you decree." Yu Huatian gritted his teeth and quickly retracted the true energy on the left. Whoosh! Dozens of grotesque faces surged through the gap, about to sink their teeth into Wang Hao's neck. Wei Zongxian's eyes bulged with rage as he prepared to fight back desperately. However, a miraculous scene unfolded. Those faces just an inch away from Wang Hao suddenly lost their targets and passed straight through him, then dissipated into the air. "This?" Both Wei Zongxian and Yu Huatian stared in disbelief. Wang Hao smirked coldly. "I understand now. The first rule of this eerie domain line of sight equals lock-on. They have no physical form and can only locate us by sensing our fear and hostility towards them. The more violently you attack, the deeper the hostility, the more focused they become, the more real they appear. Close your eyes, suppress your killing intent, and they will cease to exist." Upon hearing the Emperor's command, although Wei Zongxian and Yu Huatian were terrified, they unhesitatingly closed their eyes and forcibly suppressed the fluctuations of their true energy. Indeed, with their hostility gone, the frenzied, hissing sounds around them diminished instantly. The faces seemed to lose their coordinates and began to wander aimlessly around the 3. They were temporarily safe, but the golden light in Wang Hao's eyes did not fade. He knew this was just the beginning. A level 6 anomaly could not possibly have such a simple mechanism. He had to find the key to breaking the situation. Outside the eerie domain, there was another realm altogether. Boom! 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 Thunderous sounds erupted in the night sky. The chief eunuch Sun Li had completely lost his mind. His previously emaciated body now bulged like an inflated balloon, his muscles taut, and his gray eunuch robe torn to shreds by the violent aura. Visible white auras coiled around his arms like rampant dragons. Crush! Smash! Sun Li roared in fury, his fists turning into countless afterimages, each punch carrying the terrifying power capable of toppling cities, slamming into the massive black hemispherical barrier encasing the tower. Martial Arts Level 7 Aura Realm Level 2. This level of destructive power, if unleashed on the palace walls, could easily collapse an entire section. However, the black eerie domain barrier, although severely dented and rippling under Sun Li's relentless assault, remained as resilient as ever. "Supervisor, we come to assist you." Pei Jingzhe led the Imperial Guards, charging forward. Hundreds of guards formed an array, channeling all their true energy into Pei Jingzhe. Slash! Pei Jingzhe shouted angrily, the embroidered spring knife in his hand erupting with a dazzling blade light dozens of feet long, striking fiercely against the barrier of the eerie domain. At the same time, Chao Zhengquan Haidafu and other top masters unleashed their most powerful techniques without reservation. Boom! The entire earth trembled. But as the various lights faded, the black barrier merely thinned slightly before it immediately drew countless yin qi from the ground, restoring itself to its original state. Damn it! This beast has connected to the yin vein of the southern city. Unless a martial arts level 8 grandmaster attacks, it would be impossible to break through in a short time. Sun Li's eyes turned blood-red, his nails digging deep into his flesh, blood flowing freely. The Emperor is still inside. With every second that passes, the hope of survival for the Emperor dwindles. An unprecedented panic enveloped the heart of this top expert from the inner palace. Meanwhile, inside the eerie domain, Wang Hao was unaware that his subordinates outside were already desperate to the point of self-immolation in remorse. All of Wang Hao's focus was on the yin qi network before him. Although closing their eyes and giving up resistance temporarily spared them from being devoured by the ghostly horde, the crisis had not been resolved. For Wang Hao saw through the Heavenly Emperor's qi observation technique that the surrounding yin sha qi was slowly compressing. It was like a meat grinder gradually shrinking. Once the concentration of yin qi reached a critical point, the temperature in the eerie domain would drop to the extreme, and they would be frozen into ice sculptures. He had to take the initiative. Since the eerie domain resembles a closed array, there must be a core where the bizarre entity resides. Wang Hao calmly analyzed the ghastly green threads before him, beginning to search for patterns among the myriad of complex lines. This was the benefit of being a bookworm in his past life. When encountering difficult knowledge in novels he had taken an interest, and now he recalled the I Ching he had memorized thoroughly. The 3 lines on the left flow slowly with yang declining, and yin surging corresponding to the death trap. The 5 lines above flow in reverse corresponding to the surprise gate. At this moment Wang Hao's mind resembled a sophisticated supercomputer frantically calculating a massive amount of information. Gradually the golden light in his eyes grew brighter, and a hidden formation of the 8 trigrams obscured beneath chaos slowly took shape in his mind. So that's how it is. This eerie entity must have been a master of the strange door techniques. While alive, after death its obsession transformed into a bizarre form, arranging this eerie domain into a living array of the 9 palaces and flying stars. Wang Hao smirked coldly. If anyone else encountered this, even a martial arts level 6 or 7 expert would be trapped by this complicated array. But unfortunately for it, it encountered someone who not only possessed the Heavenly Emperor's Qi observation technique, a skill of dimensional suppression, but also was well-versed in the I Ching. Wei Zhongxian Yu Huatian, listen up. Wang Hao suddenly spoke. At your service. The 2 immediately perked up, ready to spring into action, even with their eyes closed. You can open your eyes now. Open your eyes and follow my instructions to act. Wei Zhongxian, take 3 steps forward, turn left at a 45-degree angle above you, unleash a finger strike with 3/10 of your true energy. Although Wei Zhongxian did not understand why, out of absolute obedience to the emperor, he opened his eyes abruptly and executed the order without hesitation. Whoosh! A blast of sunflower true energy shot out, accurately hitting seemingly empty space in midair. Pop! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. Immediately dozens of threads of yin qi in that area collapsed, and the encroaching black mist retreated back by 2 meters. Swish! Yu Huatian moved like a startled swan, stabbing his sword into the ground. Suddenly a mournful ghostly wail emanated from beneath, and a significant portion of the black mist on the swish! Yu Huatian moved like a startled swan, stabbing his sword into the ground. Suddenly a mournful ghostly wail emanated from beneath, and a significant portion of the black mist on the right dissipated. Continue. Wei Zhongxian stepped back 2 steps. Yu Huatian advanced 4 steps. Under Wang Hao's godlike perspective command, Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian acted like 2 precise surgical knives, accurately severing the yin qi nodes of the eerie domain time and again. The once gloomy and oppressive eerie domain was forcibly carved out a safe passage by Wang Hao using this butchering method. Amidst the continuous severing of nodes, Wang Hao's gaze finally locked onto the source where all the threads converged. There lay the essence of this level 6 anomaly. The true qi barrier emitted a nauseating dissolving sound under the corrosion of the sinister energy. The faces of the 2 eunuchs had turned as pale as paper, and before the cold sweat on their foreheads could fall, it was frozen into ice shards by the surrounding frigid temperature. Your Majesty, the sinister aura here is becoming heavier, and our true qi is being consumed at a rate more than 10 times faster than before. Yu Weixian's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, yet he remained firmly in front of Wang Hao. In contrast, Wang Hao, protected by the 2, wore a grave expression. Imperial Qi observation technique full operation. A faint golden glow flickered deep within Wang Hao's eyes. In this state, the world in his eyes transformed again into an abstract realm comprised of countless lines, vortices, and nodes. Don't stop, continue forward 12 steps, then halt. Wang Hao's voice resonated in the eerie silence without a hint of panic. Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian advanced without hesitation, driven by loyalty. As they took the 12th step, the black mist ahead suddenly began to churn violently like boiling water. A wave of terrifying pressure far beyond what they had faced before crashed down like 100,000 mountains, causing Wei Zhongxian and Yu Weixian's legs to buckle, nearly forcing them to kneel. What? What is that monster? Wei Zhongxian exclaimed, his voice high and thin, revealing undeniable fear. Less than 30 zhang ahead of them, the black mist dissipated, revealing the true core of this eerie domain. The array It was a high platform constructed from countless eerie white bones. Suspended above the high platform was a black orb the size of a grinding wheel, emanating a ghostly green light. Countless visible chains of sinister energy converged from all directions, connecting to the orb, maintaining the operation of the entire eerie realm. At the very front of the white bone platform, a terrifying monstrosity loomed. It was a deformed creature standing 3 zhang tall. It had no lower body, fully merging with the underground white bone platform. Its upper body resembled an extremely swollen tumor, covered in hundreds of withered arms, each clutching a wailing human head. The most chilling aspect was a gigantic gash on its abdomen filled with interlocking fangs, as if leading to the abyss of hell. At the very bottom of the monster, an umbilical cord connected it to the black orb. This was the true form of the sixth-tier evil anomaly, the 100-armed wailing skeleton master. The black orb was also part of the 100-armed wailing skeleton master's body. It was this orb that sustained the operation of the eerie domain, and anyone attempting to destroy it must first step over its corpse. He. The scent of the living, the taste of blood. A strange laughter echoed from the giant mouth of the monster's abdomen. With its laughter, the surrounding sinister aura transformed into hundreds of visible black wind blades, swirling violently around it. Gulp! Yu Huatian swallowed hard. Your Majesty, that is the true form of a sixth-tier anomaly. Its malevolent energy has solidified into a substantial protective barrier. Given our cultivation levels, we can't even breach its defenses, let alone kill it. A sixth-tier anomaly is equivalent to the peak of the sixth level of martial arts for human cultivators, and under the enhancement of the eerie domain, it can unleash terrifying power comparable to the seventh level of martial chi. Of course, a direct confrontation is impossible. Wang Hao squinted slightly, locking the Imperial Chi observation technique tightly onto the monster. In his vision, the seemingly indestructible malevolent energy barrier surrounding the monster was actually filled with the chaotic convergence of various energy flows, especially that giant mouth on its abdomen. With each breath it drew in the surrounding sinister energy, exposing an extremely brief energy fracture. And the black orb behind it was the central hub of the entire array's operation. Although the monster was powerful, it had to allocate 30% of its strength to maintain the barrier of the eerie domain against the relentless bombardment from the outside. Boom! Just then a thunderous sound reverberated from above the eerie domain. The entire space shook violently, and a massive dent was smashed into the black mist overhead. Clearly, it was the chief eunuch Sun Li outside attacking the barrier of the eerie domain in a frenzy. Wang Hao keenly sensed that at the moment the thunderous sound came from outside the monster. In an effort to stabilize the array, inevitably channeled its malevolent energy upwards, causing a fist-sized, extremely concealed, fatal flaw to appear where its umbilical cord connected to the white bone platform. That flaw was the most lethal defect in the operation of the array. As long as it was severed the link between the monster and the array, I would be instantly cut, causing the eerie domain to collapse without a fight. So that's how it is. A cold smile curled at the corners of Wang Hao's mouth. Although his Imperial Chi observation technique could not directly kill enemies, being able to discern the enemy's fatal weakness on this rapidly changing battlefield was the ultimate divine skill. Wei Zhongxian Yu Huatian, listen carefully. Wang Hao lowered his voice. Your servant is. This monster, while formidable, has bound most of its strength to the array eye to fend off external attacks. It is now a living node of the array. Pulling one thread will affect the whole body. Wang Hao's gaze was as cold as a blade. I do not require you to kill it. You cannot kill it. I need you to be bait. Bait. The two were taken aback. Exactly. The outside Sun Li will unleash the most intense martial chi strike every 3 breaths. When the third strike falls, the monster's attention will be fully drawn upwards. In that instant, both of you should abandon all defenses and squeeze out all the true chi from your bodies, attacking the giant mouth on its abdomen from the left and right sides. Wang Hao's voice resonated with madness. Remember, do not hold back, do not think about defense. Even if it means severe injuries, you must draw all its attention to you. Yu Huatian and Wei Zhongxian exchanged glances, seeing the hesitation in each other's eyes. For a martial artist at the 5th level to abandon defense and launch a strong attack against a 6th-tier anomaly, what difference was that from seeking death? But they were the emperor's hunting dogs. When the ruler demands the subject's death, the subject must comply. Moreover, this was their only chance to survive. Your servant obeys. The two bit their tongues, using the sharp pain to stimulate their nearly dried-up dantians, their eyes turning crimson. And Wang Hao quietly retreated half a step, completely hiding himself in the shadowy corner behind the two. From a distance, there were no fluctuations of true chi. In this eerie domain filled with raging sinister energy, as long as he did not actively expose himself, he resembled a lifeless stone, making it difficult for the monster to notice him. He aimed to fish in troubled waters, to seize that fleeting flaw amidst the life-and-death crisis. 3. Wang Hao silently counted in his heart, sensing the energy fluctuations of the array barrier above. 2. The martial chi fluctuations outside grew increasingly violent, as if a volcano were about to erupt. 1. Boom! A deafening explosion, unprecedented in scale, erupted above everyone's heads. Outside, Sun Li was evidently risking his life. The power of the strike even penetrated the barrier, causing cracks to appear in the white bone platform. Now's the time. Attack! Wang Hao shouted fiercely. Kill! Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian let out a desperate roar like wild beasts. In that moment they completely abandoned their protective qi shields, igniting every last trace of qi, and every drop of blood within them. Boundless sword technique Long Rainbow pierces the sun. Yu Huatian moved with his sword, transforming into a blinding silver lightning bolt fearlessly piercing through the hundreds of arms, swung by the monster directly aiming for the abyssal maw at its abdomen. Sunflower scripture, 10,000 threads piercing the heart. Wei Zhongxian resembled a strange red, at his figure leaving countless afterimages in midair. Hundreds of nearly invisible red embroidery needles infused with deadly qi rained down from the right side with ferocity. Faced with the desperate strike of two fifth-level martial artists, the sixth-grade monster let out an enraged roar. Ants! Seeking death! Just as Wang Hao anticipated, the monster was originally focused on mobilizing the yin energy to repair the fissures caused by Sunli. Suddenly attacked at its abdomen, it instinctively sensed a hint of threat. Its massive body writhed violently, hundreds of arms, swinging simultaneously, creating a myriad of afterimages, as they slammed down on Wei Zhongxian and Yu Huatian like swatting flies. Bang! Bang! In just a brief encounter, Yu Weixian's sword light was crushed by several gigantic bony hands, sending him flying backward, as he spewed a mouthful of blood as if struck by lightning. Although Wei Zhongxian's embroidery needles blinded several heads on the monster's hands, he too was swept by a violent surge of malevolent energy, causing a cracking noise from his bones as he crashed heavily to the ground. But their objective was achieved. In this fleeting moment, the monster's attention, its malevolent qi defense net, and its energy flow with the array I were completely restrained by Sun Li above and the two before it. And in the monster's blind spot, amidst the chaotic convergence of violent energies, Wang Hao moved. He did not employ any earth-shattering movement technique. He merely acted like a supremely calm assassin, following the absolutely safe route calculated by the Imperial Qi observation technique, leaping out like a phantom from where Wei Zhongxian originally stood. At this moment, Wang Hao's heart raced wildly, blood surged through his veins like a river. His seventh-layer strength in muscle tempering was pushed to its limit under the adrenaline surge. His eyes were fixed intently on the connection point between the monster's lower body and the white bone platform, the fortune death hole, revealed by energy extraction barely the size of a fist. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. The monster seemed to sense something amiss. A gigantic arm covered in green fur swung violently to the side. The gust from that arm stung Wang Hao's cheek, even cutting into his skin. But Wang Hao did not flinch, not even blinking. For in his view from the qi observation technique, the trajectory of that arm would just barely miss him. Whoosh! The stench-laden wind whistled past his ear as Wang Hao narrowly avoided this lethal strike. He slid smoothly, leveraging the inertia from his dash, sliding directly beneath the monster, mere inches away from the flickering dark red death hole. Die, disgusting creature! Wang Hao's gaze was ice-cold as he did not draw the ornate imperial sword. Instead, he grasped a humble steel dagger picked up from a fallen Jinui on the ground. Without any qi enhancement or supernatural power, he simply exerted all his strength, driving the dagger accurately and ruthlessly along the energy fracture revealed by the Imperial Qi observation technique, plunging it deep into that fist-sized death hole. Splat! This strike met no resistance, slicing through the monster's connection to the underground arrays in energy like a hot knife through butter. The entire world seemed to plunge into silence at this moment. The monster, which had been roaring madly, abruptly halted. Its hundreds of flailing arms froze midair, and the massive mouth in its abdomen emitted a crackling sound of escaping air. It struggled to lower its head, and the eyes atop its hundreds of heads gazed in disbelief at the ordinary person hiding beneath it, holding a dagger without any qi fluctuation. It couldn't comprehend how a dignified sixth-grade fiend could be found out by an ant that wasn't even a martial artist who managed to locate its most fatal weak spot amidst the throngs. The array has been broken. Wang Hao released the dagger and rolled away without hesitation. The next second, crack. With the death hole destroyed, the energy balance between the monster and the array I was instantly shattered. The black pearl of the array hovering above the white bone platform could not withstand the immense pressure from Sun Li's incoming attack and erupted in a dazzling light soon covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Bang! The black pearl exploded. The yin energy chains maintaining this sixth-grade eerie domain shattered inch by inch. The black dome that enveloped the tower, which even seventh-level martial artists could not breach, shattered like fragile glass under a clear cracking sound, dispersing into countless black light spots in the night wind. The long-lost starlight once again poured onto Wang Hao's face. The array is broken. The eerie domain is shattered. Outside, the nearly exhausted Grand Eunuch Sun Li, looking at the suddenly vanished black mist, was first taken aback, then let out a roar of extreme joy. The moment of glory has arrived. Jinui Dongchang, the Imperial Guard, heed my command, charge in and protect the Emperor. With Sun Li's furious shout, the elite martial artists from the outer circle poised to strike surged toward the center of the array, like a flood breaking the dam filled with overwhelming killing intent. At this moment, the 6th grade monster, having lost the eerie domain's enhancement, and with its energy source severed by Wang Hao, let out a chilling and mournful scream. Its body began to shrink dramatically, its strength plummeting from the peak of 6th grade to barely maintaining the early stages of 6th grade. The balance of offense and defense had shifted. Wang Hao stood up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his dragon robe, allowing the blood on his face to flow freely, adding to his iron-willed demeanor. In his deep eyes, the golden glow of the Qi observation technique flickered wildly, locking onto the struggling monster in pain. All soldiers, heed my command. Wang Hao's voice, though not loud, was enveloped by inner strength and clearly reached every expert's ear. This monster is weak under its strong exterior. I have broken its defenses. Today I command you to execute it, with Lingqi turning its bones to dust. Kill. Hundreds of elite experts led by Sun Li pounced on the massive 6th grade monster like a pack of wolves attacking a tiger. Though the monster's strength had greatly diminished, the emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. Its hundreds of arms flailed wildly, still capable of unleashing terrifying force that instantly reduced several frontline Jinui to mush. But against the absolute numbers and the siege of experts, this resistance was destined to be futile, especially with their strongest support, Emperor Wang Hao, who had full map transparency. Wang Hao stood at the edge of safety, hands clasped behind his back. Although the Son of Heaven's Qi observation continuously scanned the monster's aura fluctuations and movement flaws. Sun Li. At the 3rd rib on its left rear side, the malevolent energy is sluggish due to an old injury. Strike there with all your might. Wang Hao's cold voice pierced through the battlefield. The old servant obeys. Sun Li's eyes turned blood-red, and the nearly exhausted Dantian, after taking medicine, once again squeezed out terrifying vital energy. His figure swooped like a soaring eagle, avoiding the monster's frontal attack, and precisely arriving at the location Wang Hao indicated. Great Sadness, Vital Fist, Mountain Splitter. Boom! Sun Li's withered fist, infused with dazzling white vital energy, struck fiercely at the monster's left rear rib. With a loud crack, the already weak malevolent energy defense was instantly shattered, and several massive pale bone spikes mixed with greenish blood surged forth. Roar! The monster let out a painful howl, its enormous body staggered violently. Pei Jingxia, its lower body, is unstable. The 3-foot-long tendrils on its right side are the balance control center. Cut them! Wang Hao's voice rang out again. I accept the command. Pei Jingxia, the captain of the Imperial Guard, drew his embroidered spring knife, and the blade's light transformed into a ribbon-like arc that swept across the ground. He accurately severed all of the monster's thick tendrils on its right side. Without support, the monster's massive body crashed down, shattering a large area of white bone platforms. Wei Zhongxian Yu Huatian. Stab that flesh membrane on its chest that is covered in human faces. That is its last reservoir of malevolent energy. As Wang Hao commanded, the originally ferocious 6th-tier anomaly now resembled a plucked chicken pinned on a cutting board. The masters of the Great Zhou grew increasingly astonished and fervent in their attacks. They found that as long as they followed His Majesty's guidance, they could strike at the monster's most vulnerable points with every blow. What should have been a fiercely brutal tug-of-war was decisively commanded by His Majesty into a one-sided massacre. Was His Majesty perhaps a divine being descended to earth? He could see through all the flaws of the 6th-tier anomaly with a single glance. A sense of awe and fervor stemming from the depths of their souls surged wildly in everyone's hearts. Let me finish it off. Finally, after a relentless barrage lasting half a stick of incense, Sun Li found the last opportunity. His entire body transformed the vital energy into a colossal axe descending from the heavens and fiercely cleaving into the monster's already battered head. Bang! The monster's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. After a few violent spasms, its massive body turned to ashes, dissipating completely into the air. Only one object fell to the ground with a clink, emitting a shimmering glow as the black ash scattered. What is this? Sun Li hurried forward, wrapping his hand in true energy to pick up the object, respectfully presenting it before Wang Hao. It was a severed arm appearing to be carved from exquisite mutton fat, white jade, translucent and delicate. It not only lacked any foul odor, but instead emitted a refreshing and delightful fragrance. But through the Son of Heaven's Qi observation, Wang Hao could see that this jade-like arm contained an extremely terrifying purest form of extreme yin energy. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Sun Li exclaimed excitedly. This is the high-grade anomaly material condensed after the death of the 6th-tier anomaly. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the jade-like arm, feeling its cold and smooth texture, indeed a fine item. Tonight all of you have earned merit in protecting me. Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He picked up the jade-like arm, feeling its cold and smooth texture, indeed a fine item. Tonight all of you have earned merit in protecting me. I shall reward you accordingly for this spoils of war. Wang Hao put away the anomaly material and cast his gaze around. Sun Li, Pei Jingjia, and Wei Zhongxian, who was injured and being supported, all knelt on the ground and shouted for long life. The way they looked at Wang Hao changed. Previously it was reverence for imperial power, but now it was admiration for a follower. To remain safe and sound within the 6th-tier anomaly, to rely solely on oneself to find the formation's eye to break the situation, and to see through all the monster's weaknesses, directing everyone to destroy it. Who would dare to defy such an emperor? Who would dare not to respect him? At that moment, the long-awaited crisp notification sound finally echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Successfully survived and led the kill of the 6th-tier anomaly, completing the life and death breakthrough. Ding! Detected that the host has signed in. Gain sign-in reward. Son of Heaven's Chi observation upgrade. Chi observation and fate. Seizing the portion of the enemy's luck that is defeated will automatically enhance oneself. Gain sign-in reward. Son of Heaven's Chi observation upgrade. With Chi observation and fate, seizing the more times the Son of Luck is defeated, it does not mean they cannot be killed. Instead, the luck of the Son of Luck will be stripped away and transferred to oneself. In this light, the Son of Luck is no longer a threat, but rather a moving treasure trove. He turned his head, looking at the desolate pit in the distance that was already empty. On the ground tiles, there only a pool of dark red blood belonging to Yi Chun remained. Your Majesty, that rebel named Yi Chun took advantage of the chaos to escape. I will order a citywide search immediately. We will find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. No need to rush. Wang Hao sneered, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Through the upgraded Son of Heaven's Chi observation, he saw the luck golden dragon in the direction Yi Chun fled. Although it was weakened by the malevolent energy of the 6th-tier anomaly, there was still a thick purple aura clinging to life. The Son of Luck is very resilient. Or tonight, he revealed all his trump cards and suffered fatal injuries. Let him run for now. Oh, at this point, he is nothing more than a stray dog. Wang Hao dusted off his damaged dragon robe and turned to walk towards the Imperial Guard's protective formation that had already arrived. Convey my decree. First, Yi Chun colluded with the anomaly, intending to kill the emperor. He is truly an unforgivable rebel. Post his portrait across 36 provinces, issue bounty hunting orders, and award a fortune of 10,000 gold, granting him a rank of the 5th grade official. Second, announce tonight's events to the world, stating that I was blessed by heaven and personally led the ministers to slay the 6th-tier malevolent anomaly in the capital. The Great Zhou Dynasty will last for eternity. Wang Hao thought to himself that his identity was granted by himself. As emperor, the more glorious the better. Killing requires not only to take lives but also to break spirits. Wang Hao not only wanted Yi Chun dead, but also to strip him of all his righteous aura, turning him from a protagonist acting on heaven's behalf into a despised pawn of the anomaly. Yi Chun, perhaps you are the protagonist of this story, but I will be the protagonist of this era. Let's depart. Return to the palace. With a commanding order, the grand imperial procession, illuminated by countless torches, escorted the new monarch towards the magnificent Forbidden City, slowly making their way. At the hour of Chun, before the golden crow had risen, the sky was not bright. The first grand court session of the new emperor had begun. Inside the Taihe Hall, a palace symbolizing the supreme authority of the Zhou Dynasty, it was currently illuminated as bright as day by 99 giant merfolk ever-bright lanterns. Wang Hao sat upright on the pure gold dragon throne, which symbolized supreme power. The armrests of this dragon throne, forged from pure gold, were icy cold. The 9 golden dragons sculpted on the backrest were vividly lifelike, yet they pressed painfully against his back, making it quite uncomfortable. This was his first grand court session as emperor. One word: tiring. This was the only feeling Wang Hao had at this moment. This kind of fatigue was not the physical exhaustion of traveling thousands of miles, but rather a weariness that tugged at the depths of his soul, pulled by countless fine threads, making it hard to bear the noise around him. He slightly lowered his eyelids and used the Imperial Chi observation technique to survey below. In the Grand Hall, civil and military officials were lined up on either side. From above, it looked less like a court and more like a cauldron of boiling poisonous porridge. Those normally dignified officials in crimson robes appeared to him now with either bright or dark fortunes above their heads, some even glowing blood-red, while others bore the ominous shadowy forms of strange beasts, a sign of collusion with outsiders and hidden agendas. Loyalty. Wang Hao looked at those shocking numbers, the corners of his mouth twitching into a self-deprecating smirk. All around, the high-ranking officials were nothing but traitors. Your Majesty. Just as Wang Hao's thoughts were in turmoil, a voice like thunder suddenly roared within the hall, causing the merfolk lantern flames to flicker violently. Your Majesty, I, Taizhan, Minister of War, have a report to make. Wang Hao frowned slightly and opened his eyes. He saw the foremost figure in the military officials' ranks, a burly man resembling a bear striding forward. It was indeed Taizhan, the Minister of War, with a loyalty rating of 85. This man was truly loyal. He possessed powerful cultivation at the late stage of the true intent realm, and his fierce aura was nearly tangible. Without waiting for Wang Hao's approval, Taizhan knelt on one knee, his voice filled with anger and spittle flying, nearly splattering onto the steps before the dragon throne. Your Majesty, just last night an urgent military report arrived. Those damned Tartars in the northeast took advantage of the darkness to tear apart the border defenses and massacred 3 of our Dezhou's villages in succession. A total of 3,000 commoners, not a single survivor. At this proclamation, the hall was immediately filled with gasps of disbelief. But this was merely the beginning. Taizhan abruptly looked up, his copper-like eyes filled with bloodshot fury, his voice hoarse from extreme anger. Moreover, scouts risked their lives to relay the news that the Tartar army is accompanied by a 6th-tier anomaly. A human skin drum. A human skin drum. Many in the ranks of civil officials turned pale, and some even involuntarily took a step back. In this world rife with anomalies, everyone understood what a 6th-tier anomaly meant. It was a terrifying existence capable of easily destroying a small city. Wang Hao had just recently dispatched one, and knew of their horror, thus he was not psychologically prepared. Indeed, it is that malevolent object. Taizhan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. It is said that when the drum sounds, the anomaly unfolds, causing all within a 10-mile radius, be it man or beast, to have their blood and energy reversed in an instant. Our border guards hadn't even seen the enemy's shadow before they bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed dead on the spot. The remaining soldiers were thrown into chaos, collapsing without a fight. This is slaughter. This is one-sided slaughter, Your Majesty. The hall fell into silence, the only sound being the bright flames flickering silently. Taizhan suddenly bowed his head, his forehead crashing heavily against the ground with a dull thud. Your Majesty, the northern border is in peril. I implore Your Majesty to issue an immediate decree ordering the Ministry of Revenue to allocate 3 million taels of silver, and the Ministry of War urgently needs to procure high-tier arrays to quell evil and calming heart pills from the Shenbao Pavilion, as well as to requisition 50 demon-breaking cannons inscribed with magic arrays from the Ministry of Works. If we delay, the Tartar army may very well charge straight in, besieging the city. 3 million taels of silver. 50 demon-breaking cannons. These 2 figures weighed like mountains, instantly compressing the atmosphere within the hall. Wang Hao sat atop the dais, his expression impassive. He did not speak immediately, merely tapping his fingers lightly against the armrest of the dragon throne, creating a rhythmic thud-thud sound. He was waiting. Sure enough, before Wang Hao could speak, a crimson figure leaped out from the ranks of civil officials, as if a cat had its tail stepped on. Shut your damn mouth. This curse was sharp and full of energy, completely unlike a voice that could be emitted by a frail scholar. The one who jumped out was the Minister of Revenue, Chen Shouzai. The old man sported a goat beard, was thin with deep-set eyes, yet at this moment his small eyes were filled with rage, as if a miser had had his cheese taken away. Though he only had the cultivation realm of the 4th stage of martial arts, he dared to fight to the death over the issue of money against even those in the spiritual concentration realm. Chen Shouzai pointed at Taizhan's nose, shaking with anger, and shouted, Taizhan, you muscle-brained buffoon, do you think the treasury's silver comes from the wind, or that you grow it in your backyard? You casually ask for 3 million taels. Why don't you just go rob someone? Why don't you just hold a knife to my neck and kill me for meat? Taizhan stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with rage. Chen Shouzai, what do you mean by that? This is military urgency. The lives of tens of thousands of soldiers at the border are at stake. The lives of millions of commoners behind us are at stake. No money. It's just no money. Chen Shouzai exclaimed, his neck stiffening, and he spat saliva directly on Taizhan's face. Last month. Just at the beginning of last month. I barely scraped together 100,000 taels for your Ministry of War, claiming it was for repairing the city defenses. And what happened? Not a sound was heard before it was gone. And now just a few days have passed. You want 3 million taels again. You want demon-breaking cannons. That's strategic reserves. Each one costs 50,000 taels. Do you think it's just firecrackers? If not for Qian Shukai's loyalty rating of 90. With this appearance and sharp tongue, he would definitely be considered a treacherous minister. That was before. Back then there were no sixth-tier anomalies. Taizhan was so furious that his true energy surged, causing the air around him to subtly distort. The situation is urgent now. We must handle this as a special case. Cannot be done. No money. Qian Shouzai spread his hands, adopting a shameless attitude of a dead pig, not fearing boiling water. To be honest, right now in the Ministry of Revenue's treasury, even a rat would come out crying. Don't mention 3 million taels. Even 300,000 taels I can't produce. No money. If you have the ability, you can sell me 100 or 80 pounds and see how much it's worth. You? Taizhan was so furious that smoke seemed to billow from his 7 orifices, and the temperature in the Taiha Hall seemed to rise a few degrees with his anger. You old miser. You value money over life. If the northern border falls and the Tartars invade, what use is it to guard that empty treasury? In the end, everyone will die. If the Tartars invade, that's your Ministry of War's incompetence, your Taizhan's dereliction of duty. Qian Shouzai sneered, his emaciated face full of mockery. Anyway, money is being requested from all over the place. If we give it to your Ministry of War, what about the disaster relief in Jiangnan tomorrow? What about the array repairs in the west the day after tomorrow? You can't just rob Peter to pay Paul. What about the court's livelihood? Is the court still able to go on? Nonsense. Wang Hao sat on the high platform speechless as he watched this scene unfold. Is this really the highest level court of Dezhou? This is clearly a scene of shrews fighting over 2 scallions at a market. But he did not stop them. He was observing, watching each person's expression, observing the mockery and indifference in the eyes of the silent ministers standing in the back. Chaos spread rapidly through the hall like a plague. With the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue exchanging fire, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and the other ministers who had been watching could no longer hold back, joining the fray. The Minister of Works stepped forward, his expression anxious, as he shouted, "Your Majesty, the 36 countries of the Western region have recently been rife with evil cults. The blood god cults, demonic people, have infiltrated our western stronghold, Human Pass. They are poisoning the water sources in the western region, inscribing blood sacrifice arrays. The defensive array at Human Pass has not been repaired for years and may not hold up. The Ministry of Works urgently needs to allocate 800,000 taels to repair the defensive arrays of the border towns. Otherwise, if the evil cult summons anomalies to invade, the consequences will be unimaginable. What do the 36 countries of the western region matter? Are they within the Desya territory? Jiangnan is the priority." The Vice Minister of Rights suddenly knelt down with a thud, weeping bitterly, his voice mournful. "Your Majesty, after the great drought in Jiangnan, there is now flooding, and this is not just an ordinary flood. Fishermen have seen giant dark shadows swimming in the river. That is the 6th-tier water anomaly, oversea monkey causing havoc. The dam could collapse at any moment. Jiangnan is the granary of Dezhou. If it is flooded, the whole world will starve next year. We must send experts to suppress it, and we also need disaster relief funds of 5 million taels. 5 million taels, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The Northwest trade route has also been..." Another minister pushed forward, a worried expression on his face. "The 7th-tier Black Mountain anomaly king in the 10,000 Great Mountains has recently been restless, gathering countless low-level anomalies, severing trade routes, and only 1 in 10 merchant caravans survives. Commercial taxes have sharply decreased. If we do not send troops to exterminate them, this year's tax revenue may be halved." Qian Shouzai. "Give money? No way. I would rather die than give. Are you going to give or not? No money. Unless you sell me, I will beat you to death, you miser." Taiha Hall was in complete disarray. The clamor of shouting, crying, and cursing intertwined like hundreds of flies buzzing in one's ears. The air was filled with the scent of sweat, saliva, and the various true energy fluctuations released due to emotional agitation. Bang! A dull sound suddenly rang out. It was none other than Taizhan, the Minister of War, who could no longer tolerate the chaos and had indeed taken. Though he was mindful that this was the court and dared not use true energy, even a punch from the true intent realm, purely in physical strength, was not something an ordinary person could withstand. This punch landed solidly on Qian Shukai's eye. Ouch! Qian Shouzai let out a miserable cry, and his whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string, his official hat rolling far away, hair disheveled, and his left eye instantly turning into a purple-black bruise. But he did not lose consciousness. Instead, he took the opportunity to lie on the ground, slapping the ground with his hands, and kicking his feet wildly, starting to throw a tantrum. "Someone hit me. The military official has killed a civil official. Your Majesty, you must stand up for this old minister. I can't live like this anymore." Taijan is rebelling. He is committing murder in front of the throne, disregarding the emperor's authority. You old scoundrel. You dare to speak carelessly. Taijan's eyes turned red, wanting to rush forward and kick him, but was firmly held back by several military officials. Let me go. I want to kill this old fool who brings disaster to the nation. Come on, kill me. That way I won't have to deal with this mess. It was chaos. Complete chaos. Wang Hao sat on the dragon throne, gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. His chest heaved violently, a surge of uncontrollable rage flaring to life. This is his court. These are his subjects. What difference is there from a scolding woman on the streets? Enough! Wang Hao abruptly stood up, the true qi in his dantian swirling wildly, and using the hidden amplification array beneath the dragon throne, he unleashed a deafening roar. Though he was only at the 7th layer of muscle refinement cultivation level, this furious shout, infused with the majesty of the emperor, bore an unsettling aura. The resounding echo reverberated throughout the hall of supreme harmony. The grand hall fell silent for a moment. Taijan stopped struggling and Qian Shoukai ceased his rolling. Everyone instinctively turned to gaze at the youthful emperor on the high platform. But it was merely a fleeting moment. That silence was not born of reverence, but rather astonishment. They were astonished that this emperor, who had previously been so inconspicuous as a prince, dared to unleash such fury. In that brief silence, a sinister and unhurried voice suddenly emerged from the front of the civil officials, breaking the stalemate. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is paramount. As the voice spoke, a middle-aged man in a purple official robe slowly stepped forward. His face was sharp and his gaze was deep like an abyss, exuding an air of elegance and composure from long-standing authority. Yet if one were to sense closely, they would discover that beneath his refined exterior lurked a suffocating aura of terror. Level 1 of the Qi condensation realm. He was one of the highest cultivators in the court aside from the secluded ancestors of the royal family. The deputy minister of the cabinet, Zhao Wuji. He also represented the powerful families, with 20% of the court being his faction. Wang Hao's pupils constricted slightly as he resumed his seat on the dragon throne, squinting at the cunning old fox before him. What insights does Minister Zhao have? Could it be that you can conjure silver? Zhao Wuji slightly bowed, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of barely perceptible disdain flashing in his eyes. Conjuring silver is beyond my capability naturally. That requires divine intervention. Zhao Wuji said nonchalantly, his voice not loud but resonating clearly throughout the hall. However, I do believe that while the Minister of War's words may be crude, the reasoning behind them is sound. The border is in crisis. That is a grave matter. It is true that the national treasury is empty, but we cannot simply watch as our soldiers march to their deaths. Oh! Wang Hao scoffed. So Minister Zhao's suggestion is. I remember that during the reign of the late emperor, an internal treasury was established for emergencies. Zhao Wuji stated, straightening his back, his gaze fixed firmly on Wang Hao, showing no sign of evasion. That would be your private funds, Your Majesty. It is said that although the late emperor spent lavishly, he had accumulated wealth over many years, so there must be a mountain of gold and silver in the internal treasury. At this point of national distress, it is the right time to utilize funds. As the ruler of the nation and the father of the people, Your Majesty should set an example by allocating all the silver from the internal treasury to fill the nation's coffers and address the immediate crisis. By doing so, you can save the soldiers at the border from peril, while also demonstrating your benevolence towards the people. How beautiful is that? The moment these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. However, immediately after, many scheming officials' eyes lit up like hungry wolves spotting meat. What a cunning scheme! They would not have to dig into their pockets, yet the issue would be resolved, all while weakening the royal family's foundation and undermining the new emperor's authority. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. No wonder it was Zhao the Elder. Deputy Minister is absolutely right. This is truly sage advice. Your Majesty is the father of the people and should prioritize the stability of the nation. What is this small amount of silver worth? Please, Your Majesty, open the internal treasury. Please, Your Majesty, open the internal treasury. Save the people from peril. In an instant, the clamoring voices surged like a tide. Originally, the civil and military officials were tearing at each other, but now, surprisingly, 60% of the officials united in a peculiar manner, kneeling in unison before the high platform, pressuring Wang Hao. Please, Your Majesty, open the internal treasury. The collective voice of hundreds echoed together, crashing against Wang Hao's face like a tumultuous wave. Wang Hao's anger turned to laughter. Ha ha! Good, very good. He looked down at this group of loyal subjects and valiant generals. kneeling before him, and felt a chill creeping from his soles up to his head. Is this the backbone of the Great Zhou? They have emptied the national treasury, yet each of them possesses mountains of gold and silver at home along with vast fields. Now that trouble has arisen, instead of thinking of solutions, they are set on the emperor's private funds. Who does not know what kind of character the late emperor had? He was a thoroughgoing, extravagant person. For the sake of indulgence and pleasure, the internal treasury's funds had long been spent almost entirely, leaving it cleaner than a face. Zhao Wuji knew this well and feigned ignorance. He simply wished to see the new ruler embarrassed. If today Wang Hao were to open this door and admit he had no money, his authority would be shattered, and he would be ridiculed by all as a poor emperor. If he could not produce the silver, he would be branded as stingy, disregarding the nation, and treating lives as insignificant. And when that happens, he would lose the people's hearts, and the fall of the nation would not be far off. This was pushing him towards a dead end. Wang Hao's gaze gradually turned cold. He did not speak. He merely glanced at the chief eunuch beside him and coughed lightly. Since Sun Li was reassigned from Xinang Palace to kill Yi Chun, the Empress Dowager's son, had learned of the assassination attempt and was greatly alarmed. Doubting the abilities of Wei Zhongxian and his group of eunuchs, she moved Sun Li to be close to the emperor as his personal attendant. Sun Li had been standing in the shadows, seemingly a transparent person who did not exist. But when Wang Hao's gaze fell upon him, his once murky old eyes suddenly opened wide. In that instant, it was as if a slumbering beast had awakened. Impudent! A sharp, piercing roar erupted like metal scraping against glass. This cry was 1,000 times more terrifying than Wang Hao's earlier shout. The terrifying true qi contained within it sliced through the clamor of the court like a sword. Sun Li stepped forward abruptly. His grand red python robe billowed without wind, rustling fiercely. His white hair danced wildly, and an overwhelming aura of level 2 of the qi condensation realm surged forth, sweeping across the entire hall. If Zhao Wuji's aura was a deep abyss, then Sun Li's aura was a violent tsunami filled with coldness and murderous intent. The officials who had been the most boisterous and were kneeling at the front felt as if their chests had been struck by a heavy hammer. Their faces turned pale, and they spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Even Tai Zhan, who had been struggling earlier, now changed his expression. Slightly his muscles tensed as he sensed the deadly threat. Zhao Wuji, the one at the eye of the storm, bore the brunt of it. His expression shifted, and he instinctively took half a step back. His protective purple qi activated, automatically, barely fending off the pressure of this immense aura. Lord Sun, what are you doing? Zhao Wuji's eyes darkened. We are still here. Do you wish to rebel? Sun Li paid no heed to Zhao Wuji, his orchid finger pointed accusingly at the gathered officials, his voice icy, as if it had crawled out from the depths of hell. That is the internal treasury of His Majesty. It is the royal family's personal funds. It is the dignity of the Great Zhou. How can subjects force their ruler to extract personal funds to support their households? That is heinous. It is treasonous. He glared fiercely at each person, finally locking his gaze on Zhao Wuji, smirking coldly. Elder Zhao, you all receive the court's salaries, yet your families possess vast lands and mountains of gold and silver. Even the guard dogs in your estates eat better than the soldiers at the borders. How come now that the nation is in crisis, we do not see you sacrificing your wealth to help? Why do you not donate your family assets? Instead, you are fixated on His Majesty's meager personal funds. Do you still have any shame? This accusation was extremely harsh, yet every word cut to the core. Many officials with thin skin lowered their heads in shame, but more especially those from noble families revealed anger on their faces, yet were too intimidated by Sun Li's might to voice their outrage. Lord Sun, we must be cautious with words that may disrupt court unity. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, suppressing his fear, and said stubbornly, we are also doing this for the sake of the Great Zhou, for your Majesty. Silence. Wang Hao suddenly interjected, interrupting Zhao Wuji's defense. He slowly stood up, scanning the entire hall. In that moment, the weariness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity. He understood that there was no longer any need to continue today's court session. Continuing further would only lead to frustration without any significance. This group of people had no intention of solving problems. They were vultures looking to feast on the carcass of the Great Zhou. Very well. Since you are devoid of humanity, do not blame me for being ungrateful. The northeastern Dazi wants to take over the central plains. The northern barbarians wish to pillage. The cunning Wang occupies the mountains as king. The noble families harbor ill intentions. The sects heed not the decrees. Do they all wish for my nation's demise? Do they all wish to pressure me? Fine. Then let us play a big game. Since you all cannot present a plan, then this court session need not continue. Wang Hao said coldly, his voice low but carrying a bone-chilling wrath. Minister of War, Minister of Revenue. Both men, though still glaring at each other and sporting bruises, instinctively responded upon hearing the emperor call their names. Here. Give me a precise figure. How much is the deficit and how much do we need? Present a formal proposal. Do not come here to perform for me. I want to see solutions, not your bickering. Wang Hao waved his sleeve, too lazy to even glance at these people again, turning to leave with a decisive and proud demeanor. Dismissed. Your Majesty, you cannot leave. The matter of the silver is not settled yet. Your Majesty, the borders are in urgent need. Behind him came the insincere shouts of the officials, but Wang Hao turned a deaf ear, moving swiftly, as if something filthy was pursuing him. Sun Li cast a cold glance at the gathered officials, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Then he raised his sharp voice, prolonging the words, "Dismissed, court." In Gongquan Palace, the imperial study, Wang Hao sat slumped in a large chair made of mahogany, panting heavily. The imposing demeanor he had forced during the court session had instantly crumbled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of anger and exhaustion. I'm furious. Furious. His eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently. What a bunch of treacherous ministers and villains. Treacherous ministers and villains. I wish I could chop them all down. Each one speaks of righteousness and morality while harboring lustful thoughts. The Great Zhou has supported them for hundreds of years, only to raise a pack of ingrates. He grabbed a teacup from the table, intending to smash it, but as his hand was raised he remembered it was a high-quality spirit jade cup worth a fortune. He begrudgingly set it down, feeling an explosive frustration within. Your Majesty, please calm down and take care of your health. A shadowy figure drifted silently into the room. The newcomer had a pale face and a delicate demeanor, holding a steaming cup of calming tea, his expression filled with concern. It was none other than Wei Zhongxian, the newly appointed head of the Eastern Depot and the supervisory office, and one of Wang Hao's most loyal sycophants. Old servant will investigate those instigators, especially that Zhao Wujie. Let the little brats from the Eastern Depot give them a taste of their own medicine. Even if it means killing them all, we must relieve your Majesty's anger. Wang Hao took the tea and gulped it down. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, barely suppressing the fire in his heart. He waved his hand and sighed. Dabin, you see how it is. This court is utterly rotten. What use is it to kill a few people? That old fox Zhao Wujie has a face thicker than a city wall. Relying on his status as a veteran of 3 reigns and his mastery of the Qi realm backed by powerful families, he hardly takes me seriously. If it weren't for Sun Dabin's presence in the court, Zhao Wujie would probably be riding on my neck today. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold as he opened the system interface to double-check Zhao Wujie's attributes. Zhao Wujie, Deputy of the Cabinet, Cultivation, First Layer of the Qi Realm, Loyalty 20, harboring ulterior motives. They are plotting against the throne. Wang Hao laughed in anger. The second-in-command of the Great Zhou Cabinet claims to be loyal to the court and to me. I think he is planning a rebellion. Wang Hao couldn't help but vent in his heart. Can you believe this? What kind of hellish difficulty is this? How did my useless old man govern for over a decade? This empire hasn't collapsed yet. It's simply a miracle. A fierce killing intent flashed in Wei Zongxian's eyes as he said in a chilling tone. As long as I still breathe, Zhao Wujie will not dare to touch a hair on your Majesty's head. There are still 50,000 Imperial Forest Army soldiers and 200,000 Imperial Guards in the palace, plus the Jinui and the Eastern Depot, all absolutely loyal to your Majesty. Furthermore, the ancestral tombs in the back mountain provide sufficient deterrence. Even if Zhao Wujie had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to openly rebel. Ancestral spirits. Wang Hao sighed and shook his head. The late emperor has deeply wounded the feelings of the ancestors. They are all in closed-door meditation, and unless the Great Zhou truly faces national calamity and extinction, they won't act easily. If the court has no money and no grain, the army mutinies and the people rebel. Would you have the ancestors come out and kill all the people in the world? What use is there in a Great Zhou like that? As he spoke of money, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. Dabin, go check the treasury. I want to know just how much wealth I have left. Although Zhao Wujie is an old bastard with malicious intentions, he did say one thing correctly: we are indeed in urgent need of money right now. Wei Zongxian's expression changed awkwardly, and he averted his gaze, stammering, Your Majesty. This? Actually, there's no need to check. I already have a rough idea in my mind. Well, I remember all the accounts in my head. Wang Hao's heart sank and he had a bad premonition. Speak. I can handle it. Wei Zhongxian cautiously extended 3 fingers. There are approximately 3 million taels of silver in cash. Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. 3 million taels. Though it's not much, it can barely last for a while. No. No. Wei Zhongxian swallowed nervously, his voice barely above a whisper. I haven't finished speaking. That's what's on the books. In reality, before the late emperor passed away, he used some for refining the longevity pill. Now, in the treasury, there are probably less than 300,000 taels in cash. Gold. 70,000 taels. There are quite a few antique paintings and calligraphies. The late emperor loved collecting those famous works, filling several storerooms, but they can't be turned into cash anytime soon. Wang Hao's vision darkened, nearly passing out. 300,000 taels. For a vast empire, that wouldn't even be enough to make a splash. Just now, the Minister of War Taijan mentioned 3 million taels. It's over. Wang Hao looked up at the enormous plaque in the imperial study that read, Diligent governance and love for the people, feeling an immense sense of irony. Secretly thinking, it seems I can't keep my 100 million taels of silver, but this is my money, my money. Yes, he had wealth. The system's novice gift pack had rewarded him with a whopping 100 million taels of silver, quietly lying in the system space. Initially, he planned to use this money for his own enjoyment, but now as emperor, shouldn't he enjoy it? Otherwise, what good is being an emperor? Don't the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines need money? Is it easy to be an emperor? Everywhere requires funds, and besides, it's his own money. He's spending, not the court's, making him far more honorable than the late emperor. But now these gold guzzlers are waiting with their gaping maws for him to feed them. If he used this money to fill the hole, it would be like throwing meat buns to dogs. After filling it once, there would be a second and third time. Those corrupt officials would drain him dry like vampires. But if he didn't take action, not taking action means losing control of the borders, chaos spreading, and the Great Zhou collapsing. It's a deadlock. Just as Wang Hao was sinking into despair, a lightning bolt flashed through his mind. Wait, no. Why should I use my own money to fill the hole? I am the emperor. Although my cultivation isn't high, I hold the power in my hands. Does that old fellow Zhao Wujie and those ministers really think I'm made of clay? The reason they are so arrogant is simply because they think I am young, without a foundation, and without reputation, and thus dare not move against them. But they forgot one thing. Just a few days ago, I had just survived an assassination attempt. Dabin. Wang Hao suddenly sat up straight, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented madness. Old servant is here. What do you think will happen if I issue an edict to thoroughly investigate the assassination case? Wei Zhongxian was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty intends to. Doesn't Zhao Wujie say he has no money? Didn't the Ministry of Revenue say the national treasury is empty? Wang Hao's lips curved into a cruel smile. I believe they are not out of money. It's just hidden at home. Since they don't want to maintain their dignity, I will help them maintain it. An assassination attempt on the reigning emperor is a crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. As long as I want to investigate who in this court has a clean bottom, who doesn't have some connections with those sects and powerful families, even if they don't, I can easily frame them. The more he thought, the clearer Wang Hao's thoughts became. This was not a deadlock at all. It was a golden opportunity delivered to his doorstep. As long as he stirred up a major case, it meant raiding their homes. What is raiding homes? It's the quickest way to make money. Moreover, he had 100 million taels of silver backing him. Even if raiding homes caused unrest, even if there was a period of chaos, he could crush it with money. Use money to stabilize the army, use money to stabilize the situation. At that time, not only would he have money, but he would also have power. He wanted those bastards to understand what imperial privilege meant, to act first and justify later. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hao suddenly burst into laughter filled with a refreshing murderous intent. Wei Zhongxian was startled and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Don't scare this old servant. If we have no money, we will think of another way. Please do not let your health be affected. If it really doesn't work, I will take people to the Eastern Depot and bring a few rich merchants. He thought Wang Hao was overly stimulated and had gone mad. Wang Hao abruptly stood up, supporting Wei Zhongxian, with one hand, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, showing none of the previous despondency. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented firmness in his spine. Dabin. I am not crazy. I am very clear-headed. Wang Hao's voice was filled with unprecedented confidence and majesty, as if the beaten youth had completely died at that moment, replaced by a true emperor. Send out the order. 3 days later, we will hold another grand court assembly. Let all officials above the 5th rank currently in the capital come here. Tell them that I want to have a good talk about the assassination attempt against me. Anyone who dares not to come will be regarded as a conspirator, and there will be no mercy. Also, Wang Hao walked to the window gazing at the overcast sky outside and coldly said, "Notify the commander of the Imperial Forest Army to assemble 50,000 soldiers tomorrow fully armed and wait for orders in the training ground. I want to review them. Inform the commander of the Jinui Peijingzhe and all the head eunuchs of the 12 supervisory offices and 4 departments to come to Ganquan Palace tonight for an audience. Since the sky is dark, I will dye it red with blood. Zhao Wujie and those lurking demons and monsters. In a few days they will understand why I am the son of heaven while they can only be subjects. It's time to change the color of the sky in the Great Zhou. Even if the dark mist spreads and the strange things descend, I will be the only son of the Great Zhou. If you cannot be the light illuminating the darkness, then become the firewood that burns yourself." Inside the Ganquan Palace, silence suffocated the air. The blue smoke from the sandalwood burned and spiraled in the air, yet it could not disperse the cold, murderous aura that seemed to have solidified within the hall. The palace doors were tightly shut with only a few dim rays of sunlight filtering through the intricately carved windows covered in Goryeo paper, casting dragon patterns onto the tiled floor that seemed to writhe and claw. Wang Hao sat solemnly on the wide dragon, throne, his expression as cold as water. Beside him lay a thick book, its cover dyed a glaring crimson. It was the confidential investigation record of the 12 supervisors, 4 offices, and 8 bureaus compiled overnight by the Eastern Depot's chief Wei Zhongxian. Below him, the most powerful group in the Imperial Palace of the Great Zhou knelt in 2 rows according to their ranks like quails awaiting slaughter. On the left side stood 24 high-ranking eunuchs led by the supervisors of the 12 supervisors, 4 offices, and 8 bureaus. Normally, these individuals walked through the palace with numerous followers, their own sons and grandsons lining up behind them. Even a 3rd-rank official from the outer court would respectfully offer them a silver note and address them as eunuch. But at this moment they trembled all over, their foreheads pressed tightly against the cold golden bricks, not daring to even breathe. On the right stood only one person, the commander of the Jinui Peijingzhe, dressed in a flying fish suit and wielding an embroidered spring knife. He stood tall like a pine tree, resembling a fearsome deity. Although he was merely a 3rd-rank military official standing before this group of eunuchs, the iron-blooded aura exuding from him made it impossible for them to lift their heads. Wang Hao said nothing, silently invoking the emperor's qi observation technique. In an instant, a faint golden glow shimmered deep within his pupils. The world before him changed shape in his eyes. The material facade was stripped away, replaced by columns of qi, representing fortune cultivation, and the core essence of loyalty, rising like colorful smoke signals within the hall. Hiss! Wang Hao gasped inwardly, his chest igniting with fury, as if drenched in a bucket of gasoline, exploding with a bang that turned his eyes red, making his breathing heavy. This is terrible. It is rotten to the core. The officials in the court are disloyal, each harboring ulterior motives. Wang Hao accepted this reality, for those people were backed by powerful families and sects tangled in complex interests. But what about this group of eunuchs? They are royal servants. They are the emperor's dogs. Without the emperor, they are less than stray dogs on the street. Yet now, as Wang Hao scanned them with the emperor's qi observation technique, the fortune above the 24 eunuchs danced like a chaotic horde of demons. More than half of them had a loyalty level below 50. In the system's judgment, this was already a dangerous warning line indicating possible betrayal at any moment. Moreover, several individuals had glaring negative loyalty levels in bright red. Even more shocking to Wang Hao was the mixed colors intertwined with their fortunes. He saw a gray thread above the head of the supervisor of the Sili Jian Fulin leading straight towards a certain direction outside the palace, the residence of the 2nd assistant Zhao Wuji. This was a blatant collusion with external officials acting as informants for the civil servants. He noticed that a nauseating blood aura swirled above the head of the eunuch supervisor of the Yu Yongjian. This scoundrel was secretly raising evil spirits in the palace using the menstrual blood of palace maids. In this world rife with deception, nurturing evil spirits within the imperial palace was no different than lighting a torch in a gunpowder store. He even saw several eunuchs with pink peach blossom-like miasma floating above their heads. Wei Zongxian's report clearly stated that these old scoundrels had taken the young and beautiful palace maids as partners, and not just one. Some had monopolized 7 or 8 maids, even killing a young eunuch in the Yetting due to jealousy. As for corruption, Wang Hao opened the thick crimson book beside him, flipping through its pages. The sound of the paper rustling echoed in the currently silent hall like a death knell. Apart from his own eunuch 6-man band, Sun Li Wei Zhongxian Chao Zhengchuan Yu Huayan Chao Shaoqin and Hai Dafu, None of the remaining 24 eunuchs, whether current or former, whether loyal or treacherous, had clean hands. The one with the least corruption had embezzled at least 500,000 taels of silver. 500,000 taels. Wang Hao's fingers turned white as he gripped tightly, veins bulging. Just earlier in the Taiha Palace, the Ministry of War had fought tooth and nail with the Ministry of Revenue over 3 million taels of silver, while the entire treasury of the Great Zhou was so poor that even rats would weep. All the silver of the Great Zhou had gone into the pockets of this group of worthless eunuchs and the greedy officials of the outer court. Wang Hao suddenly slammed the book shut, producing a deafening sound. Bang! This sound startled the kneeling eunuchs below, making them all shiver. A few of the more timid ones even leaked a patch of water that emitted a foul odor. Wang Hao stood up and slowly walked down the jade steps. With each step, he took the sound of his boots striking the golden bricks felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone present. He stopped among the crowd, his gaze like a knife fixating on an old eunuch kneeling in the far left of the first row. Former supervisor of the Si Li Jian Lu Shi. Wang Hao's voice was extremely cold, devoid of any emotional tone. Lu Shi trembled violently, shakily lifting his head, his old face drenched in cold sweat, tears, and mucus. He heavily kowtowed. Old servant. Old servant is here. Wang Hao looked at him with the Emperor's Qi observation technique. Lu Zai's loyalty level was 93. Which could be considered quite loyal, and there were no signs of collusion with external officials or barbarians in his fortune. However, the yellow aura above his head representing wealth was so thick that it almost dripped with oil. Wei Zhongxian investigated you and found that you own 3 estates in the outskirts of the capital, 20,000 acres of good land, 18 pawn shops, and silk shops in the capital, and have hidden 120,000 taels of silver and 10,000 taels of gold in your cellar. Wang Hao looked down at him, his tone laced with mockery. Lu Shi, you are merely a eunuch born with nothing, and leaving with nothing, with no descendants or roots. Why do you need so much money? Are you planning to take it to the underworld to buy away? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, knowing that since the Eastern Depot had investigated this thoroughly, any argument would be pointless. Old servant. Old servant deserves to die 1,000 deaths. My heart was clouded with lust, and seeing others take, I followed suit. My loyalty to the Emperor can be witnessed by the sun and moon. Please show mercy, Your Majesty. Please show mercy. Lu Shi frantically kowtowed, his forehead, soon breaking open, blood staining the golden bricks. Wang Hao looked at him coldly, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Loyalty. Can loyalty hollow out the foundation of the Great Zhou? But he was not here to kill everyone today. He needed to establish his authority and showcase his ability to bestow both punishment and favor. In light of your years of service to the late emperor and your relative loyalty to the royal family, I will spare your life. Wang Hao turned around and flicked his sleeve. All your assets are to be confiscated. You are stripped of your post as the supervisor of the Si Li Jian, and immediately go to clean the tomb of the late emperor, never leaving its premises without my decree until the day you die. Lu Shi felt as if he had received a great reprieve. Although he lost everything, he had at least preserved his life, repeatedly bowing. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for sparing my life. The old servant will go to the imperial tomb and pray for the Great Zhou day and night. After dealing with Lu Shi, Wang Hao's gaze slowly shifted to another person kneeling beside Lu Shi, who was trembling uncontrollably. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop to freezing point in that instant. The real cleansing was just beginning. Wang and chief eunuch of the inner treasury. Wang Hao's voice swept across the marble floor of Gongquan Palace like a frigid gale rising from the ninth abyss. A portly eunuch kneeling to the right of Lu Shi jolted violently, his ample flesh quivering like ripples upon still water. This was none other than Wang and chief eunuch of the inner treasury of the Great Zhou imperial court. Wang strained to lift his head. His oncely plump face, resembling a freshly steamed bowsy, had drained of all color, now pallid and ashen like the countenance of the long dead. His lips trembled uncontrollably. He could not utter even a single coherent sentence. Elder servant, is here. Wang Hao gazed down upon him from above, his eyes brimming with visceral loathing and murderous intent so palpable it seemed ready to coalesce into physical form. Through the vision of the Emperor's Qi awareness art, Wang's loyalty gauge hovered at a pitiful 15 points, and flickered ominously with black light, the unmistakable aura of betrayal. Even more harrowing was the thick towering column of yellow Qi rising from his crown. The mark of insatiable greed, interwoven with countless crimson filaments, each a wandering soul crying out in silent anguish. Wang and you have overseen the inner treasury for 13 years. Truly the late emperor's most trusted. Wang Hao spoke slowly, his tone growing colder with every syllable. Just moments ago in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the court ministers surrounded me, demanding that I open the imperial coffers to fund the state. claiming the national treasury stands empty. The expenditures were immense. The silver truly was spent by the late emperor. Elder servant is wronged, Your Majesty. And wronged? And Wang Hao laughed, a sound sharp with fury, then lashed out with a vicious kick to Wang An's broad shoulder. The expenditures were immense. The silver truly was spent by the late emperor. Elder servant is wronged, Your Majesty. And wronged? And Wang Hao laughed, a sound sharp with fury, then lashed out with a vicious kick to Wang An's broad shoulder. Though Wang Hao had only attained the muscular forging realm, that blow charged with righteous wrath sent the several hundred-gen eunuch tumbling head over heels like a bloated sack of grain. Do you take me for a child of 3? Wang Hao pointed fiercely at the crumpled figure on the floor and roared, Wei Zhongxian, read it aloud. Lay bare this old cur's entire record before me. Let every soul present hear whether he is truly wronged or not. Wei Zhongxian, who had stood silently behind Wang Hao, stepped forward. Serpent-like glints shimmered in his eyes as he withdrew a sealed memorial from his sleeve and began reciting in a shrill, deliberate voice. Investigation confirms Wang An, chief eunuch of the inner treasury, has under cover of his authority stolen countless silver taels and imperial treasures from the inner treasury over 13 years. He substituted inferior goods for imperial tributes and sold them at exorbitant prices on the black market. He colluded with underground moneylenders in the capital, issuing usurious loans, causing the deaths of no fewer than 73 innocent lives. With each line, Wei Zhongxian read Wang and convulsed violently. He seized 50,000 mu of fertile land outside the capital and abducted 12 young women. During the raid on his secret residence, 8,000 bricks of solid gold were seized, valued at 2,300,000 taels of silver. 12 storerooms overflowed with peerless jade artifacts, spiritual implements, and rare elixirs, whose total worth defies calculation. His embezzlement exceeds the annual tax revenue of an entire province. Na deathly hush fell over the hall. Only Wei Zhongxian's piercing voice echoed sharp and unrelenting. The other eunuchs, though half expecting the figure, still drew sharp, involuntary breaths upon hearing 2,300,000 taels. Wang An had treated the inner treasury as his personal purse, so much so that even a rat entering would be forced to leave behind 2 taels of fat. Wang An had utterly broken. He scrambled, rolled, and crawled to Wang Hao's feet, seizing the emperor's boot in both hands, weeping and sobbing, Your Majesty. Elder servant erred. Elder servant will surrender every last coin. Elder servant begs to redeem his sins, to spare this lowly dog's life. Even sweeping the imperial mausoleum would be honor enough. Sweep the imperial mausoleum? And Wang Hao kicked him away with contempt, his gaze as frigid and unyielding as ancient glacier ice. Lu Shi is greedy, but his heart still belongs to the imperial house. His loyalty to me remains intact. What are you? A parasite feasting at the imperial table while smashing the imperial pot. You, a bloated, scheming rat who deceives superiors and oppresses inferiors. You'd sell the late emperor's coffin boards if allowed near the mausoleum. Wang Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the churning tide of slaughter within his chest, then issued his verdict in icy tones. By imperial decree, Wang An, chief eunuch of the inner treasury, is guilty of deceiving the Son of Heaven, corrupt governance, massive embezzlement, and crimes warranting the 10 abominations, beyond pardon. Let the embroidered uniform guard flay him alive and stuff his skin with straw. And do not waste his greasy flesh. Pei Jingzhe, and the aversilent ironclad commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Pei Jingzhe, snapped a sharp bow. This subject answers. Drag him to the meridian gate, and light him as a celestial lantern. Let every eunuch and official in the capital bear witness. This is the fate of those who dare steal the emperor's silver. Let him scream for 3 days and 3 nights before he dies. And this subject obeys. Na feral gleam flashed in Pei Jingzhe's eyes as he strode forward and seized the limp, trembling Wang An as easily as one might lift a chick. No, Your Majesty, spare me. The celestial lantern, no. Help. Elder servant's loyalty to Your Majesty is as vast as heaven and earth. And Wang An let out a shriek as piercing and agonized as a slaughtered pig. But beneath Pei Jingzhe's iron body cultivation at the spiritual Qi realm, his struggles were utterly futile. As he was dragged from Gonquan Palace like a dead dog, his bone-chilling screams reverberated beyond the hall. Cold, sharp, and lethal as a blade suspended above the throats of every eunuch within. The celestial lantern, the most barbaric of tortures. Stripping the victim naked, wrapping him tightly in cloth, soaking him in oil, suspending him head down from a pole, and igniting him from the feet upward. The eunuchs inside the hall were paralyzed with terror. Many had already struck their foreheads bloody in frantic prostration, praying only that this merciless sovereign would not call their names. Wang Hao's gaze swept once more across the assembly. unburdened by the slightest trace of remorse for what had just transpired. In this world, where anomalies run rampant and hostile powers encircle the realm, mercy invites only annihilation. Only iron resolve and calculated terror can forge the absolute unassailable authority of the Son of Heaven. He turned his gaze toward a portly eunuch standing quietly to his side. A man who always smiled faintly, bowed perpetually, and coughed intermittently. And the eunuch stepped forward, his voice hoarse. "Elder servant is here." Seeing that Hai Dafu's wounds, sustained weeks earlier during the pursuit of Yichan and the anomaly, had yet to heal, the ice in Wang Hao's eyes softened just slightly. The inner treasury cannot remain leaderless for a single day. From this moment you assume the post of chief eunuch of the inner treasury. Go immediately to seize all ill-gotten wealth extracted from Wang In. You shall restore order to the inner treasury within 3 days. Elder servant accepts the decree, and swears not a single tael of your majesty's silver shall go missing. Wang Hao nodded. Hai Dafu's loyalty was unquestionable, yet his gaze slid past him, locking onto another eunuch kneeling in the front row. Kneeling yet rigid as a drawn bowstring. The true unbreakable bone had finally appeared. N. Fulin, director of the Directorate of Ceremonial. At the utterance of that name, the very air pressure in Gonquan Palace plummeted, as if frozen solid in an instant. A eunuch knelt to the right of the second tier. His features delicate, his complexion smooth as a scholar of 50, lifted his head with quiet poise. Unlike the others who trembled and urinated in terror, Fulin wore deference upon his face. But beneath his eyes smoldered an unshakable self-assured arrogance. He did not prostrate himself wildly, but performed a flawlessly precise kowtow, his voice high-pitched yet steady. "This servant Fulin pays homage to your majesty." And may this servant inquire, "What command does your majesty wish to bestow?" Wang Hao looked at him, as one looks upon a corpse already buried. Wang Hao looked at him as if he were a corpse. Under the gaze of the heavenly emperor's chi observation technique, the fortune above Fu Lin's head was utterly murky. The number representing loyalty was a shocking -30. That gray chi column not only extended towards the residence of Zhao Wuji outside the palace, but also had a few faint black lines subtly pointing northeast, the direction of the Tartars. "Fu Lin, you seem quite composed." Wang Hao sat back down on the dragon throne, looking down at him with undisguised mockery in his eyes. "What? Do you think that, with the backing of the cabinet's deputy Zhao Wuji, and secretly flirting with the Tartars in the north, I can't do anything about you?" Upon hearing this, the calm expression on Fu Lin's face finally changed. A flash of extreme shock crossed his eyes. He did not understand how this newly ascended young emperor could know about the clandestine actions he had done so secretly that even the Eastern Depot might not have concrete evidence against him. But he quickly regained his composure and feigned calmness as he shouted, "Your Majesty, please see reason. I am utterly loyal to the Great Zhou and have no second thoughts towards you. Elder Zhao is a pillar of the nation. As the superintendent of the ceremonial office, it is only natural for me to have dealings with Elder Zhao. As for colluding with the Tartars, that is simply preposterous. Someone must be jealous of me and is deliberately framing me. I beg your Majesty to seek justice for me." Framing? Wang Hao laughed in anger and directly grabbed another book from the table, smashing it hard against Fu Lin's face. "Look for yourself. You have hidden 280,000 taels of silver in your estate outside the capital. Greedier than Lu Shi and Wang and combined. How much information have you sent to Zhao Wuji? The border defense maps of the Great Zhou and the palace's defensive layouts. Did you dog leak these out?" Fu Lin, struck by the book, had a bruised face but stubbornly bit down on his teeth, refusing to admit. "Your Majesty, this is all a trumped-up charge by Wei Zhongxian of the Eastern Depot. I am wronged." What a claim of being wronged. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly took on a strange expression, mingling disgust and absurdity, embezzlement and treachery. "I can understand as being driven by greed. But the other matter that Wei Zhongxian uncovered has truly opened my eyes." Wang Hao suddenly stood up, pointing at Fu Lin, his voice, loud enough to almost lift the roof, filled with incomprehensible rage. "You, that eunuch, without a pair, are you serious? Not only did you keep a mistress outside the palace, but you even formed companionship with 3 palace maids inside. Every night you shared the same bed, and even beat a young eunuch to death and threw him into a well for discovering your disgrace." A gasp of disbelief echoed through the hall as even the other guilty eunuchs cast looks of horror at Fu Lin. Wang Hao's chest heaved violently with anger as he roared, "I am confused. You have already been castrated. How can you seek 3 women? Do you have that capability? What can you satisfy them with? Are you psychologically deranged or mentally unstable?" This crude yet soul-piercing scolding completely shattered Fu Lin's last shred of dignity. As a eunuch, the most taboo topic was the mention of their physical deficiencies. Fu Lin's feminine face contorted into a ghastly visage, eyes bursting with extreme resentment and madness. He knew that today, no matter what, he could not survive. This young emperor was merely using the pretext to uproot Zhao Wuji's influence in the palace. Foolish monarch, you a mere child dare to insult me. Fu Lin suddenly let out an inhuman shriek, unleashing his martial aura in an instant. He had actually concealed his cultivation level, revealing himself to be a master at the initial stage of the true intent realm. His hands transformed into eagle claws, fingers shimmering with a terrifying blue poison, shooting forth like arrows from the ground directly towards Wang Hao on the dragon throne. Protect the emperor. Pei Jingzhe shouted in fury, drawing his embroidered spring knife, ready to leap forward. But someone was faster than him. How dare you move against my lord in front of me? Seeking death. Sun Li, who had been standing like a statue next to Wang Hao, suddenly opened his eyes. He did not draw a weapon but merely snorted coldly, extending an old hand lightly forward. The terrifying pressure of the second layer of the Qi realm descended like Mount Tai. Fu Lin's initial cultivation in the true intent realm was like an egg crashing against a copper wall. Bang! Sun Li's palm arrived first, solidly imprinting against Fu Lin's chest. There was no scream, no stalemate. A violent and unmatched surge of Qi surged into Fu Lin's body, followed by a sound of bones fracturing. His chest caved in instantly, his back clothes exploded, engulfed in a mist of blood. He flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the thick coiling dragon pillar of Gongquan Palace, slowly sliding down, eyes wide open, blood mixed with internal organs gushing out, dying on the spot. Silence. A deathly silence once again enveloped Gongquan Palace. All the eunuchs stared at the lifeless Fu Lin on the ground, then at Sun Li, who was leisurely wiping his fingers with a white silk handkerchief, so terrified that even their breathing halted. Wang Hao cast a cold glance at the corpse on the ground, his eyes showing no ripples. Drag him out, dismember him with 5 horses, and feed him to the dogs. Wang Hao's voice was merciless. Proclaim the decree. Sun Li's protection of the emperor is meritorious. From now on he shall be promoted to the head eunuch of the ceremonial office, holding the rank of 2nd grade, overseeing the 24 departments of the inner court. Sun Li casually tossed the silk handkerchief onto Fu Lin's corpse, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Old servant Sun Li, thanks your majesty for the great grace. I am willing to go through fire and water for your majesty without hesitation. At this moment Hai Dafu, who was standing aside, suddenly began to cough violently, hunched over, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Wang Hao turned to look at him, a hint of deep interest flashing in his eyes. Just now, during the extremely tense moment, Wang Hao's heavenly emperor's Qi observation technique had been locked onto the entire scene. He was surprised to discover that when Hai Dafu coughed and stopped operating a certain mysterious technique within him, his loyalty rating above his head actually displayed a spike from 90 to 93 in an instant. Moreover, hidden within his originally languid aura was a wave of extremely domineering yet tightly suppressed true Qi fluctuations. Hai Dafu, your technique just now is rather special. Wang Hao looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. You managed to conceal yourself from my eyes more than half of the time. This technique for hiding your fortune and cultivation is quite exquisite. Hai Dafu trembled all over and immediately kneeled down, stammering, your majesty's eyes are as bright as a... What I practice is a combination of the bone-transforming soft palm and the turtle breathing technique. In order to suppress the yin poison within me, I have to continuously operate this technique to conceal my essence. If your majesty is interested, I will write it down immediately and present it to you. He was clever enough to know that the emperor during this purge was seeking not just the technique but his unreserved loyalty. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Hai Dafu, I see you are loyal. Besides managing the internal transport treasury, from today onwards, you will also serve as the superintendent eunuch of the ceremonial office, promoted to 2nd grade. As long as you serve me wholeheartedly, I will find a way to grant you pills to resolve the yin poison within you. Hai Dafu was so moved that tears streamed down his face, repeatedly bowing. This old servant's life belongs to your majesty. His loyalty had directly reached 100, utterly devoted. The thunderous methods intimidated the crowd of evildoers, and sweet dates were also rewarded to the loyal dog. Next, Wang Hao's gaze turned to those remaining, who were already terrified out of their wits. The climax of the Great Purge is about to arrive. The smell of blood in Gongquan Palace grew increasingly intense. Although Fu Lin's body had been dragged away, the glaring dark red stain on the floor tiles continued to stimulate everyone's nerves. The remaining 20 or so eunuchs were now utterly despaired. They knew that today the emperor wanted not only money but also lives. He aimed to completely overhaul the inner court and replace it with his own people. Wang Hao's gaze fell upon the former supervisor of the Eastern Depot, Jixiang. Jixiang was a nearly 60-year-old old eunuch with a pale face devoid of facial hair, and deeply wrinkled corners of his eyes. In Wang Hao's imperial gaze technique, Jixiang's loyalty reached a solid 85. But the yellow aura representing wealth was equally astonishing, with an embezzlement amounting to a staggering 180,000 taels. Before Wang Hao could speak, Jixiang suddenly knelt heavily and knocked his head on the ground, producing a dull thud, and when he raised his head, his forehead was a bloody mess. "Your Majesty!" Jixiang's voice was mournful and resolute. "This old servant is guilty. This old servant has held the reins of the Eastern Depot for many years, yet failed to clear the world for your Majesty, instead guarding my own theft, embezzling 180,000 taels of silver, and hiding 5 boxes of precious paintings in the outskirts of the capital. This old servant knows that my sins are deep and death cannot absolve my guilt. I implore your Majesty to grant me a swift end. The dirty silver has already been organized and documented, hidden in the secret compartment beneath my bed." Jixiang is a clever man. He had witnessed the tragic fate of Wang and being marked with a heavenly lantern, and Fulin being killed with a single palm strike. He knew that voluntarily confessing and surrendering everything was the only way to preserve his own life, and perhaps even that of his adopted son and grandson. Wang Hao looked at him deeply. Although this old eunuch was greedy, he at least understood the times, and that loyalty of 85 could not be faked. He was greedy for money, but had never considered betraying the royal family. "Jixiang, you have overseen the Eastern Depot, which should have been my eyes and ears, yet you have become blind." Wang Hao sighed, his tone carrying a hint of complex authority. "In light of your proactive confession, and the fact that you have not colluded with external traitors, I grant you a dignified end. You are spared from death, stripped of all positions, your assets confiscated. You shall immediately proceed to the tomb of the late emperor, and keep company with Lu Shi, living out your days there." Jixiang trembled all over, as if shedding a heavy burden, weeping profusely as he prostrated himself on the ground. "Old servant, thanks for the great grace. Long live your Majesty, long live, long live." The loyalty increased to 95, which astonished Wang Hao. Such loyal yet greedy eunuchs were still needed. First, they would go to the royal tomb to temper their temper. That one not killing seemed like a ray of hope in the darkness, encouraging another eunuch nearby to gather. Li Kong, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Depot, a tall figure who had once safeguarded the late emperor, suddenly knelt down. In Wang Hao's eyes, his loyalty was an astonishing 96. "Your Majesty, this old servant has also been greedy. This old servant embezzled 130,000 taels to purchase fine steeds and superior weapons from the western regions. Although my intention was to arm the Imperial Horse Depot's elite troops, embezzlement of public funds is a capital crime. My ledger is in my sleeve, and I implore your Majesty to seize it. This old servant is also willing to go to the royal tomb and guard the spirit of the late emperor." Li Kong shouted loudly, his tone reflecting a soldier's straightforwardness and regret. Wang Hao looked at Li Kong, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Although greedy for money to buy equipment, this was far better than those who pocketed money and indulged in debauchery. Moreover, a loyalty of 96 in this thoroughly rotten court was like a rare treasure. "Granted. Hand over the dirty silver and ledger and go to the royal tomb." Wang Hao nodded. Having consecutively spared 3 proactively loyal greedy eunuchs, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to ease slightly. But just as the others, harboring malicious intentions and colluding with external officials, even raising evil spirits, prepared to imitate and seek to spend money to escape disaster, Wang Hao's expression suddenly turned as cold as ice. "Opportunities are only given to the loyal. As for you." Wang Hao slammed the dragon chair, rising abruptly, his fingers sweeping across the remaining dozen or so eunuchs like a sword, his voice as cold as the Grim Reaper's pen. "You scoundrels, colluding with court officials, selling information of the Great Zhou to barbarians, and even raising evil spirits in the palace. Do you truly think that you can buy your lives with a bit of silver?" "Pei Jingxia, Wei Zhongxian, we are here." A military and a court eunuch responded in unison, exuding a murderous aura. "According to the list, those who are disloyal to the royal family, collude with external traitors, or raise evil entities shall not be judged. All shall be dragged out of the womb and executed by 1,000 cuts, with their entire clan exterminated, all their assets confiscated." Yes. Accompanied by desperate screams, curses, and pleas for mercy, the fierce Jinui and Eastern Depot officers rushed into the hall, dragging out those dozen or so eunuchs who usually wielded power like tyrants, as if they were dead dogs. Outside, Gonquan Palace screams echoed continuously, and blood flowed slowly down the white marble steps, as if a storm of blood had rained down. Half an hour later, only Wang Hao's trusted aides and the newly promoted loyal eunuchs remained in the hall. The air was thick with the stench of blood, yet Wang Hao felt that the air here had never been so fresh. Harsh measures for deep-seated ailments, strict laws for chaotic times. Wang Hao sat back on the dragon chair, looking at his own faction below, his eyes glimmering with the light of grand ambitions. The old rotten flesh had been excised and now it was time to reshape the framework of the inner court. Chao Jingchun. Wang Hao called in a deep voice. A stern-faced bear-like, middle-aged eunuch stepped forward in response. This old servant is here. Li Kong has gone to the royal tomb, and the Imperial Horse Depot cannot be without a leader for a single day. I appoint you as the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Depot, concurrently serving as the chief eunuch of the Bureau of Rights with a promotion to the second rank. From this moment on, the 50,000 Imperial Forest Army, responsible for guarding the inner palace, will all be under your command. If any trouble arises, I will hold you accountable. Chao Zhengshun's eyes lit up with fervent excitement as he knelt down heavily. This old servant obeys the decree. With me here, not even a fly shall dare to enter the palace. Yu Huatian. A young eunuch with a stunningly handsome face and sharp eyes like knives elegantly stepped forward. I am here. Although the Eastern Depot has sharp blades, it inevitably has areas that cannot be fully covered. I need you to set up an even swifter blade within the inner court and the martial world. Starting today, establish the Western Depot. You will serve as the supervisor of the Western Depot, concurrently serving as the chief eunuch of the Bureau of Rights with a promotion to the second rank. Your task is to keep a close watch on those aristocratic families and martial sects for me. Yu Weishan's lips curled into a charming cold smile as he slightly bowed. The servant obeys the decree. Once the Western Depot is unleashed, it will surely cause the rebellious of the world to tremble in fear. Chao Shaoqin. The last eunuch, tall and with a stern iron-like face, stepped forward, exuding an air of martial prowess. This old servant is here. The clean army within the palace is also a force that cannot be overlooked. I appoint you as the chief eunuch of the clean army, concurrently serving as the chief eunuch of the Bureau of Rights with a promotion to the second rank. You shall reorganize the 30,000 clean troops within the palace. I want you to train them into a group that can fight and dares to fight. This old servant will not disgrace the order. Chao Shaoqin knelt heavily. With this, the reorganization of power within the inner court was fully. Sun Li presided over the Bureau of Rights. Wei Zhongxian controlled intelligence in the Eastern Depot, supervising the officials, and Jinu Yu Huatian managed the Western Depot to intimidate the martial sects and aristocratic families. Chao Zhengchun held command over the 50,000 Imperial Forest Army guarding the royal city, and Chao Shaoqin led the 30,000 clean troops stationed in the inner palace, while Hai Dafu oversaw the financial authority of the inner treasury, with the newly promoted loyal eunuchs serving as chief eunuchs. Along with the external Jinui commander Pei Jingzhe, Wang Hao finally grasped full control of the palace. Looking at these loyal hounds, Wang Hao's lips finally curled into a genuine triumphant smile. The doors of Gongquan Palace were finally pushed open slowly as the cold wind from outside rushed in, dispersing the heavy smell of blood. Wang Hao leaned against the dragon throne, gently pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples, yet his eyes shone brilliantly, resembling stars burning in the night. The bloody massacre did not instill fear in him. Instead, it gave him an intense pleasure of wielding light. Yet he was not blinded by this pleasure. As a traverser who had read countless histories, he was acutely aware of the current situation. Today in Taihe Palace, the shameless faces of the civil and military officials were still vivid in his. With the national treasury empty and the borders in crisis, they were not thinking of solutions, but instead forcing the emperor to draw from his private funds, even attempting to undermine his imperial authority. If he were to naively step into the arena and debate with those old foxes in court, that would be sheer folly. An emperor is naturally meant to be a transcendent arbiter. How could he shamelessly engage in contests with his subjects? Jiajing. Wang Hao whispered the name, a deep and unfathomable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The Jiajing emperor of the Ming dynasty, who did not attend court for over 20 years, manipulated the entire court effortlessly. What was his secret? It was the eunuchs. It was the Jinui and the Dongchang. Let these eunuchs bite and compete with the officials. The officials scolded the eunuchs as castrated parties and power-hungry sycophants. To protect themselves, the eunuchs could only cling tightly to the emperor's thigh, becoming the sharpest knife in the emperor's hand. By elevating the rank of the Bureau of Rights, transforming them into the cabinet of the inner court, allowing the bureau to approve documents and the Dongchang to arrest people, all the dirty work, taking the blame, offending others, bloody and backbreaking tasks, were left to these servants. The emperor only needed to sit behind the scenes, controlling the overall situation and holding the ultimate power of life and death. Realizing this, Wang Hao's mood instantly brightened. At that moment, Hai Dafu entered the hall quickly, carrying a thick ledger with several trusted eunuchs. Although the plump eunuch was still coughing, his pale face was flushed with extreme excitement. "Your Majesty!" Hai Dafu's voice trembled with excitement as he knelt heavily on the ground. "We have struck gold. Your Majesty, rejoice. Have you counted it? How much have we seized in total?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, straightening his posture. Hai Dafu held the ledger high above his head and replied with a trembling voice, "Reporting to your Majesty. After preliminary counting, we found that the private wealth of 24 supervising eunuchs, including Lu Shi Wang En and Fu Lin, amounts to 28 million taels of silver and 120,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, even the usually expressionless Jinui commander Pei Jingzhe couldn't help but gasp in shock. 28 million taels of silver, 120,000 taels of gold. The tax revenue of the entire Dezhou during favorable weather barely amounts to 60 million taels. These dead eunuchs managed to siphon off an amount equivalent to half of Dezhou's tax revenue right inside the palace. This does not even account for the estate's fertile lands, pawnshops, and antiques they confessed to that have yet to be seized. Wang Hao was stunned. He knew these people were greedy, but he never imagined they could seize so much money, adding to the 100 million taels of silver already in his system space. Now I am left with nothing but money. Wang Hao laughed wildly in his heart. The shadow cast by the coercion from the Zhang Taiji gang in Taihe Palace was instantly swept away. With this money, what was the Northern Borders artillery? What was the disaster relief grain from Jiangnan? I can use silver to crush those Tartars and use buns to fill the flood in Jiangnan. Besides gold and silver, Hai Dafu continued reporting there are 60,000 acres of prime irrigated land in the capital region, 120 prosperous shops in the capital, and various rare elixirs, high-level talismans, and divine weapons packed into 30 large warehouses. Good, good, good. Wang Hao clapped his thighs and laughed heartily. These fat rats have died well. They have amassed so much wealth for me over the years. I thank them and their 8 generations of ancestors. The eunuchs beneath saw the emperor's face filled with joy, and they all beamed with delight. The newly appointed official's son Li Wei Zhongxian and others immediately knelt down in unison, shouting, "Your Majesty is blessed with great fortune. Long live Dezhou!" The flattery echoed in the great hall. After laughing, Wang Hao's gaze regained its clarity. He knew that the emperor need not starve his soldiers. As he enjoyed the meat, he must at least let this pack of mad dogs under him drink a bowl of soup. This way they would bite harder in battle. My glory shall not be enjoyed alone. Convey my decree. Wang Hao waved his hand grandly. Those who have made contributions in protecting the carriage and clearing the inner court today shall be generously rewarded. Sun Li Wei Zhongxian Chao Zhengchuan Yu Huayan Chao Shaoqin Hai Dafu, each of you shall receive 50,000 taels of silver. I will grant you a bottle of low-grade revitalizing pill from the inner treasury. Choose any one low-grade skill from the Imperial arsenal. Other supervising eunuchs will each receive 10,000 taels. The 6 senior eunuchs trembled with excitement. Of 50,000 taels was no small amount, especially since it was bestowed by the emperor, making it completely legitimate. Not to mention the high-quality spirit stones and top-tier skills. This old servant bows to thank your majesty for your heavenly grace. I am willing to shatter my bones for your majesty. Wang Hao's gaze shifted to the ever-stalwart Pei Jingzhe, the Jinui commander, who not only stabilized the situation today, but also personally devised the torturous method of lighting the sky lanterns, making him an absolutely fine blade. Pei Jingzhe, at your service. As the Jinui commander, you accompanied me in suppressing the rebels, exterminating the treachery, and your contributions are invaluable. I reward you 50,000 taels of silver, grant you a gold medal from the emperor, allowing you to enter the palace at any time to meet me. Furthermore, your position as Jinui commander will be raised from the 3rd rank to the 2nd rank. Pei Jingzhe's long unchanging ice-cold face finally revealed an unmistakable excitement. Though it seemed only half a rank from the 3rd to the 2nd, it represented a colossal chasm for military officials. More importantly, he felt the heavy trust of the emperor, which was a true connection to the emperor's heart. Minister Pei Jingzhe, thanks to your great favor, my embroidered spring knife is only for the emperor. Anyone who dares to oppose the emperor, I will surely slay them. Pei Jingzhe knelt on one knee. The money was in place, and both grace and power were applied. Looking at the group below with gleaming eyes, as if ready to pounce on enemies, Wang Hao retracted his smile and his gaze became incredibly sharp. Now that we're done celebrating, it's time to attend to serious matters. Wang Hao slowly scanned everyone, his voice resonating in the vast hall, carrying an undeniable imperial will. In 3 days at the Grand Court meeting, I will initiate an unprecedented major case. I will use the blood of those corrupt officials to honor the ancestors of Dezhou and to reshape this vast world. In the next 3 days, I want you to turn the imperial city of Dezhou upside down. If we are to handle a major case, it must be an ironclad case. A case so solid that they can never turn the tide. Wang Hao stood before the dragon throne, gazing down at his trusted subordinates below, and began issuing a series of iron-fisted commands capable of shaking the entire Dezhou Empire. Every word he spoke was accompanied by a torrent of gold and silver, heralding the imminent beheading of countless officials. Wei Zhongxian Pei Jingzhe. This servant old slave is here. The chief of the Eastern Depot, and the commander of the Imperial Guards stepped forward in unison, exuding an oppressive aura. I give you 3 days' time. Within 3 days all personnel from the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guards must thoroughly investigate all civil and military officials of the 5th rank and above in the capital for me. I want to know in detail how much silver they have embezzled, how many concubines they keep at home, who they have dined with, what they have said, and even whether they snore at night. I want to know everything clearly. Wang Hao's eyes glinted with a cold light. At the Grand Assembly 3 days from now, I want to see a detailed summary of the officials' crimes. Anyone guilty of corruption collusion with external enemies must be nailed to the pillar of shame. This old servant subject receives the decree. I will ensure your majesty is not disappointed. The two bowed deeply. Yuetian. Wang Hao turned to the enchanting chief of the Western Depot. The servant is here. The Western Depot is newly established and we cannot be without soldiers. I permit you to draw 2,000 of the most elite and ruthless from the 30,000 clean troops in the palace as the foundation for the Western Depot. For the remaining personnel you will personally recruit from the martial world. Those unruly swordsmen, knife-wielders, and rogue cultivators, as long as they can be used, are ruthless enough and are willing to acknowledge me as their master, all shall be welcomed. Wang Hao waved his hand and Hai Dafu immediately presented a thick stack of banknotes. I give you 3 months to establish 5,000 households, gathering a force of 5,000. Take this 500,000 taels in banknotes to cover establishment costs and purchase intelligence from the martial world. 3 months later, I want to see a force capable of tearing apart any sect in the martial world, one that will keep those aristocratic families awake at night, eyes opened watching for the Western Depot's enforcers. Yuetian accepted the heavy 500,000 taels, his eyes flashing with fervent enthusiasm. With money, power, and the Emperor's absolute support, he was confident he could forge a fearsome Western Depot army. This servant obeys. If the Western Depot is not established within 3 months, I will present my head. Cao Shaoqin. Wang Hao's gaze turned to the commander of the clean troops. This old servant is here. The 30,000 clean troops in the palace, while numerous, have become lax in training, and many old, weak, sick, or disabled are mixed in. I do not need useless trash. Wang Hao's voice was stern. I give you 5 days to carry out a brutal elimination. Remove all the old, young, sick, and disabled. Compress the force to 25,000. This 25,000 must be organized into 2 guards. Besides practicing martial arts, they must also be equipped with strong bows, crossbows, firearms, and cannons. I do not want them to only be close combat fighters. I want them capable of killing from a distance as well. Hai Dafu, allocate 3 million taels of banknotes to Cao Shaoqin. Replace all armor and weapons with the top-grade standard weapons produced by the Military Supply Bureau. 3 million taels at cost price is more than sufficient. Cao Shaoqin was flushed with excitement. 3 million taels to arm 25,000 men was practically throwing money onto soldiers. Once this army was formed, it would be unstoppable across the nation. This old servant receives the decree with gratitude. I will definitely create an indestructible clean army for your majesty. Cao Zhengchun. This old servant is here. The 50,000 Imperial Forest troops you are in charge of are of utmost importance in guarding the outer perimeter of the royal city. Although Li Kong was corrupt, the foundation is still there. You must reorganize them for me, eliminating those useless fools and second-generation heirs sent by nobles and wealthy families. Wang Hao tapped his fingers on the table, calculating troop deployments in his mind. 50,000 men, organized into 4 guards, each guard consisting of 12,000 men, guarding the 4 gates of the royal city. The remaining 2,000 elite should be drawn out to form the Imperial Inner Guard, tasked with closely guarding Ganquan Palace and the important areas of the rear palace. The position of the commander of the Imperial Inner Guard, set at the 3rd rank, will be filled by you personally selecting absolutely loyal martial experts, and the list must be submitted to me for approval. Cao Zhengchun accepted the decree, knowing full well that these 50,000 Imperial Forest troops were the Emperor's greatest conventional military card, and must not be allowed to fail. A stream of commands flowed out like a river. A great deal of silver was dispensed, yielding the most efficient and terrifying violent machine in the entire Dezhou, beginning to operate frantically. But that was not enough. The external blades are sharpened. How can one allow others to sleep peacefully beside the bed internally? Wang Hao's gaze became exceptionally deep as he looked at Wei Zhongxian and Yuetian, his tone as cold as ice. Eastern Depot, Western Depot. Your first task is not to capture people outside, but to cleanse this Dezhou's royal palace for me. As a result, the smoothness of the situation exceeded Wang Hao's expectations. When Sun Li reported Wang Hao's proposal to the current Empress Dowager Sun, she not only did not oppose it, but was instead delighted and had another bowl of bird's nest porridge. The Empress Dowager had long been displeased with these vixens. The late emperor was once a capable ruler in his youth, but towards the end, he became inexplicably infatuated with women, excessively selecting beauties, and gathering all the beauties presented from various regions into the harem. He indulged day and night in a world of wine and women, even neglecting his rightful empress for these women, leading to his extreme foolishness, ultimately resulting in his bizarre demise. In the Empress Dowager's view, the reason the Great Zhou had fallen to such a state was that these enchanting vixens bore half the responsibility. Let them roll. Immediately roll out. The Empress Dowager smashed a teacup in Sinang Palace and issued a stern order. I feel disgusted just looking at them. Since my son has issued an edict, I fully support it. Son Liu, cooperate with Granny Sun by my side. Before night falls, I want to see the harem completely clean. With the Empress Dowager's decree and Sun Li cooperating with the eunuchs from the Directorate of Ceremonial, the entire harem was suddenly in chaos. Those young concubines who thought they would spend their lives in the cold palace in misery could hardly believe their ears when they heard that the emperor was actually giving them severance pay and allowing them to remarry. After a brief shock, the harem erupted with cries of joy and tears. Within a day, a grand procession of horse-drawn carriages left the palace's back gate. In the evening, within Gongquan Palace, Sun Li respectfully presented the final severance list to Wang Hao. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is very decisive. As of now, among the late emperor's harem, apart from the Empress Dowager and the 3 imperial consorts who have borne children, all other concubines without offspring have been given their settlement fees and sent away from the palace. They are currently being escorted back to their home regions by the imperial guards. Wang Hao took the list and casually asked, "Oh, quite efficient. How many people were dismissed in total?" Sun Li lowered his head, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling slightly, replying, "To your Majesty. A total of 578 people were dismissed, including concubines, attendants, and regulars." Cough, cough, cough. Wang Hao, who was drinking tea, sprayed his premium cloud mist tea all over, choking and coughing repeatedly. How many? Wang Hao's eyes widened, looking at Sun Li, as if he had seen a ghost, thinking he had misheard. 578 people. Sun Li repeated it once more. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Holding the thick list, he flipped through the densely packed names, each page filled with absurdity. 578 wives. And this was only counting those who had not given birth. How many women did the late emperor have in his harem, when including those who had given birth? Damn! Wang Hao couldn't help but curse, feeling a bizarre respect for the father he had never met, thinking, this guy is truly a relentless powerhouse. 365 days in a year, changing one every day and not repeating for a year and a half. No wonder he needed to take medicine. Even an iron constitution couldn't withstand that. 578 individuals. Just the severance pay alone cost nearly 3 million taels of silver from the treasury. No wonder the national treasury was empty. No wonder the Great Zhou was doomed. With such a way of doing things, even mountains of gold and seas of silver could be exhausted. Wang Hao slammed the list heavily on the table, exhaling a long breath. The harem was cleared out, saving not only a substantial amount in cosmetics and powder each year, but more importantly, those potential spies hidden among the concubines were completely swept away. The inner court of the Great Zhou was finally truly and completely under his control. Everything is ready. We just lack the eastern wind. Wang Hao stood up and pushed open the window of Gongquan Palace. The sky outside had completely darkened. In the distance, the black mist blocked by the city defense array appeared even more sinister and terrifying in the night, like an ancient beast ready to devour the world. Meanwhile, within the closer capital, countless mansions were brightly lit. Those powerful nobles in the court might still be toasting to the victory in the Taiha Hall today, or plotting how to completely undermine this young emperor in the Grand Assembly 3 days later. They had no idea that a vast net woven from blood money and absolute violence had quietly spread. 3 days later, Wang Hao sneered, his gaze piercing through the night, as if he could already see the scene of heads rolling in Taiha Hall. I await your arrival for the morning court. With a command from Wang Hao in Gongquan Palace, the entire capital erupted into chaos. The Jin Wei and the Eastern Factory, these two ferocious beasts, shackled by the past emperors of the Great Zhou, erupted with terrifying efficiency after Wang Hao released their chains and fed them. At midnight, the streets and alleys of the capital were filled with the sounds of hurried hoofbeats and the clanking of the sharp whistles of the Eastern Factory's officers, intertwined with the metallic sound of the Jin Weiss blades being unsheathed, creating the most urgent notes of the night. Bang! The door of a luxurious mansion in the south of the city was kicked open, and dozens of wolf-like Jin Wei rushed inside. By royal decree, we are taking people. The people in this mansion are suspected of colluding with the rebel Yichun to assassinate the Holy One. All are to be taken away. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. A cold-hearted officer of Genie Wei waved his hand. At the same time, the underground black market gambling houses and brothels in the west of the city were also facing a bloodbath from the Eastern Factory's officers. The chief has ordered. The capital is a place of great importance. How can you scum hide and accumulate filth here? These gangsters who usually gather information cannot guarantee they haven't colluded with the assassins, so arrest them all. The head of the Eastern Factory pinched his fingers, his voice sharp, but his gaze was as cold as a snake. Not only people but also those lowly, weird, and sinister creatures hiding in the dark corners of the capital sewers and abandoned temples also met a bloody end. The talismans and black dog blood provided by the Genie Wei were poured out as if they were free, and for a moment eerie and wailing screams echoed above the capital. In just one night, the public order of the capital improved dramatically. Those once tyrannical hooligans dared not even let out a fart, let alone steal or pilfer. The common people of the capital felt the air was much fresher when they went out the next morning. However, while the common people applauded, the high-ranking officials in the capital fell into unprecedented panic. In the secret residence of the cabinet's second-in-command, Zhang Wuji, the door of the secret room was tightly shut and soundproof formations were laid out. In the spacious secret room, over 40 core officials of the Great Zhou Court were squeezed together. The Minister of Works, the right Deputy Censor, the right Vice Minister of Rights, the left Vice Minister of Revenue, the right Vice Minister of Personnel. Even the fifth-rank middle-level bureaucrat in charge of the carriage was present. These people, if any one of them were taken out, could shake the capital, but at this moment their faces were all extremely... Everyone speak up. Zhang Wuji sat at the head of the table holding a cup of cold tea, his eyelids twitching. Even with his cultivation at the qi gathering stage, he could not suppress the inner turmoil. Ever since the Prime Minister Zhuge Huijin was ordered to reflect in private by the late emperor for half a year, he had never felt this way before, sensing that some matters were slipping out of his control. What does that little emperor want to do? The right censor was a fiery-tempered, skinny old man. He slammed the table and lowered his voice to roar. The secret police are running rampant and the Imperial Guards are everywhere. How many people did they arrest last night? Even that butcher Wang from the southern city selling pork was taken by the Eastern Bureau just because he shouted "This knife is really fast" while slaughtering pigs the day before, and was suspected of sending a signal to assassins. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. The left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. Yes, my lord, not only that. I heard that. The eunuchs from the Imperial Ritual Office raided homes in the palace yesterday. Lu Shi and the others were thoroughly searched. I don't know the exact number, but there were at least 100 carts taken out. Now the little emperor has money. So what if he has money? The Minister of Works snorted coldly, trying to appear calm. The treasury's deficit is a bottomless pit. Even if he confiscated a few eunuchs, how can he fill the military salaries for the Northern Army? How can he cover the holes caused by the floods in Jiangnan? I think he is pretending to allow the secret police to capture assassins as a pretext to scare us, and in reality he is trying to extort money from us old ministers. The director of the Chariots Department swallowed nervously and cautiously interjected, I dare to guess. Wouldn't His Majesty have discovered our... Shut up. Zhang Wuji slammed his teacup onto the table, producing a crisp sound that interrupted the speaker. His cold gaze swept across the room, a hint of a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Everyone do not panic. Zhang Wuji took a deep breath. The little emperor is merely frightened, and is taking advantage of the Jinui to create some mischief. The vast territory of the Great Zhou relies on us scholars from noble families to govern, not on those eunuchs and warriors. He paused, his eyes turning dangerously intense. Since he enjoys causing trouble, let us indulge him. At the Grand Court meeting in 2 days we shall strike hard. Left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, prepare the accounts of the Treasury's deficit. O Minister of War Qian, prepare the urgent documents from the Northern Front. We need to unite and present a joint petition to impeach the secret police for disturbing the people and harming the innocent, forcing him to abolish the Eastern Bureau and reclaim the investigative and judicial powers of the Jinui. What if he does not agree? Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights Lu Yi asked anxiously. Zhang Wuji sneered repeatedly. Doesn't agree? Then all the officials will prostrate themselves at the throne. I want to see how a 16-year-old brat facing the collective pressure of the entire court and a paralyzed court with no one in charge can hold his ground. We must thoroughly dismantle his reputation, making him obediently a mere figurehead. Well said, Second Assistant. In the secret chamber, over 40 officials clasped their hands in salute, their eyes gleaming with greed. The next morning the fog in the capital had not yet dissipated. Wang Hao donned a dark golden dragon-patterned armor carrying the emperor's sword, and flanked by Pei Jingzhe, and Wei Zhongxian marched grandly out of the imperial city. Behind him were 25,000 elite clean army soldiers just emerging from a brutal selection exuding a chilling aura, as well as 100 large carts covered with heavy waterproof cloth. The heavy cart tracks left deep marks on the bluestone, representing the weight of 6 million taels of silver. The blades. Wang Hao rode on his steed, feeling the cool morning breeze, his mind clear as a mirror. Great figures of the past said that political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Zhang Wuji and his old crowd want to play with pens in the court with me, while I will sharpen my blades in the barracks. As long as the 200,000 elite troops are firmly in my hands, even if the entire court hangs themselves, I can recruit another batch. The Grand Army marched into the Northern Army camp. Here lay the core force safeguarding the capital, the Imperial Forest Army, and the elite 200,000 troops of the Great Zhou. I Grand General Wei Jing of the 5 Armies Protectorate leading the Northern Army generals respectfully welcome your majesty. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! A grand old man with white hair and beard resembling an iron tower knelt on one knee at the camp gate leading over 100 heavily armed senior generals, his voice booming. Wang Hao sat atop his horse without immediately calling out, instead quietly activating the Emperor's Qi observation technique. In an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed deep within his eyes. In his view, the world transformed. The Duke of the Nation and the group of generals behind him each had a flame of fortune floating above their heads. Wang Hao was gratified to see that most of these flames were a pure crimson color with loyalty values given by the system all above 80. Moreover, within these flames of fortune was a thin thread tightly connecting to the fortune above Wang Hao's own head. Looking up, Wang Hao was taken aback. He saw a golden dragon of fortune 20 zhang long spiraling in the sky above his head. The dragon's scales were solid, its claws bared, emitting silent roars overwhelming in pressure. What the hell, when did my fortune take form? Wang Hao thought frantically. The cold voice of the system resonated at the right moment. The host led people to encircle the child of fortune Yichun yesterday. Although he escaped, the heavenly fortune has been forcibly stripped by the system, returning 30% to the host, transforming fortune into a dragon. Wang Hao suddenly realized and almost laughed out loud on horseback, knowing that fortune has levels from low to high: black, white, green, blue, yellow, gold, purple, red, and rainbow. Previously, he had seen Yi Chen's fortune as red, shaped like a purple lotus, making him envious. So that's it. Yi Chen, you are not an assassin at all. You are my personal treasure trove, a mobile ATM. Keeping you around is like keeping a field of leeks that can be harvested at any time. Wang Hao gazed at the direction Yi Chen, escaped his expression incredibly tender, as if looking at an unparalleled treasure. All of you stand up. Wang Hao collected his thoughts, dismounted, and helped the Duke of the Nation to his feet. Old Duke guarding the capital, you have worked hard, and I am very grateful. The Duke was taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands. It is my duty, your majesty. With your presence today, the morale of the 200,000 elite troops will soar. Please ascend to the drill platform. Wang Hao climbed onto the Several's Hang High command platform overlooking below. The elite troops and Imperial Forest Army combined totaled 25,000, resembling an endless forest of steel. What was even more terrifying was that through the Qi observation technique, all 25,000 of them were martial artists above the second level of martial arts muscle refinement. The overwhelming bloodlust gathered together, even scattering the ominous clouds in the sky. Good. What a mighty army. Wang Hao declared boldly. This is the foundation of the Great Zhou to suppress the world and resist the strange forces. Old Duke, let me see your drill. I obey the command. The Duke of the Nation drew his heavy sword from his waist, pointed it sharply at the sky, and roared, all troops heed my command. Form up. With a command from the Duke of the State, the barracks of the Imperial Guards erupted with thunderous cries of battle. This military drill, which gathered 250,000 high-level martial artists, completely overturned Wang Hao's understanding of classical warfare as a time traveler. The first act was the infantry tactics exercise. Infantry charge. Tens of thousands of heavily armored infantry formed a square formation, their blood energy surging, unleashing the power of the second level of martial arts with every step shaking the earth. Their charge was like a series of heavy tanks plowing forward, instantly shattering the wooden barricades in front of them. Combined infantry and cavalry attack. Immediately the cavalry on both flanks surged forth like a storm. The knights, connected to their steeds by blood energy, fused into one, and at the moment the infantry tore open the enemy's line, they accurately inserted themselves, slicing it into countless pieces. Heavy crossbows fire. What made Wang Hao's scalp tingle had arrived. 3,000 crossbowmen held up the breaking crossbow, which required 3 men to pull back. accompanied by the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air. 3,000 heavy crossbow bolts, each a yard long, and inscribed with runes, rained down upon the distant mountains like a dark cloud. Boom! Half of the mountain's rocks were forcibly leveled and debris flew everywhere. This level of power, let alone against a third-level martial artist, even a master at the fourth level of the refinement stage, would be turned into meat paste if caught in the open. Long spear infantry assassination. The drill of the spear-wielding infantry was filled with killing intent. Every thrust produced explosive sounds in the air, specifically targeting high-level martial artists and heavily armored cavalry. But what truly sent Wang Hao's adrenaline soaring as a modern individual was the upcoming firearms drill. Artillery brigade, prepare. With a command from the Duke of the State, rows of soldiers stepped forward brandishing rune firearms. Bang! 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 The firearms fired in succession with bullets not only traveling at incredible speed, but also carrying explosive and armor-piercing rune effects. The targets, made from second-tier bizarre bones at the shooting range, were shattered to pieces. My heavens! Wang Hao swallowed hard, a storm of thoughts rising within him. What the hell are these firearms? Their power is almost comparable to large-caliber anti-material sniper rifles. A fourth-level martial artist would definitely perish without heavy armor. And it wasn't over yet. Push the tiger might cannons. A dozen bare-chested men pushed forward bronze cannons shimmering with mysterious runes. Inside the cannon, it was not ordinary gunpowder, but a mixture of explosive shells and explosive talismans. Fire! Boom! The ground shook. The cannonball landed 2 miles away, creating a small mushroom cloud. The terrifying shockwave was felt even by Wang Hao on the command platform. This power was absolutely no less than that of large-caliber howitzers in his past life. Anyone below the 7th level of martial arts would be utterly annihilated. Then they showcased some sci-fi-like special firearms. Swarm fire. A multi-barrel rocket launcher that fired hundreds of explosive rune arrows in one go, covering half the area of a soccer field. Fire dragon gun. A short-barreled shotgun specifically for cavalry, unrivaled in close combat. Fire dragon cart. A few soldiers pushed a strange cart that spewed flames reaching 20 yards, almost like a fantasy world version of a flamethrower. After witnessing all this, Wang Hao sat dumbfounded on the dragon throne, unable to suppress the twitching at the corners of his mouth. This was careless. If I had known the firearms in this high martial world were this insane, I wouldn't have sent people to use swords against Yi Chun just a couple of days ago. I would have directly brought 20 tiger might cannons and 1,000 rune firearms, regardless of what the so-called son of destiny or old man possessing him was. I would have just covered them with firepower and turned them into ashes. However, Wang Hao soon learned from the Duke of the State about the fatal flaw of these weapons. Expensive. Extremely expensive. Firing a shot from a tiger might cannon would cost 10 taels of silver. The cost of a rune firearm was enough to arm 10 heavily armored infantry. In this martial world, the exorbitant costs were the largest obstacle to the expansion of the Great Zhou firearms army. Expensive. Wang Hao laughed a laugh akin to a nouveau riche. I am short on money now, but in a few days I won't be. After the drill, the 250,000 troops gathered again beneath the command platform, silent, awaiting the emperor's address. Wang Hao stood up without saying any grandiloquent nonsense. He waved his hand and commanded the chief eunuch Sun Li beside him. Sun Banban, show the soldiers what I brought. As you command. Sun Li flicked his feather duster and hundreds of clean troops stepped forward, abruptly tearing off the waterproof covers from 100 carts. Clatter! Under the sunlight, the dazzling light emitted by 6 million taels of silver instantly blinded the eyes of the 250,000 soldiers present. The previously silent military formation erupted into heavy breathing and swallowing sounds. Soldiers! Wang Hao channeled his true energy, his voice resonating throughout the assembly like a bell. The court is in difficulty, the treasury is empty. I know you have been owed 3 months of military pay. But let me tell you, as long as I am in this position, I will never let bloodshed men weep again. Here is 6 million taels of silver. Not a single tael will be withheld, all will be distributed to you. Each ordinary soldier will receive 20 taels distributed on the spot with no delays. The military officers will receive double according to their ranks. 20 taels of silver. Enough for a family of 5 to live comfortably for 2 years. Boom! The entire camp erupted in chaos. 250,000 pairs of eyes turned red. This emperor is generous, and he truly has money. Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live! The deafening cheers echoed to the skies as Wang Hao activated the Heavenly Sun's observation technique, watching the loyalty levels of the soldiers below rise dramatically, his heart filled with joy. While faith is undoubtedly important to turn these proud and fierce soldiers into die-hard loyalists, real gold and silver are essential. To elevate his reputation to the peak, Wang Hao even stepped down from the high platform. Having read many novels in his past life, he was well-versed in the art of showmanship. He personally stuffed ingots of silver into the hands of the front-row military officers and soldier representatives, patting their shoulders and kindly inquiring about their hometowns and names. In that moment, those iron-willed men who wouldn't blink an eye while wielding knives were moved to tears, vowing on the spot to serve the emperor until death. Once the emotions of the army calmed down slightly, Wang Hao immediately summoned the Duke of the State and all senior military officials into the central tent to hold a military meeting. Having taken my money, you must do my bidding. Wang Hao sat in the main seat, his smile retracted, replaced by the majesty of an emperor. The military structure of the Great Zhou is bloated and corrupt with complicated relationships. I want to disrupt and reorganize all of you today. The military officials felt a chill in their hearts, yet no one dared to refute him, especially after the emperor had just bestowed so much money. The capable will rise while the inept will fall. Anyone who disagrees, come to the tent door and compete before me. Whoever wins will take the position. Wang Hao's words resonated powerfully. Listen up. 200,000 Imperial Guards will be restructured into the 16 Imperial Guard battalions starting today. Each battalion will consist of 12,000 men. The commanding officers will all be promoted to the 3rd rank. The military officials' eyes brightened. The 3rd rank was indeed a substantial promotion. However, Wang Hao's tone shifted, throwing out a term that left everyone dumbfounded. In order to ensure absolute loyalty to the court from the army, each battalion will, besides the commanding officer, also appoint a political commissar and a chief of staff, each holding the 3rd rank. Political commissar. Chief of Staff. Duke Wei Jing looked bewildered. Your Majesty, what are these positions? Wang Hao cleared his throat and explained. A political commissar is responsible for overseeing ideological and political affairs, ensuring the morale of the soldiers, supervising military discipline, and reporting directly to me. The Chief of Staff is responsible for devising tactical plans. The commanding officer manages the battles, the political commissar manages the hearts, and the Chief of Staff manages the strategies, with a separation of powers that coordinate with each other. The generals were left in a fog, but the conclusion was clear. The emperor intended to install high-ranking military supervisors within the army, and their status would be just half a rank lower than theirs. In the past, they would have protested, but after the emperor had just granted such a large sum of money, and since this was a 3rd-rank position, everyone would be benefiting, or who would risk their money and future. We obey your command. The generals replied in unison. Wang Hao continued to unveil his meticulously designed modern military structure. 16 infantry battalions, each comprising 2 infantry regiments, 1 firearms regiment, and 1 cavalry regiment, with each regiment consisting of 2,500 men, plus 1 artillery regiment of 1,000 men and 1 security regiment of 1,000 men. The regimental commanders will be of the 4th rank, with the political commissars and chiefs of staff at the same rank, and so on down to the grassroots levels. This highly modular and multi-unit composition left Duke Wei and others stunned, but upon reflection they realized that such a structure would coordinate tightly in actual combat, undoubtedly unleashing exponentially greater combat power. The infantry's organization has been sorted out, and the framework for the 300,000 troops has been established, yet a heavy stone remains suspended in my heart. Inside the central military tent, the atmosphere had slightly eased due to the reassessment of military power, but as Wang Hao spoke these words, the air became tense once more. Wang Hao sat at the commander's seat, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the agarwood table. The sound tap, tap, tap echoed in the ears of the dozens of top nobles and generals of the Great Zhou like a death knell. His profound gaze swept over every face present. The Great Zhou is lacking horses, and even more so elite cavalry. No matter how refined the infantry, 2 legs cannot outrun 4. I plan to use the remaining tens of thousands of troops to establish 4 pure Imperial Guard cavalry regiments, each with 12,000 men, comprising 4 cavalry battalions of 2,500 and 1 garrison cavalry battalion of 2,000. I have the framework in mind, but where will we find the skilled cavalrymen? The tent fell into a deadly silence where even a falling needle could be heard. The generals kept their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, intentionally suppressing even their breathing to the utmost. War horses can be purchased with money at border trade, but skilled warriors who can shoot arrows and charge on horseback, such ones are nurtured through years of money, grain, and sweat. In 1,000 years of the Great Zhou's founding, the cavalry in the regular army has long been decimated. Where can we find ready soldiers? Observing the silence of the crowd, Wang Hao remained unperturbed, leaning slightly forward, revealing his intentions. I know that each of your households has nurtured quite a few skilled cavalrymen and family guards over the years for charging into battle right. Thump. The heart of the Duke of State jolted violently. He raised his head abruptly, a glimmer of shock flashing in his eyes. The faces of the other marquises, earls, and generals changed dramatically, some even trembling slightly, unable to control their hands gripping the teacups. It is an unspoken rule among the officials and military in the court that Great Zhou's generals maintain private troops. At their level of nobility, which household does not have hundreds or thousands of elite death warriors? These people eat from the master's table, receive the master's money, and only recognize their family head, not the emperor. This is their capital for surviving and even daring to challenge the civil officials on the battlefield. What does the emperor intend to do? He seeks to dig up their very roots. Sitting on the left, the Earl of Anping, known for his temper, squirmed in his seat, gritting his teeth, wanting to stand and say something. What? Does the Earl of Anping have something to say? Wang Hao's gaze was like lightning, locking onto him instantly. Under that penetrating gaze, the Earl of Anping felt his scalp tingle, swallowed hard, and steeled himself. Your Majesty, we do have some guards in our households, but that's all for preventing nighttime thieves and ensuring the safety of our families. Moreover, the numbers are small. How can we gather 4 cavalry regiments? Yes, Your Majesty, those rough men in my household can handle a brawl, but they would never dare to fight in battle. Another earl quickly chimed in, sweat already beading on his forehead. Wang Hao sneered, waving his hand to cut off their excuses. Enough. Stop whining about being poor before me. How many trump cards you hold is clearly written in the reports from the Jinui. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I know your concerns. You fear that if you hand over your private troops, you'll be left without claws and subject to slaughter, am I right? The crowd lowered their heads, no one daring to interject, but the internal resistance had reached its peak. They had just handed over military power, and now they were being asked to surrender their very foundations. Did this young emperor truly intend to force them into rebellion? From now on, your safety in the army will be directly protected by the garrison troops of these imperial guards, and as for your families, I will consider allowing you to recruit a certain number of guards based on the rank of the nobles and officials. Your safety will be guaranteed. Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose. Most importantly, I won't take advantage of you. To ensure that you honorable ministers do not suffer losses, I have decided. By. At the mention of this word, the nobles and generals in the tent were collectively stunned, their eyes widening, as they stared at the young emperor on the dragon throne, as if they had heard some fantastical tale. Throughout history, when emperors confiscated the private troops of generals which one did not rely on a decree to suppress, to resist is to rebel, leading to a direct extermination of the family. Who has heard of an emperor buying the private troops of his subjects? The Duke of State took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a glint of insight, tentatively asking, what are the terms of this buying? Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, his eyes revealing the shrewdness of a merchant. For each qualified elite cavalryman handed over, as long as their identity is verified, and they pass the assessment, I will pay 150 taels of silver for a buyout. Payment will be made in cash. Not a single coin will be delayed. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the tent instantly. 150 taels of silver. Just now they were calculating how to resist, yet suddenly their minds began to race. In the current market of the Great Zhou Dynasty, a typical family of 3 spends only about 10 taels of silver a year. To support a private cavalryman, covering food, lodging, and horses costs at most 30 taels a year. 150 taels is equivalent to giving them 5 years' worth of capital in one go. This is an incredible profit. Absolutely exorbitant profit. But that was not all. Wang Hao watched their faces change dramatically, and tossed out another bombshell. Not only that, the family members of these private troops will also be taken in by me. Their housing, food, and all needs will be entirely covered by the royal treasury, leaving you with no further concerns. Silence. Dead silence. The Duke of State's pupils contracted violently, his bony hands gripping the armrests of the grand chair tightly. He was frantically weighing the pros and cons in his heart. The emperor's attitude was clear: first courtesy, then military force. The 16 newly formed infantry regiments were stationed outside the tent, and the swords of the Jinui had just tasted blood. If they do not comply, it would be seen as disobedience, leading to the light consequence of losing the military power just allocated, or the heavy consequence of extermination. However, if they comply, they could not only eliminate the emperor's suspicions but also instantly receive a fortune. What's even more advantageous is the taking in of family members. The greatest expense in maintaining private troops is not the troops themselves but supporting the entire family they have. By taking away the family members, the emperor effectively strips them of their financial burden. After receiving the money, they shed their burdens and gain a reputation for being loyal. As for what to do without private troops, with this huge sum in hand, they can simply recruit again. This deal is one that only a fool would refuse. Realizing this, the Duke of State no longer hesitated, suddenly standing up and kneeling in the center of the tent like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade, shouting with tears, "Your Majesty is wise. I am deeply grateful for the grace of the nation and should be willing to give my life. I am willing to offer all 800 elite private cavalrymen in my household along with their families to your Majesty. I only seek your Majesty's favor. 800 men amount to 12,000 taels of silver." The old fox. The other generals cursed inwardly but quickly responded. "Your Majesty, I am willing to offer 500 private troops from my household. My loyalty to the Great Zhou can be attested by heaven." The Earl of Anping, who had just been reluctant, suddenly knelt down, shouting louder than anyone. 500 men, 75,000 taels of silver at hand. I am willing to offer 600. I offer 350. In addition to 300 cavalrymen, I also have 20 grooms who with some training can also fight. I offer them all in just half an hour. In this tent filled with the smell of money, the 4 Imperial Guard cavalry regiments totaling 48,000 cavalrymen were miraculously pieced together through the contributions of various noble generals. Watching the generals below eagerly reporting their numbers, a glimmer of extreme mockery flashed deep in Wang Hao's eyes. "Foolish nobles, do you truly believe that, with the silver in hand, you can recruit more good soldiers in the future? From this day forward, I will let all the warriors in the world know that serving under me is the most honorable and promising path in this world." Yet, on the surface, he remained composed, even revealing a gratified smile. "Excellent. You ministers are indeed the pillars of the nation. Come, immediately send the Jinui with the silver notes to follow the generals back to their residences to fetch them." Half a day later, on the training grounds of the Northern Army camp, 48,000 private soldiers forcibly summoned from their homes stood in dense rows. They wore no proper military uniforms, donning various forms of casual attire, while leading their horses, and accompanied by their families, their faces filled with confusion, fear, and helplessness. They had been sold by their masters. For 150 taels of silver, just like livestock, they and their parents and wives were sold to the emperor. Amidst the crowd, the faint sounds of women and children weeping could be heard, the atmosphere of despair spreading across the training ground. Transitioning from a familiar environment to a strange place was enough to induce fear. Loyalty. These individuals felt nothing but resentment and fear deep within. They had lost their peaceful lives. Wang Hao understood this better than anyone. Purchased soldiers were mercenaries. They could fight in favorable conditions, but would flee faster than rabbits in adversity. What he wanted was not a group of lifeless mercenaries driven by money. He aimed to transform this cavalry into fervent believers willing to brave fire and water for him, becoming the noble sons he desired. Wang Hao slowly stepped out of the main tent adorned with the imperial sword. He stood high on the command platform overlooking the anxious faces below. 16 infantry guards and 4 imperial soldiers formed a perimeter, vigilantly watching the newly arrived cavalry. "Soldiers," Wang Hao spoke. His voice, wrapped in a powerful aura, roared like rolling thunder, instantly overpowering all the noise and weeping echoing in the ears of over 300,000 troops. The 48,000 cavalry shuddered, lifting their heads in awe to gaze at the young emperor on the platform. "I know what you are thinking right now." Wang Hao's gaze was sharp as a blade. "You feel like livestock sold by your masters. You believe that from now on your lives and the lives of your families are held in my hands, uncertain and precarious." A slight disturbance rippled through the crowd, revealing their deepest fears. "But I stand here today to clearly tell you." Wang Hao suddenly drew the imperial sword, pointing it towards the sky. "From today onwards, you are no longer anyone's private soldiers. You are no longer mere servants to be bullied. You are my soldiers, the Imperial Guards. I know you used to serve those noble families as private soldiers, risking your lives for a few scattered coins. But what about when you grow old? What if you are injured or crippled? Not even a plot of land for your own burial. You want not just to survive but to live like a person. Today I offer you this opportunity. I give you a home, but I only ask for your loyalty." The crowd's breathing became heavy, incredulously staring at the emperor. "A home? What does that mean?" Wang Hao did not pause, directly presenting his long-prepared ace. "Land reform. A few days ago I confiscated those corrupt and malicious officials. In the vicinity of the capital I confiscated top-quality irrigated land, a total of 600,000 acres. Wang Hao's voice seemed to carry a certain magic, each word striking at the hearts of everyone present. "I now announce, these 600,000 acres will all be designated as royal farmland, and you—" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the flushed faces of those extremely tense, shouting, "Each household, each family will receive 50 acres of land." Buzz. If the previous announcement of buyout fees had stirred up a frenzy among the nobles. Then this proclamation of 50 acres detonated a nuclear bomb within the ranks of these lower-tier soldiers. The lower-class warriors and common people of the Great Zhou Dynasty had a longing for land etched into their souls, flowing in their blood. It was not just land, it was the lifeblood for future generations. Not only that, before they could react, Wang Hao continued to announce loudly, his voice slightly cracking with excitement, your families will be reallocated into villages, 200 households per village. This 600,000 acres will all belong to the royal estate, directly governed by the Ministry of Rights. You will not need to pay any local taxes or perform any local corvée labor. You will only need to pay me 30% of the rent each year. The remaining 70% is all yours. Crazy. The entire venue was utterly insane. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, tenants working for greedy landlords typically had to pay 50 to 70% of the rent. After a year of exhausting labor, they wouldn't even be able to afford a full meal. Paying 30%, what difference does that make to receiving it for free? 50 acres of irrigated land. Just paying 30% rent. What does this mean? It means that as long as there is a warrior in the family serving in the cavalry, their entire family can not only eat and wear warm clothes, but over the years can build new houses and marry wives, fully entering the ranks of the well-to-do. Thud. An old soldier, weathered and worn, led his war horse, and his knees hit the ground heavily in the... He said nothing, only gripped the mud tightly, tears pouring out like a flood. Then he frantically kowtowed to the platform as if pounding garlic. Thud, thud, thud. Like a domino effect, the 48,000 newly enlisted cavalry, without hesitation, and without command, along with their families, all knelt down in unison. The sound of weeping was deafening. It was the suppressed frustration of half a lifetime at this moment transforming into fervent devotion to the Emperor. The Emperor's grace is boundless. Long live your Majesty! Long live! Long live! We are willing to be crushed to pieces for your Majesty, serving you for generations. Loyalty. Wang Hao stood on the platform, feeling the wave of fervor crashing towards him. Without looking at the system, he already knew that the loyalty of these 48,000 cavalry was absolutely off the charts, firmly locked at a perfect value of 100. Now anyone who dared to speak ill of Wang Hao or obstruct them from keeping that 50 acres of irrigated land would find these bloodred-eyed cavalry willing to chop their enemies into pieces to feed the dogs. And on the perimeter of the training ground, the 16 infantry guards and 4 imperial soldiers watched, their eyes turning green with jealousy. That was 50 acres of irrigated land. No local taxes to pay. Heavy breaths rose and fell among the infantry ranks. If it weren't for strict military discipline, they would have loved to drag those cavalry off their horses and take their places. Wang Hao keenly captured the envy in the soldiers' eyes. This was the effect he desired. He abruptly turned around, pointing his sword at the remaining 280,000 troops, laughing loudly. Brothers who didn't receive land. No need to be envious. You are my imperial troops, my imperial guards. I will not favor one over the other. Today I will establish a rule for you. As long as you train hard in the art of warfare in the future and achieve military merits on the battlefield, I will also allocate land to you. I will also exempt you from taxes. The lands of the Great Zhou are vast. There are plenty of barbarians and rebel forces around. As long as your blades are swift enough, there are unclaimed lands waiting for you to seize. I will not skimp on rewards. Kill, kill, kill. The entire army of 330,000, whether cavalry or infantry, erupted in a roar that could tear the sky. The sound rocketed into the heavens, shattering the clouds above. The morale reached its peak at this moment. The military spirit became as unbreakable as forged steel. Behind the platform, the Duke of Jinghua and several military generals exchanged glances, seeing profound respect reflected in each other's eyes. This 16-year-old emperor, with his superior tactics and unpredictable grace, was truly a prodigy. Hit with a stick and then give a sweet date. No, he first smashed your knees with a big stick, then directly knocked you out with mountains of gold and silver and fertile land, making you willingly and wholeheartedly become his sharpest, most fervent blade. Thus, through a ruthless cleansing method, irresistible financial buyouts, enticing positions of power, and this masterstroke of land reform, Wang Hao completely seized control of the 16 guards of the Imperial Army, 4 cavalry guards, 4 Imperial guards, and 2 cleanup troops. A total of 330,000 elite troops transformed into Wang Hao's most loyal followers. The grip on the knife handle was firmly held in his hands. On that very evening, the setting sun bled red, enveloping the turbulent capital. News of the Northern Army's distribution of funds, reorganizations, and land allocations could not be concealed. It flew into the residences of the noble families and senior officials in the capital with the speed of wings. In the study of Zhang Wuji, the deputy minister of the cabinet just an incense stick ago, there were still a dozen leaders of the reformist faction and prominent officials from the 6 ministries gathered here. They were savoring exquisite preaching Longjing tea, discussing how to cite classics and use ancestral regulations and great righteousness to pressure that absurd young emperor into disbanding the Jinui and the Xichang, and how to reconstrain imperial power within the cage woven by the bureaucratic elite. However, at this moment, when Zhang Wuji's trusted steward cautiously finished reading the confidential intelligence from the Northern Army, a sound echoed. Zhang Wuji's precious purple clay teapot, which he had cherished for over a decade, unexpectedly slipped from his fingers and shattered into pieces on the blue brick floor. Tea splashed onto his expensive Sichuan brocade robe, yet he remained utterly oblivious. The study fell into a deathly silence, with only the heavy and hurried breaths of a dozen men, as if a group of dying beasts were confined within. Zhang Wuji stared intently at the fragments of the teapot on the floor, his lips trembling for a long moment, before he managed to force out a hoarse and distorted phrase from deep within his throat: 330,000 troops. Where did he get so much money? Zhou Kaishuang, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, felt his legs weaken and nearly collapsed into his chair, his eyes filled with fearful bloodshot veins. 600,000 taels. 600,000 taels of silver. That was a full 600,000 taels. He actually didn't put it into the national treasury, but directly distributed it to those soldiers and fighters. Has he gone mad? The treasury is now struggling even to provide disaster relief funds. How dare he squander like this? Not just the money. What's terrifying is not the money. The previously boisterous right censor Feng Xiang, who had loudly declared he would crash into the pillars of the Fengtian Hall, now looked ashen. His emaciated hands gripped the back of his chair, tightly trembling like dry leaves in the wind, his voice betraying an uncontainable fear. Its land. 60,000 acres of irrigated land. No taxes to the local officials, no corvée labor, only 30% in rent. He is buying lives for those fighters. Feng Xiang swallowed hard, feeling his throat sting like a knife. Colleagues, don't you understand? These lowly soldiers with land in hand, the emperor is now their benefactor, their living ancestor. Now anyone who dares to say a word against the emperor in court will not even need the Jinui to act. Those 330,000 enraged troops could swallow us alive. Deputy Minister. Minister of Works Zhang Wen struggled to lift his head, sweat soaking through the lining of his black cap. His voice carried a sobbing tone, lacking even a hint of the authority he usually held in the ministry at the Grand Court meeting in 3 days. Should we still force the palace? Or should we hold off for now? The emperor has command over more than 300,000 troops. If those fighters really stand armed outside the Fengtian Hall, we old bones cannot withstand even a round of gunfire. No, I won't go. Not for anything. Zhang Wen raged within. What scholarly integrity? What familial interests? In front of 330,000 landholding enraged troops, it all means nothing. I still have 8 beautiful concubines and thousands of acres of fertile land waiting for me back in my hometown in Jiang. Why should I confront a mad emperor heathen? With Zhang Wen leading the way, several other officials also showed signs of retreat, their eyes flickering, and some had even started to calculate how to feign illness to avoid court. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Zhang Wuji slammed his fist down on the Zeton wooden table, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. His cultivation at the level of Gongqi inadvertently revealed itself. What are you panicking about? Look at your current demeanor. Have the sage books been read into a dog's belly? Zhang Wuji growled, his face contorted to the point of resembling a vengeful spirit in the dim study. Retreat? Do you think stepping back will lead to an open sea? Do you think that by claiming illness the young emperor will let you off? He felt a chill run down his back, cold sweat having long soaked through his inner garments. He knew the rules of the game of power all too well. Think about it. Zhang Wuji gritted his teeth, glaring at this group of useless officials. This young emperor's methods are so ruthless. He has stunned the army with money and land, tightly grasping the knife handle. What will he do next? 330,000 mouths need food, need pay. The money from the eunuchs will run out one day. The 60,000 acres of land will eventually be exhausted. When his money runs out to continue winning the soldiers' hearts, will that bloody knife in his hand not be turned against us, the officials? Will he not come to seize our homes and take our family lands to distribute to those fighters? The moment this was said, all the officials in the room seemed struck by lightning, collectively shivering. Deputy Minister, it's not that we lack courage. It's that it can truly lead to death. The head of the chariots and horses department, Xinjian, completely broke down, kneeling on the ground, his face smeared with tears and snot. The emperor has set up political commissars for the army, brainwashing those soldiers daily. Now the imperial army is firmly in his grasp. If we dare to submit a memorial to disband the guards in 3 days, those 330,000 soldiers will think we are cutting off their financial lifeline, robbing them of their military merits. Without the emperor issuing a decree, those soldiers could kill us alive on Chang'an Street with gunny sacks. The secret chamber fell into a silence once again. Dozens of eyes all fixed on Zhang Wuji. The ministers who had just boasted of their reformist ideals and pointed out the state affairs now looked utterly ridiculous, like a flock of quails waiting to be slaughtered. Zhang Wuji's eyelids twitched violently, his breathing rapid like a broken bellows. Looking at these cowards, he felt a deep sorrow but also a clear realization the momentum was lost. Now to go to court and preach moral principles to the emperor, to speak of ancestral regulations, would be akin to entering a latrine with a lantern. It's seeking death. A scholar encountering soldiers cannot clearly express reason, let alone 330,000 enraged wolf-like soldiers. Who? Zhang Wuji suddenly bit down on his own lower lip, a metallic sweetness spreading in his mouth, acute pain forcing him to calm down. His gaze instantaneously turned as venomous as a snake. If brute force cannot win, then one must resort to internal rules. If one cannot dodge the bright arrows, then one must use hidden daggers. The memorial for the grand court meeting. Suppress it all. Zhang Wuji lowered his voice, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a chilling undertone. In 3 days, no one is allowed to mention the guards in court. No one is allowed to touch that madman's sore spot. Does this mean we concede? Zhou Kai asked reluctantly. Concede? The realm of the Great Zhou ultimately belongs to the aristocratic families. Zhang Wuji coldly sneered like a snake lurking in the shadows. No matter how arrogant Wang Hao is, he is still the emperor of the Great Zhou. He still must acknowledge the ancestral laws, and he still has to speak of filial piety. The crowd was momentarily stunned before their eyes brightened sharply. Zhang Wuji tore off his outer robe stained with tea and sternly ordered the steward prepare the sedan chair immediately. I will submit a request to see the Empress Dowager tonight, to meet her. His gaze swept over every official present, his voice like a ghost's. This young emperor has been bewitched by an evil person, lost his mind, and favored the guards, violating the ancestral laws. Such a great act of treason, we as subjects cannot dissuade him, but the Empress Dowager can. Only by having the Empress Dowager intervene using filial piety to pressure him. As long as the Empress Dowager's decree restricts the internal treasury's allocations and perhaps confines him to the rear palace, those 330,000 troops will not receive next month's military pay, naturally leading to a collapse. Go and arrange it overnight. We will go to request the Empress Dowager to oversee the situation. Inside Gonquan Palace, the smoke of dragon's saliva incense spiraled gracefully in the air. Wang Hao dismissed the court maids and eunuchs, sitting alone behind the grand Zetan-wood imperial desk. His fingers gently caressed a piece of warm mutton fat, jade pendant, the delicate sensation transmitted to his fingertips, stirring unrest within his heart. The organization of the 330,000 troops has finally been streamlined. He closed his eyes, and images of the faces outside the city camp, gluttonous for wealth and land, filled with fervor and bloodlust, floated in his mind. The framework of the new army had already been established, and the positions of the commandant and regiment leaders had been assigned. This elite force had finally been entirely inscribed with Wang Hao's name. But that was not enough. Far from it. Wang Hao was well aware that in this bizarre high martial world, where martial arts flourished and imperial power coexisted with aristocratic families, mere financial ties were the most fragile. Today he could buy the hearts of the army with silver, but tomorrow those deeply rooted families could buy back their loyalty at double the price. What truly transformed an army into an indomitable weapon was the absolute control over ideology, the introduction of the 2 new terms he had forcibly embedded into the ancient military camps: political commissar and chief of staff. As he contemplated how to thoroughly implement these 2 positions and cement military power to his dragon throne, a sudden crisp mechanical sound unexpectedly resonated deep within his mind. Ding! The Intelligence Sign-In System has been activated. Today's confidential information has been updated. Please check it, host. Ding! The sign-in reward for the Northern Army camp has not been activated. Do you accept? Wang Hao suddenly opened his eyes wide without hesitation. He immediately clicked open the system panel deep within his consciousness. As lines of crimson text gradually appeared in his mind, the calmness on Wang Hao's face was stripped away piece by piece, replaced by an overwhelming killing intent that threatened to turn tangible. Intelligence. One Deputy Minister Zhang Wuji rushed to deliver a message to the palace overnight, attempting to meet with Empress Dowager Xinang. Zhang Wuji plans to pressure the emperor by leveraging the Empress Dowager's filial piety. Using the excuse of heavenly omens, the cruelty of the factory guards, disrupting the people's livelihood and angering the heavens, he attempts to persuade the Empress Dowager to issue a decree forcefully ordering the emperor to withdraw his orders and completely dismantle the eastern factory, and the Jinui severing the emperor's sources of information. Intelligence. 2. The civil official faction, led by Zhang Wuji, has been secretly plotting in the mansion. They plan to collectively petition at the Grand Court meeting in 3 days using the excuse of civil officials knowing military affairs, using culture to command the military as their justification. They plan to forcibly install civil officials from the 6 ministries and the censorate to occupy the newly established positions of political commissar and chief of staff in the emperor's new elite army. By doing so, they aim to usurp control of the newly formed elite army. Silence. Gongquan Palace fell into a dead silence. Crack. A very faint sound of shattering echoed in the empty hall. The invaluable mutton-fat jade pendant in Wang Hao's hand had actually been forcefully cracked in several places. What courage! Truly what courage! Wang Hao laughed coldly in anger, a low, chilling laugh resonating from his chest. He fixed his gaze on the information panel in the void, as if his eyes could penetrate space itself and devour Zhang Wuji's hypocritical old face. Old dog Zhang Wuji, I haven't even had the chance to sweep away your nest of pests, and you're already coveting my peaches. He was all too aware of the sinister intentions of these civil officials. What is filial piety? In the Great Zhou, ruling the world through filial piety is the strongest shackles that civil officials use to bind emperors of all dynasties. Once the Empress Dowager is truly bewitched by Zhang Wuji and pressures him with a decree in front of the world, if he resists, he will be deemed unfilial and lose the hearts of the people. If he complies, the dismantling of the factory guards will immediately turn him into a puppet emperor adored like a clay Buddha by the cabinet. What made his killing intent surge even more was Zhang Wuji's second move. You want to snatch the positions of political commissar and chief of staff. You want to play culture, commanding the military. Wang Hao gnawed on these words in his heart, gritting his teeth. These 2 positions were the absolute core of his survival, the ultimate weapons he intended to use for ideological construction for the 330,000 troops, ensuring that the army would only be loyal to the emperor alone. What kind of ideology would those civil officials who preach benevolence and morality yet are filled with depravity instill in the soldiers if they became political commissars? Loyalty to the Great Zhou. Loyalty to the court. No, they would subtly tell the soldiers to heed the civil officials and aristocrats. If they succeeded, this fierce army he had just nourished with true gold and land would be redivided and infiltrated by the civil official faction within 3 months, becoming a private army used by the aristocratic families to oppose imperial power. Zhang Wuji, you really are an old fox, seeing through the problem sharply. Your moves are lethal, directly targeted. Wang Hao slowly relaxed his grip, allowing the broken jade pendant to crash onto the golden brick floor with a crisp sound. But you have miscalculated one thing. Wang Hao's anger suddenly retracted entirely. Do you think I am an emperor who will engage with you in debates and play by the rules in the court? Since you want to upend the table, I shall shatter the entire chessboard. Wang Hao abruptly stood up, his wide sleeves creating a booming sound in the air. He quickly walked to the entrance of the hall and shouted sternly into the empty darkness. Come. Summon the Eastern Factory Chief Wei Zhongxian, Jinui Commandant Pei Jingzhe, and Western Factory Chief Yu Huatian. Come to Gongquan Palace immediately. Within moments, swish, swish, swish. The 3 men knelt on one knee simultaneously before Wang Hao. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Wei Zhongxian bowed deeply on the golden bricks, his voice sharp, yet revealing an uncontrollable, bloodthirsty excitement. He knew that the emperor was genuinely enraged and someone would be in for a rough night. Wang Hao looked down from above at the 3 fiercest dogs of the Great Zhou, a cruel arc forming at the corners of his mouth, his tone as chilling as the winds from the depths of hell. I have just received urgent news. There are remnants of assassins active in the capital planning to assassinate the emperor again. As soon as these words left his mouth, Wei Zhongxian, Pei Jingzhe, and Yu Huatian trembled simultaneously. They were all astute individuals, especially Wei Zhongxian, whose eyes flashed with sudden realization. Are there really assassins? That is not important. If the emperor says there are assassins, then there must be. Even if it's just a stray cat from the imperial garden tonight, it must be a colluding traitor. The emperor is about to take the initiative and stir up a shocking case. Not only that, Wang Hao gave them no time to ponder, continuing to drop bombshells. These rebel factions have many accomplices within the capital, with even court officials involved, raising strange and evil creatures at home intending to rebel and overthrow our Great Zhou. Bang! Pei Jingzhe, the sly one, was well versed in performance, punched the ground with a fierce aura, raising his head. Please issue your order, Your Majesty. I will take people to torture these traitors to death. Convey my orders. First command the eunuch in charge of the Imperial Horse Bureau Chao Jingchuan, along with the Imperial Forest Army to immediately mobilize and take full control of the 9 gates and the 7 outside gates of the capital. From now on the entire city is under martial law allowing entry but forbidding exit. Inform them that without my imperial decree, even if a messenger pigeon flies out of the capital, I will have their heads. Second, Wei Zhongxian. The Eastern Factories agents are to sweep out, sealing off all roads leading to the palace, especially those to the Sinang Palace. In the name of capturing assassins and rebels, prohibit anyone from disturbing the Empress Dowager. Should any court official dare approach the imperial city without my personal edict. Wang Hao paused, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Kill without mercy. Third, Pei Jingzhe Yu Huatian. The Jinui are to capture people citywide based on the list I will provide shortly. Seize the residences of those officials who usually boast the loudest and are the most corrupt. The Jinui will take the lead and the Western Factory will supervise throughout. Every tale of silver and every deed seized must be delivered to the treasury intact. Whoever dares to hide even a single coin at this time, I will exterminate their 9 clans. We obey your command. The 3 responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervent ferocity. This was not merely capturing assassins. It was clearly a targeted cleansing and grand plunder of the entire court. Wait a moment. Just as the 3 were preparing to get up and leave, Wang Hao suddenly called out to Wei Zhong. He walked slowly to Wei Zhongxian, slightly bent down, and spoke in a voice only the 2 could hear word by word. Wei Banban, remember that old dog Zhang Wuji will definitely bring people into the palace to see the Empress Dowager tonight. Wei Zhongxian's pupils constricted. Does your majesty mean to also take Zhang Wuji in? No, Zhang Wuji is the deputy minister of the cabinet representing the face of scholars, and is also the spokesperson for the aristocratic families. Now is not the time to force them into a corner and provoke a full-blown rebellion. Wang Hao's eyes held a wisdom far beyond his age. You go personally to intercept him. No matter who he brings, no matter how he pressures you with ancestral laws and the Empress Dowager, you must firmly pin him down there for me. Then Wang Hao raised a finger and gently tapped Wei Zhongxian's shoulder. In front of Zhang Wuji, drag out right censor Feng Xiang, and deputy minister of the Imperial Chariot Bureau Shen Jian from his entourage, strip them of their official garb and arrest them on the street. Wei Zhongxian's heart skipped a beat. Feng Xiang, the right censor, was the leader of the righteous stream responsible for attacking others in the civil official faction. Shen Jian, a deputy minister, was Zhang Wuji's trusted subordinate, controlling the lucrative logistics and horse allocation. The emperor intends to slap Zhang Wuji's face hard in front of the entire world, severing his tongue and purse. As for the charges, Wang Hao chuckled softly. They are quite obvious. Just say they colluded with assassins, embezzled funds, and raised evil creatures. And the evidence is irrefutable. I understand. Wei Zhongxian trembled with excitement, heavily bowing to the ground. This task of publicly humiliating the deputy minister of the cabinet was simply too to his liking as a grand eunuch. Tonight, I will definitely let these arrogant aristocrats know that the sky of the Great Zhou belongs solely to your majesty. Wei Zhongxian let out a sharp laugh, suddenly rising, disappearing into the night with Pei Jingzhe and Yu Hua. Wang Hao returned to his desk, his gaze penetrating the open palace doors towards the direction of the palace gate. The night wind blew, and he could faintly hear the sounds of clanking armor from the palace's periphery, as well as the rough shouts of the Imperial Forest Army being mobilized. Zhang Wuji, don't you enjoy playing with schemes? Enjoy preaching filial piety? Enjoy using culture to command the military? Wang Hao coldly laughed as he lifted the now cold tea from the table and drank it all. In the midnight of the capital, it was as deep and dark as a giant beast that devours those it chooses. The night wind swept through the empty long street. The vice minister Zhang Wuji sat upright in a grand sedan chair, his eyes slightly closed, fingers gently tapping his knee in time with a rhythm only he could hear. Surrounding his chair were more than a dozen other impressive sedan chairs with over 100 bodyguards holding lanterns and wielding sharp blades. The young emperor is still too inexperienced after all. Zhang Wuji let out a cold laugh filled with superiority in his heart. Although he admitted that Wang Hao had provided military pay to the 33,000 troops of the capital with thunderous means, and even used the so-called profit-sharing to win over a batch of lower-ranked soldiers, that move was indeed brilliant and exceeded his expectations. But so what? In the court of the Great Zhou, it has always been before the army moves, the provisions must, no matter how strong your army is, as long as the Ministry of Revenue blocks your provisions and the Ministry of War does not allocate weapons, your 33,000 soldiers will mutiny within 3 months. Moreover, the Great Zhou rules the world through filial piety. No matter how great the imperial power is, it cannot surpass the word filial. As long as tonight I enter the Sinang Palace and present to the Empress Dowager that the young emperor has entrusted power to the secret police, undermined ancestral laws, and incurred the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Zhang Wuji appeared confident of victory. To balance imperial power, the Empress Dowager would surely issue a decree in favor. At that time, the moral high ground would be on his side. If the young emperor dares to defy the decree, it would be an act of great filial impiety, and the spittle of all scholars in the world could drown him. If he complies, he must obediently disband the secret police and relinquish military power. Stop! Just as Zhang Wuji was immersed in his impending victory, a sharp shout suddenly came from outside the sedan. Immediately after, with a loud thud, the grand sedan came to a sudden halt. Caught off guard, Zhang Wuji leaned forward, suddenly his forehead striking heavily against the wooden frame of the sedan, causing him to gasp in pain. "You damn fool!" Zhang Wuji angrily threw open the curtain, roaring in fury, "What is happening?" However, as he poked his head out and saw the scene outside, the vice minister, who had experienced 2 reigns and remained unperturbed even in the face of great danger, felt his heart twitch uncontrollably. Without a reply from the steward, he pointed ahead. "Sir, this." Following the steward's finger, Zhang Wuji's pupils suddenly contracted. In front of him, on the wide imperial street leading to the palace's Cheng Tian gate, a wall of steel had risen densely, blocking the path. It was a legion of thousands of imperial guards wielding long spears and wearing iron masks, sealing off every inch of the road leading to the imperial city like a fortress. In front of these armored soldiers stood hundreds of Eastern factory agents dressed in brown shirts and pointed hats. They held bloodied waste knives, their expressions as cold as if looking at a group of corpses. The air was thick with a pungent smell of blood, a scent that could not have come from butchering pigs or sheep. It was the stench of recent killings, and there were more than one victim. "Vice Minister! What should we do?" The officials in the sedan behind also scrambled out at this moment. The right imperial censor Feng Xiang, who usually spoke eloquently in court, now looked as pale as a ghost, gripping the window of Zhang Wuji's sedan tightly. Shen Jian, the director of the Imperial Transportation Bureau, responsible for the allocation of horses and carriages, was so frightened that his official hat tilted, trembling as if he were a leaf. "What are you panicking about? A dignified court official, how can you lose your composure?" Zhang Wuji, having seen many storms force down his anxiety, dramatically flicked his sleeves and stepped down from the sedan. He saw through it at a glance. This was definitely the young emperor's doing. Where did the assassins come from? The young emperor had clearly perceived their intentions and deliberately set up this scenario to block their entrance to the palace. Absurd. This is simply the height of ridiculousness. Zhang Wuji laughed with anger, confident in his status as the vice minister, skilled in martial arts backed by the ancestral laws of the Great Zhou, and did not believe these lowly thugs and eunuchs would dare to touch a hair on him. He strode to the front of the line, pointing at the group of Eastern factory agents across from him, and bellowed with all his might, "I am Zhang Wuji, vice minister of the current court. I have come to present urgent matters to the Empress Dowager. You eunuch lackeys dare to block the imperial street and obstruct a minister of the court. What is your intention? Are you plotting rebellion? Get out of my way." His words carried the weight of his formidable inner strength at the 7th level of martial arts, booming like thunder on the long street, attempting to intimidate these lowly thugs. However, facing the thunderous rage of the vice minister, not a single Eastern factory agent or imperial guard retreated a step. They merely tightened their grips on their knife handles, their expressions even colder. He. Just as both sides were on the edge of confrontation, a laugh floated from behind the crowd of Eastern factory agents. The agents in front parted like waves, respectfully creating a passage. A middle-aged eunuch clad in a bright red python robe with a fair complexion and no beard leisurely played with a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads, stepping out with a bemused smile, flanked by a group of attendants. It was the superintendent of the Eastern factory, Wei Zhongxian. Oh, who might this be making such a ruckus in the middle of the night? It turns out to be the vice minister. Wei Zhongxian made an exaggerated gesture of surprise, but the glint in his narrow eyes revealed something inscrutable. In a soft, elongated tone, he said, "Why is the Lord not at home with his concubines, and instead comes to stir up trouble at the imperial city? Could it be the Lord is also in league with those who attempted to assassinate his majesty? What a preposterous accusation!" Zhang Wuji shouted, pointing at Wei Zhongxian in a fit of rage. "You eunuch, stop spouting nonsense here. Assassination attempt on his majesty. I see it is you treacherous eunuchs who are deceiving the emperor and plotting against him. I demand to enter the palace now to confront your scheme. Get out of my way." "Oh, is that so?" Wei Zhongxian not only showed no fear, but instead revealed a playful smirk. "Vice Minister, I advise you to keep your anger in check." Wei Zhongxian said softly, his gaze drifting over Zhang Wuji to the trembling officials behind him. I did not come tonight to obstruct you. I have received credible evidence that there are traitors colluding with the Tartars intending to assassinate the emperor and rebel. These traitors not only have a multitude of accomplices within the capital, but also have court officials involved, and they are even raising strange and evil creatures at home. Capture someone. Capture whom? Zhang Wuji's heart sank, forcing down his rising panic. He questioned sternly, behind me are all court officials, pillars of the 6 ministries. Wei Zhongxian, you are but a household servant of the inner court. Without the authorization of the 3 legal offices and the approval of the cabinet, how dare you question court officials privately? Are you trying to revolt? Zhang Wuji's words were filled with righteousness, each sentence emphasizing the ancestral laws and national laws, attempting to overpower his opponent with his imposing presence. In times past, a eunuch might have hesitated before defying the deputy chief grand secretary. But who was Wei Zhongxian? He was the supreme enforcer. Personally named and elevated by Wang Hao himself, granted absolute authority over life and death. Heh. Hearsay from the 3 judicial commissions. Draft edicts from the Grand Secretariat. Wei Zhongxian laughed as though hearing the most absurd jest imaginable, covering his mouth with a delicate hand and letting out a shrill, girlish giggle, so hard that tears welled at the corners of his eyes. Abruptly, he stilled his laughter and fixed Zhang Wuji with a piercing gaze. Your Excellency, the Emperor has been assassinated. An unforgivable crime of treason, one of the 10 abominations. According to the Great Zhou Code, any official suspected of rebellion may be arrested and executed summarily by the Eastern Depot, by imperial mandate alone. This jade token bestowed upon me by His Majesty is the highest law in existence. He dismissed Zhang Wuji entirely and suddenly raised his hand. A gaunt, bony finger sweeping past Zhang's shoulder to point with chilling precision into the crowd behind him. Right Censor-in-Chief Feng Xiang, and Director of the Chariot Bureau Xin Jian, and Censor of the Ministry of Revenue Li Ming. Wei Zhongxian named 6 officials in rapid succession, each name striking like a hammer blow against the hearts of those standing in the crowd. These 6 men conspired with the Tartar barbarians, secretly funded the assassins, and even cultivated grotesque, malevolent entities within hidden chambers beneath their mansions. All in a plot to murder His Majesty. Wei Zhongxian's voice surged, transforming into a shrieking, blood-chilling roar. Guards, seize these traitors now. And yes, sir. At that unified, thunderous cry, dozens of elite Eastern Depot agents surged forward like tigers descending from the mountains, leaping past Zhang Wuji and charging into the ranks of officials like starving wolves. Outrageous! How dare you! Zhang Wuji's eyes bulged with fury. He had never imagined Wei Zhongxian would dare such brazenness, to arrest high-ranking officials openly right before the Deputy Chief Grand Secretary himself. With a furious bellow, he unleashed his internal martial energy, but the instant his chi began to surge, VVVVRR. Na-killing intent so overwhelming it defied comprehension locked onto him from the darkness 100 meters away. Zhang Wuji's entire body stiffened, every hair on his skin stood erect, as if pinned under the gaze of an ancient primordial beast. Gritting his teeth, he forced his eyes to turn, following the trajectory of that lethal aura. And there, atop a rooftop 100 meters behind Wei Zhongxian, stood a eunuch clad in a crimson dragon robe. His face was unmasked, pale, smooth, and unervingly delicate beneath the moonlight. Sun Li, director of the Directorate of Ceremonial. Sun Li gazed coldly at Zhang Wuji. Not a word escaped his lips, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Move, and your head parts from your shoulders this very instant. Sweat drenched Zhang Wuji's heavy robes in an instant. The chi he just gathered recoiled violently inward, causing him to grunt in agony, a thin line of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He dared not move. He knew. If he intervened, not only would he save no one, but he would instantly be branded a conspirator plotting rebellion, openly resisting the Imperial Secret Police in broad daylight. Then the Emperor would execute him without needing even a pretext. An excellent, truly excellent, a castrated dog wielding imperial authority. Zhang Wuji watched helplessly as the agents crashed into the crowd, grinding his teeth until blood seeped from his clenched jaw, his fingernails digging deep into his own palms. The once mighty procession of civil officials, arrogant, untouchable, descended into utter chaos along the long street. What do you think you're doing? I am the right Censor-in-Chief, the Chief Censor. You eunuch curs, barren and spineless. You dare lay hands upon me? Feng Xiang, the right Censor-in-Chief, stumbled backward in terror as the Eastern Depot agents bore down upon him like ravenous wolves, his black silk hat tumbling off his head onto the ground. He flailed his arms wildly, trying to intimidate them with the same scathing rhetoric he wielded in court. But these agents, hands stained crimson with blood, were utterly unmoved. A burly chief agent stepped forward, and drove a brutal kick into Feng Xiang's knee. A sickening crack echoed through the night. The kneecap shattered outright. Ahak! Feng Xiang screamed like a slaughtered pig, collapsing to his knees with a heavy thud. And filthy old windbag, you may rant at us all you like in court. But tonight, after the emperor's assassination, you dare still strut about like a rebel. The chief agent grinned savagely and slapped Feng Xiang across the face with a thunderous open palm strike. So fierce it sent half his teeth flying splattered with blood. Dazed and reeling, Feng Xiang's once ruddy cheeks swelled grotesquely into a purple bloated mass. And Your Excellency. Save me, Your Excellency. I am innocent. I wouldn't dare kill even a chicken. How could I possibly command assassins? Ignoring the pain, Feng Xiang crawled desperately across the cobblestones like a broken-backed hound clawing at Zhang Wuji's robe hem. Tears and snot smearing his face, all dignity abandoned. Elsewhere, Xin Jian, director of the Chariot Bureau, disgraced himself even more grotesquely. When two agents pressed gleaming sabers to his throat, Xin Jian's legs buckled, and a pale yellow stream of urine soaked through his official robes, pooling at his feet. He had been terrified into complete incontinence. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. All the embezzled silver is hidden in my estate outside the city. I'll surrender it all. Xin Jian dropped to his knees and pounded his forehead into the ground, screaming hysterically, dragging the entire civil bureaucracy's honor through the mud. Zhang Wuji trembled with rage, his vision darkening at the edges. And worthless. Utterly worthless. These men who claimed to be reborn Hai Rui or Bao Zhang incarnate. Now, with blades at their throats, they wet themselves and begged for mercy. They had shamed the entire scholarly elite. And Wei Zhongxian. Zhang Wuji drew a sharp, steadying breath and locked eyes with the smiling eunuch. You accuse them of colluding with the Tartars and cultivating evil spirits. Where is your evidence? Without proof, assaulting and arresting imperial ministers in broad daylight. I shall petition His Majesty to exterminate your entire clan. And evidence. Wei Zhongxian scoffed, pulled a thick dossier from his sleeve, and flung it contemptuously before Zhang Wuji. Pages scattered across the cobbles. Zhang Wuji glanced down, and his pupils contracted sharply. It was a confession dossier compiled overnight by the embroidered uniform guard alongside a meticulous inventory of physical evidence. It detailed precisely how Feng Xiang and his co-conspirators had abused their offices over years, smuggling military assets under their control, horses, chariots, and rune weapon materials to the Tartar tribes beyond the frontier, and how in secret manor basements near the capital they had ritually fed human blood and living souls to malevolent entities designed to manipulate imperial politics. In this world where martial cultivation and malevolent spirits were real, collusion with barbarians was a capital offense, and the cultivation of such abominations violated the deepest taboos, ranking among the gravest of the 10 abominations. This cannot be true. It's forged by your Eastern Depot. Zhang Wuji protested stubbornly. Yet his heart had already turned half to ice. He knew it was genuine. Even he had done similar things, perhaps worse. The young emperor had clearly targeted these 6 men for Long Wu tonight's assassination. Was merely the pretext for a full-scale purge. Forged. If your excellency doubts it, you are welcome to inspect their residences yourself. Wei Zhongxian leaned in, voice dropping to a venomous whisper. But first, perhaps you should purify yourself. His gaze held no ambiguity, only cold, naked warning. Should your excellency continue to overstep, then those 30,000 mu of Zhang family farmland outside the city, and that vile artifact you keep hidden in your private chamber, well, the Jinui's prison cells remain conspicuously empty. Zhang Wuji's heart lurched violently. He was afraid, truly afraid. The young emperor had struck with surgical precision, targeting 6 men whose guilt was irrefutable. Not only as a warning to Zhang Wuji, but as reassurance to the other great clans: obey, and your foundations remain untouched. Defy, and your entire lineage will be erased, legitimately without reproach. Zhang Wuji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the arrogance that had been there moments before was gone, leaving only a dead gray. Wei Zhongxian, don't get too proud too soon. This debt I will settle with you in due time. Zhang Wuji gritted his teeth and said, He just wait and see. Wei Zhongxian waved his hand. Take them away. Throw them into the Eastern Bureau's prison for strict interrogation. Accompanied by a chorus of wails, 6 court officials were dragged into the darkness like dead dogs. Just when Zhang Wuji thought the humiliation of the night had ended and prepared to turn back to the manor to ponder countermeasures, Wei Zhongxian suddenly clapped his hands and threw out a shocking piece of news that struck him like a thunderbolt. By the way, second assistant, please stay. I have a decree from His Majesty that I was planning to announce at tomorrow's morning court. Since we have met tonight, I will inform you now. Wei Zongxian's smile grew even brighter, but to Zhang Wuji it felt like a death sentence. Zhang Wuji halted stiffly, turning around. Your Majesty. What is the decree? Wei Zongxian cleared his throat, his sharp voice echoing down the long street. The decree from His Majesty the Chief Minister Zhuge Huaijin, though stubborn, and having offended the late emperor, his integrity and loyalty to the country are evident. Therefore his house arrest is hereby lifted. He is commanded to enter the cabinet at the hour of the rooster tomorrow, and take charge of the cabinet resolving the pressing matters of the Great Zhou. Thus it is decreed. These few words struck Zhang Wuji like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind blank. Zhuge Huaijin, that foul and hardened stone of a man. The one so detested by the late emperor, has he actually been released by the young emperor? Who is Zhuge Huaijin? He is an anomaly in the Great Zhou court. Coming from a humble background unsupported by any powerful clan, he climbed to the position of chief minister solely through his extraordinary talent and unswerving integrity. This old man is not only a staunch royalist but also cannot tolerate any corruption. During the late emperor's reign, due to rampant construction and indulgence, Zhuge Huaijin even dared to carry a coffin to court to deliver a deathbed admonition, ultimately incurring the late emperor's wrath and being stripped of all power, confined to his estate for an entire year. It was precisely because Zhuge Huaijin was under house arrest that Zhang Wuji, as the second assistant, was able to dominate the cabinet for the past 6 months, placing his own people in the 6 ministries, forming factions, and exerting pressure on the court, enjoying immense power akin to being a shadowy figure. Now the young emperor has released this caged tiger and directly appointed him to take over the cabinet. Zhang Wuji felt a sweetness rising in his throat, nearly spitting out blood. He instantly saw through the young emperor's intentions. This was no simple rehabilitation. It was clearly the young emperor digging at the roots of Zhang Wuji. The young emperor knew that if he directly dismissed Zhang Wuji, it would certainly provoke fierce backlash from the entire civil officials group and the noble clans. But if he released Zhuge Huaijin, the situation would be entirely different. Zhuge Huaijin is a legitimate chief minister, and his assumption of the cabinet is reasonable and lawful. Moreover, with Zhuge Huaijin's character of despising evil, once he regains power and sees the chaos created by Zhang Wuji over the past 6 months, he will surely clash with him. At that time, the civil officials group will immediately split into 2 factions. One faction will follow Zhang Wuji to protect the interests of the noble clans, while the other will gather around Zhuge Huaijin, committed to rectifying the government. Once the civil officials fight amongst themselves, who will have the energy to care about how the young emperor seizes military power? How to deal with the Eastern Bureau? Even more terrifying is that the young emperor holds an army of 330,000 and the ruthless Eastern Bureau. He can comfortably sit on the dragon throne, watching the civil officials tear each other apart, occasionally unleashing the Eastern Bureau's vicious dogs on them, remaining invulnerable and acting as the supreme judge. What a diabolical scheme! What deep machinations! Zhang Wuji muttered, his face ashen as dust. For the first time he felt a profound fear emanating from the depths of his soul towards this 16-year-old young emperor. This is not a child to be manipulated, this is a tyrant, a formidable figure clad in the guise of youth. Second assistant, why are you sweating? The night wind is cool. You should wear more layers. Wei Zongxian feigned concern and smiled. His Majesty also said that the chief minister has just returned to the court, and with little experience in governance, he will need your assistance. Second assistant. You must take care of your health. The word assist was heavily emphasized by Wei Zongxian, filled with sarcasm. Zhang Wuji did not reply. He gazed deeply in the direction of the palace, that colossal structure shrouded in the night, which now appeared to him as a giant beast with its maw wide open. He knew that meeting the Empress Dowager tonight was utterly hopeless. If he forced his way into the palace again, not only would he be unable to save anyone, but it would also leave Zhuge Huaijin with an opportunity to attack him. Return to the manor. Zhang Wuji bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake up, and climbed into the sedan chair. He must immediately return and summon his trusted aides. Feng Xiang and Xinjian have already fallen, but the urgent task at hand is how to deal with that old monster Zhuge Huaijin, who is about to emerge, and protect his control over the cabinet and the 6 ministries. Watching Zhang Wuji's sedan chair disappear into the night in disgrace, Wei Zongxian's smile instantly vanished, his eyes turning cold and sharp. Pass the order to closely monitor every corner of Zhang's residence. Wei Zongxian commanded coldly. Also tell Pei Jingzhe to expedite the raids on those 20 or so families. Before dawn, His Majesty wants to see real gold and silver piled in the treasury. As Zhang Wuji returned, defeated, the entire capital had already turned into a scene of carnage. In the Gongquan hall, the candlelight flickered. Wang Hao sat on the dragon throne, his eyes slightly closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the imperial table. He was waiting for an opportunity to revive the deadlock of the Great Zhou Empire. To prevent completely alienating those deeply entrenched and interconnected noble clans, Wang Hao did not directly target the several cabinet elders, nor the ministers of the 6 ministries. He limited the scope of tonight's strikes to the mid-level officials, while also taking down a second-rank right imperial inspector as a warning to those noble clans. A total of 24 court officials serving in key departments. In Wang Hao's eyes, these 24 individuals were like well-fed pigs. Their ranks weren't high, mostly between the 4th and 5th ranks, but all held positions with significant benefits. More importantly, the Western Bureau and the Jinui had thoroughly uncovered their crimes. Embezzlement and bribery were just everyday activities, smuggling military supplies, colluding with the barbaric tribes beyond the borders, and even secretly raising sinister creatures. Each of these charges violated the moral boundaries and laws of the Great Zhou. Even the noble clans backing them would not dare to protect them openly in the face of irrefutable evidence, having to reluctantly accept their fate. A cold smile curved at the corners of Wang Hao's mouth. The noble clans thought they could expel him and enjoy peace. Oh, how naive. Tonight he would carve out these 24 pieces of flesh from the noble clans. In the eastern part of the city, the residence of Shenzhen, the head of the vehicle department. As an official of the 5th rank in the Ministry of War, the opulence of the Shen residence is no less than that of a marquis estate. The crimson door is adorned with gilded copper studs, and 2 white marble guardian lions stand at the entrance, their fierce claws illuminated by the flickering torches. Inside the main hall, the heated Kong is burning warmly, creating a spring-like atmosphere. Shenzhen's Sun Shen Hao reclines on a grand chair covered with purple marten fur, cradling his newly acquired 8th concubine, while holding a luminous goblet of wine from the western regions filled with deep red grape wine. My lord, I have heard that the streets have been unsettled these past few days with the embroidered uniform guard and the barbarians running amok outside. Is something going to happen? The beautiful concubine delicately peeled a lychee sent by the swift horses of Lingnan and fed it to Shen Hao. Shenzhen chewed on the sweet fruit, letting out a disdainful sneer. What is there to fear? The emperor is merely a clay Buddha pressed down on the dragon throne by the cabinet. Last time at court, he was forced to leave in haste, becoming a laughingstock. The embroidered uniform guard is no longer as arrogant as during the reign of Emperor Zhongwu, and the Eastern Depot has long been abolished after the previous emperor's reign. My father has the current deputy prime minister backing him. With those dogs of war having 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare knock on the door of the Shen residence. Suddenly a thunderous explosion erupted at the front door, like the sound of heaven's thunder. The large crimson door, encased in 3 inches of iron, was forcefully smashed in half by 2 burly guards of the embroidered uniform guard using a steel ram. Splintered wood and broken door bolts flew in all directions like hidden weapons, causing the doorkeeper to bleed profusely from his head. The Shen family is in trouble. Everyone duck down. Anyone who dares move will be killed on the spot. With a furious shout, hundreds of guards in embroidered uniforms armed with embroidered spring sabers surged into the luxurious courtyard like a black tidal wave. Hundreds of torches were ignited, simultaneously illuminating the Shen residence, as bright as day, reflecting the chilling killing intent in the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards. What are you doing? This is the residence of a court official. The steward of the residence rushed out with a dozen bodyguards, while the concubines who were reveling moments ago screamed in terror, scattering like headless flies precious porcelain and fruits falling to the ground. Presumptuous! The steward, who usually wielded power due to Shenzhen's influence, trembled, but still pointed at the leading guard of the embroidered uniform guard, shouting angrily, "Have you all gone blind? My lord is the head of the vehicle department. You dare to invade private property. Tomorrow my lord will definitely report to the cabinet and seek to punish your entire clan." Clang! A crisp sound of metal scraping interrupted the steward's outburst. The leading guard, Lu Zhang, looked as cold as if he were gazing at a corpse. The embroidered spring saber in his hand transformed into a chilling arc of light, sweeping through the air with a perfect crescent. Eft! Blood erupted from the steward's neck like a fountain, and his head, still bearing a look of arrogance, rolled through the air, crashing heavily onto the valuable Taihu stone rockery in the courtyard, the hot blood staining the white stone red. The entire scene fell into silence. The concubines covered their mouths, unable to scream, while the bodyguards were so frightened they dropped their weapons and knelt to the ground. Lu Zhang flicked the blood from the blade of his saber, sheathed it, and strode toward the main hall. He kicked open the intricately carved wooden door, his gaze locked onto Shenzhen, who had slumped in the grand chair. "Young Master Shen, what a refined mood you have," Lu Zhang sneered. Shen Hao trembled all over, the former power he held vanishing in front of the embroidered spring saber, but he still forced himself to stand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Lu Zhang, are you crazy? My father holds an important position. Who gave you the audacity to invade private property? The emperor did. Lu Zhang pulled out a golden token from his bosom and thrust it against Xin Jian's plump face. Xin Jian is guilty of corruption, colluding with the barbarians to sell military supplies. His crimes are unforgivable. If anyone in this residence is found hiding valuables or intending to resist, there is no need for permission, just kill them. Slander, blatant slander. You are framing my father. Slap. Lu Zhang slapped Xin Hao to the ground with a fierce force, roaring loudly, "Search for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find the silver and evidence of crime." The wolf-like embroidered uniform guards immediately dispersed and charged into various rooms. In one corner of the courtyard, several pale-faced Western Depot agents quietly appeared. These supervisors sent by the emperor hovered like swords above the heads of all the embroidered uniform guards, preventing anyone from harboring even a hint of greed in the face of wealth. With blood spilling from his mouth, Xin Hao sat helplessly on the ground, watching the embroidered uniform guards ransack his home. His heart bleeding, yet a glimmer of hope still lingered in his eyes. "Search away. Do as you wish. My father has hidden the true wealth in a top-secret location. As long as those life-threatening items are not found, the officials in the cabinet will surely spare the Xin family's life." However, Xin Jian's hope lasted less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Bang! 2 embroidered uniform guards smashed apart the bed of Xin Jian's favorite concubine. One of the captains knocked on the blue bricks beneath the bed with the handle of his blade. Hearing a hollow echo, his eyes lit up as he immediately pried open the brick. "My lord!" The captain shouted excitedly. "There is a cellar under the bed. We found 3 secret compartments made of steel. They are all filled with gold. There are at least 2,000 taels." Xin Jian's eyes twitched violently, and he let out a sigh of relief. But this was just the beginning. "My lord, the Taihu stone rockery in the back garden has issues." Another 100 men rushed over his face in shock. "The rockery is hollow. When my brothers smashed it open, they found it was wrapped in moisture-proof oilcloth with a total of 80,000 taels of official silver. And 12 boxes of fire spirit stones from the western regions." Fire spirit stones? Lu Zhang's eyes turned cold as he seized Xin Hao by the collar, lifting him up. The Ministry of War allocated fire spirit stones this year to the northern border troops for warmth and weapon crafting, and the entire ministry only reported 30 boxes. How come your family has hidden 12 boxes? The frontline soldiers are freezing to death and being killed by the barbarians, and you are using military supplies to prop up your rockery at home. Xin Hao's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He knew that if this charge was substantiated, his family would be annihilated. At that moment, a Western Depot officer, who had been silent all along, slowly walked into the study. He scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on a painting of a tiger descending the mountain hanging on the wall. He stepped forward, not tearing the painting but pressing firmly on the tiger's eyes. Click! A soft sound echoed, and the entire wall slowly slid open, revealing a massive iron safe embedded within. The Western Depot officer chuckled coldly, drew his waist knife, and with a swift motion directly cut through the lock of the safe. The iron door swung open, revealing not gold or silver, but a thick stack of papers. The officer casually picked up a few sheets and glanced at them, his normally colorless face showing a flicker of emotion. "Lu Qian, who come see the handiwork of our Lord Shun. 30,000 acres of prime irrigated farmland in the outskirts of the capital. This doesn't even include the deeds for 3 pawn shops and 2 brothels in Tongzhou." As the search deepened, treasures were continuously unearthed, piling up in the center of the courtyard. 2,000 taels of gold, 80,000 taels of silver, precious calligraphy and paintings, boxes of jewelry, rare cultivation pills. The dazzling gold and silver gleamed as brightly as day, blinding everyone's eyes. A mere 5th-rank head of the vehicle department has floating assets worth hundreds of thousands of taels. Xin Jian watched as the wealth he had amassed over a lifetime was unearthed piece by piece, finally breaking down. He suddenly lunged forward, grasping Lu Zhang's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Lord Lu, Ancestor Lu, please spare me. This money, I will give you half for my father's sake. No, I will give it all to you. Just let me go and I will give you the deeds to my 30,000 acres. Please." Lu Zhang looked down at this mangy dog tail between its legs with no trace of mercy in his eyes, only endless disgust. He raised his foot and kicked Xin Jian hard in the chest, sending him flying onto the pile of gold bars. "Spare you? What about those brothers on the front lines who froze their fingers off and had their heads chopped off by the barbarians? Who will spare them?" Lu Zhang drew his embroidered spring, saber the tip resting against Xin Jian's throat, coldly uttering 2 words. "Take him away. Throw him into the imperial prison and let him face harsh interrogation." Scenes like this are simultaneously unfolding in more than 20 officials' residences in the capital. However, not every official is merely greedy for wealth. In the home of Lu Zong, the commander of the southern city in the Five Cities military office, the leading Jin Yi-Wei officer Zhao Shang's eyes are bloodshot, and his hand gripping the knife trembles violently. He did not gaze at the mountains of illicit gains piled up in the yard, but rather fixed his eyes on the hidden cellar in the Lu family's backyard. The moment the cellar door was broken open, a nauseating stench of blood and rot rushed out. Zhao Shang entered with a torch, and the sight before him made these Jin Yi-Wei, who were accustomed to life and death, gasp in shock, their stomachs churning. It was an underground altar filled with bizarre symbols painted in blood. At the center of the altar lay 7 corpses of boys and girls aged around 7 or 8. These children were completely naked, their faces twisted in extreme terror, and their blood had been fully drained, leaving behind nothing but skin and bones. Next to the corpses, a few low-level evil creatures resembling wild dogs covered in festering sores and emitting a foul stench were greedily gnawing on the remaining flesh. Beasts. Simply beasts. Zhao Shang's teeth clattered as blood vessels appeared in his eyes. The laws of the Great Zhou clearly state that anyone who raises evil creatures and sacrifices human lives shall not be tolerated by heaven and earth. As the commander responsible for the security of the southern city, Lu Zong actually engaged in such inhumane acts in his own cellar to cultivate a certain sinister technique. Those were 7 living children. Kill. Chop these monsters into meat paste. Zhao Shang roared as he charged forward with his knife. With a flurry of sharp blade lights, the low-level evil creatures were cut to pieces before they had the chance to. Zhao Shang rushed out of the cellar, looking at Lu Zong, who was being held in the yard. This Five Cities military office commander, who usually spoke of righteousness and held great authority in front of the citizens of Southern City, was now trembling in fear. Lord Zhao, I am wronged. Those evil creatures are not mine, and my wife brought them from who knows where. Lu Zong desperately tried to defend himself. Zhao Shang paid no heed to his nonsense. He stormed forward and with a swift motion severed Lu Zong's right ear. Ah! Lu Zong rolled on the ground, clutching his blood-soaked head in madness. Drag this inhumane beast and all the male members of his family, just like dragging a dead dog, to the streets of Southern City. Ring the bells and beat the drums, so the citizens can see the true face of these beasts. Zhao Shang pointed at Lu Zong, his voice hoarse with rage. Such vile creatures deserve to die 1,000 times over. Seize their entire family and throw them all into the imperial prison. I will personally report to His Majesty, demanding their skin be flayed and used as fodder. For an entire night, the capital was illuminated by the torches. Cries, pleas for mercy, the sound of swords being drawn and heavy objects collapsing intertwined, resembling a hell on earth. The corrupt officials who usually rode roughshod over the citizens finally understood that when the emperor's wrath truly descended, their pride and power were worth less than a piece of paper. Before dawn broke, a grayish-white hue appeared on the horizon. In the Gonquan Palace, Wang Hao still maintained his posture, though the fire basin on the ground had extinguished. Tap, tap, tap. A hurried sound of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the hall. The supervisor of ceremonies, the chief eunuch Hai Dafu, entered carrying a thick ledger. Hai Dafu was dripping with sweat, his official hat askew, but he couldn't care less about tidying his appearance. His plump face was trembling with excitement and his voice quivered. Your Majesty, the seizures are complete. We have struck it rich. Your Majesty, we have struck it. Hai Dafu knelt in front of the imperial desk, holding the ledger high with tears streaming down his face, a potential Oscar-winning performance. Wang Hao, who had been meditating with eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Read it word for word. How much was seized? Hai Dafu swallowed hard and opened the first page of the ledger. Just one glance at the summarized figure caused him to feel dizzy again, as if his heart might leap out of it. In response to Your Majesty, Hai Dafu took a deep breath and exclaimed loudly. This time the Jin Yi-Wei and the Western Factory cooperated and collectively raided 24 officials' residences. They seized cash, gold bars, various jewels, paintings, antiques, and jade, totaling a total of 18 million taels of silver. How much? 18 million taels of silver. With a loud bang, Wang Hao slammed his hand on the imperial desk, standing up in shock. The sturdy imperial desk, made of century-old golden silk nanmu, was cracked by his blow, producing a clear fracture. 18 million taels. Wang Hao's breath became heavy, his fists clenched tightly under his dragon robe. And these parasites, merely 24 lower-ranking officials, had embezzled so much. The Great Zhou is not lacking in money. All that wealth has gone into the pockets of these corrupt officials. Wang Hao's heart surged with a storm. Was he angry? Of course he was angry. The soldiers at the borders mutinied, due to unpaid wages, while the disaster-stricken citizens in Jiangnan resorted to cannibalism for food. The Great Zhou's realm was riddled with wounds, while these vampires sucking the life out of the imperial tree were living in luxury. Yet amidst the fury a joy that could not be described in words surged within him. He had taken the right path in seizing wealth. It seemed that there was plenty of money to be made. After dealing with the corrupt officials, he would seize the wealthy families. Not only that. Hai Dafa's voice calmed slightly but still carried excitement as he continued reading from the ledger. I have not finished reading yet. In addition to cash, we also seized high-quality arable land and irrigated fields in the capital and Jiangnan totaling 120,000 acres, more than 160 shops, pawnshops, and brothels across various regions. Additionally, among the weapons seized from the military officials' homes, there were over 3,000 low-grade weapons and more than 500 bottles of low-grade cultivation pills, as well as 500 warhorses and 300 boxes of Western region fire spirit stones. Every figure Hai Dafu pronounced made Wang Hao's heart race. Sudden wealth. This was definitely a historic surge of wealth. The total value had already surpassed the embezzled funds of those vile eunuchs. Wang Hao slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the joy within. Previously, to completely control military power, he had spent a small portion of the money from the seizure of 330,000 soldiers' hearts, distributing out 60,000 acres of land. He had been worried these past few days, hoping the system's reward of 100 million taels would remain untouched, but his next plan lacked sufficient funding and could not be carried out. And what happened? By taking the initiative, these lovable civil officials who often preached about righteousness and morality, integrity and purity, in the court obediently delivered this immense wealth right into his hands. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Wang Hao suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter echoed in the vast Gongquan palace, initially a low and cold chuckle, but it grew louder and more unrestrained, shaking the beams and pillars of the grand hall. As he laughed, Wang Hao felt anger welling up within him. These fellows who demand money from the court every day, even trying to dip into his treasury, while acting as if they are devoted to the people and loyal to the nation, are simply too disgusting. Good. What a clean and honest official. What a man of integrity. Wang Hao strode down from the imperial steps and snatched the ledger from Hai Dafa's hands. He gazed at the astronomical figures written in vermilion ink. 18 million taels. 120,000 acres of land. Wang Hao stared fixedly at the ledger, murmuring to himself before suddenly lifting his head, his gaze akin to a bloodthirsty ancient beast that had finally broken free from its chains. Since they love money so much, since they enjoy sucking blood from the bones of the Great Zhou. Hai Dafu. This servant is here. Hai Dafu bowed deeply. Proclaim my decree. Wang Hao spoke slowly and coldly. For these 24 families, all adult males are to be executed by slow slicing. The women are to be sent to the teaching bureau, and regarding the gold and silver seized, Wang Hao slammed the ledger onto the ground. All of it shall be fed into the imperial treasury. I shall use their money to arm my army, use their land to appease my soldiers, use their blood to tell the entire court to inform those noble clans. The sky of the Great Zhou is my sky. Wang Hao leaned against the broad dragon chair, his fingers unconsciously stroking the jade seal. Before him on the Zetonwood desk lay 2 lists quietly. On the left was the spoils from the raid last night: 18 million taels of silver, 120,000 acres of fertile land, and countless antiques and paintings. In Wang Hao's eyes, this enormous sum was merely the beginning. His gaze was fixed firmly on the list on the right. This was the list of 24 officials who had been taken into custody by the Imperial Guards last night, along with their vacant positions. Wang Hao picked up the imperial brush, and without the slightest hesitation heavily circled 2 positions in red. Chief Commander of the 5-City Military Division. Minister of the Department of Military Vehicles. Zhang Wujiu. Zhang Wujiu, the powerful assistant minister. Probably had a sleepless night last night, didn't you? Wang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile as he murmured to himself, you must think that I am merely capturing these 24 individuals to clear obstacles for the Imperial Army's blood replacement, or to serve as a warning. If so, your vision is too narrow. In this vast realm of the Great Zhou, can a few deaths truly rectify the situation? Wang Hao's gaze gradually deepened. As an emperor with a modern soul, he was acutely aware of the dire affliction plaguing the Great Zhou. Neither external enemies nor the strange beings lurking in the night, but the fundamentally rotten financial and bureaucratic systems. It is true that power comes from the barrel of a gun. Last night's operation had firmly placed him in control of the dagger wielded by 330,000 troops. However, sustaining these 330,000 soldiers, gradually taking control of the border and local garrisons, and even creating an invincible army to sweep the world, could not merely rely on plundering a few corrupt officials. He needed a machine that could continuously generate revenue for the empire. And these 24 individuals were precisely the carefully selected components for building that machine. Wang Hao's gaze fell upon the words 5-city military division, and in his mind, like a military simulation, a grand reform blueprint rapidly took shape. The 5-city military division, a mere 6th-rank office ostensibly responsible for maintaining public order and fire safety in the capital, actually held the most critical power. Managing merchants in the capital and collecting municipal taxes. This was a place fat with profit yet treated as a private garden by noble families and corrupt officials. To break down and then build up, Wang Hao set down the vermilion brush, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. I will directly establish a Great Zhou Taxation Bureau atop the corpse of the 5-city military division. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with intense ambition. Rank, the 6th rank means nothing. He would set it directly as a 2nd rank. Not only at the level of a minister but also directly under the cabinet. Without absolute rank suppression, how could he pry tax revenue from the mouths of those entrenched noble families? How could he possibly plug the loopholes that leaked like a sieve? How would the cabinet perceive this newly established department? If he relinquished control, it would be directly under the emperor, greatly enhancing imperial power, allowing the eunuchs in the inner court to grasp the lifeline of the cabinet and the 6 ministries. If he did not, the cabinet would inevitably lead a confrontation against the noble families, making it a tough choice. This was not even safe. If the cabinet turned against him in retaliation, he could end up losing everything. Wang Hao understood the art of political exchange very well. He had long prepared a poison apple to appease the civil official faction, expanding the powers of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, deprive the 5-city military division of its law enforcement powers, and transfer them entirely to the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, Wang Hao coldly calculated in his heart, I will issue an edict to let the powers of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court descend directly from the capital to provinces, states, counties, and townships. The Supreme Court would likewise be promoted to the 2nd rank alongside the censorate, splitting the judicial and prosecutorial powers of local officials. Look at how much effort I put into arranging the paths for those provincial governors, prefects, and county magistrates to lighten their burdens. You civil officials should thank me. You say you can't afford to sustain them. What do you think the tax department under the cabinet is for? If you can't collect taxes, it merely indicates your incompetence. Then I will hand over the tax department to the inner court, letting the eunuchs of the Bureau of Rights collect taxes. This is a scheme that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. I benefit 3 times. From the perspective of the civil official faction, the emperor is decentralizing power. With the powers of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court extending to counties and townships, the civil officials' influence will permeate the grassroots. This will undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the civil official faction. To swallow this fat piece of meat, they will actively cooperate with the establishment of the Taxation Bureau and bring it under the cabinet. This is not a thankless endeavor for Wang Hao. The civil officials of the Great Zhou are not merely the lapdogs of noble families. Wang Hao's smile grew colder. The scholars who passed the imperial examinations from humble backgrounds account for 2/3 of all bureaucrats. When the powers of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court extend to townships, those eager to achieve merit and ascend from humble origins will inevitably come into fierce conflict with the noble families that hold local power. At that time, the officials representing the interests of noble families and those representing the interests of the humble will undoubtedly tear each other apart over the grassroots judicial and tax collection rights. A united civil official faction. I want to see that when you are all biting each other over unequal power distribution, who will still have the mind to manage me or even demand that I act as a judge. They might even actively cooperate with my reforms of the local garrisons, as I will not strip the Ministry of War of its control over the local garrisons, but will also assign them the responsibility to assist the tax department in collecting taxes. Wang Hao's gaze shifted to the 2nd red circle. Minister of the Department of Military Vehicles. This position, responsible for managing the nation's relay stations, troop allocations, and road maintenance, seemed like a thankless job with annual deficits. But in the eyes of Wang Hao, a time traveler, this was an undiscovered gold mine. Relay stations running deficits year after year. That is because these civil officials are as dull as pigs. He had already devised a strategy. Next, he would deliberately leak information, allowing the eunuchs from the Eastern Depot and the inner court to scramble for positions in the Taxation Bureau, portraying the emperor as a greedy figure intent on using eunuchs to amass wealth. The civil official faction would undoubtedly be outraged, focusing all their attention on the Taxation Bureau, desperately blocking the eunuchs from rising to power. And while everyone's attention was on the Taxation Bureau, Wang Hao would effortlessly strip the control of the relay station system from the Ministry of War, reclaiming it for the inner court and establishing the Great Zhou Royal Postal Logistics Bureau. Self-sustaining civil officials would willingly shed this burden. The eunuchs in the Bureau of Internal Affairs, relying on the few words I gave them, actually managed to produce cement. Wang Hao felt a surge of heat even in his breathing as he thought of this. With cement, the roads of the realm would no longer be muddy and impassable. He aimed to create the Great Zhou Royal Highway, establishing toll booths at key transportation routes. Once the logistics network was laid out, relay stations would no longer be a burden to the court, but would control the flow of goods, information, and a super artery for amassing wealth. Once the logistics system was established, the next step would be to set up the Great Zhou Royal Bank, and then use power to demolish the slums in the southern and northern cities of the capital for real estate development. This is a chain reaction, all aimed at accumulating wealth. Your Majesty. A soft call interrupted Wang Hao's reverie. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao suddenly burst into thunderous laughter. What a splendid case of sudden wind cold. What an exquisite act of avoidance. He abruptly cut off his laughter, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Zhang Wuji is delivering a stern warning to Zhuge Huaijin. Does he truly believe that by courting the Grand Secretariat and sidelining the Chief Grand Secretary, he can force His Majesty to bow? Your Majesty. Wei Zhongxian's eyes flickered with cold cruelty as he suggested, shall this humble servant dispatch Eastern Depot agents to visit Vice Grand Secretary Zhang's residence, to inquire after his illness? He made a swift, throat-slitting gesture. Foolish. Wang Hao cast him a glacial glance. So piercing it sent Wei Zhongxian plummeting into icy dread. With a thud, he dropped to his knees once more. This servant deserves death. This servant presumed to fathom Your Majesty's will. Such presumption merits 10,000 deaths. Zhang Wuji is a grand elder who has served 3 sovereigns, the moral standard-bearer of the pure faction, and the de facto voice of the aristocratic clans. To execute him now would incite rebellion among every scholar, official, and gentry family across the realm. What I seek is enduring peace and stability for the Great Zhou, not chaos and unrest. Wang Hao rose and strode slowly to the window, gazing at the radiant sun rising triumphantly above the horizon. His voice carried the unshakable composure of one who held destiny in his palm. And Zhuge Huaijin. How does he respond? How does he respond? Wei Zhongxian wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastened to report, Your Majesty. Minister Zhuge appears to have anticipated this. Not a single word of complaint has crossed his lips. The moment he entered his duty chamber, he ordered all ministry account books and memorials from the past 6 months sealed. He is now inside with several trusted aides conducting a frantic audit. It is said, many rotten accounts revealing massive deficits have already been unearthed. Excellent. Wang Hao slammed his palm against the window frame, his eyes alight with unmistakable admiration. Zhuge Huaijin had not disappointed him, this unbending traditionalist. A man who could not abide even a grain of dust in his eye, was precisely the catfish Wang Hao had deliberately planted within the civil bureaucracy. No, more accurately, a rabid hound. Does Zhang Wuji imagine that mere avoidance will allow this matter to cool quietly? Zhuge Huaijin has struck directly at his rear, wielding those very corrupt accounts amassed during Zhang's 6-month grip on court affairs as his weapon. Wang Hao turned to face Wei Zhongxian, still kneeling on the floor. Convey my imperial edict: no eunuch official or Jinui agent shall interfere in the Grand Secretariat's internal struggle, under any pretext. Your Majesty's meaning is... Wei Zhongxian hesitated, half comprehending. My meaning is simple. The court arena henceforth belongs solely to Zhuge Huaijin and Zhang Wuji. That stubborn mule Zhang Wuji will have his hands full for months to come. Zhuge Huaijin will sink his teeth into those graft-ridden accounts and refuse to let go. Soon the civil bureaucracy will tear itself apart. Dog biting dog, fur flying everywhere. Wang Hao returned to his writing desk and looked down upon Wei Zhongxian, his voice lowered to a near whisper. Yet each word struck like thunder, and you, the eastern and western depots, shall withdraw entirely, retreating into the shadows. Beyond vigilant surveillance of the Grand Secretariat and the 16 aristocratic clans, all other operations are suspended. Without my explicit decree, no one is to strike. Wei Zhongxian shuddered violently, suddenly enlightened. His Majesty intended to stand aloof, observing as the civil officials devoured one another, exhausting their strength. And the Emperor himself would remain the supreme arbiter, aloft and impartial, intervening only when the combatants neared mutual annihilation, then stepping in to tip the scales. Your Majesty's wisdom is divine. This servant pledges absolute discipline over his subordinates. Never shall Your Majesty's grand design be compromised. Wei Zhongxian bowed, deeply awe-surging to its zenith. Enough flattery, Wang Hao said, drawing a pre-drafted secret edict from his desk and tossing it onto the tiled floor before Wei Zhongxian. Attend to 2 matters without delay. Wei Zhongxian reverently lifted the edict with both hands and waited, head bowed. First Wang Hao pointed to the confiscated land inventory. Select 50,000 mu of the finest, most fertile farmland from this 120,000 mu estate, specifically those located in the capital's environs. These lands shall reward the most exemplary soldiers of the newly reorganized infantry guard. The 5 military commissions shall draft the distribution plan. The Directorate of Ceremonial shall supervise the entire process. One condition: only every acre must reach the grassroots, into the hands of brave, battle-tested soldiers. Wei Zhongxian drew a sharp breath. 50,000 mu, bestowed so casually. Do not begrudge this modest tract of land. Wang Hao saw through his hesitation and scoffed. I intend for every military household across the realm to witness clearly. Loyalty to me yields not only sustenance, but honor, ancestral glory, and landed wealth. Morale is forged not with rhetoric but with gold and soil. With this grant of 50,000 mu, the hearts of the 33,000-strong Imperial Guards would bind irrevocably to Wang Hao. Whoever dared threaten the Emperor would be torn limb from limb by these very soldiers. Now landholders, now defenders of their own patrimony. This servant understands. It shall be executed flawlessly. Wei Zhongxian replied, trembling with fervor. Second Wang Hao's eyes darkened, and he leaned forward slightly, locking his gaze with Wei Zhongxian's. Mobilize all Eastern Depot covert networks among the common folk, especially among impoverished scholars, accountants, and even litigation masters intimately versed in the Ming Code, to secretly recruit talents skilled in arithmetic and judicial administration. No fanfare. Assemble them discreetly at the Imperial Manor on the capital's outskirts, and enforce strict seclusion. Wei Zhongxian blinked, startled. Your Majesty, what purpose do these recruits serve? Ask not what is beyond your purview. Wang Hao straightened, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing through the glazed tiles of the Imperial study, as if beholding the vast, turbulent map of empire yet to unfold. In a few days' court assembly, I shall place 2 masterful moves upon the vacant posts of the 5-city military command and the chariot office. Moves so profound that neither Zhang Wuji nor Zhuge Huijin will grasp their design. These men will become my sharpest blades, forged in silence, wielded at the hour of destiny. His voice, though soft, resonated with the world-swallowing majesty of a sovereign who commanded heaven and earth, causing the very air within the imperial study to tremble. This servant obeys. Immediately, Wei Zhongxian dared not utter another syllable. He scrambled backward and fled the imperial study in haste. The rising sun broke free of the clouds, entirely bathing Wang Hao's youthful yet commanding visage in molten gold. He stood motionless at the window, surveying the sprawling expanse of the imperial palace complex beneath him, his chest swelling with turbulent, boiling resolve. 33,000 tigers and wolves. His shield, the depot's hounds lying dormant in darkness. His eyes, the chief and vice grand secretaries locked in mutual destruction. His stratagem, tens of millions of taels of silver and 1,000,000 mu of arable land. His trump cards, the Great Zhou's seemingly hopeless terminal stalemate had at last been revitalized by his unyielding hand, placing decisive, irrevocable moves upon the board. Zhang Wuji, the aristocratic clans. Prepare yourselves for a cataclysmic, dimension-shattering reckoning. Wang Hao murmured softly, a hunter's smile curling at the edge of his lips. My reign has only just... The bell of dawn echoed above the forbidden city, heavy and imposing. Within the hall of heavenly purity, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, devoid of the usual whispers. Even the incense smoke that curled upward seemed frozen by the suffocating atmosphere. Wang Hao sat upright on the dragon, thrown the jade beads beneath the 12-feathered crown, swaying gently, cleverly concealing his eagle-like sharp gaze. Last night, the Imperial Guard had shattered the bluestone streets of the capital, imprisoning 24 high-ranking officials with confiscated wealth piling up like a mountain at the offices of the local magistrate. The fire had burned too fiercely and unexpectedly, so much so that even the usually brash officials, who loved to clash their heads against the pillars for fame, sat in silence today like a group of quails with their necks grasped. If there is business, report it early. If not, dismiss the court. The chief eunuch Sun Li dragged out his long syllables, his sharp voice echoing in the vast hall like a steel knife scraping against the eardrums of every courtier. Behind Sun Li stood the pinnacle of power in the Great Zhou court, Grand Eunuch Hai Dafu, Director Wei Zhongxian, Chief of the Clean Army Chao Shaoqin, Head of the Imperial Horse Department Chao Jingchuan, and Director of the Western Bureau Yu Huatian. These 6 grand eunuchs, adorned in magnificent python robes, kept their hands tucked within their sleeves, their eyes slightly lowered. The cold, murderous aura emanating from them sharply contrasted with the trepidation of the officials present. With just a glance from the young sovereign on the dragon throne, these 6 vicious hounds could instantly turn the hall of heavenly purity into a battlefield. Silence. A full 10 breaths of silence. Just as some officials with weaker nerves began to perspire, a furious shout erupted from the front of the civil officials like thunder striking the ground. "I, the Chief Minister Zhuge Huiqin, have a matter to report." A white-haired elder garbed in a scarlet crane-patterned robe suddenly stepped out from the ranks. Unlike the usual officials who were filled with fear, he stood tall and straight, resembling a battle-hardened sword long kept in its sheath. This man was Zhuge Huiqin, the Chief Minister, whom Wang Hao had forcefully released from house arrest yesterday, representing the interests of the common folk. Approved to report. Wang Hao leaned slightly forward, his hands subtly pressing against the dragon throne's carved armrests, feigning an attentive posture, while secretly reveling in amusement. The show was finally about to begin. "Old mad dog, bite me fiercely." Zhuge Huiqin wasted no time, pulling out a thick stack of account books from his wide sleeves, raising them high. His voice boomed like a great bell, shaking the dome of the hall. "I impeach 13 officials above the heads of the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Works, and Ministry of Personnel for embezzling state funds and forming cliques for personal gain. Last night I lit the lamp to check the allocation accounts of the 6 ministries over the past 6 months, and found that just for the riverbank repairs 300,000 taels of silver have gone missing. The autumn taxes from the Jiangnan region have also seen 70% embezzled under the guise of fire expenses. Every line in these account books is a testament to the suffering of the common people, every word a crime against the state." Once these words were spoken, the court erupted in chaos. The stifling silence was instantly torn apart. The military nobles led by the Duke of England maintained their wooden and clay-like demeanor, but a closer look revealed the corners of their mouths curling into cold smirks of glee. Meanwhile, the civil officials were like a pot that had exploded. Several officials who had been named turned pale, their legs trembling. Countless pleading and hopeful gazes instantly focused on the figure standing at the front of the civil officials, just one position behind Zhuge Huiqin, the Deputy Chief Minister Zhang Wuji, the stabilizing force of the aristocratic families in the court. Zhang Wuji's eyelids drooped slightly, his hands tucked within his sleeves, resembling an old monk in meditation, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. He had originally intended to take leave today under the guise of catching a chill, but he understood all too well the young emperor's intent behind last night's sudden bloodbath. It was to establish authority. If he did not come today, it would be seen as a sign of weakness towards the emperor. Yet, if he did come, he would have to confront Zhuge Huiqin, the old mad dog who recognized no kin. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Wuji chose to remain present. He knew that if he retreated even a single step, the foundation he had built over decades would be torn to shreds by the emperor and Zhuge Huiqin. When the hearts of the people scatter, the troops become difficult to command. "Lord Zhuge, your words are erroneous." Just as the murmurs in the hall threatened to spiral out of control, Zhang Wuji finally moved. He slowly turned around, his voice not loud yet carrying an undeniable weight honed by years of power, instantly quelling all the noise. "Governance of a great nation is akin to cooking a small fish." Zhang Wuji slightly raised his head, meeting Zhuge Huiqin's fiery gaze, his tone as calm as discussing today's weather. "The accounts of the 6 ministries are vast like the ocean, and the allocation of money and grain is intricate. Pulling one thread can move the entire body. Occasional errors or measures taken by local governments that are suitable for their circumstances are common. Moreover, the chief minister has been under house arrest for over 6 months now, and many matters in the court have changed." At this point, Zhang Wuji paused, his eyes suddenly flashing with a sharp light that pierced Zhuge Huiqin. "Did you, sir, just resume your position in the cabinet last night, and have yet to drink even a single cup of tea, yet can ascertain the deficits of the 6 ministries over the past 6 months in just one night? Lord Zhuge, are you a celestial descended to the mortal realm, or do you possess foresight?" This statement was undeniably sharp. Zhang Wuji refused to engage with the rotten accounts of 300,000 taels of silver because they were indeed rotten and indefensible. Instead, he chose the most clever tactic, attacking the legality and motivation of the process and steering the rotten accounts towards the realm of expediency and common sense. Zhang Wuji turned, facing the dragon throne, slowly bowing his body, his voice suddenly rising, tinged with a sense of deep concern. "Your Majesty, this old minister believes that Lord Zhuge might have been deceived by treacherous individuals taking some hearsay and cobbled together evidence to instigate a major case of injustice in front of your Majesty in this court. If these so-called accounts were truly followed and 13 high-ranking officials from the ministries were arrested, the 6 ministries would be paralyzed and orders would not be issued from the capital, resulting in chaos throughout the realm. Your Majesty, please see clearly." Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Wang Hao could not help but applaud Zhang Wuji in his heart. The old fox's few words not only steered Zhuge Huiqin's motives towards factional strife, but also overtly issued a political threat to the emperor. "Your Majesty, everything should prioritize the country's interests. If such hearsay leads to major cases of injustice and officials are left in fear, how can the state remain stable? Hearsay? What an excellent hearsay. What an excellent major case of injustice. Zhuge Weiqin's beard bristled with rage like an enraged lion. He stepped forward, almost pressing his face against Zhang Wuji's, the account books in his hand, slapping the air with a thunderous sound. Zhang, Deputy Minister, open your eyes and see clearly. There are the personal seals of the Right Vice Minister of Revenue and the red seal of the Ministry of Works Engineering and Construction Office, black on white ironclad evidence. Zhuge Weiqin's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Zhang Wuji. I have served as an official for 30 years. I do not understand what expedient measures are, nor do I grasp what your common sense means. I recognize only the laws of the Great Zhou, only the common people of the world. In this court, is national law greater, or is your Lord Zhang's common sense greater? Today you protect the traitors, tomorrow, will you not replace the officials with rats swallowing the Great Zhou's mountains and rivers whole? A sharp attack on the heart. Zhuge Weiqin's counterattack was equally shrewd, directly equating Zhang Wuji's broad perspective with protecting traitors, and even subtly placing a rebellion label upon him. Zhang Wuji's eyes twitched slightly at the corners. He knew that he could no longer dwell on this topic. Discussing political compromises with a reckless mad dog was akin to playing a lute to a cow. He immediately signaled to someone behind him. Nonsense. A left deputy censor dressed in peacock attire stepped forward, pointing at Zhuge Huijin and cursing loudly, Lord Zhuge, you are slandering. Elder Zhang has served the court with utmost loyalty through 3 reigns. How could he allow anyone to tarnish his reputation? Is it not that certain individuals wish to eliminate dissenters and form cliques for personal gain? Nonsense. A young official from a humble background also jumped out without hesitation. The Prime Minister is impartial. Are those embezzled funds not real? You noble families monopolize the court and cover for each other. It's high time you were punished. You insolent brat, how dare you speak of court affairs? Old fool, do you dare to be greedy yet refuse to admit it? In an instant, the entire Feng Tian Hall was thrown into disarray. Officials representing the interests of the humble families began to speak frantically, echoing Zhuge Huijin, while those from noble backgrounds and their subordinates jumped out to accuse the Prime Minister of being overly hasty and having ulterior motives. The verbal sparring escalated into personal attacks, and several hot-tempered individuals had even started rolling up their sleeves. Within the ranks of the civil officials, amidst the clash of class interests, Zhuge Huijin's sharp words carved a deep, bottomless rift. Wang Hao looked down on this scene like a spectator watching a gladiatorial contest. Fight harder the better. If the civil officials do not fight among themselves, how can the emperor remain secure? Zhang Wuji, your proud political wisdom is nothing in front of the absolute justice I have arranged. Seeing that the moment was ripe, if he did not intervene, this court meeting would likely devolve into chaos, a fine tradition of daxia. Enough! Wang Hao's voice was not loud, even described as calm. But at the moment he uttered these 2 words, the East Factory Chief Wei Zhongxian and the West Factory Chief Yu Huayan, who had been standing like wooden stakes, both snorted coldly. These 2 cold snorts, infused with profound soft internal energy from inner masters, pierced like invisible ice needles into the ears of every arguing official. The hall was as if cast under a spell. The quarrel ceased abruptly. All officials awakened from their stupor, hurried back to their places and knelt, saying, We have acted improperly, your majesty, forgive us. Wang Hao straightened slightly, a hint of an enigmatic smile on his face. Lord Zhuge, your thorough investigation of the deficit, your hatred of evil, is indeed loyal to the country, which brings me great comfort. And Lord Zhang, your wisdom in statecraft and consideration of the bigger picture is also for the stability of the court, truly a blessing for the realm. You 2 are both my trusted ministers. Why must you let a few ledgers spoil your harmony? Zhang Wuji lowered his head, but his heart sank. Is the emperor trying to smooth things over? No, that can't be right. With this young emperor's thunderous methods last night, how could he possibly back down at this critical moment? Indeed, Wang Hao's next words made cold sweat instantly bead on Zhang Wuji's back. Since the accounts are complicated, let the 3 departments slowly verify them, with the East Factory supervising, pursuing accountability to the end, yet without implicating the innocent. Wang Hao casually hung this bomb, which could explode the court at any moment in midair, neither detonating nor dismantling it, just hovering above the heads of the noble faction officials. Then Wang Hao's gaze slowly swept over the officials, his expression gradually shifting from gentle to sharp as a blade. Today I have more important matters to discuss with you all. Last night the commander of the 5-city military commission, the left and right deputy commanders, and 24 other officials on suspicion of rebellion and corruption have been captured by the Jinui. These 24 are not worth mourning, but the security of the capital cannot be relaxed for a day. Wang Hao leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying an irresistible pressure. Especially this 5-city military commission which oversees the security of the 9 gates of the capital, fire prevention, theft prevention, street management, and even the collection of city taxes inside and outside the capital. These positions are crucial. The commission cannot be left without a leader for a single day. Noble ministers, do you have suitable candidates to recommend? The plot thickens, revealing its dagger. Zhang Wuji suddenly raised his head, his pupils constricting violently. Only at this moment did he awaken from his stupor, seeing through the series of traps set by the young man on the dragon throne. Zhuge Huijin's ledgers, last night's arrests, today's court push, and even the recent fierce party struggle were all smoke screens laid out by the emperor. It was a deliberate diversion created by the emperor. The emperor's true target is not those corrupt officials at all, but the critical departments of the 5-city military commission. The 5-city military commission, on the surface merely responsible for patrolling the streets, is in reality the capital's city management police tax bureau in political struggles. To control the 5-city military commission is to control all the myriad social classes and information in the capital, ensuring a steady influx of gray income. More importantly, at critical moments, it is an armed force capable of sealing off all streets and controlling the residences of officials. For many years, the 5-city military commission has been firmly in the hands of Zhang Wuji and other noble factions, serving as a hidden card to restrain imperial power. Last night, the Jinhui swiftly uprooted its upper ranks, and now the emperor is about to reshuffle the deck in the court right on the spot. The emperor's people must not be allowed to control the 5-city military commission. Otherwise, in the future, every move of the officials in the capital, even which concubine they visited at night, would be clearly seen by the emperor. Zhang Wuji's reaction was nothing short of swift. He cared not for his dignity, immediately turning his head and fixing a sharp gaze on the Minister of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel oversees the promotions and appointments of officials across the land, a final bastion that the noble factions must defend. The Minister of Personnel, being exceptionally astute, immediately understood Zhang Wuji's intent upon receiving his gaze. He stepped forward, even interjecting before Zhuge Huijin could speak, loudly declaring, I believe that the Minister of the Ministry of War Li. He aimed to cut through the chaos, directly throwing out the name of an official who seemed neutral but was secretly aligned with the noble families. As long as he followed the normal personnel procedure with the advantage of numbers of the noble families in the court, they would absolutely be able to reclaim the 5-city military commission. However, before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Wang Hao. Wait! Wang Hao did not even glance at the Minister of Personnel. He slowly rose, looking down at Zhang Wuji from above, a cold, bone-chilling smile forming on his lips. It seems the Minister of Personnel did not understand my meaning. Before recommending candidates, I wish to first change the rules of the 5-city military commission. The hall fell into dead silence once more. Zhang Wuji's heart sank to the depths. He looked at the young emperor, who resembled a dragon awakening, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. Change the rules. The emperor no longer wishes to play within the rules they have set. The emperor is about to overturn the table. Change the rules. Zhang Wuji's eyebrows twitched violently, a trace of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. He slowly stepped forward, raising the jade tablet above his head, his tone firm. Your Majesty, the 5 cities military department governs the public security of the capital, which has been established as a foundational law since the founding of the Great Zhou. Pulling one hair affects the whole body. I believe it cannot be taken lightly. Zhang Wuji felt nothing but disdain. This young emperor had just ascended the throne, and relying on his control of the military in the capital, he dared to attempt to shake the foundations of the aristocratic families. What is the 5 cities military department? It is the capital's purse, a stronghold for the major families to place their confidence and gather wealth. You think you can revoke it with a single word? That's simply a delusion. As Zhang Wuji spoke, the group of aristocrats behind him, clad in crimson official robes, lowered their gazes, resembling clay statues, yet their intent to resist was evident. However, the great Zhou Emperor Wang Hao, seated on the dragon throne, did not retreat. He gazed down at Zhang Wuji, letting out a cold laugh. Foundational law. Wang Hao suddenly straightened up, slamming his palm heavily on the table. Bang! The loud noise was like thunder striking the ground, startling a few timid officials in the front row, causing them to tremble and nearly collapse. What a foundational law! Wang Hao stood up abruptly, pointing his finger in midair at Zhang Wuji's nose, and sternly shouted, The foundational law you speak of allows those good for nothings to rampage in the capital. It allows them to accept bribes from merchants, to shelter brothels and gambling houses. It has led to the imperial treasury of the Great Zhou being empty for years, unable to provide even the cotton clothing for the troops at the borders. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The officials all knelt down in unison, but only Zhang Wuji and a few others remained standing their necks stiff. My mind is made up and there is no room for negotiation. Wang Hao didn't give Zhang Wuji a chance to refute. From this day forward, the 5 cities' military department will be abolished. All powers related to public security, night patrols, fire prevention, and theft prevention will be stripped away and immediately placed under the unified jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Xian, the Minister of Justice, who had been kneeling and prepared to stand against Zhang Wuji, suddenly raised his head, his pupils constricting violently, and his breath became extremely heavy in that moment. What? Handing over the public security powers of the 5 cities' military department to the Ministry of Justice, Li Xian's mind was racing. It must be known that although the Ministry of Justice is nominally one of the 6 ministries overseeing the laws of the land in the capital due to the constraints of the 5 cities' military department, and the Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice could only handle major cases and had no real say in public security. Now the emperor had inexplicably dropped a massive power with tens of thousands of soldiers overseeing the capital's 9 gates directly onto his head. This was solid military power and absolute jurisdiction. Li Xian caught a glimpse of Zhang Wuji standing in front of him out of the corner of his eye, his heart engulfed in a fierce struggle. While it is true that I was promoted by the aristocracy, but dear Prime Minister, the emperor has given too much. If I swallow this piece of fat meat, my position in the court would almost rival that of the cabinet elders. I'm sorry, the emperor has given too much. Without a moment's hesitation, the words Li Xian had prepared to protest were instantly swallowed back down. He deeply bowed his head to the golden bricks, crying out, I, Li Xian, Minister of Justice, thank your majesty for your heavenly grace. I will certainly do my utmost to cleanse the capital and will never fail your majesty's heavy trust. Zhang Wuji's expression darkened instantly at these words, his hands hidden in the voluminous sleeves clenched into fists. Fool! A fool with shallow eyes. Zhang Wuji raged internally. This is the emperor's overt scheme. This is to divide and conquer. A mere bit of small gain has turned you, the Ministry of Justice, against us. Can't you see the emperor is dismantling our civil officials' power? Wang Hao looked at Zhang Wuji's ever-changing old face, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Feels great, the great man said, to make friends more and enemies less, truly a profound saying. He sat back down on the dragon throne, his tone suddenly becoming calm, yet the words he spoke were like a heavy bomb exploding in the deep sea. With the public security powers handed to the Ministry of Justice, the original authority of the 5 cities' military department to collect city taxes cannot be wasted either. I have decided to completely separate the authority to collect city taxes and establish a separate office based on this. The new office will be named the Great Zhou Taxation Bureau, with the rank of 2nd grade. Directly overseen by the cabinet, it will specialize in the collection of commercial taxes, mineral taxes, and customs duties. All merchants in the world must pay taxes to the Taxation Bureau. Those who violate this will be treated as treason, with their families exterminated. Boom! If the earlier abolition of the military department was merely a thunderclap, now the entire Feng Tian Palace had erupted into a massive earthquake. An independent office of 2nd grade. It will also specialize in collecting commercial taxes and mineral taxes. For 1,000 years, the Great Zhou has relied on the bottom-level farmers who toil tirelessly in the fields for tax revenue, paying land taxes and conscription taxes. As for commercial taxes, they have always been extremely low, often non-existent in many places. Why can't they be collected? Because the largest trading houses, the most profitable salt and iron mines, and the most lucrative maritime smuggling operations all have their true masters standing in this court. All of them are the aristocratic families who preach benevolence and righteousness. The emperor establishing this overwhelmingly powerful taxation bureau, even setting a harsh law that not paying taxes is equivalent to treason. Is this really about collecting taxes? This is obviously using a burning knife to stab directly into the hearts of these aristocratic families to carve flesh. Your Majesty must not. Absolutely not. The Minister of Rights Zhao De almost rolled out of the ranks, landing heavily on his knees, even neglecting his tilted black official hat. He wept bitterly, his voice shrill, as if he had lost a dear father. Your Majesty, please consider. Since ancient times, the court should base itself on agriculture, imposing light taxes and reducing burdens. Competing with the people for profits is a sign of a doomed nation, not something a wise ruler would do. If your Majesty establishes such a cruel office and forcefully collects commercial taxes, it will surely cause merchants across the land to feel disheartened and cease trading, leading to soaring prices, and the people will suffer. Chaos is imminent, Your Majesty. Zhao De cried with snot and tears, as if he was truly worried for the Great Zhou's country and society. But what truly bled in his heart was, once this taxation bureau is established, how much silver will my Zhao family have to pay for those dozens of silk workshops, and over a dozen iron mines in Jiang and every year. That would be taking my life. Glancing at Zhao De's mournful appearance, the Prime Minister Zhuge Weiqin's sharp eyes suddenly sparkled. Zhuge Huiqin understood all too well. Why is the Great Zhou's treasury so empty it could run a horse? Why can't these impoverished scholars who have studied hard for 10 years receive their meager salaries in full every month, and even have to rely on their wives weaving cloth to supplement the household? Yet this group of aristocratic officials can buy grand mansions in the capital and keep the most beautiful courtesans, because the blood of the Great Zhou has been drained dry by these vampires. Utter nonsense. Zhuge Huiqin suddenly jumped out, pointing at Zhao De's nose and scolding loudly. What a noble claim of competing with the people for profits. Lord Zhao, who exactly is the people you speak of? Are they the struggling farmers who toil in the fields and can barely afford a meal, or are they those wealthy merchants dressed in fine silks, riding in luxurious carriages, possessing wealth that rivals nations? Zhuge Weiqin's voice was hoarse from anger as he turned to face Wang Hao, heavily bowing his head, the sound echoing through the room. The old minister supports your decision, Your Majesty. The burden of taxes falls entirely on the poorest farmers and military households, causing many to sell their children and wives. Yet those wealthy aristocrats possessing 90% of the world's wealth rely on their ancestors' protection and pay nothing. What kind of great governance is this? What kind of bright sky is this? Zhuge Huiqin suddenly rose, glaring at the pale-faced officials from noble families, and shouted through gritted teeth. I implore Your Majesty to swiftly establish the Great Zhou Tax Bureau. Investigate, thoroughly, collect rigorously. Force those parasites who devour the people's resources to spit out every last drop. Whoever dares to obstruct this shall be the eternal sinner of the Great Zhou, punishable by exterminating their 9 clans. The ministers concur. Led by Zhuge Huiqin, dozens of officials from humble backgrounds and censors all knelt in unison, their voices laced with centuries of suppressed resentment. This was their first full-scale assault against the lofty noble families. The atmosphere in the grand hall immediately became tense, as if the civil officials were about to tear each other apart at any moment. Zhang Wuji's cold sweat finally broke out. He watched Zhuge Huiqin, who resembled a mad dog, and the group of reedied officials from humble backgrounds, a deep chill rising within him. This young emperor has manipulated public sentiment to such an extent, using the grievances of the common folk to counterbalance our noble families. What a vicious tactic! Zhang Wuji knew that if he retreated even a little at this moment, the financial lifeline of the noble families would be cut off by half, which was their lifeblood. Silence! Zhang Wuji abruptly turned around, his furious shout, silencing all disputes. After all, he was the influential vice minister of the cabinet, and his residual power still lingered. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and faced Wang Hao again. Your Majesty, the chief minister is deeply concerned for the country and the people. I admire him greatly. Zhang Wuji's voice was solemn. However, establishing a new department of the second rank is far too extensive and requires careful consideration. He paused, raising his head, his gaze locking onto Wang Hao's eyes as he countered. Even if Your Majesty establishes this tax bureau in the capital today, how will the orders be conveyed to the localities? With 36 provinces and thousands of counties, is it feasible to send people from the capital to collect taxes everywhere? To forcibly collect commercial taxes, it is essential to rely on local governors and county magistrates, as well as local gentry, to cooperate. But Your Majesty, local officials have complicated duties. If they claim insufficient manpower and refuse to cooperate with the tax bureau's orders, won't the tax bureau become an empty shell that can't even operate outside the capital? When the order fails to reach the localities and the court's authority is diminished, who will bear the responsibility? Upon hearing this, the previously agitated officials from noble families displayed smug, knowing smiles. Indeed, no matter how powerful you are, Your Majesty, your reach does not extend to the localities. This is where Zhang Wuji's malicious strategy lies. He directly pointed out the core vulnerability of the feudal dynasty's power. The localities are all filled with people from our noble families. No matter how grand or high-ranking the offices built by the emperor in the capital, those county magistrates in the localities are all students and relatives of our noble families. As long as they find any excuse to comply superficially while defying internally, the tax bureau won't collect a single coin of commercial tax. What can Your Majesty do about it? The air in the grand hall seemed to freeze. Zhuge Huiqin and the other officials from humble backgrounds turned pale. They knew that without local power backing, the new policies would be nothing but a joke. However, Wang Hao looked at Zhang Wuji, who seemed to have everything figured out, and suddenly smiled. To Zhang Wuji, that smile felt like seeing a demon with a gaping maw in the abyss, tightening his heart. and wrapping him in an indescribable sense of crisis. What Vice Minister Zhang said is indeed true, and every word comes from the heart. Wang Hao leaned back in his chair, his long fingers lightly tapping the dragon table. I deeply agree. The emperor's authority does not reach the countryside, and the orders cannot be executed. This is indeed a great problem. Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose, echoing throughout the grand hall. In order to facilitate the operation of the tax bureau in the localities, and to address the issue of insufficient manpower, I have decided to thoroughly extend the court's power structure. Wang Hao abruptly stood up, his dragon robe billowing, his eyes wide open, as he issued the imperial decree that would change the course of Great Zhou's history. Convey my decree. From today onward, the powers of the 6 ministries shall directly descend to the level of towns and villages. The Dali Temple and the censorate shall undergo comprehensive expansions. The Dali Temple shall establish branches in every county. The censorate shall dispatch inspectors to reside in each county. The judicial and supervisory powers held by local governors and county magistrates shall be completely stripped away. From now on, the provincial governors, prefects, county magistrates, and the newly established village heads or town heads will be in charge of the overall situation locally. Since they will oversee the overall situation, they will undoubtedly become very busy. Thus, we must lighten their burdens. Professional matters shall be managed by professionals. Local justice will fall under the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple's county branches. Official supervision will be overseen by local inspectors of the censorate. As for tax collection, naturally it will be handled by the tax bureau's dispatched branches in each county dedicated solely to collection. Silence. The entire Feng Tian Hall fell into silence in an instant. Everyone's minds came to a halt at that moment, with only the extension of the powers of the 6 ministries in their thoughts echoing wildly. Zhang Wuji instantly lost all color, turning pale, as he violently shook, nearly collapsing to the ground. He finally understood. He finally realized that this was an open conspiracy. This was not merely about tax collection. This was a complete dismantling of the noble family's grip on local power under the guise of tax collection. All along, local county magistrates had been like local emperors, holding power over governance, finance, and law, and they had to depend on local gentry to secure their positions. But now the emperor directly inserted the tentacles of justice, supervision, and taxation into the county, even penetrating into the villages. Though the county magistrates still retained overall authority, local governmental, judicial, tax, and supervisory powers had all transformed into a dual leadership, effectively strengthening central authority. This was equivalent to placing 3 deadly nooses around the necks of all the noble families across the land. As long as the emperor tightened the ropes, the noble families' control over localities would instantly crumble. Your Majesty. Zhang Wuji looked at Wang Hao, his voice trembling, unable to catch his breath, unable to complete a single sentence. Yet what filled Zhang Wuji with utter despair was not the decree itself, but the movements coming from the civil official camp behind him. He struggled to turn his head, looking toward the group of civil officials. What did he see? He saw the officials from humble backgrounds who had passed the imperial examinations and had no roots in the court, those who had toiled for over a decade or even decades, still writing in the Hanlin Academy or managing the bureaucratic offices of the 6 ministries, now had their eyes filled with a haunting green light. That was the ravenous glare of wolves desperately yearning for power and status. The Dali Temple and the censorate descending to the counties, the 6 ministries descending to the towns. What does this signify? This signified that the original bureaucratic system of the Great Zhou would instantly expand tenfold or more. This meant that thousands of positions wielding real power would suddenly materialize. Those who had been waiting in line for appointments, even believing they would die in obscurity on the cold bench, suddenly saw a golden door to the pinnacle of power being kicked open by the emperor, who still cared about the survival of noble families, who still cared about ancestral traditions. As long as they could become the head of a branch of the Dali Temple or the director of a tax subbureau, they would hold real power. To climb higher to please the emperor, these newly appointed officials would undoubtedly tear apart the local gentry, who controlled the benefits like crazy, squeezing every last drop of oil from them. Your Majesty is wise. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon after a chorus of kneeling erupted. Led by Chief Minister Zhuge Huaiqin, the officials from humble backgrounds and those lower-tier officials who were already dissatisfied with the status quo and eager for power unhesitatingly sold out Zhang Wuji and the noble families completely. They prostrated themselves before Wang Hao, chanting, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! We pledge to implement the new policies, sacrificing ourselves, without hesitation." The deafening shouts, so powerful, instantly overwhelmed the pale-faced officials from noble families, drowning them in the tide of the new policies. For the sake of securing positions and grasping real power, the civil officials' faction split. The humble faction eagerly and crazily swallowed this poisoned apple thrown by the emperor. Zhang Wuji stood frozen in place, his hands and feet icy. He felt as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He knew that the tide had turned. The establishment of the tax bureau and the descent of power could no longer be stopped. In the ranks of the military nobles, the Earl of England suppressed his urge to laugh, maniacally elbowing the Duke of Angua beside him, whispering, "Hey old buddy, did you see that? Those officials who always preach about righteousness and unity against us are now in such a rush to snatch the bones thrown by the emperor that they ended up biting themselves all over. What a brilliant move by the emperor, using throwing bricks to attract jade. It's simply brilliant." Wang Hao sat steadily on the throne, looking down at the prostrating officials from humble backgrounds who were trembling with excitement, and then glanced at Zhang Wuji, whose face was ashen and on the verge of collapse. Zhang Wuji couldn't handle this. "Don't worry. This Great Zhou Tax Bureau is merely my hammer to break open the turtle shell of your noble families. The real show has only just begun." Within the Fengtian Palace, it seemed as if the space had been split into two distinct halves. One side seething with boiling heat, the other frigid like a deep abyss. The cold officials, led by the Prime Minister Zhuge Huiqin, who had just knelt down to express their gratitude, all wore flushed faces and gleaming eyes. In their glances at one another, an unmistakable ambition flickered. Once the gates of power were pried open by the emperor with a thunderous force, these lower-tier officials, who had been suppressed for over a decade or even decades, would surge forth like a flood, recklessly attempting to collapse the dam of noble families. On the other side, the prominent figures of the noble families, led by the secondary minister Zhang Wuji, wore ashen faces, their eyes twitching. Their gazes towards Zhuge Huiqin and the others were no longer filled with the high-handed disdain of old, but rather with an unmasked, palpable chill of murderous intent. This was no longer a matter of political disagreement. It was as if they were digging up the ancestral graves of the noble families. Zhuge Huiqin felt the piercing stares from behind him, but he remained unfazed. His slightly hunched back straightened at this moment, as if a fiery blaze was raging within his heart. "Come on, hate me, you group of gluttonous vermin feeding off the common people's flesh and blood." Zhuge Huiqin silently shouted in his heart, "I have devoted 30 years to studying the sages, not to watch the people of Dazhou sell their children and wives while you indulge in wine and meat behind your crimson doors. As long as I can seize the judicial and tax authority from your hands, even if I am torn apart by your blades today, I will die with honor." On the dragon throne, Wang Hao observed the undercurrents below with keen eyes. He understood clearly that what he had just thrown out was not merely a bloody piece of meat, but a double-edged sword. Since no officials have any objections, Wang Hao's voice echoed in the hall with an undeniable dominance. "Then the structure and personnel of the Dazhou Tax Bureau will be promptly drafted by the cabinet. As for the first head minister of the Tax Bureau," Wang Hao's gaze swept through the crowd, precisely landing on Zhuge Huiqin, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Minister Zhuge, the first director, must possess absolute authority. How about having the prime minister concurrently serve in this position?" Zhuge Huiqin did not hesitate for a moment, stepping forward vigorously. He knelt heavily on the golden bricks, banging his forehead against the ground, his voice hoarse. "This old minister obeys the decree. Even if I am reduced to ashes, I shall ensure that for your majesty and for Dazhou every single penny of tax is collected into the national treasury." "Good." Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Wuji took a deep breath, forcing his almost bursting heart to calm down. "I cannot falter. I must not lose my composure." Zhang Wuji's hands were tightly clenched together within his wide sleeve. After all, he was an old fox who had navigated the political waters for 40 years. Although the emperor's schemes today caught him off guard, he quickly found a flaw to exploit. "Humph, you naive child, do you think you can win by pushing Zhuge Huiqin out as a pawn? Do not forget you yourself said that the tax bureau falls under the cabinet's jurisdiction. As long as it remains under the cabinet's control as the secondary minister, I have plenty of ways to manipulate personnel changes, budget allocations, and procedural drafting. I will ensure that this tax bureau cannot move a single soldier or approve even a single tael of silver. It will become a completely dead institution." Upon thinking this, Zhang Wuji felt somewhat reassured. He knew he could not continue entangling himself in the affairs of the tax bureau. He needed to shift the battlefield immediately to seize the next crucial power stronghold, stabilizing the morale of the noble faction, which was currently in disarray. "Your Majesty!" Zhang Wuji stepped forward again. This time his tone had completely returned to the calmness of old, as if the recent political tremor had never occurred. "Since the matter of the 5-city military command and the newly established offices has been decreed, we shall do our utmost to handle it. However, there is another urgent matter of national defense that cannot be delayed." Zhang Wuji slightly raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at the Minister of War, and continued. The position of the Director of the Vehicle Bureau under the Ministry of War has become vacant. The Vehicle Bureau manages all postal stations, official roads, horse dispatching, and military report transmission. It is a vital artery for the dissemination of Dazhou's political and military orders, and it cannot be without a leader for even a single day. I have discussed with the Ministry of Personnel and proposed to promote Cui Yuanshan, a young talent from the Cui family, in Qinghe to the position of Director of the Vehicle Bureau. Cui Yuanshan is experienced and prudent, well-versed in the methods of dispatching, and he will surely cough. Just as Zhang Wuji prepared to push forward and secure this key position that controlled the logistics and information lifeline of the nation, a mocking cough suddenly broke the silence of the imperial steps. This cough abruptly cut off Zhang Wuji's speech. The brows of all the civil officials instantly furrowed, and countless eyes filled with disgust like swords simultaneously shot towards the imperial steps. In the grand court session, when the secondary minister was delivering his report, who dared to interrupt except for the emperor and the prime minister? This was simply an act of treason. However, when the officials recognized the source of the voice, the air seemed to freeze instantaneously. The one who interrupted Zhang Wuji was none other than the chief eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Sun Li. Sun Li appeared dressed in a bright red dragon robe, leisurely flicking a snow-white whisk in hand, as he descended the white jade imperial steps. Behind Sun Li, 5 figures simultaneously took a step forward. The chief eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office and concurrently the director of the Internal Transport Bureau Hai Dafu. The chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot and concurrently the eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office Wei Zhongxian. The chief eunuch of the Western Depot and concurrently the eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office Yu Huatian. The chief eunuch responsible for the Imperial Horse Bureau and concurrently the eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office Chao Zhengchun. The chief eunuch of the Clean Army and concurrently the eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office Chao Shaoqin. This unprecedented assembly of 6 powerful eunuchs appeared simultaneously in the court. Secondary Minister Zhang, I just heard you speaking fervently, and I couldn't help but interject, Sun Li said with a smile, stepping within 5 paces of Zhang Wuji. I have something to say. I wonder if I should. Zhang Wuji's expression darkened to the extreme. He fixed his gaze on Sun Li and coldly spat out 2 words: do not. Internal officials must not interfere in politics. This is an ironclad rule established by the founding emperor. A member of the supervisory court immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He pointed his finger at Sun Li, spitting as he scolded, Lord Sun. This Fengtian Palace is a sacred place for civil and military officials to discuss national affairs. The emperor has not yet spoken to you. An internal official should not linger here. Presumptuous. A sharp rebuke like the tearing of cloth suddenly erupted. The West Depot chief eunuch Yu Huatian, who had been squinting his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, and in that instant a terrifying murderous aura as tangible as ice water splashed directly onto the face of the official. Yu Huatian slightly lifted his chin, looking at the official like a dead fly, his voice chillingly cold. The Imperial Ceremonial Office is the central hub of the emperor's inner court, acting on behalf of the Son of Heaven. We servants operate entirely at the emperor's discretion. If the emperor hasn't allowed you a rabid dog to bark, how dare you criticize the inner court? Are you not seeking to deceive your sovereign and rebel against authority? Have you grown weary of you? The official, terrified by Yu Huatian's murderous intent, staggered backward, repeatedly, his face pale, trembling as he pointed at Yu Huatian. You vile eunuch. Vile eunuch. Your Majesty, I implore you to punish such treasonous eunuchs. As the court was about to erupt into chaos between the civil officials and the eunuchs, Wang Hao, seated upon the dragon throne, finally spoke slowly. Enough, everyone be quiet. Wang Hao's voice was not loud, but it instantly quelled the tension between the 2 sides. Wang Hao gazed deeply at Zhang Wuji, then turned to Sun Li, clearly showing favoritism in his tone. Sun Banban, you have served me since childhood, and I know you understand the rules. Since you have spoken today, it must be something crucial regarding the nation. Speak, and I shall pardon you. With the emperor's words of grace, Sun Li's smile grew even more radiant, with the corners of his eyes crinkling together. He turned around and deeply bowed to Wang Hao, his tone suddenly turning mournful and indignant, as if he had suffered a great injustice. This skilled old eunuch was quite the performer. Your Majesty, you are wise. Though we servants are but incomplete beings, our hearts are fully dedicated to your Majesty. We see your Majesty toiling day and night for the nation's empty treasury, and the urgent boarders unable to enjoy even a meal, and our hearts feel as though they are being cut by knives. As Sun Li spoke, he even squeezed out 2 drops of tears and wiped them with his sleeve. Then he suddenly turned around, his gaze like lightning aimed at the Minister of War Tai Zhang, his expression of sorrow instantly transforming into coldness. Just now Zhang Sifu mentioned that the chariot command has significant implications, and the post station is the lifeline of Dezhou. Sun Li reached into his bosom and pulled out a prepared red-covered booklet. Hearing this, I kept a watchful eye and had the Eastern Depot's supervisor Wei Zhongxian investigate this lifeline of Dezhou thoroughly. Sun Li raised his voice dramatically like heavy hammers striking the hearts of the officials. Not checking is one thing, but when I did it truly terrified me. The post stations under the Ministry of War reported a deficit of 260,000 taels of silver last year alone to the Ministry of Revenue. At the mention of this number, the faces of all officials, especially those from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue, turned ashen. Sun Li raised the red booklet in his hand and slammed it down at the feet of the Minister of War, questioning sharply, 260,000 taels. How many years of military pay could this money provide for the border soldiers? You officials of the Ministry of War repeatedly say that the post stations are vital for conveying military intelligence, yet what I see is countless lower-level post runners owed wages for over a decade, unable to afford even a full meal, and some are even driven to desperation selling their children. What use are these post stations for conveying military intelligence? They are clearly just a means for you dignitaries and noble families to enjoy free meals and exploit the court's resources. Sun Li, you must not slander others. The Minister of War Tai was drenched in sweat and jumped out in a panic. The deficit at the post stations and their misuse by noble families was a tacit understanding within the civil official group. Who doesn't use the court's post horses when visiting family or taking up new appointments? Aren't they enjoying the post station's free feasts? Although I despise evil, I cannot oppose so many officials. Otherwise, how can the Ministry of War function properly in the future? I would be sidelined by these people. Yet how could such matters be brought to light? The right deputy minister of the Ministry of War, who oversees the chariot command, shouted sternly, but was trembling inside. The post stations incur great expenses along the way, horses, fodder, road repairs. Does any of it not require money? Moreover, using the post stations for official business is a grace from the court. Sun Gonggong, how dare you confuse concepts and slander the court's officials? For official business. The Iron Tower-like chief eunuch of the Horse Supervisory Office, Chao Jingchuan, suddenly sneered. He strode forward, his bell-like eyes fixed on the right deputy minister of the Ministry of War, Zhang Ping. Lord Zhang, I want to ask you. Last month your mother-in-law from your ancestral home in Jiangnan came all the way to the capital to see her daughter, bringing over 30 carts of fine Jiangnan silk. She used the highest-level expedited pass issued by your Ministry of War. Chao Jingchun stepped closer, the pressure making Zhang Ping retreat repeatedly. What? Lord Zhang, your mother-in-law came to the capital to sell silk. Was she also delivering urgent military information for His Majesty? Is this considered official business? You? Zhang Ping was choked by this revelation, turning red in the face, his lips quivering for a long time, yet he couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. The surrounding civil officials fell into a dead silence. The spies from the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guards were everywhere. As long as the Emperor wanted to investigate, no one would be clean. Your Majesty! Chao Zhengchun did not give Chun Ping a chance to breathe. He suddenly turned around, kneeling before Wang Hao with a thud, and shouted loudly. Since this group of scholars from the Ministry of War cannot manage the post stations, and since they only know how to line their pockets and exploit the post runners, then let us in the inner court handle this mess. Chao Zhengchun raised his head suddenly, his rugged face revealing an unhidden desire for power. I dare to request an imperial decree to strip the chariot command and the jurisdiction over the 3,400 post stations from the Ministry of War entirely. From now on, let the Sili Jian and the Yuma Jian jointly govern. I dare to pledge that within 3 years not only will we not require a single penny from the court, but we can also ensure that the post stations will remit 100,000 taels of silver as profits to the Emperor each year. In the Great Hall it felt as if all the air had been sucked out in an instant. Everyone, including Zhuge Huiqin and other low-born officials, who had just been elated about the establishment of the Taxation General Administration, now stood frozen as if struck by lightning. What do these eunuchs want? The inner court actually wants the Ministry of War's chariot command. They want to control all the post stations' official roads and logistics lifelines of the entire nation. This means that from now on, every official document, every troop movement, every transport of supplies, and even every official's whereabouts must go through these eunuchs. This is 10 times more terrifying than the establishment of the Taxation General Administration. No matter how harsh the Taxation General Administration is, it is still an internal matter of the civil officials. But handing the post stations to these eunuchs is like directly gouging out the civil official group's eyes and placing them on the emperor. Absurd. This is simply the greatest folly. Zhang Wuji could no longer maintain his composure and calm. His eyes instantly bloodshot like an enraged lion. He rushed out of the ranks pointing furiously at Chao Zhengchun, and suddenly forgetting that he was no match for Sun Li in martial arts. The post station is a crucial military asset. It is the court's eyes and throats. How could it be entrusted to you greedy and treacherous eunuchs? Zhang Wuji suddenly turned around collapsing before Wang Hao, tears streaming down his face, his voice reaching a desperate pitch. Your Majesty, you must not do this. Eunuchs lacking heirs are greedy and extreme in their actions. If we let them control the post stations, cut off communication, and steal military secrets, the foundation of Dezhou will surely face utter ruin, Your Majesty. Even if I were to die today by crashing into this dragon pillar, I would absolutely not agree to such a chaotic act against the court. We support this. If Your Majesty insists on employing these eunuchs, we can only die to apologize to the world. Zhang Sifa, your words are truly unpleasant to my ears. A cold and piercing laugh echoed hauntingly within the tense atmosphere of the Feng Tian Palace. The Eastern Depot chief Wei Zhongxian flicked the wide sleeves of his bright red robe, and a glimmer of hostility flashed in his inverted triangular eyes. He stepped forward, extending a finger that nearly poked the nose of the Deputy Minister of War. Though we eunuchs are rootless and imperfect beings, our hearts are entirely tied to the emperor. Unlike those who feign righteousness, preach benevolence and morality, but behind the scenes engage in sordid acts of undermining the Great Zhou. Wei Zhongxian suddenly turned his head, his gaze slicing through the faces of the officials like two sharp blades. Some people receive salaries from the emperor yet treat the national treasury of the Great Zhou as their private vault. Last year, the Bureau of Imperial Vehicles incurred a loss of 460,000 taels. Where did this money go? Do you really think the spies of the Eastern Depot are blind? It's just a group of officials who squandered it on feasting and debauchery. You eunuchs spouting nonsense. This is an affront to culture. An affront to culture. The Deputy Minister of War, splattered with Wei Zhongxian's unabashed spit, trembled with rage, clutching his chest as he struggled to catch his breath. At this moment he was engulfed by a storm of anxiety. How much information did the Eastern Depot truly possess? Did they uncover even his recent trip to Jiangnan to deliver lychees to his concubine? What? Dare to act but not to admit. A voice like a thunderclap erupted as the chief eunuch of the Imperial Guard, Chao Shaoqin, stepped forward with a cold snort resembling a half-tower of black. Just a glance forced several officials in the front row to stagger back repeatedly. Lord Chun, on the third day of last month, the left Deputy Minister of Personnel Lord Wang returned to his hometown. What great authority he has! Along the way he utilized 16 relay stations, had over 70 post riders serving him, and even a single dinner cost dozens of taels of silver. He even complained about the hard planks of the relay station, and had the relay station master beaten half to death. Who reported this bill in the end? Wasn't it all accounted for in your Bureau of Imperial Vehicles? Chao Shaoqin continued to press his copper bell-like eyes fixed fiercely on the Deputy Minister of War Qin Ping, as he roared, you take the treasury's money to enhance your own family's grandeur, to support your mother-in-law and beautiful concubines. How dare you speak of ancestral laws here? According to ancestral laws, shouldn't these people be skinned and turned into fodder? Every word struck to the heart. Every sentence drew blood. Chao Shaoqin's words mercilessly stripped away the veneer of decency that the bureaucratic faction hid behind. Your Majesty! At this moment Zhuge Huaijin, who had been at odds with Zhang Wuji over tax issues, suddenly let out a piercing cry of despair. Zhuge Huaijin's mind had completely cleared. Though he deeply despised the great families for their land monopolization and tax evasion, he remained at heart a pure scholar raised on the classics. Eunuchs meddling in politics is a deep abyss. Zhuge Huaijin's heart roared madly. No matter how severe the tax bureau is, it's still an internal power struggle within our bureaucratic faction, a clash between the commoners and the aristocracy. But what is the Bureau of Imperial Vehicles? It encompasses all relay stations, serving as the sole artery for the flow of information and orders. If this group of eunuchs seizes control of the relay stations, the consequences are unimaginable. Even if today I must stand on the same front as that old fox Zhang Wuji, I absolutely cannot allow this group of eunuchs to touch the crucial instruments of state. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Zhuge Huaijin's voice was hoarse. Eunuchs meddling in politics has always been a sign of a nation's demise. The Bureau of Imperial Vehicles involves the circulation of military intelligence and the transmission of orders. If it falls into the hands of the Department of Ceremonial with the imperial ear deafened and the internal and external worlds cut off, the court will surely be in turmoil. Your Majesty, think thrice. With Zhuge Huijin's roar, the bureaucratic faction, which had been fragmented by the emperor, miraculously reunited in the face of the eunuch party as a common enemy. We would rather die than obey the edict. Zhang Wuji also knelt down, and behind him 100 officials from great families, as well as those from humble backgrounds following Zhuge Huijin, all fell to their knees. The law does not penalize the multitude. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Zhang Wuji's lowered eyes. Little emperor, you've miscalculated. You thought to use eunuchs to bite us, but underestimated the inherent vigilance of the bureaucratic faction against eunuchs. Now all the officials are threatening with their lives. You either retract your command or you will be at odds with all the officials. Let's see how you will resolve this. Seated on the dragon throne, Wang Hao quietly gazed at this group of righteous and heroic pillars of the nation. His face was shrouded in the shadow of the 12-crest crown, appearing terrifyingly gloomy, as if the night before a storm could drip water. However, beneath the crown, which no one could see clearly, Wang Hao's lips were curling up into a manic grin nearly reaching his ears. An indescribable ecstasy spread through his entire being. Well done. Wang Hao silently cheered in his heart. Sun Liwei Zhongxian and Chao Shaoqin were truly born actors. They portrayed the arrogant, greedy, bullying, and insidiously cruel eunuch image with remarkable depth. This was surely a true representation. Wang Hao knew the nature of the bureaucratic faction all too well. These people would tear each other apart over benefits, but once faced with external threats, especially when eunuchs as others attempted to seize power, they would immediately band together using so-called morality and ancestral laws to hold imperial authority hostage. Thus he intentionally threw out the Bureau of Imperial Vehicles to thoroughly provoke the bureaucrats and muddy the waters. Wang Hao remained silent, allowing the officials kneeling below to gradually feel their spines grow cold sweat dripping from their foreheads onto the golden bricks. At the moment when the atmosphere was about to drive one mad, the chief eunuch of the Department of Ceremonial Hai Dafu, who had been watching coldly, let out a deep sigh. Gentlemen, you speak of the signs of a nation's demise, of the state's stability. Yet I cannot. Hai Dafu's eyes suddenly shot out two beams of brilliance piercing through Zhang Wuji. You all shout about the state, but who among you has ever gone to the treasury to take a look? The national treasury of the Great Zhou is utterly transparent. Hai Dafu stomped his foot, his voice instantly rising. The military pay in the north has been overdue for 3 months. The soldiers at the 9 borders are left to drink the northwest wind in the frigid cold. The flood relief in Jiangnan, the funds for disaster relief are barely enough to buy chaff. Aside from writing memorials daily to demand money from the emperor, aside from crying for help here, have you ever earned a single tael of silver for the emperor for the Great Zhou? This series of rapid-fire questions directly blasted a big hole in the moral high ground that the officials had always prided themselves on. Before Zhang Wuji could retort, Hai Dafu suddenly turned around, and with a loud thud, he knelt before the steps of the imperial throne, crying out in anguish. Your Majesty, we may be unworthy servants with little formal education, but we understand. All it takes is a decree from your Majesty to hand over the transportation department and all the postal stations in the realm to the Bureau of Rights, establishing the Great Zhou Royal Postal Headquarters. We vow our lives here. Hai Dafu suddenly raised his head, his old face straining as he bellowed out the suffocating figure. From now on, if the Bureau of Rights manages the postal stations, it will no longer ask a single coin from the national treasury. I guarantee that the Royal Postal Headquarters will not only remit 1 million taels to the inner treasury each year, but will also contribute 200,000 taels of silver to the national treasury. If even a single tael is missing, we will willingly accept death by 1,000 cuts. Hai Dafu raised the stakes again, asserting the Bureau's absolute authority over the postal stations. Boom! If the establishment of the tax bureau was an earthquake, this figure thrown out by Hai Dafu was nothing short of a cataclysm. Shocking. 300,000 taels to be remitted annually. Inside the Pingtian Hall, over 100 of the most elite officials of the Great Zhou Dynasty were left stunned, as if struck by lightning, their mouths agape and eyes bulging, utterly incapable of thought. 300,000 taels remitted each year. Zhang Wuji's pupils constricted sharply to pinpoints, his ears buzzing. His first reaction was, these dead eunuchs have completely lost their minds. They must be desperate for power. He knew all too well the state of the postal stations. With an annual deficit of several 100,000 taels, which was barely enough to sustain operations, how could they not only avoid spending money, but also earn 300,000 taels instead? This was simply absurd. But, Zhang Wuji fixed his gaze on Hai Dafu's face, which did not show any signs of deception, and suddenly looked up at the emperor, who remained expressionless from his high throne. A terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly split open in Zhang Wuji's aging mind. No, eunuchs don't possess this level of intellect. Eunuchs also wouldn't dare to make such bold military vows in the Golden Hall. There must be a mastermind behind this, and that mastermind can only be the one sitting on the dragon throne. In that moment, every hair on Zhang Wuji's body stood on end. He finally saw through the emperor's layered scheme. The emperor was not acting out of spite. He was making a brazen grab for power. The deficit of the postal stations was because all bureaucrats across the realm were exploiting the imperial transportation for free. The emperor now intended to cut that deficit out entirely and use the eunuchs as white gloves to completely monopolize the lifeblood of logistics and information flow, transforming it into the emperor's private money-making machine. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Zhang Wuji, like an old beast driven into a corner, let out a hoarse roar. He crawled a few steps forward on his knees, raising the tablet above his head, trembling all over. Your Majesty, the postal stations are public resources of the state established for the communication of military and national affairs. How can they be treated as a means of profit? The court engaging in commerce and competing with the people for profit is a path to ruin. If the eunuchs exploit the postal stations to amass wealth to gather that 300,000 taels, they will surely rob the common people, leading to their suffering and chaos throughout the realm. If this precedent is set, the future troubles will be endless, and the 1,000-year foundation of the Great Zhou will be destroyed in an instant, Your Majesty. Zhang Wuji's words were laden with righteousness, raising the Confucian banner of prioritizing agriculture over commerce, and not competing with the people for profit to its highest point. Zhang Zifu, your words are nothing but absurdity. A soft voice floated above Zhang Wuji. The director of the Western Depot, Yu Huatian, slowly approached Zhang Wuji, looking down from above at this deputy minister of the Great Zhou. A mocking smile adorned his exquisitely feminine face. Since we, the Bureau of Rights, have taken over the postal stations, we naturally have our own methods. Yu Huatian slightly bent down, his narrow phoenix-like eyes locked onto Zhang Wuji's. Since we do not take even a single coin from the national treasury, how could we be accused of exploiting the common people? Yu Huatian straightened up, his voice turning sharp and echoing throughout the hall. The people of the Great Zhou can hardly afford to eat. How could they have money to send letters? Where would they find the money to hire carriages? If we are to collect fees, it will be from those wealthy merchants who wish to pay for expedited delivery of silk and tea. We earn the money of the rich and distribute it as wages to the lower-class postal workers who are on the brink of starvation, so they can have a hot meal. Isn't this 1,000 times better than your military officials who exploit the postal workers for free, forcing them to become bandits and rebels? What nonsense! Groundless arguments. One of the officials from a prestigious family could no longer contain himself. His eyes bloodshot, he jumped up like an angry bull, pointing at Yu Huatian and cursing. Eunuchs in power engaging in commerce and amassing wealth is a breach of ancestral laws and a heinous crime. You are using twisted logic to mislead the emperor. Even if I die here in the Pingtian Hall today, I will never agree to hand the postal stations over to you traitorous scoundrels. After saying this, the official abruptly turned around, closing his eyes and bowing his head, and like a cannonball fired from a cannon, he charged fiercely towards the thick golden silk Nanmu dragon column. The civil officials gasped in shock, but a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Wuji's eyes. As long as blood was shed, the emperor would have to compromise. This was a long-standing rule of the court. However, just as the official's head was less than 3 feet away from the dragon column, Tisich. At the forefront of the noble faction, a burly man who had been silently watching like a statue suddenly let out a disdainful laugh. Immediately after, bang! A large foot kicked out from the side, accurately striking the official's back. Ouch! The official, who had originally intended to make a name for himself in history, was sent flying like a ragged sack, skidding across the smooth golden tiles for over 7 or 8 meters, landing in a disheveled heap, 2 of his front teeth, broken blood pouring from his mouth as he howled in agony. Which bastard? The official covered his mouth, about to curse, but he saw a towering general 9 feet tall, and as sturdy as an iron tower, with a full beard striding out from the ranks of military officials. Although he wore the official robe of a first-rank minister, the terrifying bloodlust emanating from him instantly dropped the temperature in the entire hall. The foremost figure of the Great Zhou military duke, Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing paid no mind to the official searching for his teeth on the ground. His face cold, he scanned the kneeling civil officials with his tiger-like eyes that were as piercing as bronze bells. Is it only your literati who are noble? Do you think you are above reproach? Whenever something happens, you rush to the pillars, pretending to be loyal and righteous. Zhang Jing spat, his voice like thunder, shaking the dust from the ceiling. When it was time for battle, when the borders were tense, why didn't your mouths go to the walls to fight? The civil officials, who had been spewing verbal venom at the eunuchs, abruptly fell silent. All eyes turned in astonishment toward the ranks of the military nobility. According to the rules of the Great Zhou Dynasty, civil and military officials followed different paths. As long as military power and provisions were not involved, these old military heads would typically close their eyes and feign ignorance in the court. Today, did the sun rise from the west? Zhao Fengchuan, the Right Deputy Minister of War, was the first to react. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, turned to face the Duke of England, and slightly cupped his hands, his tone laced with an unmistakable warning. Your Grace, this is a struggle over the court's political structure. The carriage of the post station is under the Ministry of War, as set down by Emperor Taizu, the founding father. This matter seems unrelated to you military generals, right? I urge your Grace to tread carefully and not overstep your bounds. Overstep. Duke Dinghua Su Chengzu stepped forward abruptly, his robust frame resembling an iron tower instantly looming over Zhao Fengchun. He did not adhere to the ceremonial demeanor of the civil officials, but directly pointed his thick finger, nearly poking the nose of the Minister of War. Shut your filthy mouth. Su Chengzu unabashedly let out a curse, his rough voice echoing painfully in the spacious hall. Zhao Fengchun's face turned pale, and the civil officials were thrown into an uproar. Rude! How can such foul language be allowed in the court? Your Grace, please behave yourself. You are disgracing the scholarly. I don't give a damn about propriety. Su Chengzu suddenly turned around, his tiger-like eyes glaring fiercely at the shouting civil officials, as if gazing at a group of clowns. You lot who only know how to talk big dare to discuss the founding principles with me. Fine. Today I'm going to argue this with you. He grabbed Zhao Fengchun by the front of his official robes, sneering, Deputy Minister Zhao. While your Ministry of War manages the carriage department, where do the horses used at the post station come from? They were bred with great difficulty by our border military, yet your Ministry of War forcibly took them under the guise of requisitioning. Have you ever paid a single coin? Zhao Fengchun was forced to rise on tiptoe, his face reddening, as he retorted, that is the court's financial management properly arranged. Manage your grandmother's leg. Su Chengzu shook him off and strode to the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee facing the young emperor seated on the dragon throne, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Your Majesty, do these civil officials have no shame? 8 out of 10 postmen in the realm are retired and disabled veterans from our various garrisons. They bled for the Great Zhou on the battlefield, lost arms and legs, and are now placed at the post stations to beg for food. And what is the result? The Ministry of War cries out about deficits year after year, and the postman's provisions are delayed for 3 years. Su Chengzu suddenly turned his head and fixed a fierce gaze on the civil officials, his eyes blazing with fury. How many battle-hardened veterans under my command are unable to even get a full meal at the post stations, starving to death? What is even more hateful is that you puritanical officials, when your wives buy a box of rouge, or when your concubines visit their families, you all misuse the post station's fast horses, using public resources for personal gain-taking without giving. You've drained the post station dry, and now you come crying poor before the emperor. You bloodsuckers, do you still have the face to say the post station belongs to you? Upon hearing this, the entire Feng Tian Hall fell silent as death. Many lower-ranking civil officials instinctively lowered their heads, their eyes darting away. Because Su Chengzu was speaking the truth. The post stations of the Great Zhou Dynasty had long since become a free logistics company and luxurious inn for the civil officials, a fact that was an open secret. Zhao Fengchun trembled all over, pointing at Su Chengzu. You are slandering. The deficits at the post stations are due to natural disasters and man-made calamities. The tax revenues of various provinces are inadequate. If you can't manage properly, then don't sit on the toilet without doing your business. Duke of England Zhang Jing timely stepped forward to support his good brother. He glanced deeply at the eunuch Sun Li, who stood by with his eyes narrowed throughout, then cupped his hands toward the emperor on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, I am a rough man not versed in the grand principles of governance. I only recognize a simple principle: whoever can ensure that the loyal brothers serving the Great Zhou are welfed, and who does not hinder the court, that is who should be in charge. Zhang Jing raised his voice, casting a glance at the Minister of War Tai Yi, who was shrinking back like a turtle. Since the Ministry of War has deficits year after year, and the court has to subsidize them. Then, since Eunuch Sun and his group have established a military order can bear the profits and losses and even pay into the treasury, then this so-called postal administration should be managed by the Imperial Sacrificial Office. I nominate the inner court to take over the post stations. We support this. We implore your Majesty to entrust the management of the post stations to the Imperial Sacrificial Office. With Zhang Jing's words, the military noble faction on the right side of the hall, led by several dukes and marquises, all knelt on one knee in unison. The civil officials were utterly dumbfounded. This was arguably the most absurd spectacle since the founding of the Great Zhou. The military nobility, who typically held mutual disdain with the eunuchs, unexpectedly found themselves in the same boat at this moment. Those martial men who were usually held in high regard, treated like dogs by the civil officials, were actually helping the eunuchs seize national power. Meanwhile, the deputy minister Zhang Wuji stood at the forefront of the civil officials, his eyes blazing with fury. He did not look at the frantic colleagues around him, nor did he glance at the menacing military officials. He slightly raised his head, staring directly at the young emperor seated on the dragon throne. Zhang Wuji closed his eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness washed over him like cold tide. He had lost, utterly lost. Until this moment, this old fox who had survived 3 reigns and prided himself on being infallible finally saw through the emperor's intricate trap set last night to today. So ruthless, so absolute. The emperor first threw out a real power position, the tax administration, using the alluring poisoned apple of decentralized power and vertical management to precisely hit the soft spot of the prime minister Zhuge Huiqin and the humble officials, forcefully creating an irreparable rift in the ironclad civil official faction. Then the emperor unleashed the starving eunuchs, using retreat as an advance, seizing control of the post stations and drawing all the remaining attention of the civil officials, making them the targets. And finally, the most lethal blow, military officials took the stage. Zhang Wuji understood this group of nobles too well. They wouldn't rise early without benefit. How could the military officials help the eunuchs for no reason? Combining the news that the emperor had secretly summoned the 5 military commanders into the palace last night, Zhang Wuji instantly grasped the truth. Land, or money, the emperor must have thrown out an enormous bait that the military nobility could not refuse last night. One who eats soft food is at a disadvantage. Today these military heads are the trump cards the emperor uses to suppress the civil officials' counterattack. What kind of court discussion is this? This is clearly the emperor tossing the 3 factions of the civil officials, military officials, and eunuchs in. The emperor used benefits as bait, letting the eunuchs bite the civil officials, letting the military officials suppress the civil officials, while the civil officials internally plotted against each other over the ownership of the tax administration. All 3 factions danced at the emperor's fingertips. Zhang Wuji turned his head and glanced at Zhuge Huiqin beside him. Zhang Wuji smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew what Zhuge Huiqin was contemplating. Zhuge Huiqin was weighing the options. If he insisted on protecting the relay station now, it would Zhang Wuji smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew what Zhuge Huiqin was contemplating. Zhuge Huiqin was weighing the options. If he insisted on protecting the relay station now, it would completely infuriate the emperor, and the taxation bureau that he yearned for might also go up in smoke. In order to secure the power of taxation to deal with the aristocratic families, Zhuge Huiqin had tacitly allowed the eunuchs to take over the relay station. The hearts of the people had scattered, and the civil officials no longer stood united in limiting the emperor's power. Wang Hao looked down at the 3 major factions below, clearly defined, mutually hostile yet restraining one another, and couldn't help but smile. A sense of unprecedented control surged through his veins. Checks and balances. This was what had been written in history books countless times, yet only those who truly sat in this position could appreciate the art of kingship. He was not afraid of conflicts in the court. What he feared most was a unified court. As long as the civil officials, military generals, and the inner court continued to bite and scorn each other, the strongest faction of civil officials would no longer be solid. They would forever have to rely on the emperor sitting on the dragon throne to make the final judgment. The timing was almost right. If it continued, it would blow up. Everyone shut up. Wang Hao's voice was not loud, yet through a special force technique it resonated thunderously in the hall. He suddenly stood up, the sleeves of his dragon robe drawing a graceful arc through the air. He extended a finger, pointing at the group of ministers kneeling below his face, revealing extreme anger and heartbreak at the right moment. Look at yourselves. Look at how you are now. The dignified officials of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the pillars of the nation, are bellowing like street women in the Fengtian Hall, spewing filthy language. What kind of decorum is this? Have your sacred texts been read into a dog's belly? The entire hall fell into instant silence. The civil officials and military generals prostrated themselves, calling out, "We deserve death." Wang Hao looked down at them, letting them stew in silence for half a cup of tea. Only when he felt the atmosphere had reached its peak oppression did he adopt a weary and helpless expression, slowly returning to the dragon throne and letting out a heavy sigh. Enough. This matter should not be debated anymore. I see that both sides have their reasons. This statement of "both have their reasons" made Zhang Wuji's heart sink sharply. He knew the emperor was about to start dividing the cake. Wang Hao's gaze first fell on Zhuge Huiqin and Zhang Wuji, and his tone softened slightly, carrying a hint of reassurance. "I understand the concerns of the cabinet. The founder has instructed that internal ministers must not interfere in politics. This is the bottom line. How could I not know? Therefore, I have entrusted the Taxation Bureau, a major office concerning the livelihood of the people and the foundation of the state, to your cabinet for organization. Zhuge Iching, how to collect taxes, how not to disturb the people, and how to fill the state treasury is your duty as civil officials. I am entrusting this heavy burden to you. Do not let me down. Zhuge Huijin trembled all over his eyes, bursting with uncontrollable joy, immediately bowing his head. I, Zhuge Huijin, will certainly dedicate myself wholeheartedly until death. I will never fail your majesty's trust. Hearing the emperor personally confirm that the Taxation Bureau belonged to the cabinet led by the prime minister, the civil officials behind him felt a little relieved, even though they still felt aggrieved. Indeed, the relay station is a mess. If the eunuchs take it, so be it. In comparison, the Taxation Bureau is a solid second-rank official office controlling the lifeblood of the nation's finances. As long as they retain the power to collect taxes, the civil officials will not be entirely defeated, or, in fact, to some extent power will be consolidated. Observing the civil officials' self-comforting subtle expressions, Wang Hao scoffed coldly in his heart, yet his face instantly grew cold. He then shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping like a knife towards Sun Li and the other eunuchs, simultaneously admonishing the Ministry of War. However, the relay station has been losing money year after year. The relay soldiers starve, and it has been abused by the powerful. This is also an undeniable fact. Since the Ministry of War is unable to maintain it, reform is necessary. If not, should I let the people of the world see me as a joke? See the Great Zhou as a joke? Tai Yi and Zhao Fengchun knocked their heads against the brick surface, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to say a word. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on Sun Li, sternly shouting, Hai Dafu. Since you all claim you can earn money for me and the court, I will give you an opportunity. From today, the relay stations across the country shall be immediately detached from the Ministry of War. Special decree established the Great Zhou Royal Postal Bureau directly under the jurisdiction of the Si Li Jian. The former relay soldiers who wish to stay will be re-registered and provided with adequate salaries. Those who do not wish to stay will receive a relocation fee. From this day forward, all relay stations will stop all free use by officials and change to a fee-based private collection. Moreover, the Postal Bureau will establish a separate department to deliver official documents, correspondence, and military intelligence to various levels of government. No one is allowed to interfere, or they will face severe punishment. At this point, Wang Hao slammed the dragon table, violently producing a loud clap. I will say this bluntly. This Postal Bureau will be self-sufficient. The court will no longer allocate a single penny. 1 year. I will only give you 1 year. If after 1 year not only have you failed to earn money for the treasury, but have also crippled the relay station. Wang Hao's voice carried a chilling, killing intent. I will not only dismiss you from your positions, but I will also flay the skins of you 6 eunuchs and hang them outside the woman to dry. Upon hearing these harsh and almost cruel conditions, the civil officials immediately felt a balance in their hearts. 1 year of self-sufficiency. They also had to make a profit. To them, this seemed like a pipe dream. The relay station was a bottomless pit. Since these dead eunuchs wanted to seek death, let them go to their deaths. However, Sun Liwei Zhongxian and the other 6 eunuchs seemed to have heard heavenly music. We thank your majesty for the great grace. Long live the emperor, long live. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 eunuchs uniformly banged their heads, desperately, their foreheads instantly bleeding. Harsh conditions. Will it lead to death? No. Only they knew what they had gained. They had obtained a super privilege to openly establish an intelligence network, logistics network, and money empire across the nation. 1 year. With the emperor's covert guidance, at most half a year, they could let those civil officials who were watching the show understand what it meant to be wealthy enough to rival the country. The ship had set sail, under the watchful eyes of numerous military generals, and with the emperor's seemingly fair judgment of punishing both sides, the civil officials ultimately chose silence. A power transition that should have triggered a massive earthquake in the court, and the populace thus completed its handover under Wang Hao's cunning strategy. Only Zhang Wuji knelt on the cold golden bricks, feeling a piercing chill. He turned to look at his colleagues, who were secretly celebrating for retaining the Taxation Bureau, feeling a sense of desolation. These foolish people. They had no idea that handing over the relay station was equivalent to handing over the eyes of the Great Zhou, and taking over the Taxation Bureau to collect taxes from the aristocratic families meant placing the civil officials' own heads on the chopping block. Today, the civil officials not only lost their current bottom line, but also their future livelihood. Yet he could say nothing, for this was the emperor's most incomprehensible scheme. Knowing it was poison, they still had to willingly swallow it. Dismiss the court. As the sharp voice of the eunuch broke the silence of the hall, Wang Hao did not linger at all. He waved his wide sleeves and turned to walk into the rear hall. The midday sunlight filtered through the gaps in the glazed tiles, at the top of the corridor casting mottled shadows on Wang Hao's bright yellow dragon robe. Walking in the secluded, deserted corridor free from the minister's gaze, the suppressed curve at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth finally widened, ultimately transforming into joy. It was too perfect. With the Postal Logistics Bureau falling under the inner court, he could finally bypass the Ministry of War with legitimacy, allowing the eunuchs to develop a Great Zhou version of a highway network, monopolize official express delivery, and even establish the earliest financial pawnshops, banks. This not only solved the issues of intelligence and logistics, but also represented a hen that laid golden eggs. Entrusting the Taxation Bureau to the cabinet was a stroke of genius. Zhuge Huijin and the cold door civil officials, after obtaining the knife, would undoubtedly go after the deeply rooted local aristocratic families. The court needed to collect taxes. If the aristocrats refused to pay, the civil officials would pressure them. All conflicts would concentrate between the civil officials and the local gentry. When they fought to the point of bloodshed and thoroughly shattered the local grassroots control, Wang Hao would not only shake off the heavy financial burden, but also gain fame and fortune. Today's grand court session was a threefold victory. Fight on, fight with all your might. Wang Hao stopped listening to the faint sounds of ministers shuffling and arguing as they left the Fengtian Hall, his gaze gradually deepening. When you pests have fought each other to a standstill, I will have my commercial empire's newly formed invincible fleet and the sweeping new army ready. By then those who follow me shall prosper, and those who oppose me shall perish. In the capital after court, the surface appeared calm, but underneath surged with hidden currents like a volcano on the verge of eruption. In the private chamber of Zhang Wuji, the second assistant of the cabinet in the southern city, the sandalwood in the Lianxin furnace burned brightly, yet could not dispel the coldness that filled the room. The core members of the aristocratic faction, 2 cabinet ministers, the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Works, and the recently humiliated Deputy Minister of War Zhao Fengchun. All wore expressions as heavy as water. Zhang Wuji sat at the head of the table. His once well-maintained features now seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He closed his eyes, slowly rolling 2 polished walnuts in his hands, the walnuts producing a painful creak sound as they rubbed together. How long can Feng Xiang last in prison? Zhang Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. The Minister of Personnel shivered, swallowed hard, and spoke softly, replying to the second assistant, "This is hard to say. The eunuchs from the Eastern Depot are like living Yama kings, employing all sorts of ruthless tactics. Although the right censor is tough, he holds all the accounts of our southeastern province's grain storage and the annexation of private lands. Once he can't hold on and speaks. He cannot speak." Zhang Wuji slammed the walnuts onto the table, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a venomous snake. "If he confesses, everyone here, along with the Jiangdong aristocracy and noble families behind you, will all fall victim to that young emperor's new policies." Zhao Fengchun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he said, "Does the second assistant mean to silence him? But that's the Tian prison with the Imperial Guards and the Eastern Depot on constant watch. It's impenetrable. Impenetrable or not, we must create an opening." Zhang Wuji gritted his teeth, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. "Use the 32 hidden stakes we planted in the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guards. Tell them that after the matter succeeds, their families will be taken care of by the aristocracy for 3 generations. At this, the entire room gasped in shock. Those 32 hidden stakes were the trump cards. The aristocratic group had spent countless riches, and even sent their own collateral daughters to infiltrate the Imperial Intelligence Agency. Now they were being sacrificed for a right censor. Second assistant is the price, not 2. The Minister of Works showed a pained expression. "Foolish," Zhang Wuji interrupted harshly. "Only by severing the tail can we seek survival. As long as there are no witnesses, the young emperor cannot touch our foundation. Although we lost some ground in the court today, do not forget the power of personnel in the Great Zhou still lies with the Ministry of Personnel." Zhang Wuji turned to stare fiercely at the Minister of Personnel, lowering his voice. "Isn't the emperor seeking to decentralize power? Isn't he asking the 6 ministries, the Dali Temple, and the censorate to establish offices in the local areas? Good. The heads of provincial, prefectural, county, and township offices all require the seal from the Ministry of Personnel. We will exploit this. Let our families, disciples, and students fill all these newly established local offices. On the surface, it's a reform of the court's administrative affairs, but in reality we will ensure that every inch of land in this world flows with the blood of our aristocracy." Second assistant is brilliant. Upon hearing this, the previously despondent expressions of the crowd brightened with greedy glimmers. "Yes, no matter how clever the emperor is, in the end, he still relies on us local aristocrats. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence in the northern part of the capital, another conspiracy was underway. The Prime Minister, representing the officials from humble backgrounds, sat in a grand chair looking down at the Minister of War Taijian, the Minister of Revenue Qian Shouzai, the Minister of Justice Li Xian, and the left censor of the censorate, as well as the chief of the Dali Temple. Today in Feng Tian Hall, we have completely torn our faces with Zhang Wuji and that group of aristocrats. Taijian slapped his thigh, his rugged face filled with excitement. Refreshing. Damn refreshing. I've long been displeased with those aristocrats who occupy the latrines without doing their business. However, the Minister of Revenue Qian Shouzai was not as optimistic. He rubbed his dry thin fingers, his brow tightly knit. Tearing our faces is trivial, but our current situation is not good. The aristocrats have deep foundations, and their students and former officials are spread across the localities. As officials from humble backgrounds, we are already weak in the court, and once we reach the local areas, we will likely be marginalized by them. Therefore, we must firmly grasp the power of the Tax Bureau. Zhuge Huaijin suddenly stood up. Gentlemen, the Emperor has handed the Tax Bureau to the cabinet, which means it has been handed to us. This is the financial power of the world. We have also had enough of the arrogance of the aristocrats. Since we have torn our faces, we must pursue them relentlessly. The Prime Minister stepped into the midst of the crowd, his voice low yet highly stirring. Next, the Tax Bureau is to establish vertical tax offices in various provinces, prefectures, and counties. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. We will utilize the power of taxation to thoroughly investigate the accounts of the aristocrats, squeezing out the lands they have annexed and the business taxes they have evaded. At the same time, we will place our humble descendants, those scholars who have diligently studied but have been squeezed out by the aristocrats, into the tax offices across the regions. With money bags, we will shatter the seals of the aristocrats, expanding our advantages in the lower tiers. Let's do it. At worst, we perish together. Li Xian and others' eyes turned red, gritting their teeth in agreement. The two factions in the court were sharpening their teeth, preparing to sink their fangs deeply into the grassroots landscape of the Great Zhou in the upcoming administrative reforms. However, they could not even dream that the young emperor sitting on the dragon throne was presently gazing down at them, ready to upend the entire chessboard. As night fell in the Ganquan Palace, Wang Hao dismissed everyone standing alone in the center of the large tent, and with a thought opened the system panel. Ding! Successful check-in at Nanshan Camp. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mysterious device Voice Nest. With the mechanical voice of the system, the space within the tent twisted. A colossal object crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Wang Hao's pupils contracted as he carefully examined this mysterious device. It was so bizarre, its appearance resembled an extremely ancient bronze television, but its size was disturbingly large, occupying a full 20 square meters. On the left side of the nest was a deep entrance like a black hole, while the right side featured a funnel-shaped exit. In the center there was a matte black display screen with a massive speaker attached to the right. At this moment the nest stood still, and the black display screen was flowing with an ethereal blue stream of unknown data, emitting a faint buzzing sound from the speaker akin to countless insects vibrating their wings in the night, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Hao immediately checked the usage instructions sent by the system. The more he read, the more rapid his breathing became, and an uncontrollable ecstasy erupted in his eyes. What kind of mysterious device is this? This is simply a cross-world version of an encrypted radio station combined with a WeChat base station. This is extremely beneficial for his future plans, even akin to adding wings to a tiger. According to the system's instructions, this main unit possesses no lethal capabilities and cannot enhance one's cultivation. Its sole functions are to devour and to communicate. As long as the captured anomalies are inserted through the left import, the main unit will decompose and reorganize them, generating a small communication subnest known as a subdevice from the right export. Devouring horrifying anomalies of level 6 and above can generate a 10th sandmile subdevice occupying 5 square meters. The display screen can accommodate 3,000 characters of long messages, and the clarity of video and audio transmission reaches as high as 98, disregarding terrain and covering thousands of miles. Devouring anomalies of levels 3 to 5 generates a 1,000-mile subdevice of 2 square meters. It can send 500 characters of short messages, though video and audio occasionally suffer from noise, covering a distance of 1,000 miles. Devouring low-level anomalies of levels 1 to 2 generates a 100-mile subdevice of half a square meter. It can transmit a 100-character short message with clear video and audio covering 100 miles. Its most remarkable feature is its network architecture, which strictly adheres to hierarchical binding. The main unit serves as the sole central server, directly connected to the 10th sandmile and 1,000-mile subdevices. However, the 100-mile subdevices at the grassroots level cannot communicate privately. They must relay messages through the 1,000-mile subdevices to the main unit and then be distributed by the main unit. What does this imply? This implies absolute information monopoly and surveillance. The entire communication process is divided into 100 encrypted channels that do not interfere with each other with a mere delay of 3 breaths. Moreover, each subdevice has an independent number. Once a node is discovered to be captured by the enemy, Wang Hao can sit in front of the main unit, press a button, and cause that subdevice to explode, violently destroying it instantly. The only issue is the backlash. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, looking at the warning in the manual. When anomalies are devoured, the dying screams of the decomposed anomalies' spiritual corrosion and curses will echo frantically in the holder's mind through the garbled text on the display screen, and the piercing howls from the speakers lasting 7 days and nights. Those with slightly weaker mental strength will be driven insane, imagining themselves as the crushed monster, leading to self-harm and madness. Side effects. Not for me. Wang Hao was overjoyed with the system's protection. This kind of spiritual pollution was nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing over the mountains to him. The postal logistics network of those eunuchs, Sun Li and the others, has a skeleton now. Wang Hao caressed the cold bronze screen, feeling a surge of heat within. As long as he hunted enough anomalies, he could establish an instantaneous communication network covering the entire Dezhou within a very short time, surpassing this era by a millennium. Wang Hao saw the sign-in reward for today at the Feng Tian Hall, clicked on it, and updated today's information. Sign-in at Feng Tian Hall successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving 20 years of pure power. Before he could react, there was a loud bang. A torrent of unreasonable and overwhelming true qi surged like a flood, bursting a dam, exploding within his unguarded dantian. Oh no! This qi is going to burst me. Wang Hao's pupils dilated instantly, his eyes filled with horrifying blood vessels, and the muscles in his cheeks twitched violently due to excruciating pain. The raging true qi completely disregarded his pain, crashing madly through his limbs and bones. 8th level of muscle refinement. 9th level of muscle refinement. Crack! A faint sound of bones cracking resonated within him, followed by an indescribable itch deep in his bone marrow, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. Breakthrough bone refinement realm. Yet this force forcibly shoved into him by the system had not even consumed half of its energy. The true qi, like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage, relentlessly broke through the next barrier of martial arts, charging straight toward his organs. 1st layer of organ refinement. 3rd layer. Until the 5th layer of organ refinement, the expansion that threatened to tear him apart slowly subsided, settling completely in his dantian. Ha! Ha! Wang Hao felt like a dying fish slumping on the dragon couch, his body drenched, as if he had just been pulled from water soaked in cold sweat. He gasped greedily for air. But merely after a few breaths, the terror in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming, incredulous joy. He slowly clenched his fists. As his knuckles rubbed against each other, a faint sound of thunder and lightning resonated. The abundant power within him made him feel that, with just one punch, he could break through the Nanmu pillar in Feng Tian Hall that required 3 people to hug it. 5th layer of organ refinement. The 4th realm of martial arts. Wang Hao stared fixedly at his hands, his heart racing like a war drum in his chest, and a storm surged deep within him. Wei Zhongxian, after 40 years of hard practice, barely touched the threshold of the 5th realm. Yet just because I changed places and signed and crossed over in 10 breaths, a chasm that countless martial artists can never cross in their lifetimes. So this is the feeling of a traveler with cheats. Wang Hao swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with 20 years of power is nothing. In the future, I can definitely sign in for a century of power. Until the realm of the martial god. He clenched his fist abruptly, and the bones cracked loudly. This reward was simply so enticing it drove one mad. He now wished to rush to the next sign-in point immediately and pull out this wool root and all. He in this world, who else can contend with me? Just as Wang Hao was reveling in his self-admiration, the information was updated. Ding, today's information: the family officials led by Zhang Wuji are plotting to use the authority of the Ministry of Personnel to vie for the positions of the newly established local institutions. The cold door officials led by Zhuge Huiqin are attempting to use the tax department as a weapon to force the families to pay taxes, replenishing the state treasury. In his mind, the system's cold prompt sounded like a cold wind, instantly dispersing the residual heat from his consecutive breakthroughs. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming true qi within his dantian that was almost about to burst out. He slowly opened his eyes, and in his profound gaze there was no anger, only an understanding that saw through everything. None of them are good people. Zhang Wuji, relying on your tangled family background, Do you want to take advantage of my opportunity to expand local offices and treat the Ministry of Personnel as your family's garden? Do you want to fill those newly established offices with your family members? Zhuge Huaiqin, your original intention is good, but how can you guarantee that all cold door officials will remain true to their original intentions like you? You must know that the predecessor of the families was also from the cold doors. Aren't you now using the newly established taxation bureau as a knife to eliminate dissent? Do you really think the throne of Dezhou can be casually divided like a racecourse? You seem to have forgotten who set the rules of this world. I grant you positions, and that is why you can do so. If I do not grant them, you won't even be able to catch the warm leftovers of excrement. Wang Hao snorted coldly and turned abruptly. Come, convey the imperial edict to the cabinet. Zhongli, the chief eunuch of the court, immediately pushed the door and entered. Wang Hao strode to the desk, grabbing the imperial brush with its wolf hair, his wrist turning as the brush danced like a dragon and snake. He did not need to think because he had already rehearsed this game in his mind countless times. 3 hours later, the cabinet's prime minister was on duty. When the 3 imperial edicts sealed with the bright red imperial seal were read out by Sun Li's sharp voice, the cabinet, which had been so quiet that even a needle falling would be heard, felt as if a barrel of gunpowder capable of flattening the entire capital had been thrown in. The first edict reshaped the official system of Dezhou, clearly defined the ranks. The cabinet is elevated to a first-rank office with the 6 ministries, the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Taxation Bureau defined as second-rank, provincial governors as third rank with the 6 halls and various branches below them as fourth rank, prefects as fourth rank with the 6 bureaus and branches below them as fifth rank, county magistrates as fifth rank with the 6 offices and branches below them as sixth rank, the addition of township-level offices as sixth rank with the 6 bureaus and offices under them as seventh rank, and grassroots officials defined as 8th to 9th rank. Upon hearing this first edict, the elders in the cabinet suddenly burst forth with a terrifying gleam in their hazy old eyes. Seated on the left side, Zhuge Huaiqin's breathing quickened as well, and a rare flush appeared on his usually calm and thin face. Sitting in the first seat on the right, the deputy Zhang Wuji subconsciously tightened his grip on the jade ring in his hand, his heart racing suddenly. The leaders of the 2 factions exchanged subtle glances, and they could see the ambition in each other's eyes. They had even begun to calculate in their minds how to arrange their own students and former officials in the most lucrative positions during the first wave of personnel appointments. However, before their smiles could fully blossom, Sun Li's slightly mocking gaze swept over them as he slowly unfolded the second edict. Second edict: from now on, all levels of official offices in Dezhou will completely dismiss all non-registered staff advisors and clerks. Any head official who privately hires non-registered individuals to handle official documents, criminal matters, or finances will be immediately dismissed and investigated once confirmed and treated as equally culpable. Boom! It felt as if a bolt of heavenly thunder directly struck Zhang Wuji's head. He only felt darkness before his eyes, as if a piece of iron soaked in icy water had been shoved down his throat, rendering him unable to make a sound. The plan to cut off the lineage. This is to sever the roots of our family. Zhang Wuji's heart roared in madness. Who in the court did not know? A significant portion of the local officials in the Great Zhou, especially the governors and county magistrates, understand nothing about criminal law or fiscal management. They know nothing about river maintenance. These high-ranking officials without the shryes who are trained and secretly placed in the offices by the families are merely a bunch of blind and deaf wastes. Those shryes are the true white gloves controlling local power for the great clans, the hands doing the dirty work. Now the emperor has cut them all down. Even hiring them privately will face the same punishment. Zhuge Huaiqin's face was equally pale as a sheet. He originally thought the emperor would rely on the humble backgrounds, but now he was horrified to discover that the emperor's decree shattered the entire operational logic of the officialdom. Many of these aides and shryes are also from humble backgrounds. Without shies, where will we find people to work at the newly established offices? Originally, the various levels of officials were already short by 60% due to the addition of new posts, and now with the elimination of the lower clerks, the shortage at the grassroots level in the Great Zhou will instantly surge to 90%. The government will be completely paralyzed. The world will descend into chaos. How could His Majesty dare? An unprecedented unease enveloped every official's mind. Zhang Wuji bit his tongue, forcing himself to wake up through the intense pain. Just as he was about to stand up recklessly and prepare to join Zhuge Huaiqin in a death protest to compel the emperor to retract this chaotic decree. He was certain that the emperor would not dare bear the blame for the paralysis of the world. However, Wang Qingzhen did not give them the opportunity to speak. The third imperial edict crashed down like a mountain. Third Imperial Edict. 3 days later, a Grand Court Assembly will be held to review the heads and deputy officials of provincial, prefectural, and county-level institutions. To fill the remaining vacancies in the central and local offices, I have decided to open a grace examination. 3 months later, the Imperial examination will be reformed into a national exam with standardized questions issued by the court. All successful candidates may participate. Those who pass will be appointed immediately to the 7th-rank deputy official positions without needing to wait. 5 months later, a provincial exam will be added, organized jointly by the provincial offices and the Ministry of Rights with supervision from the censorate, the Eastern Depot, and the Embroidered Uniform Guard. All scholars and above may apply. Those who pass will fill the local positions in counties and townships, receiving official posts from the 8th to 9th rank. By imperial decree. As the last 2 words echoed in the hall, there was a crack, and the priceless jade ring on Zhang Wuji's left thumb was crushed by him, sharp fragments piercing his flesh, blood dripping through his fingers onto the golden bricks, yet he remained oblivious. It's over. All over. The examination reform is clearly priced for official positions. No need to wait, no need for connections, just pass and become an official. This is equivalent to grasping the lifeblood of millions of scholars who have studied hard for years tightly in the hands of the emperor. Zhang Wuji's mind conjured up an extremely terrifying image. Once this edict spreads across the land, those scholars who have studied for a decade, the successful candidates, and those who have waited years for an official position will go mad. Whoever dares to obstruct these 3 edicts will be destroying the livelihoods of all scholars in the world, becoming a rebel. The emperor need not lift a finger, or the scholars can drown him in their spittle. This is a blatant scheme. The young emperor not only binds all scholars to his authority, but also uses tangible official titles to win the hearts of the people across the land. Realizing a win-win situation and that so-called court review, lost in thought, Zhang Wuji suddenly turned his head to look at Zhuge Huijin, only to find him equally ashen. Court review. To publicly select all senior officials. This means that the personnel authority, which the Ministry of Personnel could originally operate in private, has been directly reclaimed by the emperor and made public. Want to be an official? Find debate with real weapons in the court and let all officials vote. This is not a grant, it is clearly a leash tied around the necks of the great families and the humble backgrounds, with a bloody piece of meat thrown in front, forcing them to tear at each other like mad dogs while the emperor sits on the high dragon throne coldly watching. Gentlemen, receive the edict. Sun Li put away the imperial edict, saying with a smile that did not reach his eyes. In the hall, silence reigned. After a long while, Zhuge Huijin and Zhang Wuji slowly knelt down, their voices hoarse, as if 2 pieces of dry wood were rubbing together. We accept the edict with gratitude. Night fell, and the prosperity of the capital was shrouded in an invisible atmosphere of ruthlessness. In the Zhang residence, in a secret chamber. Night fell, and the prosperity of the capital was shrouded in an invisible atmosphere of ruthlessness. In the Zhang residence, the left deputy of the Ministry of Personnel, the Minister of Revenue, the Chief Justice. Nearly half of the big shots in the Great Zhou court were now like ants on a hot pan. My lord, the emperor is trying to annihilate us completely. The left deputy of the Ministry of Personnel was covered in cold sweat, his voice trembling. With the dismissal of shies, our hands are severed. With the examination reform, our roots are dug up. If the court review in 3 days truly allows those poor humble families to occupy the main positions combined with the new recruits, where will our great families stand in the Great Zhou's territories? Shut up! At the main seat, Zhang Wuji slammed the table, causing the teacup to shake violently. Tea splashed onto his hand, yet he did not even frown. His old face no longer showed the panic of the day. Instead, it was replaced by a ferocity born from being driven to the edge. What are you panicking about? The sky is not falling. Zhang Wuji's sinister eyes swept over everyone, his voice low like a knife being sharpened. The emperor wants to change the blood. Good. But he must not forget this Great Zhou is supported by our great families. Does the emperor think he can rid us of influence with national and provincial exams? Naive. What is being tested? It is knowledge. Who controls the best academies in the land? It is us, the great families. Who possesses thousands of unique secret texts? It is us. Who can afford to hire the greatest scholars to tutor day and night? It is still us. Send my words. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Wuji's eyes. Immediately use the fastest means to write to the heads of the prominent families in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. First, let them gather all their children aged 20 to 40 with degrees, even if they have to be tied up, to bring them to the capital for the national exam. The provincial exam must also be filled with our great families' people. Second, investigate. That group of poor humble scholars and successful candidates will definitely lack funds to sit for the examinations. Notify all banks and businesses not to lend even a penny to the humble scholars. I want them unable to even touch the gates of the capital. As for the court review in 3 days, Zhang Wuji sneered, turning to the left deputy of the Ministry of Personnel. Go dig up all the black materials on the officials under Zhuge Huaijin. Even if it was a debt from drinking or a few coins from years ago, make it into undeniable evidence. In 3 days' assembly, I will make the people Zhuge Huaijin pushes out lose all their reputations. We must secure 80% of the main positions. As long as the heads of departments are still in our hands, no matter how many pass the exams below, they will all have to obey us. Next, Deputy Gao Ming. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if they had swallowed a reassuring pill and quickly took their leave. At the same moment, in a modest courtyard in the southern district of the capital city, Zhuge Huaijin sat upright at an octagonal table, bathed in the dim glow of a candle, gazing upon 7 or 8 officials clad in simple attire, their faces grave and solemn. They were the backbone of the commoner faction within the imperial court, upright scholars who regarded the realm's welfare as their sacred duty. Yet now these very men, once renowned for their impassioned speeches in the imperial hall, stood hushed and stricken, as if mourning a parent's death. Why is His Majesty so utterly unforgiving? Elder Minister Zhuge, a young imperial censor from the censorate, spoke with bloodshot eyes and a voice thick with grievance. We bore immense pressure from the aristocratic clans to implement the new policies and to establish the taxation bureau. Foolishness! Zhuge Huaijin cut him off with a sharp, icy rebuke. The leader of the commoner faction closed his eyes and drew a slow, deep breath. When he opened them again, bitterness filled his gaze. Do you truly believe the emperor ever trusted us? You are mistaken. In the emperor's eyes, the aristocratic clans are malignant tumors rooted deep within the Great Zhou Empire, while we, the commoner scholars who have banded together, are merely a surgical blade, sharp yet disobedient. Once the tumor has been largely excised, he will turn to cleanse the bloodstains from the blade itself. Zhuge Huaijin rose and walked to the window, gazing out into the impenetrable night. What the emperor desires is a blank sheet of paper. A cohort of new bureaucrats untainted by lineage or allegiance, whose sole devotion lies with him alone, whose only gratitude is reserved for his imperial grace. He turned back, his gaze blazing like twin torches fixed upon his followers. Yet this is also our one and only chance. The final opportunity for the commoner faction to rise definitively and crush the aristocracy beneath us. Listen well, all of you, we shall not sleep tonight. Each of you shall write 100 letters, send them to the academies where you once studied. Send them to your former classmates and juniors back in your hometowns. Tell them, sell your fields, sell your homes, smash your cooking pots, and peddle the iron. Do whatever it takes to raise travel funds for the capital. Those without money shall pool resources and march on foot in fellowship. Even a mere 9th-rank official appointment will amplify our strength. Zhuge Huaijin's voice quickened, his eyes burning with feverish fervor. Crucially emphasize in every letter, this examination will test no mere Confucian classics or poetic elegance. It seeks men who can govern. Set aside those ornamental verses. Study irrigation engineering. Study agriculture and sericulture. Study the Great Zhou Code. Study local tax ledgers. Whoever pens a policy essay that solves real-world problems shall catch the emperor's eye. As for the court nomination assembly 3 days hence. A cold, sardonic smile flickered across Zhuge Huaijin's lips. Zhang Wuji will surely unleash every rabid hound he commands against us. We shall not compete with them on seniority or connections. Instead, we shall ally with the wavering neutral officials, offering them deputy posts in the newly established institutions. Furthermore, immediately instruct your subordinate censors to prepare memorials detailing the aristocrats' decades-long embezzlement and illegal land consolidation. Should the aristocrats attempt to seize control of key ministries during the court nomination assembly, we shall launch an unyielding remonstrance on the spot, even at the cost of mutual annihilation. Let none escape unscathed. Yes, sir. Ignited by his fiery resolve, several young officials clasped their fists in salute and dashed headlong into the night. That night, countless carrier pigeons soared into the heavens above the capital. Countless swift horses galloped through the city gates bearing urgent secret missives that raced across the vast expanse of the Great Zhou Empire. A life-or-death struggle, unrestrained, merciless, had erupted between the aristocracy and the commoner faction, centered on the court nomination assembly and the national examination. Amidst this undercurrent of turmoil, the colossal machinery of the Great Zhou Empire began grinding, fiercely set in motion by the emperor's 3 deceptively casual edicts. 3 days later, in Jinling Prefecture of Jiangnan, a freshly posted notice, bearing a vivid crimson imperial seal, had barely adhered to the crumbling wall outside a dilapidated city god temple before a dense throng of scholars pressed in, sealing it off completely. At the very front of the crowd stood a middle-aged scholar, gaunt and threadbare, his temples prematurely gray despite being barely past 30. His body was rigid as stone, even his breath had stilled. A new provincial examination has been instituted. All certified scholars may sit for it. Those who pass shall be appointed to substantive 8th rank posts. He read each character inwardly slowly as though unfamiliar with the script itself. Terrified that hunger had conjured a mirage. Behind him hundreds of equally destitute scholars gaped, mouths agape, eyes bulging from their sockets. The Great Zhou had enjoyed prolonged peace, and its civil service examinations resembled crossing a narrow plank bridge beneath a stampede of 10,000 soldiers. Even those who passed the provincial examination as jurin often languished for 3 to 5 years, or even a decade or more, waiting for an actual appointment unless they possessed silver enough to grease palms at the Ministry of Personnel. Some died still awaiting their first post. As for scholars like themselves, mere shotsai, their prospects were bleaker, still confined to tutoring village children. They could not even touch the threshold of officialdom. And now, the emperor himself offered substantive appointments. Appointments granted solely on merit. No family pedigree required, no bribes demanded, immediate assumption of office. With a muffled thud, the middle-aged scholar collapsed onto the muddy bluestone pavement. His entire frame convulsed violently. 2 streams of turbid tears burst forth, mingling with the grime on his cheeks. Boundless is the emperor's grace, boundless indeed. Suddenly he erupted like a madman. Fists hammering the earth, head thrown back in a hoarse, ragged howl toward the heavens. Heaven sees all. His Majesty reigns with sagacity. For 15 years I, Li Chongying, have studied without respite. When my parents fell ill and died, I dared not sell even those tattered books. At last, finally, I have endured until this day. My studies were not in vain. His Majesty has not abandoned us. His anguished cry ignited something deep within the crowd. No more waiting in reserve. We need no longer grovel before those aristocratic scions. Pass the exam and you're instantly an 8th rank official. There is hope. This is our chance. The chance of a millennium. Even if I must crawl, I will crawl into that examination hall. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds, no thousands, of scholars, from white-haired elders to youths just entering adulthood, sank to their knees as one, bowing low toward the capital like wheat stalks felled by a scythe. Their foreheads struck the unyielding stone with such force that blood welled. But they felt nothing. Long live the emperor. 10,000 years. A wise sovereign has descended upon the world. Such frenzied scenes unfolded simultaneously in every prefectural yamen, county seat, and remote township across the Great Zhou's 36 provinces. Countless low-ranking intellectuals, once utterly disillusioned with the imperial court, hearts brimming with resentment, were in this instant set ablaze in soul and spirit by those 3 imperial edicts. The seed of courtly corruption, long planted in their hearts by the aristocracy, had been uprooted entirely by the emperor himself, with real authority and tangible office. In its place bloomed a zeal bordering on religious fervor. News swept across the realm like a tempest. Meanwhile, atop the highest corner tower of the Chenqing Palace, night winds whipped fiercely, billowing Emperor Wang Hao's brilliant yellow dragon robe. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the vast, austere, and quietly turbulent imperial city. Beyond the distant palace walls, faint yet ceaseless cries of "Long live the emperor" drifted in, the desperate prostrations of impoverished scholars toward the imperial city. Behind him, Pei Jingzhe, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, the Zhang and Wang clans dispatched 13 urgent dispatches last night. 800 Li couriers mobilizing their entire clan resources for the examinations. Simultaneously, their commercial networks received secret orders to tighten credit for commoner scholars. Zhuge Huaijin and other upright ministers refusing to yield are currently rallying neutral officials, preparing to confront the aristocracy hidden during today's court nomination assembly." Emperor Wang Hao listened, his profound eyes betraying not a ripple of emotion. Rallying allies, confrontation, buying up-ins, cutting off travel funds. A cold, silent laugh stirred within him. "Zhang Wuji, Zhuge Huaijin, you truly believe this reform of the civil service examination is merely about recruiting a few more men? Do you truly believe I orchestrated your bloody rivalry in the court nomination assembly to balance your 2 factions' power?" Extending his slender right hand, Wang Hao slowly clenched it into a fist, as if grasping the entire realm within his palm. Let them snarl and bite at one another. The more fiercely they compete for those court nomination seats, the more starkly they expose themselves as adversaries to every newly minted scholar. When those Great Zhou civil servants, who owe their positions solely to my grace, and who have endured unimaginable hardship to pass, Enter the government offices, they will face arrogant, scheming aristocratic bureau heads and cynical veteran commoner officials. Turning, Wang Hao's eyes flashed with glacial light, his voice dropped to a whisper. Soft yet radiating absolute dominion over life and death. Clash between old and new is inevitable. Fire against water. The old bureaucratic system has rotted to its marrow. Therefore I shall personally select a new cadre, untethered by lineage or prior allegiance, whose lives, fortunes, and unwavering loyalty belong to me alone. I do not require them to be brilliant. I demand only that they serve as my sharpest blade, slicing away layer by layer the flesh of the aristocracy and the hide of the commoner faction. This realm of the Great Zhou. With a sudden sweeping gesture, Wang Hao flung his sleeve wide, his gaze, piercing the night sky, fixed upon the endless expanse of mountains and rivers. Shall in the end be mine, and mine alone. The night wind at Chenqing Palace is cold and hard as iron. Wang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the corner tower, his profound gaze seemingly able to penetrate the thick palace walls, witnessing the crazed families in the capital, as well as the frenzied connections among the humble and pure-blooded. Your Majesty, Pei Jing's voice came from behind, carrying a lingering sense of worry. The civil officials have now completely boiled over. Zhang Wuji and Zhuge Huaijin, despite their usual fierce rivalry, were surprisingly united in their efforts to preserve their official positions and power. The Grand Assembly tomorrow might become an unprecedented storm. I fear that if the scholars unite to strike, even inciting local officials to resist the imperial decree, this whole realm of the Great Zhou. Resist the decree. Strike. Wang Hao scoffed. Pei Jingzhe, remember this, if a scholar rebels, it will take 3 years to succeed. Wang Hao slowly turned around the golden dragon on his dragon robe, seeming ready to leap out under the lantern's light. These officials, though they speak of righteousness and morality, are filled with the ways of thieves and harlots. What are they best at? Writing memorials to insult others, playing with schemes and plots, and using ancestral rules to bind me. But they dare not, nor do they have the ability to truly overturn the table. Wang Hao stepped down the stairs, his voice echoing in the empty corner tower. Because they have no soldiers, no generals. All their power comes from me, from the inertia of the bureaucratic machinery of the Great Zhou. As long as I hold tightly to the knife handle and control the purse strings, no matter how loudly they bark, they are merely vicious dogs in a cage. Can they really bite off my neck? Pei Jingzhe shuddered, bowing his head. Even lower, Your Majesty is wise. However, the military generals of the capital have always maintained intricate connections with the noble families. If the civil officials raise difficulties at the court tomorrow, and the noble generals merely watch from the sidelines or even secretly stir the pot, wouldn't Your Majesty find yourself fighting alone? Hearing this, Wang Hao didn't appear worried. Instead, he let out a deep laugh. Fight alone? Pei Jingzhe, you're not sharp enough for a commander of the Jinui. Wang Hao paused, turning back to glance at him. Do you think, why did I secretly visit Xishan 3 days ago? Why did the nobles support the Si Li Jian at the last Grand Assembly? Pei Jingzhe was taken aback, the scene of the gathering from 3 days ago flashing in his mind. 3 days ago at Xishan, the royal cement factory. At that time, Xishan was surrounded by layers of the imperial guards and the clean army so tightly packed that not even a fly could enter. More than 300 prominent nobles and heirs of the Great Zhou, led by Duke Ying Zhongjing and Duke Ding Suqingzhou, were completely bewildered when they were invited here. At that moment, the two military leaders Zhang Jing and Suqingzhou exchanged uncertain glances. Old Duke, what scheme is His Majesty plotting this time? The commander of the first garrison lowered his voice, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Gathering us all in this remote wilderness, surrounded by the murderous clean army, it can't be. Shut up. Duke Zhongjing snapped, but his slightly trembling beard betrayed his inner unease. This young emperor has been too ruthless since ascending the throne. Killing corrupt officials, establishing the Eastern Factory, exterminating families without batting an eye. Now gathering all these generals with heavy troops in Xishan. If he ambushes us with assassins, no matter what, both blessings and punishments are the emperor's grace. As long as we don't rebel, he wouldn't resort to self-destructive acts. Duke Ding Suqingzhou tried to calm everyone, but his heart was also in turmoil. As more than 300 of the Great Zhou's top military aristocrats stood in the cold wind, anxious like lambs awaiting slaughter, Wang Hao emerged, warmly welcomed by the chief eunuch Sun Li. There were no assassins, no scoldings, not even the usual oppressive imperial presence. Wang Hao looked at these military leaders of the Great Zhou and said a single opening line that left everyone stunned. My esteemed ministers, I have called you here today not to discuss state affairs or military matters. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together like a very approachable merchant. I called you here to develop Xishan, to build workshops, to construct a new city. To make a fortune. Make a fortune? The mighty son of heaven of the Great Zhou secretly brought the most capable fighters in the world to a remote valley just to say make a fortune. At that moment both Zhang Jing and Su Chengzhua had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They even began to suspect whether the emperor had gone mad from killing too many people recently. However, when the meeting truly commenced and Wang Hao showcased his long-prepared dimensional reduction strike before these nobles, all doubts and anxieties instantly transformed into extreme frenzied greed. Recalling this, Wang Hao's gaze turned incredibly sharp. He coldly addressed Pei Jingzhe. The civil officials value their reputation and adhere to etiquette, so I use the imperial examination and real power to divide them. But the military generals and nobles are different. They desire hereditary privileges and real gold and silver. As long as I tie the most lucrative businesses to them at the Grand Assembly 3 days hence, who would dare to touch my new policies? These bloodthirsty military nobles will devour him alive. Time rewinds to 3 days ago, deep within Shishan. Make a fortune. Your Majesty is joking. We are just rough men receiving court salaries. How would we understand the ways of merchants? Duking Zhang Jing forced a laugh, trying to discern the emperor's intentions. Do not rush, Minister Zhang, just follow me to have a look. Wang Hao provided no further explanation and waved his hand directly. Sun Li immediately understood and quickly ran ahead to lead the more than 300 military officials and nobles to the newly constructed Royal Industrial Park. The first stop was a flat road about 100 zhang long. Esteemed ministers step on the ground. Wang Hao, wrapped in a large cloak, walked at the front, his voice warm. Zhang Jing looked down. Beneath his feet lay a smooth gray-white road without any seams. The Duke of Dingyuan behind him, known for his violent temper, immediately drew his tempered steel sword, gathered his inner strength, and struck the road hard. Clang! Sparks flew. The Duke of Dingyuan's tiger claw cracked the steel sword, dulled, yet the gray-white surface left only a faint white mark. Hiss! More than 300 people collectively gasped in awe. This is called cement. Wang Hao turned around, looking at the group of astonished killers, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. It is made from calcined lime, which turns to mud when it meets water and dries like iron. The cost is only 1/10 of laying cobblestones. Used for building city walls and paving roads, it is impenetrable to blades and shields against wind and rain. Zhang Jing's pupils trembled violently. As the commander of the troops, he understood too well what this meant. If all border fortifications used this material, the Great Zhou would possess an ironclad defense that could never be breached. But this was just the beginning. Following the cement road, everyone arrived at a 2-story small building with an independent courtyard. The building was entirely gray-white, simple in design yet exceptionally sturdy. Wang Hao opened the door and a wave of warmth rushed out. Please come in, everyone. It was early autumn and the wind in Shishan was cold, yet upon entering the house, everyone felt hot enough to want to shed their cloaks. In the center of the room stood a peculiar cast iron stove, burning a black cylindrical object full of. There was no choking smoke, only a stable and lasting high temperature. This is called a heating stove, burning the improved honeycomb coal of mine, which can be used for cooking as well as heating. Wang Hao pointed to the stove. Shishan has plenty of coal, iron, and lime. This honeycomb coal is extremely cheap, even an ordinary family can afford it for winter. Zhang Jing stared at the glowing furnace, his old eyes gleaming with excitement. How many people freeze to death in the Great Zhou every winter? Charcoal is a luxury only the rich can afford. If the stove and honeycomb coal could spread to the capital. This was not just coal, it was clearly an endless mountain of gold. However, what truly broke the composure of these rough men was the furnishings within the room. Old Duke, what is that? A young general trembled as he pointed to the wall. It was a half-height dressing mirror set in an exquisite wooden frame. Zhang Jing walked over as if struck by lightning. He saw himself in the mirror, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, the texture of his beard, even the scratches on his armor, all distinctly visible. This was nothing compared to the dim and blurry bronze mirrors of the Great Zhou. Demon. Celestial object. This is a celestial object. Su Chengzhua trembled with excitement. Such a treasure, if taken to the western regions, those barbarian kings would probably be willing to exchange a city for it. This is called a glass mirror. Wang Hao casually tapped the transparent window beside it. And this glass window, windproof and light permeable, is made from sand. Made from sand? The more than 300 military officials felt their understanding completely crushed. Sand can produce such invaluable treasures. Just as everyone's brains were nearly short-circuiting, Wang Hao unleashed his true killing move. Sun Li, bring it out. As you command. Sun Li quickly presented a redwood tray covered with yellow silk, neatly arranged with a stack of brand new coins. Wang Hao picked up a silver coin and flicked it with his finger. Buzz! A clear, long, melodious dragon's roar echoed within the room. All eyes were instantly glued to it. The The silver coins were uniform in size with beautifully crafted anti-counterfeiting gears on the edges, and on the front there was a relief sculpture of Wang Hao wearing a crown. Suddenly, Wang Hao did not give them a chance to breathe. "Here, your servant." The chief eunuch Sun Li, glowing with joy, approached with a redwood tray, lifting the bright yellow silk covering. Clatter. Several brand new silver and gold coins were spilled onto the table, clanking against each other, producing an extremely clear, long, soul-shaking dragon's roar. The silver coins were uniform in size with beautifully crafted anti-counterfeiting gears on the edges, and the front was prominently engraved with the side profile of Emperor Wang Hao. This is called silver coins. Wang Hao flicked a silver coin, listening to the pleasant sound. It is of perfect quality with no short weight or lack. Silence. A deathly silence. More than 300 high-ranking officials of the Dezhou army were completely still, even their breathing had ceased. Though they were rough men, they each had hundreds or thousands of shops and estates at home, and they were all too aware of the profits behind this monopoly. This is an absolute, unquestionable national monopoly. Your Majesty. The voice of Duke Zhongjing of England had completely changed, raspy, as if he had been thirsty in the desert for 3 days. You are showing us these. I said I will help you make a fortune. But this pie is too big, I cannot eat it all by myself. You have spilled blood for Dezhou, you are loyal subjects of Dezhou. Moreover, you are my loyal subjects, so I have decided to help you make a fortune together. Help us make a fortune. The more than 300 military generals and nobles in the room exchanged glances. The heavy breathing sounded particularly clear in this warm 2-story building. They were not fools. There is no free lunch in the world, especially not from this ruthless emperor. Wang Hao sat leisurely in a Grand Master chair, took a sip of the hot tea, handed to him by Sun Li, and then slowly spoke. You have seen the reserves in Xishan. The coal, iron, and limestone here are enough for Dezhou to mine for 200 years without exhausting it. Therefore, I have established 4 royal workshops, here the Royal Cement Factory, the Royal Steel Factory, the Royal Coal Factory, and the Royal Glass Factory. In addition to the upcoming Royal Bank. Wang Hao paused, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. But I cannot swallow such a big pie alone. For Dezhou to flourish, I cannot rely solely on myself. I also need all of you noble lords who share the fate of the country, and you generals who shed blood for me. Upon hearing the words "share the fate of the country," Zhang Jing and Su Chengzu straightened their backs suddenly, but their eyes still held a hint of doubt. Wang Hao clapped his hands. Summon the accountants. Several accountants from the inner court, dressed in blue and holding abacuses and thick ledgers, entered with their heads bowed. Calculate for the dukes and generals how much these factories will earn in the future. Wang Hao commanded. The leading accountant immediately cleared his throat, opened the ledger, and spoke in a booming voice as if he were announcing an imperial edict. Your Majesty, esteemed lords. Taking the cement factory as an example, Your Majesty has decreed to conduct large-scale real estate development in the southern city of the capital. At that time, the southern city will be completely leveled and buildings similar to these 2-story houses, or even more upscale Sihiyuan, will be constructed, exclusively sold to the high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants of the capital. Just this one project alone will create an immense demand for cement and steel. Preliminary calculations show that in the first 3 years, the pure profit will not be less than 500,000 taels of silver each year. Moreover, Wang Hao raised his voice dramatically like thunder. I will announce at the court meeting that all post stations across the land will be taken over by the Ministry of Rights. Led by the inner court, we will use our own cement to repair roads nationwide. Once the roads are built, our goods will flow continuously to every corner of Dezhou. Of course, I will also build shops around every post station for selling. I believe merchants across the land will see the business opportunities here. Continue. Next, let's calculate the coal factory. With 5 million people in the capital, if they all switch to using honeycomb coal for heating and cooking, the annual pure profit will be at least 400,000 taels. As for the glass factory, a 0.5% high dressing mirror costs less than 2 taels, but can be sold to salt merchants in Jiangnan and foreign nations for 5,000 taels and not be considered expensive. This is the most profitable kind of profit. Conservatively estimated, the pure profit will be 20 million taels every year. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, and soon the entire room was filled with the sound of people swallowing. The eyes of all the nobles and military generals had turned blood red, ignited by extreme greed. Even Duke Zhongjing, who had tens of thousands of acres of good land and was used to wealth, felt dizzy at this moment. This was clearly not business. It was outright printing money. No, it's even faster than printing money. What is most deadly? It is the favorable policies. The emperor personally endorses it. The emperor decrees to build roads, and the emperor decrees real estate development. Moreover, it is built in the southern city where the Guozijian is located, which is equivalent to the court forcefully using a knife to compel the wealthy people of the world to buy their goods. This is a guaranteed profit-making deal. The steel produced by the steel factory each year will not only supply the Ministry of Works Armaments Bureau and the Inner Courts Armory Bureau, but the real estate development will also require a large amount of rebar with dedicated sales channels, ensuring an annual pure profit of no less than 10 million taels. Every time the accountant announced a figure, the bodies of the military nobles trembled violently. For 100,000 taels, 500,000 taels, 10 million taels, 20 million taels, almost 40 million taels each year, nearly matching Dezhou's half-year tax revenue. And the key is that this is a monopoly. Crazy. The eyes of all the military generals instantly turned bloodshot red as rabbits. The emperor was not only building them a mountain of gold, but also paving the road for transporting and selling the gold with the power of the state. This is guaranteed profit, a fortune among fortunes. Your Majesty, I am willing to serve you like a dog and horse, even if I have to die a terrible death. The commander of the 8th Battalion of the Imperial Guard, Duke Xiangshan, fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming from his excited eyes. Since you want to play, you must follow my rules. Wang Hao's lips curled into a devilish smile. These 4 factories, the Royal Cement Factory, Steel Factory, Coal Factory, and Glass Factory. I have decided to conduct an initial public offering. What is an initial public offering? It means valuing each factory at 10 million taels of silver divided into 1 million shares, each share costing 20 taels of silver. Whoever buys shares will be the owner of that factory. Every month we will check the accounts, and every quarter dividends will be distributed based on the shares. Wang Hao pointed to the ground beneath him. I will provide the land, the recipe, the skilled craftsmen from the inner court, and a royal brand to pledge as collateral, taking 50% of the shares. The remaining 50% will be open for subscription. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Li, the chief eunuch of the Ministry of Rights, who had been prepared, stepped forward and shouted like a mad dog protecting its food. I represent the Ministry of Rights and all the eunuchs from the 12 ministries of the inner court. I will follow His Majesty even if it means losing everything. Each factory will subscribe for 20%. A total of 800,000 shares, 16 million taels in cash, all delivered to the inner treasury of Shishan before dark tomorrow. Whoever dares to obstruct me from making a fortune, I will ruin his family. The impact of Sun Li's declaration was immense. However, the 100,000 eunuchs in the palace could indeed come up with such an amount. After all, Wang Hao had seized 30 million taels of silver from a dozen eunuch leaders, and regardless of how they made their money, they certainly still had quite a bit left. Who do the military leaders of Dezhou look down upon the most? Besides the scholars, it's these eunuchs. Now these eunuchs are actually planning to take away 20% of this mountain of gold right under their noses. Moreover, they are doing it legally in front of the emperor. One must leave a line. Is it not fear of divine retribution to eat alone? Duke Kaiyang, a naive young man, suddenly jumped up, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead. Your Majesty, I am willing to subscribe. I will sell my pots and pans, even my wife's dowry, to subscribe for 20,000 shares of the steel factory. Please give the Duke of Kaiyang's residents an opportunity to be loyal. Get out of the way. What is your Duke Kaiyang's estate worth? Duke Zhongjing of England slapped aside Duke Dingyuan, rushing to the front and kneeling directly. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer 300,000 taels to subscribe for 15% of the cement factory. The Dinghua Duke's residence subscribes for 150,000 shares. I have 200 people at home to feed. Whoever dares to compete with me for the coal factory, I will kill him today. Crazy. Completely crazy. This top group of killers in Dezhou's dynasty was nearly ready to fight in front of the emperor over the remaining 30% of the shares. Some directly grabbed their colleagues by the collar, while others instinctively reached for the hilt of their knives. They knew very well that at 20 taels of silver per share it seemed expensive, but according to the accountant's profit expectations, they could break even in at most 2 years, and afterward they could just lie back and collect money for generations. This was 1,000 times better than embezzling military funds or drinking the blood of soldiers, and it was all legal because the emperor was leading the way. Bang! Wang Hao slammed his palm on the table, the loud echo silencing the entire room. What kind of behavior is this? Everyone be quiet! Wang Hao shouted sternly. Only then did the crowd awaken, realizing they were in the presence of the emperor, and quickly knelt down, but when they raised their heads, the longing in their eyes could not be hidden. Wang Hao suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth, feigning authority as he said, "The remaining 30%, a total of 120,000 shares, 24 million taels of silver. Duke Zhang and Duke Dingyu too are responsible for coordinating the subscription shares for each family. Remember, do not resort to forceful means and do not harm the harmony. If you cannot produce real money, there will be no credit. Old minister obeys. Long live your majesty. Zhang Jing and Su Chengzu led the way in bowing, their voices filled with ecstasy. 24 million taels may seem astronomical, but with the more than 300 noble military families pooling together, they could definitely come up with it. The subscription meeting in Xishan was extraordinarily intense. In order to compete for shares, the usually brotherly military nobles were fighting red-faced, even bringing up decades-old grievances. Ultimately, under the strong suppression of Dukes Zhang and Su, the 30% of shares were divided up completely. The subscription documents, totaling 24 million taels of silver, were neatly piled in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at those military nobles below, who, although feeling the pain of losing money, were beaming with smiles of "I am about to get rich," and secretly calculated in his heart. These military leaders and nobles have been establishing Dezhou for 1,000 years. They have merged lands, taken idle salaries, drunk soldiers' blood, engaged in smuggling, doing business, and lending money. Their family fortunes are each thick enough to flow with oil. 24 million taels is merely a skin wound for them. It hasn't touched the bones at all. Once the operation of capital is initiated, it must squeeze the opponent to the extreme in order to form the most solid community of interests. Cough, cough. Wang Hao cleared his throat. The people who had just been lost in dreams of dividends immediately quieted down, all turning to look at their money god emperor. Wang Hao revealed a troubled expression, sighed, and said, "Your ministers are so eager. I am very comforted, but I suddenly thought of something just now. This cement and steel, aside from coal, also require massive amounts of limestone and iron, or if these two vital materials are choked by outside merchants, won't our profits be shared with outsiders?" At these words, the faces of all the martial generals in attendance instantly darkened. To cut off another's livelihood is no less grievous than murdering their parents. They had just poured 24 million taels of silver into those ventures. Who dares throttle His Majesty's throat? Zhang Jing roared, eyes blazing with fury. To sever one's livelihood is tantamount to slaying one's parents. These 4 factories were now the very lifeblood of the martial faction. Who would dare touch them? They must never fall into outsiders' hands. Zhang Jing cried, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. "Your Majesty, limestone and iron ore deposits must remain firmly under our own control. After all, this realm still abides by law," Wang Hao said, lightly waving his hand. His true intent now fully revealed. "There is indeed a solution to ensure the integrity of our industrial chain. The Western Hills harbor vast limestone and iron ore deposits. I shall immediately establish 2 new imperial enterprises, the Imperial Lime Works and the Imperial Iron Mine. As before, each factory shall issue 1 million shares priced at 10 taels per share. I shall retain a 50% equity stake in land rights." Wang Hao's gaze blazed like twin torches upon the assembly below. "Director Sun, does the Directorate of Ceremonial still wish to join?" Sun Li bellowed without hesitation, "Yes. Even if the inner court starves, it shall subscribe to another 20%. For million taels, I shall dispatch eunuchs immediately to borrow at exorbitant interest." Even palace eunuchs were now rushing to take on usurious debt just to purchase shares. The atmosphere had reached its fever pitch. Over 300 martial aristocrats stood irrevocably at the precipice. Refusing to secure the sources of raw materials would leave their prior investments vulnerable to coercion. To protect what they already owned, they had no choice but to hurl ever greater sums into the abyss. "Your Majesty, the Duke of Ingwa's household pledges 50,000 shares. The Duke of Dingwa's household follows suit. I shall sell my ancestral estate in Jiangnan. I shall buy shares in the Iron Mine Works. My ancestral lands, 2,000 mu of prime farmland, shall be pledged to pawnshops tomorrow. I pledge 50,000 shares." Wang Hao cleared his throat. Farmland may be valued at market price and accepted as equivalent cash for share subscription. "Your Majesty, I offer 3,000 mu of land." The Duke of Angwa's household pledges another 1.5 million taels. Another frenzy of frantic acquisition erupted. Amidst this maelstrom of frenzy, another 12 million taels worth of shares vanished in an instant. Thus, within barely half an hour, Wang Hao had not spent a single copper coin. Merely wielding the posthumous concepts of shareholding corporations and industrial-scale visioneering, he had successfully siphoned away 120 million taels, more lucrative than confiscating corrupt officials' wealth, while the Ming Chongzhen reign starved for funds, even driving its emperor to hang himself. Wang Hao, through sheer visionary rhetoric, had filled the imperial treasury to overflowing. The Zhou dynasty had reigned for a millennium. How many millions of taels lay buried in the cellars of those ancient clans? The thought alone made Wang Hao itch to ransack their mansions. "All this belongs to me." Yet money was merely a means. Gazing upon the assembled military commanders, clutching share certificates tightly in sweat-dampened hands, breathless yet radiant with exhilaration. Wang Hao knew his strategic objective had been utterly achieved. My esteemed ministers, Wang Hao rose slowly, his tone turning solemn. 300 martial officials snapped rigidly to attention. These 6 imperial enterprises are our shared treasure vaults. Yet they demand colossal investment and unwavering protection. Therefore I decree that all provincial courier stations across the realm shall henceforth fall under the unified administration of the Directorate of Ceremonial, absolutely without flaw or failure. And the inner court shall oversee construction of nationwide roads using our own imperial cement. In former times had the emperor entrusted the nation's vital arteries, the courier stations, to eunuchs, these martial lords might not have openly objected, but inwardly they would have cursed him roundly. But now, His Majesty's wisdom is divine. Zhang Jing shouted, first his face flushed with fervor. Those courier stations long overdue for directorate oversight. Only trusted insiders can build these cement roads swiftly, and only then can our goods reach every corner of the realm. Whoever opposes the directorate's control over the courier stations declares war upon the forbidden army itself. The Duke of Angua drew his saber halfway, his visage fierce and terrifying. Wang Hao smiled, deeply satisfied. This was interest entanglement pure and absolute. From this day forward, these aristocrats, generals, and eunuchs ceased to be fragmented factions vying for influence within court politics. Bound fast aboard the colossal aircraft carrier of the imperial conglomerate, they were now irrevocably shackled to the emperor's chariot of power, becoming the Zhou Dynasty's most resolute, most ruthless loyalist faction. This is merely the beginning. Wang Hao murmured inwardly. When the Zhou war machine truly awakens, and when this fusion of industry and capital solidifies into unstoppable force, even the barbarians of this world shall tremble beneath my feet. It was also why during the last Grand Court Assembly the martial aristocracy had aligned themselves with the Directorate of Ceremonial, endorsing its takeover of the courier stations. The night deepened. Wang Hao withdrew his thoughts from the frenzied share subscription rally at the Western Hills and the Grand Court Assembly, refocusing his gaze upon the capital city beneath him, a metropolis teeming with hidden currents. Over these past days, fearing delay might jeopardize this golden opportunity, the eunuchs and aristocrats had funneled via clandestine channels 96 million taels of silver and 5.6 million mu of land in the capital region, represented by deeds valued at 24 million taels, into the imperial treasury and the newly established imperial bank. Wang Hao now possessed no shortage of funds beyond the 100 million tael reserve granted by his system. After deducting expenditures and confiscations, 34 million taels remained, adding to the current 96 million taels, yielding a liquid capital of 230 million taels. Recall that the Zhou dynasty comprised 36 provinces with a population of 1.6 billion. At its zenith, annual tax revenue barely reached 120 million taels. This sum empowered Wang Hao to act with unprecedented scope and scale. Moreover, this capital was being minted by the Silver Workshop into standardized silver coins, composed of 89% silver, 10% copper, and 1% tin, eventually transforming into 250 million taels worth of specie. Do not forget the stock exchange, the ultimate instrument for harvesting noble wealth. This was Wang Hao's secret weapon designed expressly to extract silver from the great clans. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Wang Hao remained standing, hands clasped behind his back, atop the corner tower, his profound gaze seeming to pierce through layer upon layer of palace walls. Unbidden, his thoughts drifted backward. Exactly 1 month ago, that had been the true genesis of violent rupture of the Zhou dynasty's feudal soil and the forcible infusion of modern capitalist poison. 1 month prior, under Wang Hao's imperial edict of future colossus, the Zhou Imperial Construction Corporation had quietly been inaugurated within the Directorate of Palace Servants. For this enterprise, Wang Hao had spared no expense. He personally enlisted 2,000 low-rank cultivators. In this high cultivation world, when cultivators' formidable strength was redirected from slaughter to infrastructure, their efficiency became nothing short of terrifying. Assisted by 2 elite garrisons of purified soldiers, within just 1 month 20,000 two-story gray and white residences, each occupying 300 square meters and featuring private courtyards, sprouted like bamboo shoots after spring rain upon the barren outskirts of the Western Hills, though architecturally plain, devoid of ornate beams or painted rafters. These dwellings, reinforced with cement and steel, proved remarkably sturdy and astonishingly swift to erect. Housing secured, the next pivotal step was people. Without sufficient cheap labor, the 6 imperial factories at the Western Hills would remain hollow shells. Thus, recruitment offices for the 6 factories and the Imperial Construction Corporation, escorted by 1,000 brocade uniformed guards, marched boldly into Nanchang, the capital's poorest, most chaotic slum, dubbed the Mud Pit. Nan City, a place that the prominent families of the capital disdain to even glance at. It is perpetually filled with the stench of urine and decaying refuse, where 200,000 impoverished citizens huddle together like wild dogs in dilapidated shanties. Every winter, the inspection carts of the city officials can haul away over 100 frozen corpses each morning. When the palace eunuchs struck the copper gong and posted the royal recruitment notice in the most conspicuous spot of Nan City, the entirety of the city fell into a deathly silence, followed by an uproar that could blow off the rooftops. Join the factory for work with an initial relocation allowance of 5 taels of silver. An old man clad in rags trembled as he pointed at the bulletin, his voice sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on 5 taels. I have scratched out a living in this cesspit all my life and have never seen a full 5-tael silver ingot. Is this not the court trying to trick us into the front lines to die as cannon fodder? Bah! You old fool, don't understand anything. The eunuch reading the notice raised his delicate fingers, his gaze condescending yet tinged with an odd excitement. This is personally organized by the current emperor. Not only is there a relocation allowance of 5 taels, but the most crucial details are yet to come. The eunuch took a deep breath and bellowed with all his might the words taught to him by Wang Hao. Anyone who signs the contract and is willing to move their entire family to Shishan for work will have their dilapidated houses and shanties in Nan City appraised by the royal court and deducted from 1/3 of the payment for a 2-story small house with a yard totaling 300 square meters in Shishan. As for the remaining 2/3 of the payment, you won't have to pay a single coin right now. The royal bank will lend to you directly. You will live in a new house while working, and a small portion of your monthly wages will go towards repaying this loan cleared in 20 years. The remaining wages will be enough for your family of 5 to eat steamed buns every meal, and even enjoy 2 pounds of pork during the festive seasons. Upon hearing this, the 200,000 residents of Nan City seemed struck by heavenly lightning, collectively falling into a stupor. No need to pay out of pocket and immediately live in a 300 square meter big house. Can the dilapidated mud floors of their old houses really be converted into silver, working every month to repay debts while still having money left for steamed buns? In this cannibalistic feudal society, how could the impoverished ever have imagined such a scenario? In their understanding, the arrival of the officials meant death. It was about skinning and flaying. But now the lofty emperor is actually giving them houses, money, and jobs. A living bodhisattva. The emperor is a living bodhisattva descended to the world. Suddenly someone shouted, and the old man fell to his knees in the muddy ground, frantically kowtowing in the direction of the palace, oblivious to the blood flowing from his forehead as it struck the stones. Commoner will sign. Commoner is willing to sign. My entire family of 7, even if I have to risk my life, will work for the emperor. Long live the emperor. Emotions are infectious. In an instant, on the intersection of Nan City, countless ragged men knelt on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. They had rolled in the mud for generations. When did they ever dare to dream of living in a big building with a yard? Meanwhile, at the other end of the capital, the atmosphere in Zhang Wuji's mansion was as cold as if ice could form. Absurd. Simply ridiculous. Zhang Wuji slammed the teacup he was holding onto the floor. He pointed at the reporting attendant, his beard trembling with rage, his eyes bulging as if about to devour someone. Building new houses for those peasants in Nan City and giving them relocation allowances. What is this nonsense about the royal bank lending them money? The young emperor must have lost his mind. There must be some scheme behind this. Zhang Wuji had been defeated in several confrontations with Wang Hao, and now that he had finally grasped a handle, he had to criticize thoroughly and vent his frustration. Since ancient times, repairing riverbanks and building city walls, conscripting labor, has been an established principle. What logic is there in giving money to serfs for buying houses? If this becomes a precedent, how will local authorities conscript free labor in the future? In the estates of those prominent families, wouldn't all the tenants run away? The advisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, timidly agreeing, "Please calm down, my lord. This young emperor is still too naive, thinking that a little kindness can win people's hearts. Building 20,000 houses in Shishan, how much silver will that cost? Moreover, the notion of loans is even more laughable. How can peasants repay? Isn't this just throwing meat buns to dogs? In my opinion, within 3 months, this royal construction company and those factories will drag the emperor's treasury into bankruptcy." Bankruptcy? Humph, I wish for him to go bankrupt sooner. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Wuji's eyes. Go. Contact the censorate. I want to denounce him at the Grand Court. Accusing the emperor of colluding with the people for profit, squandering the national treasury, and undermining the foundation of the Great Zhou. However, whether it is the lofty Zhang Wuji or the bloodied kneeling commoners in Nan City, none can comprehend Wang Hao's modern capital maneuvering. In the imperial study of Chenqing Palace, the underground heater was burning hot. Wang Hao leaned back against the dragon throne, playing with a newly minted silver coin, that emitted a charming dragon's chant. Pei Jingzhe, the commander of the Imperial Guard, knelt below, reporting on the explosive recruitment situation in Nan City. Your Majesty's foresight is extraordinary. The 200,000 people of Nan City have gone completely mad. The contracts from the inner court are being printed overnight, and those citizens are even setting up makeshift beds outside the recruitment office just to sign their names sooner. I see their fervent enthusiasm. If your Majesty asked them to fill the sea now, they would undoubtedly jump in without hesitation. Pei Jingzhe's voice carried an unmistakable tone of admiration. Fill the sea. That would be too wasteful. Wang Hao's lips curled into a smile as he flicked the silver coin from his fingertips, producing a clear, crisp sound. Pei Jingzhe, do you think that I am doing a good deed like a free-spending benefactor? Pei Jingzhe trembled all over, lowering his head even deeper. I dare not. Your Majesty's plans must be far-reaching and beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. If you can't comprehend, that's good, because these scholars can't either. Wang Hao stood up and walked to the large model of the capital, picking up a slender jade ruby and pointing it at the location of Nan City. These fools, how could they understand what a financial closed loop is? How could they understand what capital operation entails? By redeveloping the dilapidated land in Nan City, these 200,000 people not only freed up the largest piece of feng shui treasure in the capital for me to develop high-end residential properties to sell to the powerful. This is the first wave of profit. This is called liquidating land assets. These 200,000 young and strong will enter the 6 major factories in Xishan, tirelessly producing cement, steel, glass, and briquettes for me. The value they create far exceeds the meager wages I offer them. This is called extracting surplus value, and I pocketed the second wave. Wang Hao struck the model of Xishan heavily with the jade ruby, his eyes shining with excitement. As for that so-called loan for housing, it is even more a shackle I have placed upon them. With a down payment of 1/3, using their worthless dilapidated houses to offset it, I didn't spend a single real piece of gold or silver. As for the remaining 2/3, the royal bank charges them 0.5% interest. For the next 20 years, the first thing they will think of upon waking up is the debt they owe to the emperor. They must work diligently, toiling honestly. Including principal and interest, I profited a third wave. Wang Hao turned to look at the astonished and sweaty Pei Jingzhe, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. The most marvelous part is that this group of commoners currently views me as a living bodhisattva, benevolently guiding them. Even if one day someone wishes to overthrow my rule, these 200,000 will be the first to grab their shovels and fight to the death with the rebels. Pei Jingzhe's breathing had completely stopped. He felt that his 40-plus years of life experience seemed as childish and laughable as a child playing house in front of this young emperor's casual words. To squeeze out a person's lifetime of hard work with a housing loan contract and still make the other party feel grateful and devoted, this was beyond his comprehension. Your Majesty. Wise. Pei Jingzhe struggled to squeeze out these 4 words from his throat, suddenly feeling that if the bureaucratic faction of the Great Zhou really opposed this emperor, their fate would surely be 1,000 times worse than being torn apart by 5 horses. Enough, put away that ghastly expression. Wang Hao tossed the jade ruby onto the desk, his tone returning to calmness. Since the people of Nan City have signed, we must immediately organize their relocation. The royal bank must also create the greatest momentum. I want this fire to burn through the entire... In the early winter of the first year of the Great Zhou Hongwu, a remarkable chapter was destined to be etched in history. The mass migration of 200,000 citizens from South City had begun. This was not the first forced migration in the history of the Great Zhou. In past dynasties, in order to bolster the borders or construct royal tombs, troops were often deployed to forcibly drive the populace away. The scenes from then were often filled with wailing and despair, with corpses littering the streets and brutal rebellions erupting sporadically, leaving rivers of blood. Yet today, what unfolded on the main street of South City was an almost festive, epic parade. Hurry up, Guzi. Toss aside that shabby mat. When we get to the new home in Xishan, the emperor will give us brand new quilts. Master, do we still need this broken iron pot? Who needs it? At the royal factory, there will be meat soup in the dining hall every meal. Who would need to start a fire and cook themselves? If necessary, we can buy new ones. Hurry up, if we are late, we won't find a good-facing house. 200,000 ragged, emaciated citizens dragging their families and pushing old wheelbarrows surged toward the city gates in a grand procession. On everyone's face, there was no nostalgia for their homeland nor the sorrow of being forced to leave. Instead, there was a sense of anticipation. In each person's hand, they tightly clutched a contract stamped with a red handprint. The housing contract, issued by the Royal Construction Company, and the recruitment notices from 6 major factories. That was their ticket to paradise. The Imperial Guards maintaining order along the way were left in it. In the past, when executing such tasks, the sheaths of their swords had to see some blood to maintain control. Yet today these peasants rushed faster than the army on a forced march, fearing that if they were late they would miss out on housing. As this massive flow of people surged through the inner city avenue, a grand sedan chair, marked with the insignia of the vice minister of the cabinet, was forced to stop at a street corner. Zhang Wuji sat inside the sedan, his long fingers tightly gripping the edge of the rosewood window, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Peering through the gap in the sedan curtain, he fixed his gaze on the long line of jubilant commoners rushing toward Shishan, cold sweat soaking through his double-layered inner garments. "My lord!" Outside the sedan, his trusted follower lowered his voice, unable to conceal his terror. How is this possible? Leaving one's homeland is difficult. How could these 200,000 people willingly depart? Not a single troublemaker among them. Our arrangements in South City to incite the populace against the demolition have not only failed, but have been seen as enemies obstructing their path to fortune, resulting in their limbs being broken and dumped into the sewers. Zhang Wuji said nothing, his lips trembled slightly. He had hoped that the forced demolition in South City would inevitably spark a riot. Once blood was shed, he could unleash his full power at the upcoming court assembly. They could cite historical precedents, condemn the emperor for his cruelty and greed, and even force him to issue a self-reproach edict, seizing the opportunity to regain control over the court. But what he received instead was 200,000 ecstatic smiles and unreserved gratitude towards the emperor. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Zhang Wuji murmured, his voice seemingly aged by 10 years in an instant. I have diligently studied the classics for 60 years, always believing that public sentiment rests in Confucianism, in propriety, in the education of the gentry. But today I realize, this little emperor has completely secured the lives of 200,000 people with just a few pieces of worthless paper. Zhang Wuji was an extremely intelligent man. Although he did not understand modern finance, he instinctively sensed the terrifying implications hidden behind this. Without deploying a single soldier, the emperor had made 200,000 people grateful, and had vacated the largest piece of land in the capital, committing themselves to become laborers. Such methods were sharper than swords and more despairing than torture. Return to the manor. Zhang Wuji leaned weakly against the sedan wall. Inform those censors during the court assembly, in 2 days, no one is allowed to mention the disturbances caused in South City. Anyone who dares to mention it is putting their own face under the feet of these 200,000 people. In stark contrast to Zhang Wuji's helplessness were the ordinary citizens of the capital. On the very same day of the Great Migration from South City, the main branch of the Great Zhou Royal Bank, located at the foot of the palace, officially opened under the personal supervision of the eunuch Sun Li, who held authority in the Ministry of Rights. As the red silk on the plaque was just unveiled, the notice board outside was nearly crushed from the crowd's push. What? Depositing money incurs no storage fee. A clerk in a long gown adjusted his glasses and read the notice in disbelief. Deposit 100 taels, withdraw 100 taels. This is charity, right? What do you know? A man dressed like a butcher waved his pig-slaughtering knife, his loud voice making everyone's eardrums buzz. This is the Royal Bank. It was opened by the emperor. Have you seen those poor folks from South City? They have no money, yet they can borrow from this bank to buy houses. I heard that, as long as they have legitimate businesses, we common folks can also borrow money for trade. When the chief eunuch of the Royal Bank, the shrewd Peng Sanchuan, personally selected by Wang Hao from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, stood on the platform, displaying various denominations of silver coins, it instantly ignited the emotions of the entire capital, especially the crisp sound of the silver coins that captivated everyone. In the past, the money shops of the Great Zhou not only charged exorbitant storage fees, but also lent at high interest rates, mercilessly exploiting the people. But now the Royal Bank not only charged no storage fees, but also opened its doors to provide low-interest loans for purchasing houses and doing business. This was akin to throwing a large chunk of blood-stained meat in front of a pack of starving wolves. Within half an hour, the threshold of the Royal Bank was trampled. Commoners, small vendors, and even some minor noble families from the east and west cities rushed in like madmen, waving their banknotes and loose silver. Eunuch, this is 300 taels from a humble citizen. I want to deposit money. Shopkeeper, my old Sun family has a bun shop in the West City. I want to borrow 500 taels to take over the neighboring store. Please approve it. Why are only those beggars from South City allowed to borrow money to buy houses in Shishan? We people from the West City have strength too. I want to work in the royal factory, and I want to borrow money to live in a 2-story building. Looking at the citizens outside fighting over business opportunities, Wang Hao, who was incognito in a private room on the 2nd floor of the bank, leisurely savored the exquisite Junshan silver needle tea. Debt is the most wonderful chain in this world. Wang Hao set down his teacup, looking at Pei Jingzhe beside him, smiling like a devil. Look at these people below. They are fighting to owe me money, risking their lives. As long as this money is lent out, their lives and the lives of their descendants will be bound to the chariot of the Great Zhou Dynasty. When the entire world owes money to the royal bank, when all interests are deeply tied to me, Pei Jingxia, tell me what would happen if someone wants to rebel or overturn the rules I have established. Pei Jingxia followed Wang Hao's gaze, looking down at those readied and fervently enthusiastic citizens. A chill shot up his spine. Your Majesty. Pei Jingxia swallowed hard. If someone dares to rebel, there would be no need for the imperial army to mobilize. These merchants who borrowed money for business, and the citizens who took out loans for housing will spontaneously take up kitchen knives to chop the rebels into mincemeat to protect their property from being seized. Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Therefore, what I want is to turn all these mud-legged people in the world into the sharpest knives in my hands with money and land. The 20,000 residents of South City had barely evacuated when the Imperial Construction Corps' demolition force surged forward like a steel leviathan, bearing its fanged maw, mercilessly crushing into this land, stained for centuries with the darkest filth of the Great Zhou capital. This demolition bore none of the thunderous roar of bulldozers or excavators from Jiang Chen's past life. Instead, it unveiled a uniquely high martial world's visceral, hair-raising aesthetic of violence. Each unit to its post. Earth Battalion strength warriors advance. Stone-crushing battalions stand ready. Spare no rotten timber or crumbling tiles. The Emperor has decreed every relic of South City shall be leveled to the ground. Not a single splinter shall remain. A crimson-robed eunuch of the Directorate of Palace Attendants stood atop a high platform, waving his command banner and shrieking in a shrill, reedy voice. Hi! A deafening, earth-shaking bellow erupted as 3,000 bare-chested martial strength warriors, muscles coiled like granite, stepped forward in unison. The earth groaned beneath their feet. Break! In one thunderous roar, their chi surged skyward like billowing war smoke, thick with primal vitality. Their massive hammers crashed down upon the sagging shanties and crumbling brick houses. Boom! A colossal plume of dust erupted, blotting out the sun. Hundreds, then thousands, of dwellings collapsed in an instant, as fragile as paper under the onslaught of transcendent martial force. Bricks shattered, wooden beams snapped, and choking dust swirled into a miniature sandstorm that engulfed all of South City. Then 5,000 purification troopers surged forward, circulating true chi, and struck the ground again and again with disciplined, thunderous fists. Beneath the mountains of rubble, the earth itself seemed to awaken. Soil heaved like ocean waves, forcibly compressing and submerging shattered stone and timber, transforming before the naked eye the foul, pitted mudflats into a vast, flawlessly level earthen plaza. Next came towering wooden pulley cranes, jointly engineered by the Bureau of Armaments and the Imperial Construction Corps, each soaring dozens of zhang into the air. Thick hemp ropes connected to massive iron buckets, pulled taut by strength warriors, swiftly hauled away the last colossal remnants of debris. Citizens watching from distant rooftops, and even noble house spies who'd slipped in to gather intelligence, stood utterly dumbfounded. This was no construction project. It was an unstoppable army capable of razing an entire city within a single day, and yet the Emperor had deployed such terrifying martial might to perform the labor of common masons. It was sheer, unforgivable waste. Yet South City, the lowest, most shadowed corner of the capital, had for centuries been a grave for countless wronged souls and frozen corpses. When the ferocious torrent of martial chi tore away the land's superficial veil, the ancient filth and horror buried deep beneath finally stirred awake. Ah! What devilish thing is this? As martial cultivators furiously leveled the foundations of an old cemetery site, a strength warrior hauling iron ore suddenly screamed, a cry raw with terror. The soil beneath his feet exploded outward, unleashing a geyser of putrid, viscous black energy so dense it seemed solid. From within that miasma shot a desiccated, clawed hand, green-veined nails inches long, striking like lightning to seize the warrior's ankle and yank him downward with brutal force. Crack! The sickening snap of bone echoed sharply. Though possessed of thousand-gene strength, the cultivator offered no resistance. He was dragged screaming into the dark pit, his severed legs spurting blood. SSSSS. A guttural, inhuman shriek split the air as a low-tier, grotesque entity erupted from the chasm. Its body oozing black ichor, its eyes burning with ravenous crimson light. Rotted flesh clung to its serrated fangs. Its entire form exuded a stench so vile it would make ordinary men retch on the spot. An abomination. A century-old corpse fiend. Artisans and eunuchs scattered in panic. Born from boundless resentment and yin energy, such monsters were impervious to blades and arrows, and lethally strong. To ordinary cultivators, they meant certain death. just as the green-furred corpse fiend roared, preparing to launch itself upon the crowd in slaughter. "Dare you, fiend!" A voice like shattering thunder detonated midair. A streak of motion, like a meteor striking earth, ripped through the swirling black mist. Pei Jingzhe, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, descended from above clad in his flying fish robe, and wearing a fearsome Azura demon mask. Shink! His brocade spring saber unsheathed, a blade of glacial coldness that lit the dim construction site. Wild innate true chi surged forth, unreservedly condensing upon the edge into a tangible multi-zanglong blade of pure killing intent. Split! With no flourish, no wasted motion. Only raw, brutal absolute power. Pei Jingzhe cleaved downward. The blade carved a sonic boom through the air and slammed directly onto the fiend's skull. Splush! Black blood sprayed violently, fouling the ground with its acrid, rotting stench. That fourth-rank century-old corpse fiend, which could give even fourth-stage martial cultivators grave pause, uttered not a second cry before being bisected cleanly from crown to groin. Guts and viridian pus spilled across the earth, reeking of decay. Pei Jingzhe landed on one knee, coldly flicking black gore from his saber, before sheathing it with a sharp, decisive shhhk. His gaze, sharp as a honed blade, swept across the scene. At that very moment, 1,000 fully armed embroidered uniform guard officers flooded the site like a tide of ink, sealing it with absolute authority. "By my order!" Pei Jingzhe's voice, amplified by true chi, resonated across the entire South City worksite. Energy here runs profoundly deep. Centuries of accumulated filth surely conceal further abominations. All 12 battalions of the Capital Embroidered Uniform Guard shall patrol this site round the clock, beginning any person or any fiend who dares impede the Imperial project. Pei Jingzhe paused, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Man or ghost, slay without mercy. Should abominations rise, dig 3 chi deep if need be. Drag them forth, break their bones, scatter their ashes. This bloody, awe-inspiring spectacle was immediately dispatched by swift horseback to the Forbidden City. Wang Hao, feeding koi in the Imperial Garden, heard the eunuch's report. Not with alarm at the emergence of fiends, but with a hearty, unrestrained laugh. Ha ha ha! Even the vermin lurking in these sewers have crawled out to join the spectacle. He scattered a handful of fish food into the pond, watching the koi scramble for it, his eyes turning abyssally dark. A century-old corpse fiend. Profound energy. Wang Hao stroked his chin, a devilish curve lifting the corner of his mouth. As a modern transmigrator, his logic operated on a plane entirely alien to feudal minds. He turned to Sun Li, Grand Eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial, speaking with the casual ease of discussing tonight's menu. Sun Li, tell me, isn't it said that bridge building and road laying demand the ritual of living foundation piling to suppress malevolent forces? Sun Li flinched, violently bowing deeply. Your Majesty, folk's superstition does hold that sacrificing living persons ensures the project's immortality. Sacrificing lives is too cruel. I am a benevolent sovereign. Such acts are unthinkable. Wang Hao declared solemnly, then shifted tone seamlessly. Send word to Pei Jingzhe and the foreman of the Shishan cement factory. All fiends unearthed in South City are to be captured alive if possible. If dead, do not waste them. Skin them, strip their sinews, grind their bones and flesh to powder in the stone crusher. Then mix that ash into fresh cement at a ratio of 1 part fiend ash to 10 parts mortar. What? Sun Li's eyes bulged. He thought he must have misheard. Mixing ghost ash into concrete to build houses. Wang Hao sneered. Afraid. This is resource optimization. These fiends are already dense as tempered steel. Their ash fused into cement will forge foundations 100-fold stronger than forged iron. With the foul resentment accumulated over centuries of the Great Zhou, I shall erect an unbreakable steel metropolis. One that endures beyond time itself. Your Majesty, the Taoist masters of Wudong Mountain once attempted similar rites. When such grudges congregate, they attract great abominations, and 2 senior patriarchs perished on the spot. They demolished the structure immediately afterward. Wang Hao's brow twitched. A flicker of awkwardness crossed his face. This world truly differed from his former one. To save face, he adjusted course. Then issue an edict, bounty rewards for abominations. 10 taels for grade 150, for grade 2 escalating accordingly. Deliver all specimens to the communications hive nexus as raw materials. At this decree, not only did the eunuchs lose all composure, the embroidered uniform guard officers still battling fiends on site found their gazes shifting, transformed. Those once dreaded monstrosities were no longer objects of terror. They were silver coins. The terrifying speed of demolition and construction in the southern city can deceive ordinary people, but it cannot hide from the powerful military officials of the Great Zhou Dynasty who control the military. As night descended, the construction site in Southern City remained brightly lit. More than 20,000 laborers, along with thousands of martial artists, worked in 3 shifts, pushing on without rest. The bustling and rapidly changing scene made the British Duke Zhang Jing and the Duke of Dingwa Su Chengzhua, who were secretly observing from a high building, feel their hearts race like drums. Heavens! Zhang Jing tightly grasped the window frame, his fingers digging deeply into the wood. His aged eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on a massive concrete square that had just been poured smooth enough for ice skating. Brother Zhang, look at the speed of the road construction. Look at how fast they are laying the foundations for those buildings. Su Chengzhua swallowed hard, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. It's only been a few days. Such a vast expanse of ruins, and they have even laid drainage channels with those things called cement pipes. At this rate, in less than a month, half of Southern City will undergo a complete transformation. The two exchanged glances, seeing 2 things in each other's eyes: silver coins, silver coins. As seasoned generals, they understood all too well what this terrifying construction capability implied. The two exchanged glances, seeing 2 things in each other's eyes: silver coins, silver coins. As seasoned generals, they understood all too well what this terrifying construction capability implied. Behind it, the 6 factories in Xishan are merely producing materials. The real treasure that can turn these materials into mountains of gold and silver is this royal construction company. How many dignitaries are there in the capital? How many ruined cities in the world need rebuild? If this business of building houses could be monopolized, Zhang Jing dared not calculate further. The several million taels of silver invested in Xishan before seemed trivial. Compared to the brutal and merciless real estate development, selling coal and steel was merely child's play. Let's go. To see the emperor. Zhang Jing suddenly gritted his teeth and pulled Su Chengzhua. No matter the cost, our military achievements group must take a slice of the Royal Construction Company's shares. We cannot let the eunuchs in the inner court monopolize it. The cold wind howled outside Qianqing Palace late at night. At this moment, over a dozen of the Great Zhou's top military officials, who could shake the capital with a stamp of their foot, knelt on the cold floor tiles like wronged wives. Your Majesty, we are devoted to the Great Zhou, as can be testified by the heavens. The Marquis of Shanyang, a total scoundrel, knelt at the front, clutching the emperor's boot, crying with snot and tears, making all who heard it feel sorrowful. Those craftsmen of the Royal Construction Company toil day and night working on the face of the Great Zhou. While we enjoy sumptuous meals at home, every time we think of how your Majesty loses sleep over raising funds for building and repairing the city, our hearts feel like they are being cut by knives. Yes, your Majesty. Please give us old ministers an opportunity to show our loyalty. I am willing to sell everything, even my ancestral home, to contribute money to invest in the Royal Construction Company and help bear this burden for your Majesty. Me too, said Su Chengzhua, glaring with wide eyes. Over a dozen ruthless military leaders crying and shouting to give the emperor money to relieve worries would have made the literary officials spit blood in anger if they had seen this comical scene. Sitting on the dragon throne, Wang Hao looked expressionlessly at this group of old foxes, bursting with performative desire, lightly stroking the jade ring on his finger. His heart had already blossomed with joy. A fat sheep delivered to my door, I'd be a fool not to slaughter it. I am worried about the funding gap for the subsequent construction in Southern City, and these big households have come to offer themselves. However, wanting to board my aircraft carrier, mere money is not enough. They must pay a price. Wang Hao deliberately sighed, revealing a troubled expression. I naturally know the loyalty of all you ministers, but this construction company is led by the inner court officials, and the eunuchs have put in a lot of effort. If you force your way in to share the prophet's son Li, and the others will surely have grievances. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Shanyang jumped up, eyes blazing red, angrily scolding. As a son, it is my duty to serve the emperor with loyalty. How dare he stop us from showing our loyalty? Hey, don't be ridiculous. Wang Hao pressed his hand down, and a smile he could no longer suppress appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao leaned slightly forward. For the construction company, I can offer 30% of the shares valued at 30 million taels of silver to grant to you all. Not only that, but I can also delegate the authority for road construction and city building across the provinces to you for subcontracting in the future. Hearing 30 million taels and subcontracting across the country, the military officials below were so excited they nearly fainted. This was like handing them the key to a treasure vault. However, Wang Hao's next words splashed cold water over their burning greed. But Wang Hao's gaze was sharp as a sword, causing Zhang Jing and Su Chengzhua to break into a cold sweat. At the next grand court meeting, I will implement military reformation at the local level. I will cut down redundant troops, strip the local aristocracy's control over the garrisons, and completely return military power to the Ministry of War and the 5 armies' command. Silence reigned. The Qianqing Palace instantly fell into a deathly silence with only the crackling of burning charcoal in the brazier audible. Military reformation at the local level. Stripping the aristocracy of control over the military. Zhang Jing and Su Chengzuo's hearts twitched violently. This was not reform. It was clearly digging up the ancestral graves of the bureaucratic group and the 1,000-year-old aristocracy. For 1,000 years, the reason the local aristocracy has been able to hold on so tightly is that they have secretly infiltrated and controlled the local garrisons. Once they disturb this cake, all the families in the world will definitely unite and fight back fiercely, even risking a military coup. The emperor is asking these military achievements to become the sharpest, most hated blade against the aristocracy. What? Afraid? Wang Hao scoffed, leaning back in his chair. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and no dividends without cost. If you don't even have the guts to charge into battle for me, what are you building cities for? What silver are you making? You might as well go home and embrace your grandchildren. Zhang Jing knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. He was engaged in a frenzied internal struggle. On one side was the powerful and intertwined bureaucratic aristocracy. On the other, the enormous profits that could sustain generations. Do it! After merely hesitating for 10 breaths, Su Chengzuo slammed his thigh, his fierce face now twisted like a malevolent ghost. Those aristocratic families are nothing. As long as your majesty gives us this 30% stake, whoever dares to obstruct your majesty's reforms, we will chop him down. Zhang Jing also went all out, gritting his teeth and growling, Your Majesty, I request that the commander of the Imperial Guards, Duke Zhenguo Wei Jing, participate in the next Grand Court meeting. The weight of the Imperial Guards and the capital garrison is enough to prevent the aristocracy from acting rashly. Zhang Jing was quite clever. After all, the combat strength of the 400,000 capital garrison could not compare to the emperor's 24,000 Imperial Guards, but the combination of the garrison controlled by military achievements and the Imperial Guards in the emperor's hands was enough to suppress the world. Watching this group of military achievements, who were completely blinded by greed and bound to his war chariot by the enormous benefits of capital, Wang Hao smiled with satisfaction. Approved. With these military leaders who controlled the Imperial Guards and elite garrison in front at the next Grand Court meeting, he could wield the knife against the bureaucratic group without restraint. The combination of capital and imperial power will reveal its most terrifying fangs in this under the frenzied stimulation of wealth and the enhancement of extraordinary martial prowess. The face of Nanjing is undergoing a tremendous transformation at a pace that would shatter the worldview of the masses. On the flattened ruins of Nanjing, a 10-hang-wide Nanjing Cross Avenue, cast entirely from gray-white cement, stretches across the east, west, south, and north as smooth as a gigantic mirror. Standing on this broad avenue, even 1,000 heavily armored cavalry charging in formation would not fear. On either side of the road, every 5 zhang stands a cement lamppost carved with dragon patterns, topped with a simple glass cover embedded with fluorescent stones recently developed by the inner court workshops, allowing the avenue to remain bright as day even at night. But what truly suffocates the people of the capital is the series of miraculous and magnificent buildings rising along the street. At the very center of the Cross Avenue, in a prime location, a massive circular building occupying over 10,000 square meters looms like a steel giant. Its towering dome is supported by stout cement Roman columns that require 10 men to encircle, holding up a grand porch. The building is presented in a stark gray-white tone, and above the entrance hangs a golden plaque inscribed with the emperor's own calligraphy, Dazhou Stock Exchange. Next to this magnificent exchange, there stands a royal sales office occupying an area of 1,000 meters. It is decorated like a fairyland, with a red wool carpet from the western regions laid at the entrance, and 2 rows of Imperial Guards dressed in flying fish attire, holding embroidered spring knives, standing like statues, intimidating all petty criminals. Along the Cross Avenue, the promised top-tier facilities for future Nanjing homeowners, as promised by Wang Hao, are gradually shedding their scaffolding. The spacious and bright Dazhou Royal Primary School with a playground covered in smooth sand, the Royal General Hospital with 3 floors, and even a planned sterile operating room, the heavily guarded Nanjing Police Criminal Bureau, and the bustling and grand Dazhou Mercenary Guild, where martial artists from the rivers and lakes can take on tasks. Rows of neatly arranged rainproof double-layer shops lining the street have already hung red silk banners indicating they are available for rent. What is most astonishing is that these buildings, representing Dazhou's latest industrial civilization and commercial frenzy, are built right next to the academic holy land of the Zhou Dynasty, the Guozijian. Between the two, there is merely a cement road. When these buildings are completely finished and the coverings are removed, the entire capital will be in an uproar. The atmosphere within the Guozijian is as oppressive as if they had lost their parents. The self-proclaimed lofty students who usually walk with their heads held high, unable to resist looking down on others, now hold the 4 books and 5 classics, but are dumbfounded, leaning against the crumbling blue brick wall of the Guozijian, gazing at the wide, outrageously spacious avenue, and the magnificent Roman column structures outside, unable to absorb anything the Confucian master is teaching in class. Is this truly something that can exist in the human realm? In less than a month. What else could it be but celestial magic? A student from a noble family, who usually enjoys writing poetry to satirize the court, trembles as he speaks, oblivious to the wolf hair brush falling from his hand. This is an insult to culture. An insult to culture. The head of the Guozijian, an old scholar with white hair, stands at the entrance, gazing at the resplendent and copper-scented stock exchange across the way, trembling with anger, tears streaming down his face. Next to the Hall of Sages, how can such a merchant's den be established? This is an insult to us scholars. This is digging at the roots of Dazhou's literary lineage. The old scholar curses with deep anger, but not a single passerby in the capital pays him any mind. Everyone's gaze towards the Guozijian even carries a hint of mockery. Sir, that broken roof of yours has been leaking for years without money for repairs. Look at the houses built by the royal family, how grand, how solid. If I could buy a house in this Nanqing, I would be satisfied, even if it meant having my son sweep the streets across from it. A laborer pulling a cart envies. This scene plays out every day. Standing on the rooftop of the unfinished exchange, Wang Hao faces the wild wind overlooking the new city, entirely shaped according to his will, his eyes blazing with a fervor, as though he wishes to ignite the entire world. What is a house? Merely bricks and cement. The facilities are the true way to harvest wealth. Wang Hao spreads his arms wide as if to embrace the entire capital, laughing heartily at Pei Jingzhe behind him. Do you see it? School districts, medical resources, core business circles, and absolutely secure public safety. I have used the power of the state to concentrate all of Dazhou's best resources in this land. Wang Hao suddenly turns around, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. The gold and jewels that those noble families have extorted from the common people for hundreds of years are all rotting away in their damp basements. Today I will use the properties in Nanqing, using the stock exchange, to force them to whimper and beg like dogs to bring forth all their hidden wealth, every last drop. If the grand exterior and domineering facilities merely shocked the people of the capital, then the formal unveiling of the model homes at the sales office directly shattered the rationality of all dignitaries and wealthy merchants. On this day, the Nanqing sales office officially opened. In the prime location of Cross Avenue, the Royal Building Company launched 6 types of model homes at once, precisely catering to the 7 social classes of Dazhou's nobility: a standard 2-story small building with a courtyard occupying 500 square meters, a 2-entry courtyard occupying 1.5 acres with a boutique 2-story main building, a 3-entry courtyard occupying 4.5 acres with a luxurious 2-story main building, a 4-entry courtyard occupying 7.5 acres with a standard villa as the main building, a mansion occupying 15 acres with a boutique villa as the main building, and a luxurious manor occupying a full 75 acres, perfectly situated by an artificial lake with excellent feng shui. On the first day of viewing, no promotions were needed. Almost all the influential nobles of the capital, the great salt merchants from Jiangnan, wealthy merchants from various regions, and even the noble ladies who usually never stepped outside their doors, all crazily flocked to Nanqing. When Lady Li, wife of the British Duke, entered that luxurious manor with the help of 4 maidservants, she froze in place, forgetting to breathe. The luxurious villa before her lacked the dull, oppressive atmosphere of traditional residences, which often emitted a musty smell from their wooden paper windows. What greeted her was a massive, fully transparent wall of glass windows. The winter sun poured in unobstructed, casting its light on the spacious hall covered with pure wool carpets from the western regions. Hanging from the ceiling are massive crystal chandeliers made of hundreds of perfectly cut glass pieces, refracting dazzling beams of light in a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. My heavens! Mrs. Sun gasps, her legs going weak as she collapses onto a genuine leather sofa crafted by the newly established Royal Furniture Factory overnight. She touches the soft leather, gazing at the clearly visible lake view outside, her voice trembling. This. Even the moon palace in the heavenly court can't compare. The clever little eunuch at the sales office quickly stepped forward, skillfully introducing, Madame, this is called a glass window. It is excellent for windproofing, warmth, and light transmission. The heating inside comes from a constant temperature copper pipe embedded in the walls called central heating. Even if it snows outside, you only need to wear a single layer of clothing inside. And this clean room. The little eunuch led the group to the bathroom and pressed the copper handle on the white porcelain toilet. Whoosh! Clear water instantly flushes away waste, leaving not a trace of odor. This is called a flush toilet connected to an independent sewage channel underground in Nanjing, so you won't have to smell the toilet stench when getting up at night anymore. Such a divine comfort. Several salt merchants from Jiangnan, who followed in to view the house, had their eyes turn completely red jealousy and desire causing their bodies to tremble with fat. For these wealthy individuals who only had money left to spare their usual expenditures were limited to buying land women and indulging in some delicacies with no other consumer avenues. Now this completely transcendent and luxury item, which is a dimensional strike against their expectations, lay before them, drawing out the most primal vanity and greed within their hearts. Buy! I want to buy! A prominent salt merchant from Yangzhou pushes past the little eunuch, pulling out a thick stack of silver notes from Datong Bank, spitting with excitement. How much for this luxurious manor? I offer 200,000 taels. No, 300,000 taels. Get out of the way. You, a lowly merchant reeking of copper, are fit to live in such a celestial realm. A head of a noble family next to him, enraged, kicks the salt merchant away and shouts at the sales manager. I offer 500,000 taels. I want that lakeside mansion. Sign the contract now. Nonsense. That mansion was first reserved by my duke's estate. Who dares to steal it? I'll chop him up. The heir of the duke unsheathes his waist knife halfway, standing fiercely at the entrance. Madness. Complete madness. The entire sales office has turned into a frenzied coliseum devoid of reason. Those noble families who usually preach righteousness and morality, the self-righteous literati, and the imperious military nobles, are now tearing at each other like shrews, even pulling out hair in a desperate scramble for a luxurious manor with glass windows and a heated toilet. The dazzling light of the glass has completely blinded the eyes of the capital. It is not merely a material, but has become the ultimate symbol distinguishing status, position, and wealth. If you do not own a villa with glass windows in Nanjing, you would feel embarrassed to greet anyone when you go out. Standing on the second floor, monitoring the entire scene, the sales manager grins so broadly that the wrinkles on his face could crush a fly. Tell them cash transactions take priority, and we do not accept the silver notes from Datong Bank, only the coins and gold issued by our royal bank. Let them exchange gold and silver. Wang Hao aims not only to profit immensely from the properties, but also to seize the opportunity to monopolize the currency issuance of Dazhou entirely in the hands of the royal bank. In the Qianqing Palace, Wang Hao stood before an immense model of the capital city, his fingertips gently tapping on the wooden model representing the southern city. The rhythmic tap-tap resonated through the air. Your Majesty? The head eunuch Sun Li of the Imperial Secretariat hurried into the hall, his steps swift and his hands raised high, holding a thick red ledger half a foot thick. The reservations for the model houses in the southern city have concluded. Sun Li swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. In just one day, merely 12 hours. Just the reservation fees, which you designated as the home purchase deposit, amounted to a staggering 860,000 taels of silver. His voice nearly faltered when he mentioned that figure. 860,000 taels. Who would have thought that building houses could be so profitable? The cost of those model houses was merely 360,000 taels. They made a profit of 500,000 taels. If the southern city were to be fully developed, how much would they earn? 10 billion. That's planned for 2,000 shops and 50,000 housing units. How much would that cost? The future emperor truly lacks for money. Among them, the two best located king of buildings didn't even follow your bottom price. Sun Li suddenly lifted his head, his usually sullen face now flushed with excitement. The Duke of England's residence and the Jiangnan Salt Merchant Association were both present at the sales office, competing fiercely, each ultimately securing them for a sky-high price of 50,000 taels. Those aristocratic families have all gone mad. To gather the full payment required within 3 days in exchange for the royal bank's new silver coins, they not only emptied their cellars of moldy silver bricks, but even began to sell off their fertile lands and prosperous shops around the capital at low prices. Sun Li thought he would see the emperor's shock or elation. However, there was none. Wang Hao merely took the heavy ledger without even flipping a single page, tossing it onto the imperial desk, as if discarding an inconsequential old book. You think this is madness? A smirk curled at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth, his gaze as cold as ancient ice. This is merely an appetizer. The real gains have never been in the trades of mere bricklayers. Wang Hao's fingers slowly moved across the model of the southern city, finally pressing firmly on the central part of the sand table. The massive building model that had just been completed and was covered in red cloth. The Great Zhou Royal Stock Exchange. Following the emperor's finger, Sun Li's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression shifting from fervor to gravity. He lowered his voice to report, Your Majesty's predictions are spot on. The Eastern Factory and the Jinui spies under my command have returned intelligence that the aristocratic officials have been treating the servants like monkeys these days. Sun Li gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In the past half-month, the aristocratic officials led by the current second assistant Zhang Wuji have been writing memorials every day vehemently criticizing the 6 major factories as extravagant tricks and condemning the Royal Trading Company as competing with the people for profit. Some even went so far as to report that the black smoke billowing from the steel factory would anger the heavens, bringing disaster. But behind the scenes, those old foxes last night at midnight actually had the housekeeper borrow the excuse of transporting coal to haul over 100 carts of cash to the 13 underground banks outside the capital. They somehow caught wind of the terrifying profit expectations from the 6 royal factories, dealing in cement, steel, glass, and coal, knowing that the stock exchange would officially open tomorrow and that the stocks of these factories would be issued. These families, who usually preach about virtue and morality, have gathered a massive amount of funds, eagerly waiting for the moment tomorrow when the bell tolls to trade, attempting to monopolize all the factory stocks scattered in the market. As Sun Li spoke, his brow furrowed deeper, his eyes filled with sorrow and confusion. He looked up at the emperor, who was turned away from him, and finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been brewing in his heart for so long. Your Majesty, the 6 major factories are truly laying golden eggs. The costs are pitifully low, yet the profits are shockingly high. Since you have already grasped the situation, why cut this fatty meat into pieces and turn it into so-called stocks for the whole world to trade? Isn't this just giving away the silver we have painstakingly earned to those old foxes like Zhang Wuji? The hall fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, a low, deep laugh escaped from Wang Hao's throat. That laughter grew louder, eventually transforming into a roaring laughter that echoed throughout the hall. Giving it to them? Wang Hao suddenly turned around, his dark dragon robe sweeping through the air in a graceful arc. He looked down at Sun Li, his gaze like that of a deity controlling the fates of mortals. Sun Banban, you've been by my side for so long. Your insight into people is sharp, but your vision regarding money is still too immature. You only see them holding real gold and silver to buy my stocks, yet you have no idea what it means to be a house in this game and what it means to harvest leeks. Sun Li trembled all over. These 2 extremely unfamiliar yet strangely bloody terms instinctively sent shivers down his spine. The Jinhui commander Pei Jingzhe, who had been serving all along, could not help but grip his embroidered spring knife tightly, his breathing becoming heavy. Once the scythe of capital swings down, it does not recognize human life. It only recognizes silver. Wang Hao descended the imperial steps, each footstep like a weight on the hearts of the 2 Zhang Wuji, and those ancient aristocrats think themselves deeply rooted, believing they can buy my empire with silver. What they covet are merely the quarterly dividends. But what I desire is their entire principle. Wang Hao's gaze burned, fixed firmly on the sand table. Sun Li, Pei Jingzhe, you both listen well. The wealth of this world is finite. These ancient families and literati clans have amassed land for centuries, converting 70% of the Great Zhou's wealth into moldy silver melons in cellars, turning it into land deeds. They hide their money, the treasury has no funds, and the court can only exploit the citizens who cannot survive. It would be easy for me to kill them, but if I did, their remnants would rebel, chaos would ensue, and I might not be able to recover all the silver. Thus I built the southern city and the stock exchange. Wang Hao's voice was like that of a demon filled with temptation. I want to use high returns to amplify their greed infinitely. As long as they throw all the silver accumulated over hundreds of years, buried in land and hidden in cellars, into my stock and real estate market, their economic lifeline will be firmly in my grasp. Once their money is all exchanged for paper stocks, transformed into presold properties in the southern city that aren't even built yet. The cold smile at the corner of Wang Hao's mouth resembled a bloodthirsty shark. At that time, I only need to issue a policy restricting sales at random, or let the inner court sell off its holdings at the peak, causing a crash. I can make that so-called stock price shrink within a day. I say the stocks rise, they rise. I say they fall back and forth, forcing them to cough up their money and land. What does it mean to be liquidated and jump off a building? Just yesterday they were the wealthy heads of families, but tomorrow the stocks in their hands will turn into worthless paper that's too rough to use for wiping. If they can't repay the money borrowed to buy stocks, the fertile lands and ancestral homes they mortgaged will be seized by the royal bank according to the law. Boom! Sun Li and Pei Jingzhe felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in their minds, shaking their very souls. Killing without bloodshed. What does it mean to kill without bloodshed? This is truly devouring bones without spitting out the scraps. The aristocratic families think they are buying the hen that lays golden eggs, but in reality, the emperor has lured them into a slaughterhouse with dead ends on all sides. The stock exchange has never been a place for them to get rich. Wang Hao's voice sounded ethereal in the cold night wind. It is the ultimate grave I have meticulously prepared for these ancient families that have drained the blood of the Great Zhou for centuries. As long as I drain their cash and confiscate their land, who will fund their private soldiers? Where will the money come from to bribe local officials? Without money, the so-called ancient families and reputable clans are merely a group of toothless dogs, a bunch of meat pigs at my mercy. Without money, the so-called ancient families and reputable clans are merely a group of toothless dogs, a bunch of meat pigs at my mercy. Pei Jingzhe felt a cold sweat soak through his inner lining. As the beads of sweat slid down his forehead and landed on his eyelashes, he dared not blink even once. He finally understood the magnitude of the emperor's scheme and how ruthless it was. This was not merely business, nor was it about competing for the people's interests. This was a means hidden beneath a legal facade to slaughter the entire old ruling class of the Great Zhou without shedding a drop of blood, using the flesh of the noble families to nourish the rising industrial machine of the Great Zhou, allowing the lower-class citizens to have a meal. But, Your Majesty! Sun Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to calm down. Dealing with the greedy families like Zhang Wuji is manageable, but there are others in the court. Sun Li's expression became exceedingly conflicted. The cold door officials led by Zhuge Huaijin are too poor to afford stocks. In recent days, Lord Zhuge had seen carts of silver being transported from outside the city, and had privately cursed the noble officials as parasites and thieves of the nation. They are currently plotting to impose heavy taxes on the 6 royal factories at the Grand Court meeting the day after tomorrow, marking the first transaction for the newly established Tax Bureau. Especially Minister of Revenue Qian Shouzai and Minister of War Taijian. Sun Li observed Wang Hao's expression cautiously. These 2 officials are the most proactive. They claim the national treasury is nearly bankrupt, that military salaries in the 9 borders are already several million in arrears, and that funds are needed for disaster relief in Jiangnan. They are not only eyeing the profits of the royal enterprises, but have even begun to covet the imperial treasury. They want to force you to deposit the 30 million taels of silver obtained from confiscating the estates of the 24 corrupt officials into the national treasury. Zhuge Huaijin. Wang Hao murmured the name, his eyes devoid of killing intent, instead flashing a complex mix of appreciation and helplessness. Zhuge Huaijin is pragmatic as are Qian Shouzai and Taijian. Wang Hao said, hands clasped behind his back as he paced slowly. I do not blame them. The treasury is empty, the troops in the 9 borders need food, and Jiangnan requires disaster relief. As the Prime Minister and officials of the 6 ministries, if they lack the courage to find silver, they would be useless. But Wang Hao's tone suddenly shifted, becoming incredibly forceful. This 30 million taels of silver can be given to them in part. As for collecting taxes from the royal enterprises, we shall see if he has the capability. Sun Li expressed his concerns about the Grand Court meeting the day after tomorrow. You don't need to argue with Zhuge Huaijin. Wang Hao's eyes glimmered with cunning. Do you believe that during the morning court the day after tomorrow, if Zhuge Huaijin dares to mention taxing the royal factories, Zhang Wuji, and those old foxes along with the military officials who bought shares will pounce on him like mad dogs and tear him apart? Sun Li was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, gasping in surprise. Yes. When the stocks are released tomorrow, Zhang Wuji and those noble families will definitely buy in, and the military officials who invested early will see the profits of the royal factories equate to their own. At that moment, if Zhuge Huaijin attempts to impose heavy taxes, it would be akin to cutting into the flesh of Zhang Wuji and his ilk. The emperor does not even need to personally intervene. He merely needs to sell the stocks to Zhang Wuji, and that group of noble civil officials will automatically defend their own interests. This transcends any allegiance, it is instinct. Using heroes to battle heroes, using champions to confront champions. Your Majesty is wise. I would rather die 1,000 deaths. Sun Li, genuinely convinced, bowed deeply to the ground, his voice trembling. How has the matter regarding the silver progressed? Wang Hao did not acknowledge Sun Li's flattery, shifting directly to the core issue. Reporting to Your Majesty, 250 million newly minted royal silver coins have all been secretly stored. Sun Li quickly replied, the royal bank seal was reported yesterday. They are preparing to transport the 7 million taels of scattered silver and old silver ingots to the silver mint for remelting into new coins. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and interrupted Sun Li. Transporting back and forth wastes manpower and incurs unnecessary losses from fire costs. In the future, do not complicate matters. The scattered silver received by the royal bank should be sent directly to the inner treasury for safekeeping. The new coins already present in the inner treasury can be exchanged for an equal amount of silver coins to be returned to the bank. We must enhance circulation efficiency. The production of silver coins in the inner treasury can proceed slowly, but the money in the market must never run dry. I obey your command. And one more crucial point. Wang Hao leaned forward, gazing intently into Sun Li's eyes, enunciating each word. Notify all the chief managers of the royal bank to fix the exchange rate for me. 1 gold coin exchanges for 10 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins. This rule is ironclad. Anyone who dares to privately float the exchange rate in the black market, be they royal relatives or noble families, the Jinui will execute their entire clan without mercy. Yes, Your Majesty. The power of minting coins and pricing. This is a deeper level of governance than stocks. Once the exchange rate is unified, all wealth flows in the Great Zhou will become mere digits on Wang Hao's desk. The night had deepened to its utmost extent. Wang Hao slowly turned and walked towards the sword rack behind the imperial desk, where the sword of the emperor was enshrined. Clang! A crisp dragon's roar echoed. Wang Hao slowly drew the sword from his waist. The blade, a symbol of the supreme imperial power of the Great Zhou, glimmered with a chilling light under the faint candle flame, pointing directly at the waning moon in the night sky. The cold, hard metallic sheen reflected on Wang Hao's expressionless face, making him appear like a blade poised to unsheathe and slice the heavens. Tomorrow the stock exchange will open. The stocks will surge, and the royal family, along with the officials of the ceremonial department and military nobility, will first inject half of their shares into the market to recoup their investments. Wang Hao's voice was deep, echoing throughout the spacious hall. And by the day after tomorrow it will be the grand court meeting. The day after tomorrow I want them all to open their eyes wide and see clearly. When military power is completely bound by profit, when the economic rules that have governed the Great Zhou for 1,000 years are overturned and rewritten, their proud Confucian doctrines and the ancestral laws they cling to so dearly will prove utterly inadequate and laughable in the face of the greed of capital and the steel tide of industry. Pei Jingzhe! Wang Hao shouted sternly, his voice resonating like a heavy bell. I am here. Pei Jingzhe, who had remained silent like a shadow, suddenly knelt and bowed his head deeply. Convey my secret orders. Wang Hao gripped the sword of the emperor tightly. All 1,200 households of the Jinui will cancel their rest days. The imperial forest armies for garrisons will from this moment on don their armor, draw their weapons, and ensure their horses are well fed. At midnight tonight, take control of the 9 gates of the capital. Pei Jingzhe's heart raced. He understood that this was the beginning of an unprecedented upheaval. Tomorrow, after the stock trading is complete, anyone who dares to obstruct my plans to hinder my financial routes. Wang Hao held the sword of the emperor aloft, his gaze surveying the world disdainfully. Without me needing to lift a finger, those military officials and nobles who have staked their lives and fortunes on the stocks will tear each other apart in the Taihe Hall. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. The hall was suffused with a murderous aura. Even the candle flames flickered wildly under this oppressive force, nearly extinguishing. Of course. Wang Hao slowly sheathed his sword, his tone suddenly taking on a playful quality, as if anticipating a thrilling spectacle. Tomorrow the exchange opens, and those who have bought stocks and are watching their wealth double in a single day, their greedy faces will surely be amusing. He gazed into the unfathomable darkness outside the hall, murmuring to himself, I want to see, facing such immense wealth and insatiable desire, how many hearts Zhang Wuji, this so-called civil leader, can still hold together. The Royal Stock Exchange of the Great Zhou. This colossal structure, located in the heart of South City on Cross Avenue, and covering several tens of thousands of square meters, was already packed to the brim before the first rays of morning sunlight had fully pierced through the morning mist. If someone were to stand before the towering 3-meter-high white marble entrance of the exchange, looking down, they would surely gasp in shock. On ordinary days, the high-ranking officials, noble lords, heads of prestigious families, founding heroes, and wealthy merchants, who wouldn't even lift the curtains of their lavish sedan chairs, are now stripped of their dignity. Hey! Why are you pushing? I am the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Get lost, minister. I am from the Lingnan Marquette. Don't you dare press that broken board against my waist, or I will split you in half right now. Move forward, you in front. My shoes. Don't push my shoes. Countless heads surged within the vast square and trading hall. The mingled scents of sweat-fragrant sachets and the heavy breaths of the crowd created an oppressive heat that felt like the sweltering summer in this deep autumn morning. In the VIP room on the second floor at the center of the hall, the current Minister of the Interior and leader of the scholarly family Zhang Wuji sat upright in a grand chair, holding a cup of exquisite Westlake Dragon Well tea. He gently stirred the froth, yet his gaze revealed a chilling aura that was wholly inconsistent with his refined demeanor. Sir, the people below are already in position. The right deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, also a disciple of the Zhang family, whispered flatteringly in Zhang Wuji's ear, Our 13 underground banks have gathered a total of 15 million taels in cash, along with 13 million taels in banknotes drawn from major trading houses, all distributed to the 200 stewards and shopkeepers below. Once that gong is struck, we can swallow the circulating stocks whole. Zhang Wuji let out a cold laugh, the corners of his withered lips curling into a mocking smile. Your Majesty, alas, you are still too young. Zhang Wuji slammed his tea cup down on the table with a thud, producing a muffled sound. Does he think that by creating something called stocks and tossing out the profits of the 6 royal factories like scraps, he can exchange that for the world's cash? Absurd. This world ultimately belongs to our noble families. Since he dares to sell such a golden goose, I will teach him today what it means to throw meat buns to dogs never to return. In Zhang Wuji's view, while the emperor's 6 factories would certainly make money, the court was desperate for funds, and the emperor likely wanted to cash out by selling shares. As long as their noble families monopolized and bought all these shares with their immense financial power, the nominal control of the 6 factories would belong to the emperor, but the majority of the yearly profits would flow into their family coffers. Just as Zhang Wuji was lost in his grand dreams, a deafening sound of a gong suddenly erupted. The stock exchange is officially open. The hall, which had been as noisy as a marketplace, fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Tens of thousands of crimson eyes all fixed on the massive blackboard at the front of the hall. Written in white chalk were the details of the stocks being issued today. The royals, the Ritual Supervision Office, plus a group of military heroes collectively released 15% of the shares of 6 factories, totaling 900,000 shares. On the other side of the blackboard, shocking issue prices were written. Royal Steel Factory 30 taels per share. Royal Cement Factory 40 taels per share. Royal Glass Factory 75 taels per share. Royal Coal Factory 25 taels per share. Royal Iron Mine 20 taels per share. As they gazed at these exorbitant prices, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. This? So expensive? A silk merchant from Jiangnan swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, as he muttered, 75 taels for a share of the glass factory. Buying this flimsy piece of paper. Are they insane? Is this glass factory made of gold? Exactly. This is too outrageous. A 6th-rank official nearby echoed, lowering his voice to curse. Is His Majesty out of his mind for money? 900,000 shares at this average price, that would be tens of millions of taels. Whoever buys it is a fool. In an instant, the entire hall erupted in discussion. Although everyone had come with vast amounts of silver, upon seeing this ridiculous base price, the wealthy merchants and mid-level officials who were previously eager to invest hesitated. This is real money. If these factories turn out to be unprofitable or incur losses, buying this paper would be like wiping with something hard. Seeing this scene from the second-floor box, Zhang Wuji's smile deepened. Did you see? This is the state of human sentiment. Zhang Wuji smugly stroked his beard. His Majesty set the price so high that it frightened everyone. Perfect. While they hold back, we will slowly absorb the shares, first pushing down the price then. Before Zhang Wuji could finish his sentence, an extremely bizarre and completely uncontrollable turn of events suddenly unfolded in the hall. In the densest corners of the crowd, a dozen men dressed in plain silk robes, appearing as if they were wealthy merchants from outside disguised by the secret agents of the Jinui, suddenly raised their voices in an exaggerated and shocking tone, shouting, "My God! Did you see that red list over there? We're going to get rich. We're going to get rich big." This shout, full of energy, was like a thunderclap on a clear day, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "What are you shouting about? What red list?" People nearby asked in dissatisfaction. The fat merchant disguised as a Jinui was sweating profusely, his eyes wide as saucers, wildly waving a document that he had just accidentally obtained from the side entrance of the exchange, his voice trembling as if he had epilepsy. This is the internal account details of the exchange. I just spent 1,000 taels to buy this information from a little eunuch. Do you know how much the 6 royal factories have made in just the past 2 months? How much? The crowd was infected by his frenzied expression, their breath quickening involuntarily. The Royal Steel Factory in these 2 months net profit, 70,000 taels. Every number the fat merchant uttered was like dropping a bomb among the crowd. The Royal Cement Factory net profit, 100,000 taels. Boom! A wave of incredulous gasps erupted from the crowd. 100,000 taels in 2 months. That's faster than robbery. The Royal Glass Factory net profit, 150,000 taels. The Royal Coal Factory net profit of 20,000 taels. The Lime Factory 23,000 taels. The Iron Mine 16,000 taels. As the string of numbers crashed into the crowd, the vast hall of several tens of thousands of square meters fell into a strange silence. After the silence came a frenzied sound of calculations. The Glass Factory made 150,000 taels in 2 months. That's 900,000 taels a year. If it expands, it will definitely earn even more. A clever Huizhou merchant's eyes widened, his fingers wildly pointing in the air. How many shares in total does it have? At this profit distribution. At the base price of 75 taels per share in less than 3 years, no. In less than 2 years, just relying on dividends, we could break even. The rest would be pure profit. Insane. A business that earns 900,000 taels a year is only selling for 75 taels a share. This isn't buying stocks. This is picking up gold ingots off the ground. But some still kept their last shred of rationality, staring fiercely at the fat merchant. Are you saying this is true? What if you're a fraud? No one can vouch for these accounts. Who dares to believe it? At that moment, in front of the ornate railing on the second floor, a eunuch dressed in a bright red python robe, holding a whisk, slowly appeared, surrounded by a group of armed guards. It was Hai Dafu, the supervising eunuch of the Ritual Supervision Office, specially dispatched by Wang Hao to oversee the stock exchange. Hai Dafu cleared his throat, and his sharp yet penetrating voice resonated throughout the hall. Earlier, someone below was shouting about the accounts, and we heard it. Humph, we don't know where you got your internal information, but today I'll lay it out for you. Hai Dafu waved his whisk proudly, saying, the numbers that person just read were absolutely accurate. That was the account book personally reviewed by His Majesty last night. The cash of the Great Zhou Royal Bank is piled up right there. If you don't believe it, you can just turn left out the door and go home to hug your children. But this financial road has been opened by His Majesty. Whether you want to get on board depends on your luck. Official endorsement. The supervising eunuch personally confirmed it. Boom. If earlier was just a test, now this vast hall of several tens of thousands of square meters instantly transformed into a frenzied arena that devoured reason. Reason. In the face of a net profit of 150,000 taels in 2 months, reason was worth. In the crowd, the fat merchant disguised as a Jinui was the first to act. Oh, his eyes bloodshot like a bull in heat. He charged towards the trading platform, slamming a thick stack of royal bank notes onto the table. I'll buy. The Royal Glass Factory. 75 taels, right? Give me 10,000 shares. Whoever dares to compete with me, I'll kill their whole family. You brat, I recognize you now. If you have the ability to kill me, I'll pay 80 taels per share. This roar ignited the powder keg of greed that resided in the hearts of everyone in the venue. 80 taels. Are you trying to pay a beggar? A venture that returns in a year, and you offer only 80 taels. I bid 85 taels. Secure 5,000 shares of the cement works for me. Move aside. You wretched cur, I offer 90 taels. I want the coal works. Who do you think you're swearing at? Damn you, I'll wallop you senseless. I bid 100 taels for the glassworks. Bundle the lot to me. They are mad. Completely insane. In the span of a few breaths, the hall's mood leapt from cautious observation to feverish uproar. Those patrician officials and Jiangnan magnates, who normally spoke in lofty propriety and kept stoic faces as if Mount Tai itself had crumbled, now bared their raw, avaricious natures. A household steward for a sitting fourth-rank magistrate of the Dali Temple, his cap knocked askew, paid no heed as he lunged forward with disheveled hair trampling shoulders ahead. He clutched several royal banknotes soaked with sweat and shrieked hoarsely, "Give me the ironworks. 30 taels reserve. I offer 50 taels. All to me. You're stepping on my face, you bastard." An elderly censor pinned underfoot, still stretched out a hand clutching a land deed with white-knuckled grip. "I will mortgage my 3-compound mansion in the west of the city, by the iron mine. 60 taels a share, and I will take it." Amid the crowd, the dozen or so shills Wang Hao had planted acted like foul sticks in a landslide, sparking one manic surge after another. Oh no! 100,000 shares of the glassworks have been snapped up. There aren't many left. One shill cried out, tearing at his throat. What? 110 taels. I bid 110 taels. Issue the ticket to me at once. Under the shill's frenzied price pushing, what had seemed a giveaway now blinded everyone like a sudden flash. The ironworks at 30 taels per share rocketed to 55 taels. The cement works rose from 40 to a living 70 taels per share. Most terrifying was the glassworks, driven by the lure of 1.5 million taels in profit. Its price tore past 75 taels, as if a wild horse had broken its reins, smashing through the 134 tael mark, and still climbing at a frantic rate of 5 taels every incense stick. In the private box on the second floor, Zhang Wuji's composure and triumph had evaporated. His hands gripped the armrests of his stately chair so tightly his fingernails turned a bluish white. The muscles in his aged face twitched violently, his eyes fixed on the constantly changing price board below, his breathing ragged like an overstrained bellows. How can this be? How can there be such profit? Zhang Wuji's heart was tossed by a tempest. 1.5 million taels in 2 months from the glassworks. This is obscene profit. It's daylight robbery. He had thought the Imperial factories merely a public stunt. but he had never imagined they were 6 monsters spouting unending mountains of gold and silver. Elder Minister, the right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, burst into the box, sweating, his voice breaking with panic. Everything downstairs has gone to chaos. Those retail buyers and merchants from out of town have turned rabid. Prices have already been driven up by more than double. The 18 million taels of capital we brought could have bought most of the offerings. At these prices we cannot even swallow half. Even if we cannot swallow it all, we must swallow it. Zhang Wuji sprang to his feet and slammed the table, eyes bloodshot like a gambler who has lost his wits. These 6 great factories are treasure troves. The emperor hopes to realize cash from these 900,000 shares, but I shall not let him. As long as we hold an absolute majority of the shares at next year's board meeting, our noble house will be able to meddle in the factory's ledgers. Then those millions in profit will be ours to command. But Elder Minister, the prices are too high, our ready silver is. Go raise it. Go borrow. Zhang Wuji roared without hesitation. Send men to mortgage every estate around the capital to the Imperial Bank. Dig up all the silver in the cellars of the great families for me. Tell those household heads that if these 900,000 shares slip into the hands of retail buyers today, our civilian aristocrats will no longer be able to control the emperor. At any cost, sweep them up for me. Buy them. Under Zhang Wuji's near-mad command, the vast despair-inducing wealth of the aristocratic civil officials bared its fangs. Millions and tens of millions of taels flowed into the trading hall like a flooding dam. The Wang family of the southern district offers 2 million taels, sweeping up 100,000 shares of the glassworks. The Qinghe Chui clan invests 1,500,000 taels, taking all 60,000 shares of the cement works. The Langia Wang clan, with each staggering record-breaking transaction hammered onto the board, the eunuch beating the drum nearly went numb. This was not commerce. It was an assault on the future mint. No one thought the prices excessive. Blinded by greed, they reasoned that however much they paid today, as long as the factories kept running. So long as Dezhou needed houses to be built, iron to be forged, glass to be bought, these shares would be perennial money trees that could never fall. Time ticked away. The sun moved from the east to the zenith. When the noon bell tolled, the huge board showed that the inventory of 900,000 shares had been entirely crossed out in red ink and stamped with an eye-piercing word: sold out. 900,000 shares, 15% of the company, had been swept clean within 4 short watches by the capital's frenzied elites and aristocratic houses. An uncanny atmosphere suffused the hall. Those who had obtained certificates of shares clutched them as if holding a father's ancestral tablet. Instead of the pain of having spent millions of taels, they trembled with excitement and seemed on the verge of tears. I bought them. I finally bought 5,000 shares of the glassworks. A merchant who had emptied his house fell to his knees, kissing the specially made paper certificate. May the ancestors bless us. My Zhang clan will live on dividends for 3 generations. Those who failed to snatch shares, the lower-ranking officials and common retail buyers, beat their chests and wailed, some slapping their own faces and weeping as if they had missed their chance at ascension. In the second-floor box, Zhang Wuji looked upon the mountain of share certificates piled before him. His aged face had swollen a purplered with frantic elation. Their aristocratic alliance had mobilized more than tens of millions in ready silver, mortgaged countless fields and shops, and forcibly seized 600,000 of the 900,000 shares. They had taken the lion's share. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wuji laughed to the heavens until tears came to his eyes. Simpletons. They are after all simpletons. For a mere few tens of millions in cash, they handed the very lifeblood of their economy into our hands. He caressed the certificates as if fondling the realm itself. With these shares, the force behind my words at court is 10 times what it was before. That sour, meager-minded Zhuge Huijin wishes to oppose me. With what shall he contend? The financial power of Dezhou will in the end be gripped by our aristocratic clans. Zhang Wuji fancied himself the triumphant sparrow, the greatest victor of this banquet of capital. What he did not realize was that when they converted the centuries sleeping gold and silver from their cellars and the ancestral land deeds accumulated over generations into these sheets of paper printed by the imperial inner court, they had already been quietly slipped a steel-made noose by Wang Hao. All the military leaders in the entire private room went completely crazy. My shares have tripled. My glass factory shares have quintupled. Heavens! I will never have to cut the rations of the soldiers from the 9th border again. To hell with drinking soldiers' blood. How much can you make from drinking soldiers' blood in a year? His Majesty brought us profits that are worth mountains of gold. It's a sea of silver. After the shock wore off, this group of rough men, who held the military power of the Great Zhou, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Su Chengzhou slowly stood up and walked to the window of the private room, looking at the officials, aristocrats, and wealthy merchants below who were foolishly smiling while holding their stocks. "Old Su, have you figured out what this is about?" The Duke of England Zhang Jing approached him. His usually gentle eyes were now bursting with a chilling, killing intent. "I figured it out," Su Chengzhou grinned. "We used to think that His Majesty forcing us to surrender our private armies was a way to weaken our power. Even if we paid, we still felt some resentment, but we had to comply under the royal authority. But now it seems." Su Chengzhou suddenly turned around, scanning the room filled with nobles and military generals, his voice deep as a tiger ready to pounce. "His Majesty is giving our rough group money. A golden path laid out for us. Zhang Wujie and those foolish officials spent tens of millions of taels of silver to artificially inflate the stock's price sky high. They thought they made a fortune, but the one truly holding 60% of the shares is His Majesty. And we also hold 25% of the original stock. As long as the stock keeps rising, whenever we want to sell, we can easily cut a few 100,000 taels of flesh from these aristocrats." Zhang Jing took a deep breath, clasped his hands, and gazed towards the Qianqing Palace. "His Majesty is truly a god. Long live His Majesty." In the private room, dozens of dukes and marquises along with generals commanding the capital's army all turned towards the palace, praising the emperor. At that moment, the slightest resentment they had towards Wang Hao completely vanished, replaced by an almost cult-like devotion. What is loyalty? In the feudal era, an emperor who brought wealth to the people and allowed families to enjoy immense riches for generations is their reborn parent. Who dares to touch the emperor, who dares to touch these factories, is digging up the ancestral graves of our military achievements, cutting off our financial lifeline. Duke Dingwa Su Chengzhou stood up abruptly, drew his sword from his waist, and with one strike shattered the corner of the Zeton wood table, his expression fierce. It is said that Zhuge Huiqin, along with the officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, because they are envious of our factory's profits, are planning to force His Majesty to hand over the money from the confiscated corrupt officials during tomorrow's court session, and even impose heavy taxes on our 6 major factories. As soon as this was said, the temperature in the private room instantly dropped to freezing point. "Tax!" Duke Chengwa Zhu Jingchong sneered, his killing intent unabashed. "Tax us? Does Zhuge Huiqin think our knives are not sharp enough, or that his bureaucrats' necks are tough enough? That is His Majesty's money. It is also our money." Duke of England Zhang Jing gritted his teeth. In the morning court session, if anyone dares to mention taxing the 6 major factories without His Majesty saying a word, "I will go to court in armor tomorrow." Su Jingchong roared. "Whoever dares to bring up taxes, I will tear him apart in the Taihe Hall. Whether he is the Prime Minister or a minister. Yes, tear them apart. We swear to be loyal to His Majesty. Defend the royal industries." A group of war machines, completely bound by the profits of capital, and having tasted sweetness, let out a thunderous roar. They were no longer mere generals. They were the sharpest fangs of capital, the most fervent guard dogs of Wang Hao. Meanwhile, inside the Qianqing Palace. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Hao still stood in front of the sand table, lightly tapping the surface with his fingertips. "Your Majesty!" The commander of the Jinui Pei Jingzhe hurriedly entered the court. Although he tried to suppress it, his voice still revealed an unmistakable shock. 900,000 shares all sold out. The capital returned a total of 57,775,000 taels of silver. Zhang Wujie and the aristocrats consumed 60%. Oh, only 57,775,000. Wang Hao did not turn around, his tone as calm, as if discussing what to eat tonight. "Zhang Wujie, this old fox, is still being conservative. Your Majesty, regarding the military achievements." Pei Jingzhe swallowed hard. The internal line reports that after the dukes finished calculating in the private room, they all went mad. The Duke of Dingwa declared he would go to court in armor tomorrow, and whoever dares to touch the factory's tax will be killed in the Taihe Hall. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao finally stopped tapping his fingers, turned around, and a smile of complete control appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Good, very good." Wang Hao looked at the darkening sky outside the hall, as if envisioning a magnificent play about to unfold. "Allocate these funds according to the share distribution for the inner treasury, the Ministry of Rights, and the military achievements, so that the military achievements can taste the sweetness. I have cut the meat well and thrown it to them. Now the military achievements are guarding the food." Wang Hao slowly walked to the imperial desk, glancing at the list for the upcoming court meeting, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Zhuge Huiqin, don't you want to fund the national treasury? Don't you want to target me, the wealthy?" Wang Hao murmured softly to himself, sighing. "Tomorrow I will sit on the dragon chair and watch how your cold sword from the humble family's faces Zhang Wujie. and his reedied aristocrats how it faces Su Jingchong and his food-guarding generals. This grand play of dogs biting dogs in the court, I am very much looking forward to it. Tell the Ministry of Rights tomorrow, let the Royal Furniture Store of the Imperial Household, the Royal Wine Industry of the Vinegar and Noodles Bureau, the Royal Brocade Workshop of the Ministry of Attire, the Royal Theatre of the Bell and Drum Office, and the Royal Fruit Shop of the Bureau of Gardens all open for business. Make a big fuss. Remember, we are taking a high-end route selling luxury goods. We are selling status. We are different. We must manage well next month. I want them to be listed. The new furniture, fine wines and wines being developed must ensure quality, be high-end, do not damage the royal brand, and do not let these offices work for nothing. Each store will receive 30% of the shares. Tomorrow let Wei Zongxian's Eastern Factory and Yuexian's Western Factory, as well as the Jinui prepare. I want to go undercover in South City. With a rustle, Wang Hao casually threw off the heavy embroidered, imposing bright yellow dragon robe, as if throwing away a broken burlap sack, directly tossing it behind him. Oh my long live your majesty. Wei Zongxian let out a pig-like scream, scrambling to catch the dragon robe in an extremely awkward position. His eyelids twitched violently, his features twisted into a bitter melon. Your Majesty, what is this all about? This is the dragon robe. The dragon robe. What are you rambling about? Wang Hao turned a deaf ear, calmly pulled on a moon-white brocade robe with subtle patterns, and casually fastened a belt inlaid with top-quality sheep fat jade around his waist. In the blink of an eye, the high and decisive emperor disappeared, replaced by a suave and handsome young. He adjusted his sleeves in front of the bronze mirror, the corners of his mouth, lifting in a playful smile, glancing at the four individuals standing beside him. Wei Zongxian, Yu Huaiyan Pei Jingzhe, change your clothes for me. No, for this young master. Today we are going to stroll along the South City crossroad. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Zongxian's old eyes instantly sparkled with the green light of a hungry wolf seeing fresh meat. Without hesitation, he took a half-step forward, his wrinkled face instantly blooming like a daisy, smiling so sweetly it could drizzle honey, his waist bent almost parallel to the ground. Young master is wise. Young master is brilliant. The South City Crossroad is currently the most bustling and prosperous area in the capital. I have long wanted to show you the great commercial empire you have built. While Wei Zongxian madly flattered, he quickly calculated in his heart, this is a great opportunity to shine. Half of the shops and land in South City were personally arranged by us according to the master's wishes. Today I must let the master see our capability outshine the cold-faced killer Yu Huatian. Thinking of this, Wei Zongxian's saliva almost flew out. You have no idea that cement road is smooth enough to be a mirror. The shops on both sides are rushing to open, the small vendors can line up from one end of the street to the other. The flow of people is 10 times busier than during the New Year temple fairs. Yu Huatian stood aside still with a frosty face, as if Wei Zongxian's clamor was just a fart, but a trace of barely noticeable respect flickered in his eyes. He took a small step forward, bowed slightly, his voice as cold as shattered jade. Young master, rest assured. I have arranged everything. The most elite guards from the Eastern and Western Factory, as well as the Jinui secret guards, have all transformed into plainclothes merchants and passers-by, blending into the crowd in South City. Every 3 steps a hidden lookout, every 5 steps a top guard. Not even an unregistered fly can approach the young master. I guarantee the young master's safety. Rain Huatian scoffed coldly in his heart. Old dog Wei Zongxian only knows how to take credit and settle accounts. If the master loses a hair, your South City shops, making any amount of silver, will mean death for you. Safety is the primary productivity. Standing at the very edge, Pei Jingzhe, dressed in black, habitually placed his hand on the hilt of his short knife. His expressionless face did not move a muscle, his cold gaze swept across the void, and he simply said, "As you command." For Pei Jingzhe, what the emperor wears or where he goes is unimportant. The only logic in his mind is whoever approaches the emperor within 3 feet and carries a murderous intent, draw the knife, strike, and sheathe the knife. Only Sun Li stood there, holding the dragon robe, wanting to cry without tears. He looked at these few who had completely entered the undercover investigation, stayed his mouth, turned down to the extreme, roaring in his heart, "Your Majesty, you said undercover, just undercover, at least leave someone to guard the palace." "All right, Sun Li, you change your clothes and come with this young master." Wang Hao flicked open his folding fan and stepped out of the side hall first. "Don't look so miserable today. I will show you what true making money hand over fist looks like." The 5 of them did not ride the ostentatious royal carriage, nor bring the grand procession, and they didn't even have a eunuch's high-pitched voice, leading the way, quietly leaving the palace like the most ordinary rich son in the capital, strolling slowly towards South City. As soon as Wang Hao turned onto the South City Cross Avenue, his steps abruptly halted. He was not stunned by the grandeur. After all, he was the one who personally designed this layout, but rather by the overwhelming wave of madness that hit him. The wide smooth concrete road glistened in the sunlight with a clean gray-white hue, banishing the past desolation of South City, where a sunny day meant dust and a rainy day meant mud. In its place was a true sea of people bustling and jostling. The newly built shops on both sides were uniformly adorned with gray tiles and flying eaves displaying fresh and enormous gilded signs. Silk shops, grain stores, taverns, tea houses, weapon shops, glass specialty stores. One after another with colorful awnings fluttering in the wind, resembling a commercial pedestrian street from a future era. Candied hawthorn, sweet sour and crispy, try it for free. Freshly baked buns. Hot beef buns with thin skin and ample filling bursting with juice at the first bite. Royal glass mirrors, secretly crafted for the inner court. They show your face clearly, even counting the fine hairs. Ladies and gentlemen, come take a look. The cries of street vendors, the bargaining of merchants, the laughter of children running on the concrete road, and the clatter of wooden wheels of heavily laden carts all blended together in a frenzy, forming a lively atmosphere. Crowded, too crowded. Pedestrians walking on the flat, concrete road wore expressions of novelty and excitement. No one complained about the crowd, instead they eagerly squeezed into the shops. My goodness! Sun Li widened his eyes, gasping in surprise, instinctively shielding Wang Hao in front of him, fearing that some careless citizen might bump into the emperor. Is this really the impoverished South City? This was simply a treasure trove come to life. Wei Zhongxian immediately seized the opportunity, nimbly squeezing beside Wang Hao like an extremely diligent tour guide. He spoke animatedly, his face flushed with excitement, lowering his voice to take credit. Young master, look, this cross avenue you personally planned is simply extraordinary. It's miraculous. He gestured excitedly towards a bustling shop not far away. Look at these shops on both sides, freshly built, and not even fully painted, already snatched up by merchants from the capital. The current rent is 3 times more expensive than the busiest area of the inner city. And even now there are people lined up at the little man's door with boxes of gold bars begging to sign contracts. Wei Zhongxian swallowed hard, pointing at the silk shop and continuing, look at the Royal Brocade Pavilion, just opened yesterday, and today I've checked their sales. Guess what? In a single day, just one day's earnings are equivalent to half a month's revenue from those fabric shops in the old city. It's insane. These merchants and citizens have gone mad. Wang Hao nodded slightly, folding his fan with a snap. His gaze swept over the street shops, taking in the new sights, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. Not bad, even better than I expected. He was clear in his mind. With the infrastructure improvements and a monopoly on new products, this combination was a dimensional strike in ancient times. Money, this is just the beginning. Let's go check out our own shops next, Wang Hao said, continuing on towards the core location of several royal directly managed stores. Just as they reached the entrance, Sun Li nearly stumbled as a tide of people surged out from within. To the left was the Royal First Grain Store. In front of the store, citizens formed a long line that even turned into another street. There was no pushing or panic as usually seen when buying grain. Instead, everyone wore a sense of assurance. Wang Hao stood quietly observing from the side. He saw the citizens at the counter carefully pulling out newly minted silver coins from their pockets. The shopkeeper verified the coins, and immediately an assistant emerged carrying bags of fine rice and flour. Young master, look, Yu Huatian stepped forward at the right moment, his gaze sharp as he scanned the area around the grain store, speaking softly. The promotion of the new silver coins is going extremely well. The citizens have found these silver coins to be genuine, well-made and beautiful, and our royal store only accepts this currency with fair prices and no shortages in weight. Now anyone in the capital who doesn't have a few new silver coins feels embarrassed to go out shopping. Wang Hao watched the smiling citizens carrying grain as they emerged, his eyes slightly shifting. Food is the foundation of the people. With stable grain prices and smooth currency circulation, the foundation of the Ming dynasty is finally secure. This is also the enterprise I value the most after the royal bank. With so many silver coins being circulated, I do not wish for inflation to occur too quickly, so I've linked the silver coins with grain and luxury goods. Let's check next door. Wang Hao turned and walked towards the Royal Glass Specialty Store on the right. Just as he approached the door, he heard near screaming exclamations from inside. Inside the glass shop, it was packed to the brim. The noble ladies and young ladies, usually confined to their homes, showed no signs of restraint at this moment. Each one had eyes shining with greed, fixated on the glass mirrors and crystal-clear glass goblets displayed on the counter. Oh my, this mirror! It can reflect the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes so clearly. A plump lady adorned with jewels held a palm-sized glass mirror, shaking with excitement. Shopkeeper, I want this mirror. And that glass vase, wrap them all up for me. Madam, you have great taste. This was crafted by royal artisans, only this batch in the world. The mirror is 100 taels of silver, and the vase is 300 taels, no bargaining. The shopkeeper stood tall, facing the group of nobles without flinching. 100 taels. That's so cheap. I'll offer 200 taels. This mirror is mine. Another noblewoman slammed a stack of royal bank notes on the counter, her gaze fierce, as if ready to devour someone. The shopkeeper was a trusted eunuch, specially appointed by the inner court with sharp eyes. He was about to skillfully placate the noble guests, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Wang Hao standing outside the door, dressed modestly yet exuding an impressive aura, along with the smirking Wei Zhongxian behind him. The shopkeeper's breath hitched, his legs weakened, nearly kneeling in reverence, but Wang Hao's cold glare pinned him to the spot. The shopkeeper was quick-witted and immediately understood, forcing his bent knee back up, putting on a smile 100 times more sincere than before. He hurried out to greet Wang Hao, slightly bowing. "Oh dear noble, please come in. Is there something rare you wish to see?" "No need to go in. Is the business good?" Wang Hao stood at the threshold, speaking casually, yet his voice carried an unassailable authority. The shopkeeper was so excited his eyes turned red, lowering his voice and trembling as he replied, "Thanks to your great fortune, it's fantastic. These ladies and young ladies go wild when they see our glass. Moreover, the citizens recognize the royal emblem on our storefront, finding it reliable and reassuring. Yesterday's stock was cleared in half an hour. Today we just restocked." Sun Li followed closely behind Wang Hao, craning his neck to gaze at the nearly mountain-high stack of banknotes and silver on the counter, his eyes nearly popping out. His lips trembled, and he was screaming internally, "Oh heavens! A transparent trinket made from a piece of broken stone can actually sell for 100 taels. This is not merely running a store. It is as if dozens of gold and silver mines have been dug up on the streets of South City. At this rate, the vermin in the treasury will be crushed under the gold ingots. The original shares claimed by the supervisory office on behalf of all the eunuchs are incredibly valuable. If things go well, they could break even in half a year. If this expands to the entire Yingtian province and even the whole country, the profits. The dividends are unimaginable. The original shares claimed by the supervisory office on behalf of all the eunuchs are incredibly valuable. If things go well, they could break even in half a year. If this expands to the entire Yingtian province and even the whole country, the profit." At this moment, Wei Zhongxian was so elated he couldn't find his bearings. The more prosperous this cross avenue became, the more it proved his capabilities in the affairs of the court. He leaned closer to Wang Hao, his face jiggling with glee, whispering in a low voice, "Young master, look ahead. That tallest and most impressive 3-story building is the Royal Mercenary Guild." Upon hearing these 4 words, Yu Huatian, who had been stoic, slightly shifted his gaze, shooting a cold glance at Wei Zhongxian. This old dog dared to claim all the credit for himself. Wei Zhongxian paid no mind to Yu Huatian's glare, continuing excitedly, "Young master, I followed your instructions strictly and had this guild managed directly by our eastern factory. Can you believe it? It's been bustling to the point of nearly toppling the roof. We've also gathered a lot of intelligence." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, gesturing animatedly. Those unruly vagabonds from the rivers and lakes, the bodyguards from escort agencies, and even retired soldiers without jobs, once they heard they could earn money by taking on bounty tasks here and receive legal protection from the government, they all went crazy trying to register. Just from the registration fees and task commissions, the money is flowing in steadily. Furthermore, our eastern factory has used this reputation to thoroughly investigate those previously uncontrollable forces in the capital. Wang Hao halted his steps, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. The reason he established this mercenary guild was not just for profit. The fundamental purpose was to integrate, recruit, and monitor the vast martial resources from the populace. Heroic acts defying the law. Impossible. Under the binding of capital and interests, no matter how formidable a rogue hero is, they must obediently work for him. "Oh, is it already this lively?" Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. At that moment, a sudden burst of coarse shouting erupted not far ahead, quickly followed by the sharp sound of weapons being drawn, causing the crowd to explode into a flurry of startled exclamations scattering to the sides. Pei Jing's previously dull eyes suddenly erupted with a terrifying, killing intent. He pressed his thumb against the knife guard, and with a clang the short knife slid out of its sheath half an inch, his whole being tensed like a bow drawn tight, instantly positioning himself in front of Wang Hao, fixated on the chaotic scene ahead. Yu Huatian's gaze also turned cold, his right hand discreetly probing into his sleeve, gripping 3 poison darts, ready to issue a signal to clear the area. Sun Li merely glanced forward and took a step ahead. However, Wang Hao remained unruffled, even reaching out to pat Pei Jing's stiff shoulder, pressing his short knife back down. "Don't be tense. Where there are rivers and lakes, there will naturally be excitement." Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, gazing at the building adorned with a massive sign reading Royal Mercenary Guild. and the few burly men confronting each other at the entrance, his smile broadening. Come, let this young master take a look at which divine being dares to stir up trouble on this young master's territory. The 4 gilded characters of Mercenary Guild gleamed under the sunlight, blinding to the eyes. This guild, wealthy and influential, occupied the finest and most central location on South City's Cross Avenue. The expansive courtyard, spanning 3 sections, was so vast that 8 horses could run side by side without hindrance. Outside the grand entrance, the most eye-catching feature was not the imposing stone lions guarding the house, but a massive white marble stele towering a full yard high. On the stele, the guild's iron laws were inscribed in vermilion with an elegant yet firm style: level-based assignments pay for work done, royal guarantee breaches punished. These 16 characters carried an undeniable dominance and a modern spirit of contract, effectively intimidating the rough and tough men of the underworld. As Wang Hao and his party stepped over the high threshold, a cacophony more bustling than the street outside hit them like a tangible wave, mixed with the stench of sweat, the aroma of alcohol, and the scent of medicinal ointment. Inside the hall, chaos reigned, as if demons were dancing and heads were packed together. A burly man with a 9-ring broadsword on his back, a lean and sharp-eyed bodyguard, a swordsman in a conical hat exuding mystery, and a brawny fellow with tattooed arms in short attire. From all walks of life, they were squeezed together like a flock of hungry ducks, stretching their necks around a massive task board, pointing excitedly with spittle flying. Damn! A bandit extermination mission. Those ruthless bandits from the 12 posts of West Mountain are being hunted by the government with a reward of 500 taels. Who among you is not afraid of death and wants to team up with me for a shot? Screw your 500 taels. If you don't want your life, I do, shouted a burly man with a face full of scars. Look over here, long-distance escort. A silk caravan from Jiangnan to the capital, ensuring safe passage, with a reward of 100 taels. Requires mercenaries of 3 stars and above. This job is secure. Get out of the way. Look at this mine guard. The Royal Coal Mine in the western suburbs is hiring night guards with a monthly pay of 3 taels of silver plus 3 meals a day, each with meat. This is simply a heavenly job for retirement. I'm going for it. Outside the crowd, dozens of well-dressed members of the Eastern Factory were maintaining order with stern expressions. They subtly revealed specially crafted steel badges at their waists, hands resting on their belts, and their sharp gazes seemed capable of peeling skin off. These enforcers of the law, seasoned in the depths of hell, stood there exuding a menacing aura, causing not a single rough man to dare stir up trouble. Wei Zhongxian squeezed in beside Wang Hao, chest puffed out, the wrinkles on his old face spreading proudly. Like a student eager to show off perfect scores to his parents, he stood on tiptoe near Wang Hao's ear, lowering his voice, brimming with uncontainable pride. Young master, take a look. Does this job suit your tastes? You have no idea how hard it was to manage these ruffians. They caused trouble daily in the capital. Now with this guild, we take on extermination, escorting guard duties, and even dock loading jobs. The best part is no matter what jobs they take, our guild takes a steady 30% commission. Not a single cent less. They will still be grateful to us. This strategy of yours is simply brilliant. It keeps these idle and dangerous elements under our watch, reducing security issues for the court while continuously raking in big profits. What do you call this? This is called 3 birds with 1 stone. Wang Hao listened to Wei Gonggong's remarks, which were strikingly fitting for a capitalist, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth without making a sound. On the other side, Yu Huatian glanced coldly at Wei Zhongxian, his gaze akin to that of someone observing a fool who only knows how to count copper coins. He slightly turned, using a voice only Wang Hao could hear, quietly stating, young master, wealth is merely an external matter. The true value of this guild lies in intelligence. I have already laid down the dark lines of the Eastern Factory. Every person in this hall is being scrutinized. If any suspicious individual, spies from other countries or notorious criminals dare to register, they will immediately fall under my watch. Pei Jingzhe did not participate in the covert power struggle between these 2 intelligence heads. He stood like a lifeless statue, slightly trailing Wang Hao by half a step. However, his hawk-like sharp eyes were scanning every corner of the hall with an extraordinarily terrifying. Anyone who breathes faster than usual, walks unsteadily, or carries an inappropriate killing intent would silently receive a mark of death in his mind. Sun Li followed at the end, marveling at the bustling hall, then glancing at the life-threatening tasks on the wall, exclaiming, how did the emperor come up with such ideas? Even turning these underworld thugs into court laborers. Oh no. Today I have truly broadened my horizons. Wang Hao remained silent, casually opening his folding fan and gently waving it, his gaze slowly sweeping through the raucous hall, his expression as indifferent as if he were inspecting his own garden. He had intended merely to stroll around to see if this capital money tree he had personally planted was operating smoothly, and to experience the long-lost vibrancy of the market in the Great Zhou Dynasty. But just as his casual gaze carelessly swept past the thick red lacquered pillar in the southwest corner of the hall, Wang Hao's hand holding the fan abruptly froze. It was as if even the surrounding noisy air had solidified for a moment at his pause. In the shadow of the pillar stood a man in a blue robe. The man was slender and his appearance extremely ordinary, the kind that if lost in a crowd you could stare at him for 3 days and nights and still forget him the moment you turned away. He sported a few strands of somewhat disheveled fake beard on his chin, and his eyes and brows had evidently been skillfully altered, appearing plain and unremarkable. He stood there quietly dressed in a slightly faded and old long robe, holding a cup of coarse tea provided for free by the guild. He slightly raised his head, seemingly leisurely studying the task board on the wall. Yet only a true expert could discern that his tea-drinking motion was exceedingly gentle, and his gaze would occasionally almost imperceptibly dart towards the guild's entrance and a few critical exits. It was a deep-seated vigilance akin to a lone wolf in sheep's clothing ready to spring into action at any moment. Just a fleeting glance. Wang Hao's heart suddenly thudded. It was not out of fear but rather an exhilaration and alertness akin to a hunter stepping on the droppings of its prey in the grass. Too familiar. It was not the face so ordinary that was familiar but rather the figure, the slightly downward-pressing gait, the habit of lifting the pinky while holding the teacup, and that arrogance hidden deep within despite being dozens of meters away and desperately concealed. This aura Wang Hao recognized all too well. He lowered his eyelids expressionlessly, his long eyelashes concealing the cold glint that flickered in his pupils. With a snap he closed the fan, his fingertips gently pinching it under his wide sleeve. In his heart an emotionless low shout resounded: Emperor's Qi observation technique activate. In an instant the scene visible only to Wang Hao changed. An unmatched supreme aura of purple gold dragon energy silently emanated from his body like radar waves, instantly penetrating through the densely packed crowd, ignoring all disguises and facades and locking directly onto that man in the blue robe. In the next second the cold light in Wang Hao's eyes cut through the void like a tangible blade. Under the illumination of the purple gold dragon energy, the seemingly unremarkable man in the blue robe had a swirling aura of deep purple and yellow above his head, resembling a lotus flower. This aura of fortune is even stronger than when Wang Hao saw him for the second time. Even if you disguise yourself, even if you wear the most tattered robes, even if your own mother wouldn't recognize you today, this unique aura bestowed by the system cannot deceive anyone. Wang Hao's corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward, revealing a faint yet chilling smile that pierced. He picked up a cup of tea just served by the attendant, gently blowing away the froth while his inner monologue surged like boiling magma. Good. Very good. You Yichin. You the child of fortune. I haven't even sought you out yet, you've come knocking on my door again. The last time I surrounded you, I personally stripped you of a portion of your fortune, severing your chances, forcing you to flee like a dead dog, thinking you would either hide in some deep forest nursing your wounds or seek shelter from your benefactor. I never expected in such a short time. Not only has your fortune miraculously recovered, but you have also grown stronger, even daring to swagger back under my nose. Wang Hao coldly snickered within a disdainful view of a superior looking down on a cornered beast. No wonder you are the favored child of destiny. The protagonist's halo is indeed remarkably strong. This life is so tough it's like a stone in a latrine. Stinking and hard, it can't be broken no matter how. You disguised yourself like this, lurking in my mercenary guild like a rat in a sewer. What do you want? What do you want? It's obvious, even with a foot in your mouth, you're here for me. You want to leverage the guild's information network or sneak into some important position in the capital to stab me again, right? Wang Hao brought the teacup to his lips but did not drink. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the wild killing intent in his chest. When he raised his gaze again, he had already restored his facade of calm and composed elegance, as if that piercing glance had merely been a moment of distraction. He leisurely shifted his gaze to Wei Zhongxian, who was still gloating over taking a 30% cut. Wang Hao's tone was as flat as if he were asking what dish has the Imperial kitchen prepared for dinner. As he spoke without a ripple, "Old Wei, take a look at that." Wang Hao subtly pointed with his chin towards the direction of the pillar in the southwest corner, that man in the slightly worn blue robe holding a cup of rough tea. Who is he? Wei Zhongxian, who was still happily enjoying himself, suddenly being named, quickly looked in the direction Wang Hao indicated. The old eunuch squinted his aged eyes, surveying the blue-robed man several times. Seeing the man's shabby attire and submissive posture, Wei Zhongxian curled his lip, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, as he shook his head and replied in response to the young master's inquiry, "This person looks quite unfamiliar. With such a dress and demeanor, he could not possibly be a registered leader of any sect. In my opinion, he is most likely a drifter from some impoverished place who has just come to the capital to seek a livelihood, hoping to try his luck with the guild for a meal. If the young master finds him bothersome, I can have someone throw him out right away. Oh, is that so? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow non-committally. Yueishan, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward, slightly a cold expression on his frost-like face with his brow slightly furrowed. The director of the Western factory's sharp gaze clearly caught something Wei Zhongxian could not see. Young master, this person is not simple. Yueishan's voice was low but carried a weight of tension. He appears to be an ordinary person without martial skills, but I observe his breath is exceptionally long, indicating he has practiced internal martial arts to an extreme level, and his aura is deeply concealed. Not only that, young master, please look at those around him. The fat man selling candied hawthorns in the left front, the blind old man looking at the list in the right rear, the beggar pretending to tie his shoe at the door, and the attendant wiping the railing at the second-floor staircase. These 4 people, seemingly unrelated, actually occupy the 4 cardinal points protecting the blue-robed man at the center. If I am not mistaken, all 4 of them are skilled fighters. Hearing Yueishan's words, Pei Jingzhe showed no hesitation. Crack! A very faint crack. It was Pei Jingzhe's thumb that forcibly pressed against the sound of the short knife's guard. His whole body instantly became like a tightly drawn bow, muscles tensed to the limit. He didn't even look at the blue-robed man, his body slightly leaning forward, taking an absolute protective stance beside Wang Hao, his expressionless deadfish eyes locked onto that direction. As long as that person dares to make the slightest movement, Pei Jingzhe's knife will draw blood. On the side, Sun Li furrowed his brows upon hearing Yueishan's analysis. Wei Zhongxian's cold sweat instantly soaked through his inner garment. His mind blank. I was just busy flattering, even forgetting the most basic vigilance. But old man Sun, about to break through to a higher realm, left the Ministry of Ceremonies without a leader. We really want to advance, but the opportunity to achieve merit is right in front of us. For top-notch guards, internal martial arts practiced to the extreme, to have the emperor single them out among hundreds of people, this is definitely not an easy target. This must be a leader of some insurgent faction come to assassinate. I have to say, Wei Zhongxian's intuition is quite accurate. Watching the reactions of his subordinates, a hint of appreciation flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Yueishan's eyes are indeed sharp. He is worthy of being the vicious dog of the Western factory that Wang Hao promoted personally. But he did not give the order to capture anyone. Wang Hao simply picked up the cup of tea, gently, leisurely taking a sip. The warm tea flowed down his throat, but could not melt the bone-chilling ice in his eyes. He laughed inwardly, laughing joyfully yet fiercely. Yi Chan, you are the one who refuses to walk the road to heaven, and instead throws yourself into hell. I was originally troubled by the busy state affairs, and had no time to hunt you down, but look at you longing for death, packaging yourself and delivering yourself to my door. Since that is the case, then don't blame me for preparing the largest iron pot in this bustling southern city to stew you, and your proud card's skin, and bones included, all in one go. Wang Hao put down the teacup and with a swift motion unfolded his folding fan to cover half his face, revealing only his pairs of eyes that seemed to smile yet not. Don't rush to make a move. Jingzhe, put away your knife. Yueishan, tell your people not to act rashly. Since we have a newcomer as the host, we should treat him properly, shouldn't we? Yi Chan appeared to be engrossed in looking at the list leisurely in demeanor, but his back had already soaked through with cold sweat and his muscles were tensed like a drawn bow. For today he had paid a price unimaginable to ordinary people. He scoured the black market of the martial world, spending heavily to buy this 1,000 faces disguise elixir, enduring the excruciating pain of reshaping his features just to evade the pursuit of the Jinui and the mad dogs of the Eastern factory. Thinking of the failed assassination a month ago, Yi Chen's features twisted slightly beneath the disguise mask. He hated to the point of blood dripping. That day he thought he was foolproof, but the emperor evaded him, and he was surrounded by the cunning little emperor, not only nearly losing his life but more horrifyingly, he felt that some extremely important thing, his fortune, had been forcibly stripped from him. In the half-month of recuperation he felt like a rat in a gutter. If it hadn't been for his fate not being extinguished and by sheer coincidence, he obtained an ancient secret technique at the brink of death, forcibly stabilizing his injuries and restoring his fortune, he would already be a corpse in a potter's field. As soon as he recovered, he couldn't wait to sneak into the capital, vowing to avenge this blood feud. Big brother, a sturdy man beside him dressed as a traveling merchant, but with the eyes of a hungry wolf, slightly turned his head, his lips barely moving as he whispered in a skilled voice, technique, the atmosphere in the capital is too tense lately, everywhere are hidden spies of the Jinui. The emperor is also deeply hidden in the palace. If we act now, it would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Should we stick to the original plan and recruit some desperate people in this so-called guild and wait to gather enough manpower before seeking an opportunity to enter the palace? Yi Chan nodded slightly, lifting his teacup to pretend to sip, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He roared inwardly, Wang Hao, The last time you escaped by luck, it was your good fortune. This time I will skin you alive. Once I gather troops in this guild, I will definitely topple your Dezhou. He slightly tilted his head, discreetly scanning the entire scene like a radar, vigilantly checking for any secret agents from the court. When his gaze swept over Wang Hao and his group in the center of the hall, it paused for less than half a second. Seeing Wang Hao in luxurious white attire, also disguised with a flamboyant folding fan in his hand, and several attendants beside him, Yi Chun scoffed coldly in his heart. Where did this young master come from running to this place full of riffraff for excitement? He disdainfully shifted his gaze away, not taking these few people seriously at all. In his ingrained thinking that lofty 9-5 ruler must be cooped up deep within the palace, surrounded by layers of guards. How could he possibly roam incognito, let alone come to this mingled market of the southern city to smell the sweat of commoners? Yi Chen's arrogance distorted his rationality. Wang Hao stood not far away, catching the slightest movement of Yi Chen, and the flicker of disdain in his eyes with the corner of his vision. On the surface, Wang Hao remained as gentle as jade, even sporting a hint of a spring breeze-like smile, as he turned to chat casually with Wei Zhongxian. His voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear. Zhongxian, the guild's business is indeed quite good. If we take on more escort missions for the royal mines and workshops, those jobs are steady and the payments are prompt. For us in the business, it's all about making money in a friendly manner. What kind of person is Wei Zhongxian? Although he had been troubled by his master's words, "Don't rush to act." He quickly donned a calculating smile like that of a scheming old madam, nodding and bowing as he said, "Young master, you are absolutely right. I understand. I will arrange it right away and ensure that we hold onto those lucrative and favorable jobs tightly, not letting outsiders take advantage." Wang Hao smiled and nodded, seemingly turning casually half a circle, but in reality his peripheral vision was firmly fixed on Yi Chun beneath the pillar. At the same time, his voice, enveloped by robust internal energy, was as light as a feather, yet carried an undeniable imperial pressure piercing straight into the ears of the four beside him. "Everyone keep steady for me. If anyone dares to slip up to alarm the snake, I will exterminate their entire clan." Sun Li's expression grew solemn. The cold light in Yu Weishan's eyes instantly retracted. With his hands hidden in his sleeves, he swiftly formed a secret gesture with his long fingers under the cover of his loose robe. In an instant, the dozen or so Dongchang guards scattered throughout the hall, who were originally maintaining order, had their eyes flicker slightly. None of them turned to look at Yi Chun, yet like a group of silent phantoms, they subtly adjusted their positions under the cover of the crowd. An invisible net had already enveloped Yi Chun and his 4 bodyguards from afar, neither approaching nor leaving any blind spots. Pei Jingzhe was even more extraordinary. After hearing the command, he not only retracted his thumb that had been pressing against the knife edge, but even slowed his breathing to the point of being almost imperceptible. His terrifying muscle power was perfectly concealed beneath his ordinary attire, like a leopard fully merged into the darkness, waiting for a signal from Wang Hao to shred the target's throat in half a second. Though the scheming smile on Wei Zhongxian's face did not change from an angle unseen by others, his old eyes churned with a chilling malice. "The blind little creature personally targeted by the emperor. Even if you grow wings today, you will still be turned into a plate of roasted meat." Wang Hao, while shaking his folding fan, had his inner monologue racing like a finely tuned machine. "That fool Yi Chun, his disguise skills are quite impressive, making his face look like any common passerby. Unfortunately, the arrogance in his eyes cannot be hidden." The 4 experts beside him have internal energy almost spilling out from their crowns. Does he really think that these eunuchs by my side are mere decorations? Last time he failed to assassinate me, I depleted a portion of his fortune. Now that he has just recovered, he dares to return to the capital and pick a place like the mercenary guild to sneak into. What does he want? To recruit soldiers? To rally the outlaws of the Jianghu to assassinate me again? What an exceptional case of not remembering the pain after being taught a lesson. What of the child of destiny? What of the son of heaven's will? In my Dezhou, under my watchful eyes, if you dare to extend your claws, I will crush your bones one by one. However, to act directly now would be too easy on him. Killing him in this bustling market would merely eliminate a future threat. Who is behind him providing the disguise elixir? Where has he been hiding for the past half-month? How much dirty wealth has he accumulated? How many accomplices does he have? I know nothing of these. Since you wish to cause trouble, I shall lower myself to play with you. I want to see where you, this big rat, can lead me to a treasure trove. To catch them all and root them out would be truly satisfying. Having made up his mind, the smile on Wang Hao's face grew broader. He even naturally raised his hand and patted Wei Zhongxian's shoulder, heavily twice, laughing heartily. "Let's go. Old Wei, lead the way. Let's continue our stroll." The newly repaired streets of the southern city are bustling with life, much more interesting than the rigid inner city. His tone was so relaxed and his demeanor so natural. He seemed like a completely mindless rich second generation out to experience life. After speaking, he stepped forward, leisurely walking slowly towards the entrance of the guild. Each step was perfectly timed, neither lingering too long to raise suspicion, nor remaining too far or too near to Yi Chun. Not far away, Yi Chun caught a glimpse of Wang Hao and his group, leaving a cold and extreme sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of good-for-nothings. With such parasites in Dezhou, who only know how to indulge in food and drink, how can it not perish? Dealing with such scum myself is the right path to prevent them from causing harm. He smugly lifted his teacup and drank it all in one go, completely unaware that his current situation was like a mouse that foolishly thought it had bypassed a trap, only to find a massive dragon from the Imperial City slowly opening its abyss-like jaws above, tightly gripping its tail. As soon as he smugly burrowed into his nest, the dragon would close its mouth, crushing him entirely, leaving not even a shred behind. Exiting the mercenary guild's door, the bustling main street of the southern city was still teeming with people. Merchants on both sides shouted loudly to sell their wares, and the flames spewed by street performers drew applause from the crowd. Wang Hao walked at the forefront, his steps leisurely, as if he were on a spring outing. He occasionally paused to glance at the roadside makeup stalls, sometimes picking up a string of bright red, candied hawthorns, biting into one, the sourness of the hawthorn and the sweetness of the sugar coating exploding in his mouth, causing him to squint his eyes in satisfaction, his expression reaching the peak of contentment. Sun Li closely followed behind Wang Hao, half a step back. "Young master, that person is hanging back not far behind us. How long do we need to keep trailing him? Wouldn't it be better to let Commander Pei finish him off with one stroke?" Wang Hao, while leisurely chewing on the candied hawthorn, spoke in a casual tone, as if discussing the weather. "What's the hurry? The fish has bitten the hook, but hasn't been dragged into the net yet. If we catch him now, his accomplices will still hide. It's pointless." Since Wang Hao's system can strip the luck of the child of destiny, his murderous intent towards Yi Chun is no longer as strong as before. His mindset has changed, and now he only wants to maximize his profits. Wei Zhongxian listened on the side, his eyes spinning, as he instantly understood his master's intention, quickly flattering him. "Young master is brilliant. I understand you wish to fish," with a long line following him directly to his lair. Yu Huatian walked on the other side, his lips moving slightly. "Young master, rest assured. I have arranged for 2 of the fastest scouts to change their clothes and follow from a distance. They have undergone special training and will never be detected by that villain." Pei Jing's hand remained on the hilt of his knife, speaking solemnly. "Young master, since this person can gather top-tier experts, his lair must be a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. We need to quickly mobilize the elite of the Jinui and the Imperial Guards for full preparation." Wang Hao swallowed the candied hawthorn in his mouth, and casually threw the bare bamboo skewer with precision into a nearby bamboo basket. As he took out a handkerchief to wipe the sugar residue from his fingertips, the last traces of leisure and languor in his eyes instantly faded away, replaced by an unsettling and chilling sharpness. "Send the orders down." Wang Hao's voice was deep. "From now on, everyone conceal your internal energy, becoming shadows. He walks, we walk. He stops, we stop. Without my command, no one is allowed to act rashly." "Yes." The 4 responded in unison, their voices suppressed to a minimal range by internal energy. As expected, Wang Hao was not mistaken. A suspicious child of destiny like Yi Chun would never linger in a crowded place. He stayed in the guild for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, seemingly, having connected with some informant in the shadows, before quickly leaving the hall with his 4 bodyguards hurrying towards the southern city gate. It must be said, Yi Chen's vigilance was indeed astonishing. He did not take the broad official road, but instead led them through the complex and dilapidated neighborhoods and alleys of the southern city, twisting and turning. He not only walked quickly and slowly, but frequently stopped suddenly at alley corners, turning sharply to fix his eagle-like gaze on the empty street behind him, attempting to detect any followers. However, today, he encountered the top spy chief of the Dezhou Empire and a scheming emperor. Every time Yi Chun suddenly turned around, Wang Hao and his group could always react half a second in advance. One moment Wang Hao was walking along the street, and the next he could naturally turn and enter a tavern, showing great interest in the wine menu on the wall. Pei Jingzhe would instantly blend into the shadows of the corner, as if he were a black brick, while Yu Huatian would casually pick up a piece of fabric from a roadside stall, haggling with the owner. Perfect disguise, perfect cooperation, not a hint of flaw revealed. Wang Hao stood with his hands behind his back at the window of the second-floor chamber of Zuexian, Lu half his body, hidden behind a gauze curtain. He employed the Tianzi Wangqi, Shu, the imperial art of reading qi, and fixed his gaze unerringly on the gray-clothed figure outside. It was Yi Chun. In that moment Yi Chun had distilled the very essence of caution into his every move. He did not flail about like a headless fly. Instead he used the carts of street vendors, the yokes of porters, and even the heavily made-up women outside the brothel as covers for his line of sight. He walked and paused, sometimes halting abruptly at a corner, and using the polished surface of a copper mirror peddler to watch the street behind him. At other times, he suddenly turned against the flow of people and collided with passers-by on purpose, using the ensuing shouts as a screen to see if any eyes lingered on him. Wang Hao watched those fluid, near-neurotic anti-surveillance maneuvers with a trace of amusement in his eyes. He scoffed softly. The child of destiny is remarkably cautious. Compared with those brutes who rely on nothing but hot blood and brute force, this Yi Chun had obviously been beaten at death's door countless times. These counter-tracking methods and his breath-hiding craft would rank him among the foremost stealth masters in the Jianghu. A pity, Wang Hao added. You have run into me today. Look at the Qiyun Jinlian hovering above your head. Its fortune outstrips the combined luck of everyone on this street. Once I lock onto that Qiyun Jinlian, your antics will look like a clown's. Why, your majesty? No, young master. Wei Zhongxian frowned. This villain is slipperier than an eel. Look, he's already circled the West Market a third time. One moment feigning a limp, the next blending into a funeral procession. The more he behaves like a frightened bird, the more it proves there is something weighty in his heart. Sun Li suddenly opened his eyes, staring at that retreating figure, as if a remembrance had surfaced. After turning through the city for well over half an hour, Yi Chun finally ended his probing. He stood at the mouth of a deserted alley, his chest heaving violently as he exhaled a long, ragged breath. Though late autumn had come, the temples of his hair were soaked with cold sweat, clinging to his cheeks in a sticky mess. Once certain there was no tail on his back, he swiftly drew a merchant's travel permit from his breast, pushed his blade deeper into his waist, and with 4 guards who had long since rendezvoused in the shadows strode toward the west gate. At the city gate, the garrison's inspection was exacting. But Yi Chen's composure was superb. He bobbed and smiled with obsequious charm, embodying the worn cloth merchant who had spent years on the road. The garrison officer weighed the small silver handed to him and checked the travel permit carefully, then waved irritably for them to pass. The moment he crossed the gate, the merchant's shrewd smile vanished without a trace, replaced by an impenetrable. He nearly ran to a hidden grove 3 li outside the city and took delivery of 5 tall, powerful steeds from a covert contact. Go! Full speed! Yi Chun snarled, vaulting onto his horse. Not daring a single pause, he lashed the animal hard. 5 riders streaked forward like black arrows loosed from a bow, kicking up choking sand as they tore toward the craggy ranges to the southwest. Young master, the fish has taken to the sea, someone reported. Yu Huatian stood at Wang Hao's side, his handsome, alluring face unreadable. His voice was so soft it might have been carried away by the wind. Wang Hao gave a cold sneer, swept his snow-white sleeve, and strode down from the tavern. Prepare the mounts. Hunt him down and kill him. The Dongchang's efficiency never disappointed. In less than the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, 5 seemingly motley but astonishingly sure-footed fine horses were waiting in a secluded spot outside the city. Wang Hao mounted with crisp efficiency. Listen well, he said, staring at the dust clouds to the southwest that were already melting into the horizon. Maintain a distance of 3 li. Use the ridges and blind spots along the route as alternating cover. Do not press too close, the fellow's vigilance is extreme. If he senses the abnormal, we will be in trouble. But if we lose him, we will bring his head to you. Yu Huatian and Pei Jingzhe intoned in low voices. Pursue! The 5 swift horses bolted once more. Thus a silent life-or-death pursuit unfurled across the sun-scorched wasteland. The tug-of war proved far more tormenting than anyone had imagined. Yi Chen's caution bordered on the obsessive. He did not simply gallop on every 10 li or so. He would rein in at a dangerous knoll or a sharp bend, hide in the shadows, and scrutinize the road he had come from. At the slightest stirring of wind or brush, he would change course immediately. Moreover, he left misleading hoofprints at forks, and even hung shredded cloth on branches in the opposite direction to confuse pursuers. With Yi Chen's blinding Qiyun Jinlian, how could he escape Wang Hao's 5-finger grip? 30 li, 50 li, 80 li. The broad official road gradually narrowed into a rugged goat track. As they pushed deeper into the southwestern interior, the surroundings grew bleaker. Sun Li whispered, Your Majesty, look about you, not even a woodcutter in sight, only endless hostile mountains and waters. Could Yi Chun be up to something? At the mention of Yi Chun, Wei Zongxian's expression hardened. He scanned the increasingly steep cliff faces with vigilance, his hand slipping unconsciously into his sleeve to grip a poisoned, concealed weapon. Young Master, Wei Zhongxian murmured in a low, wary tone. This old servant also finds this territory is not only remote but perilous, shaped like a pocket. A general's taboo, yet an ideal hiding place. That rebel is not fleeing aimlessly. He pursues a very definite objective. Pei Jingzhe reined his horse closer, his rough hand already on the hilt of the Shochuan Dao. Young master, the terrain ahead is complex. If the enemy has laid an ambush and rolls down boulders from the flanks, we will be trapped. Allow me to lead a scouting party. Wang Hao raised his hand slightly to forestall Pei Jingzhe's proposal. His gaze fixed on the slit of skylight gorge ahead. His mind raced, calculating each possible contingency. Ambush? No. Yichun does not know I am shadowing him. He has gone to great lengths, even detouring and planting false trails to return to this godforsaken deep forest. Which means something important must lie here. An assassination attempt failed, a panicked flight. By the typical arc of a child of destiny, when their open power is struck, they withdraw to an unknown newbie village or secret base to lick their wounds and regroup. These hundredly desolate mountains form a natural barrier that thwarts the prefecture's probes. Here Yichun must be hiding a trump card. Has he secretly stockpiled illicit arms capable of shaking the prefecture? Gathered followers? Or perhaps in this barren mountain, using the sordid luck heaven granted him, he has quietly trained a force intended to overturn my Dezhou realm. What a child of destiny. Indeed, not to be trifled with. This time you must be slain. Continue the pursuit. Wang Hao said in a voice so low it brooked no contradiction. Without my command, no one is to move blade or firearm. I will see what monstrous thing lurks beneath this quagmire. They pressed forward for roughly another half hour. The mountain path grew ever more narrow, flanked by precipices hewn as if by axes. Suddenly Yu Huatian, who had been leading, lifted a hand. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately made a downward signal. Halt! The five of them swung silently from their horses. Pei Jingzhe and Wei Zhongxian were quick to clamp the animals' muzzles to prevent exhausted warhorses from whinnying. Through the dense scrub ahead, Wang Hao made out the scene. Yichun and his party had stopped before an apparently ordinary cliff face. Yichen's caution verged on pathological. He did not hurry forward. Instead, he circled beneath a few trees, scanning subtle marks at the roots. Then he walked to a particular bluestone and tapped its surface with the pommel of his knife in a measured rhythm. 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 more. A moment later, a hooting whistle like the cry of an owl sounded from behind the thick vines. At that note, Yichen's shoulders, tense all the way, finally relaxed. He signaled to his 4 guards. The 5 led their horses, parted the layered vines, and vanished straight into the cliff. Wang Hao's pupils constricted. A natural cavern, a trick. What a brilliant concealment. The 5 moved along the terrain like night cats and silently scaled a towering rock face to the side. Lying prone on the cold stone, Wang Hao overlooked the interior through gaps in the vines and glimpsed a vast valley that revealed a world within. Yu Huatian pressed himself to the rock like an ambushing gecko. He closed his slitted, beguiling eyes and pressed his ear to the stone, pushing his internal energy to the utmost. After the burning of half an incense, Yu Huatian snapped his eyes open. The usually placid depths of his gaze now shimmered with shock and murderous intent. Young master. Yu Weishan's voice was a mere breath projected into Wang Hao's ears by powerful inner force. The valley mouth appears unguarded, but in concealed cavities along the rock faces lie at least 8 heavy repeating crossbows and a dozen long hidden sentries. Wei Zhongxian drew a cold breath. Veins stood out on the back of his hand. Yu Huatian swallowed. What is more terrifying is the sound from within the valley. These are not the chaotic noises of common brigands, but the uniform cadence of marching feet. There are the clashes of fine iron and a synchronized breathing. That is a military formation. It is a fully armed corps of death warriors undergoing intense drill. And their number cannot be fewer than 3,000. The revelation struck Sun Li and Wei Zhongxian like a thunderclap. Within 100 li of the capital, tucked into the deep mountains, lay an elite rebel force of no less than 3,000. If one night these men burst from the mountains and charged the capital, the consequences would be unthinkable. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the somber mouth of the valley. The breeze tousled his temples but could not stir the palpable, violent, killing intent in his eyes. 3,000 private soldiers. Iron armor. Very good indeed. Yichun, you have not disappointed me. You are not merely an assassin but a thoroughgoing traitor and rebel. He turned his head slowly. My Dezhou realm has grown too complacent. Even curs and mongrels dare carve out fiefdoms under my very eyes. Wei Zhongxian, Yu Huatian, Pei Jingzhe. Present. Their eyes met his, cold as ancient ice. Record this terrain and its markers. Send my secret edict, mobilize the 6-town garrison, bring every rune firearm, and blazing oil the cavalry of the 4 garrisons, and all elite detachments of Dongchong and Jinyui. Have Hai Dafu and Chao Shaoqin bring the 2nd town's cleansing troops as well. Leave no survivors in this battle and let no word leak. I want this valley scorched so that not a blade of grass remains. Outside the capital, the fierce wind swept across the official road, carrying an oppressive aura of slaughter amidst the swirling dust. An hour later, the vast and cold war machine of the Great Zhou began to move under the command of the supreme ruler. Wei Zhongxian returned to the headquarters of the Eastern Factory and assembled the most elite 3,000 troops overnight. These 3,000 men were all martial arts experts, usually lurking in the shadows. At this moment, they were fully armed, donned in black, with long knives resembling 3,000 wolves catching the scent of blood. He hurried to the North Mountain camp, directly entering the main tent of Duke Wei Jing, the protector of the nation. Duke Wei, His Majesty has issued an edict, Wei Zhongxian said with a strained voice while holding the imperial edict. The 6 garrisons of the Forbidden Army, the 4 garrisons of cavalry, not a single cannon or gun from each garrison is to be left behind. Bring them all out. A total of 120,000 troops set off immediately. Wei Jing's eyelids twitched violently, his beard trembled as he exclaimed, Lord Wei, 120,000 troops, and all the rune artillery. This kind of display is meant to destroy the capital of the northern barbarians, to deal with a mere nest of bandits. Duke! Wei Zhongxian suddenly leaned in, staring intensely at him. This is the Emperor's death order. Duke Wei Jing's body stiffened. I will personally lead the men. Meanwhile, Yu Huatian of the Western Factory was not idle either. His handsome and eerie face flickered with excitement as he assembled 2,000 elite troops from the Western Factory. Then Yu Huatian turned and sought out the 3 major figures of the inner palace. Hai Dafu, Chao Shaoqin, and Chao Huachun. Gentlemen, how we usually scheme in the palace is our family matter, but today His Majesty is out conducting affairs and requires a display. Yu Huatian coldly smiled while playing with a dart in his fingertips. 2 garrisons of forbidden troops, 24,000 men mobilize immediately. Anyone who is slow and alerts that rebel will not see the sun rise tomorrow. Chao Shaoqin coughed twice, his eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. Rest assured, Lord Yu, I will pull up camp right away. Chao Shaoqin even drew out his long sword, grinning menacingly. 24,000 forbidden troops. We will make that group of rebels understand what it means to be caught in a net. Grand Lord Chao, His Majesty, wants you to lead the Imperial Guards to defend the Imperial City. Although Chao Huachun also wanted to go, he could not defy the Emperor's order and could only nod. On the other side of the valley, the commander of the Jinyui Pei Jingzhe, like a ghost in the night, led 5,000 elite Jinyui dressed in flying fish suits with embroidered spring knives, having quietly completed a flanking maneuver. Listen carefully. Pei Jingzhe lowered his voice, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. Block all exits. Not a single dog or bird is to be let out. Anyone who lets a living creature slip through will have to present their head. 96,000 forbidden troops, 24,000 clean troops, 5,000 Jinyui, and 5,000 troops from the Eastern and Western Factory. A total of 154,000 terrifying soldiers, including over 800 heavy rune artillery, and 24,000 rune musketeers, formed a steel torrent surrounding the originally small unnamed valley in layers, with 48,000 cavalry as a mobile force. At this moment, in the shadow of this forest, about to become a hellish battlefield, the supreme ruler of the Great Zhou, Wang Hao, was squatting without any dignity in a patch of wild grass. His fingertips gently tapped the hilt of the short knife at his waist. Tap, 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 at a slow rhythm. His gaze was as cold as ancient ice, fixated on the movements at the valley's entrance. Beside him, Sun Li was fidgeting. Your Majesty, I implore you to return to the palace. This is the stronghold of the rebel Yi Chan. It's too dangerous, truly too dangerous. You are a priceless treasure, the master of the world. How can you demean yourself by squatting here in the wild grass and braving the cold wind? As Sun Li spoke, he pounded his chest forcefully. I beg you. If it comes to it, just stay in the rear camp and drink tea. I will lead the troops in. I promise to personally twist that rebel Yi Chen's head off and kick it like a ball. Your Majesty, do not risk yourself. Wang Hao slightly turned his head, glancing at Sun Li, almost unable to suppress a laugh at his earnest and anxious expression. But internally, he was frantically launching a barrage of sarcasm. You go. Don't even think about it. Yi Chen is the son of destiny, the favored child of heaven. Do you believe that if you charge in with your men, now not only will you fail to twist his head off, but you will also send your own head along with the Great Zhou's fortune into his hands? Am I not familiar with you villains? You all usually so shrewd in the court play your schemes to perfection. But once you encounter a protagonist of this chosen one caliber, you will undoubtedly trigger the dumbing down aura. If you truly go, what will happen? I could guess even with my eyes closed. Clearly able to kill him with a single blow, yet you insist on adhering to the rules of the Jianghu. Clearly able to encircle and suppress, yet you insist on single combat. Clearly able to eradicate the root, yet you insist on showing mercy and letting the tiger return to the mountain. How many web novels have I read in my past life? How many powerful figures and ruthless villains have fallen to your sending head schemes? You want to suppress him. That's not called suppression. That's called sending warmth. It's like delivering experienced equipment, high-level skills, and elite troops right to the doorstep. You might even deliver a female character. Yi-chun is currently troubled by the lack of experience to level up. If you take people in, it's just providing him with a stepping stone for a cross-level counterattack. No, absolutely not. I am an emperor who has read countless refreshing novels, well aware of the protagonist's trait of becoming stronger in the face of adversity. And if they don't die, they will surely be rewarded later. Unless I personally lead the charge using materialist cannons and overwhelming firepower to teach him a lesson, it would not be stable with anyone else today. Wang Hao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the boiling sarcasm in his heart, his expression still as cold as iron. He said lightly, without room for rebuttal, "I will not leave, I will wait here." Sun Banban, shut your mouth, say, let's just watch the valley for me. Sun Li was rendered speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief. He wanted to bow down and plead again, but Wang Hao remained unmoved. Your Majesty. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Sun Li tried a softer approach. Then, let me stand in front of you, guarding you here. In case there are hidden weapons, I can at least block for you. Wang Hao pretended not to hear, slightly narrowing his eyes, staring intently at the valley's entrance. Suddenly Wang Hao's ears twitched slightly. With his current martial arts cultivation at the 4th level, even from afar, he keenly caught the sounds coming from the valley. He immediately held his breath and focused, clearly hearing the commotion deep within the valley. Suddenly Yi Chen's voice rang out in the center of the valley. The voice carried a sense of uncontainable, mysterious confidence. Brothers, heaven is helping me. Nowadays the capital is all about the stock market, and all the officials and aristocrats are focused on this matter. This is a great opportunity. Yi Chen's voice grew more fervent, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. We 8,000 brothers, each one is worth 10. Since that little foolish monarch has given us such a great opportunity, we should not wait any longer. There's no better day than today. Let's take advantage of the lax defenses in the capital to launch a surprise attack. You will be conferred titles and appointed to high offices, dividing the land and sealing borders. I, together with all of you brothers, will share the endless glory. But soon after, Yi Chen's highly inflammatory voice erupted again. Once we succeed, Yi Chen will recreate the world. All of you present will be the founding heroes of my new dynasty. You will be conferred titles and appointed to high offices, dividing the land and sealing borders. I, together with all of you brothers, will share the endless glory and wealth of this world. Brothers, follow me. Let's rebel. With this grand vision painted, the valley instantly fell into madness. Immediately the roar rose to the heavens, startling the birds in the mountains and forests to fly in panic. Kill the emperor. Seize the throne. Follow Brother Yi, let's enjoy the good life. Kill the foolish monarch. Rob the women. Break into the imperial city and seize the silver. Kill. 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 Listening to the earth-shattering slogans echoing in the valley, Wang Hao's mouth twitched violently before he let out a sarcastic, cold laugh. Deluded fantasies. Wang Hao slowly stood up, gently dusting off the dirt from his knees, then raised his hand, lightly gesturing in the air. From the dense forest behind, Pei Jingzhe appeared like a specter, kneeling on one knee. Order Wei Zhongxian and Wei Jing. Wang Hao's voice was low but carried a chilling, murderous intent. Load the cannons, ready the muskets. Everyone stay alert. At my command, prepare to send these people on their way. Outside the valley, in the western suburbs, the moon hung darkly in the sky, and the winds howled, carrying an air of lethal intent. Hundreds of thousands of troops were like an ancient beast lying in wait within the shadows, silencing all sounds. Even the war horses were muzzled, leaving only the rustling sound of flags in the wind. Wang Hao stood atop a high slope, his dark dragon robe swirling in the cold wind. Behind him, the head of the Imperial Ceremonial Office, along with the military leaders of the Imperial Guards, Sun Li, Wei Zhongxian, Yu Huayan, Hai Dafu, Chao Shaoqin, Wei Jing, and Pei Jingzhe, stood in a solemn line. They had been standing here for a full incense stick's worth of time, their gazes fixed intently on the mist-shrouded valley below. Pei Jingzhe's Jinhui had long since drawn their concealed weapons. Wei Zhongxian and Yu Weixian's 5,000 soldiers lurked like shadows at the flanks, while the 6 battalions of the Imperial Guards, personally supervised by the Duke of the State Wei Jing, arrayed themselves in a fan shape, armed with a total of 800 rune cannons, their dark muzzles gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen under the moonlight, while the cavalry of the 4 battalions stood guard around them. Wang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the Emperor's sword pressed against his waist, his fingertips lightly stroking the hilt. He gazed down at the serene valley below, recalling the wild claims he had heard from Yi Chun, while lying in ambush, shaking his head. Where did you learn such childish and lowly techniques of making promises from some third-rate roadside novel? While I in the Great Zhou strive diligently, you think to play a sneak attack on me. You must not know that I have not only read the script, but I am also the one who can tear it up and feed it to the dogs at any moment. You want to play the ultimate comeback. You want to break through at the last moment. You think the protagonist's aura will explode at the final hour. Sorry, but I have no intention of giving you that chance today. Wang Hao slowly raised his right hand, his voice not loud, yet it resonated through the silent night like thunder fire. Simple words seemingly declaring the end of a certain fate. In the next moment, the silence was thoroughly shattered. Boom! 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 800 rune cannons roared in unison, blinding flames illuminating several miles, as shells glowing with runes screamed through the air their speed, creating a sharp whistle that nearly pierced the eardrums. From above it appeared, as if 800 furious scarlet fire dragons simultaneously dove into the once boisterous valley. Inside the valley, the stronghold of the rebels. Yi Chun sat in a large chair covered with tiger skin, holding a golden cup surrounded by a dozen fierce-looking, fanatically eyed bandit leaders. Brothers, Yi Chun passionately declared, fervently brainwashing them that little Emperor Wang Hao is still playing financial warfare. He dreams of not knowing that we have already stabbed a dagger into his throat. As long as we storm into the palace the day after tomorrow, the throne of the Great Zhou will be ours. At that time, all the noble ladies of the capital and the treasures of the national treasury will be shared among the brothers. A bandit leader laughed heartily. Brother Yi is brilliant. That little emperor probably is still dreaming in his bed, unaware that we seek his life. Ha ha ha. The sounds of maniacal laughter echoed within the tent. Yi Chun took a proud sip of his wine, secretly calculating, according to my master's predictions, I am the reincarnation of the true dragon, and this battle is destined for victory. As long as I kill Wang Hao and seize the fortune of the Great Zhou, I can use it as a foundation to achieve supreme martial arts. His ascension plan had yet to reach the stage of selecting a consort when suddenly disaster struck. Boom! An unprecedented roar exploded from above, as if an invisible giant hand had instantly torn the main tent to shreds. Yi Chun felt an earth-shattering shockwave rushing towards him, the golden cup shattered instantly, and the spicy liquor splattered all over his face. He was hurled 3 meters away, crashing heavily against the rock wall, nearly displacing his internal organs at that moment. What is happening? The Earth Dragon has turned over. Yi Chun climbed up covered in dust and shouted in anger, but no one answered him. The next moment, a more intense roar followed. The once orderly campsite instantly transformed into a hell on earth. As the rune shells landed, tents were reduced to dust in the flames, and those rebels who had just been boasting of wealth and glory did not even have time to scream before being shredded by the massive shockwave. Where did the artillery come from? Where did this heavy firepower come from? Yi Chun clenched his fists tightly, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, as he looked at the apocalyptic scene before him, his mind buzzing in a void. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The main force of the Imperial Guards is being deleted. Such a scale of rune cannons would require mobilizing hundreds of them. How could that foolish Emperor Wang Hao have the audacity to drain his entire resources? Is he not afraid of a military coup in the capital? How could he possibly discover this place? Big brother, help me. My leg is gone. Where's the enemy? I can't see the enemy at all. The sounds of screams, explosions, and collapsing rocks intertwined. Those rebels who fancied themselves men willing to die were as fragile as ants doused in boiling water in the face of absolute firepower. They had originally thought it would be a blood-pumping melee with cold weapons, but their opponents were not playing on the same field. Yi Chun watched his once loyal brothers rolling in the sea of flames, shaking with rage. He felt a certain order collapse once more. The world that should have been under his control suddenly retaliated without reason. On the high slope outside the valley, Wang Hao coldly surveyed the inferno below. He could not hear Yi Chun's roars, but he could guess how desperate his opponent was at that moment. 150,000 troops surrounding without attacking, 800 cannons in a saturation strike. Even if I have to flatten this valley 3 feet deep today, I will not let you have a single chance to activate your protagonist's aura. Aren't you strong? Aren't you tough? Come try to clash Hedon with my rune shells. Your Majesty Wei Zhongxian leaned in his face full of flattery. The first round of concentrated fire has finished. The rebels in the valley have probably suffered heavy losses. Shall I lead people in to capture that Yichen? Wang Hao turned his head, looking at Wei Zhongxian with a gaze that indicated he was intellectually challenged. Rush in. Wei Zhongxian, have you grown senile? Wei Zhongxian was stunned, his smile frozen on his face. Your Majesty means, at a time like this, if that rebel leader counterattacks at the last moment and injures my elite forces, what then? Wang Hao pointed forward assertively. Is it that we are out of gunpowder, or have the cannons exploded? Tell Wei Jing to keep firing. Do not consider the cost of ammunition. Plow every inch of land in the valley for me. After plowing, plow it twice more. Wei Zongxian's heart sank, cold sweat dripping down his back. He thought he was already ruthless enough, but compared to the emperor's approach of leaving no escape and completely disregarding the rules of the martial world, he found himself as innocent as a little white flower. This servant will go convey the order. Continue firing. Do not stop. The roar of the cannons rose to a higher pitch. Yu Huatian stood to the side, watching Wang Hao's profile, turmoil rising in his heart. The emperor no longer was he the cautious youth in the depths of the palace, but a true tyrant who understood the essence of war and power, or rather a hunter with advanced thinking. Meanwhile, inside the valley, Yichun was almost going mad. The elite force he had painstakingly assembled of several thousand men was now reduced to a mere tenth. The remaining men were terrified, huddled in the crevices of the rocks like lambs awaiting slaughter. Wang Hao, you coward! Have the guts to come out and face me in a duel. Yichun howled to the heavens, his voice cutting through the gunfire filled with endless resentment. He felt it. Even though he was the child of destiny before a large-scale organized military strike, his little martial arts skills seemed laughable. Like a robust grasshopper facing a speeding heavy tank, there was no possibility except to be crushed. Big brother, let's escape. Through that small path in the back mountain, a bandit leader with a broken arm crawled to Yichun's feet, his face filled with desperation. Yichun ground his teeth, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. His ambitions had yet to even begin. He hadn't even touched the walls of the capital before being annihilated by this inexplicable artillery fire. Go. As long as I am alive, I am the nightmare of the Great Zhou. Yichun abruptly seized the bandit leader, using the cover of the explosions. His figure turned into a fleeting shadow as he frantically fled deep into the valley. On the high slope, Wang Hao seemed to sense something, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Pei Jingzhe, have your Jinui sealed off the back mountain? Yes, Your Majesty. Pei Jingzhe immediately knelt, his voice firm. I have set up 3 layers of ambush, not even a fly can escape. Very good. Wang Hao looked back at the valley engulfed in flames. Since the fish want to jump through the dragon gate, we shall go to the back mountain and personally snuff out this so-called dragon gate. He pressed the sword hilt, stepping down the high slope slowly. Each step fell in rhythm with the explosions, like a death god patrolling his territory. The first phase of artillery bombardment was nearing its end, and the true hunt was just beginning. Wang Hao knew that Yichun was not dead after all. That golden lotus of fortune was rushing towards the back mountain. Above the wilderness, dust swirled, and the yellow sands that obscured the sky seemed to draw the curtain for the impending slaughter. The formation of the Great Xia Imperial Army advanced steadily like a torrent of steel, with the sound of their boots striking the parched earth echoing ominously. The soldiers at the front of the artillery battalion wore uniform dark iron short armor, their expressions blank, resembling emotionless machines of slaughter. Charge! Turn these hounds of the court into minced meat. Then we can survive. A one-eyed bandit leader with a face full of flesh brandished his ghostly blade and roared like a broken gong. Behind him, tens of thousands of fierce bandits howled like wild dogs that had caught the scent of blood, brandishing various knives and axes, rushing forward with ferocious expressions. Relying on their numbers, they completely disregarded the Imperial army across from them, armed with their fire sticks. In their minds, fighting was simply a matter of who was stronger and louder. A bunch of softies with thin sticks. Watch me cleave you in half. Leading the charge, a bald man laughed maniacally, drool even spilling from the corner of his mouth in excitement, as if he could already envision himself triumphantly slaughtering through the enemy ranks. However, what awaited them was cold machinery and relentless discipline. The commander of the artillery battalion took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as an eagle locking onto the approaching bandits within range. He suddenly drew his sword, pointing it towards the sky, and with a surge of true energy, he bellowed, his voice piercing through the chaos, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier. Raise your guns. A synchronized sound of friction arose as thousands of artillery battalion soldiers simultaneously raised their rune-engraved fire guns. The gun stocks firmly pressed against their shoulders, the gun barrels held level, dark and hollow like the eyes of death, coldly watching the fierce bandits charging from a distance. Sunlight gleamed upon the cold gun bodies, reflecting a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine, while the air was already thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder. Aim! The soldiers' breaths steadied in an instant, their eyes locking onto the bandits who were still howling with unbearable curses. No one showed a hint of panic at the approaching enemy. This extreme calm exuded a suffocating sense of oppression from the entire artillery battalion. Fire! The commander swung down his sword with force. Bang! 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 At the command, 1,000 guns roared in unison. The deafening gunfire instantly split the sky like thunder on a clear day, startling the birds in the distance to scatter in panic. Gun barrels spat forth blazing tongues of fire and thick white smoke, the dense projectiles raining down like a storm, weaving an insurmountable barrier of lethal fire in midair. The bald man at the front, still grinning wildly, suddenly felt a violent jolt in his chest, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. He lowered his head, stunned to see several blood holes that had appeared out of thin air on his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. What? What kind of hidden weapon is this? Before he could even scream in agony, his body fell heavily to the ground like a broken sack, lifeless. Ah! My leg! My leg is broken! Help! My stomach has been pierced! The front-line bandits had no time to react, being mowed down in waves by the projectiles. Flesh and blood seemed so fragile before the cold weapons. Countless blossoms of blood blossomed tragically in the fleeing crowd, and the wails and cries quickly drowned out the earlier battle cries. Some were hit in vital spots, collapsing lifelessly, without a sound, or others had their limbs severed by large-caliber projectiles, rolling madly on the dusty ground, emitting heart-wrenching screams. With just one round of volleys, the bandits' charge was like crashing into an invisible meat grinder. A large swath of men at the front fell down like cut wheat bodies, piling on top of each other as the ground was instantly stained red with blood, forming glaring little streams. Seeing this, the bandits behind abruptly halted their advance. The one-eyed leader's eyes nearly bulged out, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. The arrogant and reckless spirit was instantly extinguished by this terrifying sight. What? What kind of sorcery is this? A bandit trembled all over, his knife clattering to the ground. They had never seen such a terrifying... There was no need for close-quarters combat, no need for desperate grappling. They hadn't even seen the enemy's face yet. A large number of their own had already died. This intangible deterrence, capable of taking lives from afar, was deadlier than any unparalleled master with a blade directly shattering their crude understanding. Shift positions. Raise your guns. In the artillery battalion, the first row of soldiers quickly stepped back to reload, while the second row coldly stepped forward once again, raising their dark barrels. Run! Run! This is divine punishment. It's the court's sorcery. It was unclear who screamed in despair. The morale plummeted like a burst balloon, shattering completely. The remaining tens of thousands of bandits completely lost their earlier bravery, their psychological defenses crumbling. They turned and fled in a panic, crying for their parents. In their desperation to outrun each other, they shoved and trampled one another, some even crazily swung their knives at the comrades blocking their way. Get out of the way! Don't block my path! The already chaotic formation of the bandits fell into utter disarray, trampling and pushing against one another, fleeing like lost dogs with no resistance whatsoever. Meanwhile, far behind the battlefield, Wang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in brilliant yellow armor. In front of him was a tightly sealed wall formed by thousands of heavily armored infantry, their finely crafted steel shields fitting together seamlessly, blocking all flying debris and stray bullets, ensuring the absolute safety of this great Xia emperor. Wang Hao watched the one-sided slaughter unfolding before him with cold indifference, not a ripple of emotion crossing his face. The scene of blood and flesh, flying of wails echoing across the field, appeared to him merely as a precisely executed cleansing procedure. Your Majesty, the rebel army has completely collapsed. Shall we let the cavalry pursue and hunt them down? The commander of the Imperial Army knelt on one knee beside him, his eyes filled with fervor for this new type of weapon and reverence for the emperor. No rush, let the bullets fly a little longer. Wang Hao curled his lips into a cold smile. He scoffed inwardly at these rebels, thinking they could challenge the state machinery with mere passion and a few farming skills. He felt no pity for these bandits who disrupted the region, harmed the people, and sought to overthrow the imperial authority. This is the fate that awaits those who commit crimes in this era. No matter how skilled one might be, a single bullet could take them down, no matter how numerous they were covered by firepower. Wang Hao looked coldly at the carnage from between the gaps in the shields, not a flicker of emotion stirring in his eyes. Rushing forward against a line of firearms with flesh and blood. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru, Wang Hao coldly mocked inwardly. He had not an ounce of compassion for these rebels. Within the range of artillery, there is only truth. Under the coverage of fire, there is only imperial authority. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the rule I wish to establish for the entire world. Today, he not only aimed to kill but also to strike at the heart. He intended to make all the ambitious individuals in the world realize that before the rune weapons of the Great Xia, all personal bravery was but a joke. At the edge of a chaotic battlefield behind a lowlying earthen mound, Yi Chun was drenched in blood, his long sword firmly propped against the ground, its blade even dulled from the strain. He gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently, barely holding himself up without collapsing. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yi Chen's eyes widened, filled with a scarlet hue, the corners of his eyes tearing from overwhelming anger and despair, oozing tiny droplets of blood. As he witnessed everything unfolding before him, it felt as though the entire world was collapsing. Before him, those he had gathered to form his foundation. Brothers who had once pledged to drink and feast with him, vowing to assist him in overthrowing tyranny and creating a great legacy, were falling one by one like ants crushed beneath a foot amidst the roaring of firearms. Big Brother! His most trusted aide, Nyo, half of his body, shattered by a barrage of bullets, reached out his desperate hand. Before Yi Chun could rush over, another volley swept through, and Nyo's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving no trace. No! Yi Chun let out a heart-wrenching howl, his voice intermingled with bitterness, pain, and madness. He could not accept this reality. He was the child of destiny. Since childhood, he had encountered extraordinary fortunes, picking up secret manuals from cliffs, purchasing divine artifacts on the streets, and receiving guidance and affection wherever he went. His martial arts cultivation sword reaching the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the martial path at a young age, hailed by countless people as the pride of the heavens. When he raised his army to rebel, it should have been a call to arms, smooth, sailing all the way into the imperial city, trampling the incompetent and tyrannical young emperor beneath his feet to establish his empire. But now, he hadn't even seen the emperor's face, and the proud tens of thousands of troops he commanded were being slaughtered like pigs and dogs before a group of ordinary soldiers wielding iron rods. This extreme disparity was more painful than being cut with a knife. As his mind shattered, Yi Chen's aura became extremely violent and chaotic. He could clearly feel that the fortunes that had always favored him, mysterious and ethereal, were undergoing a terrifying transformation. The golden aura that had surrounded him, visible only to those who could read the chi, was now rolling violently like a turbulent sea. That golden light, which had once warmed and sheltered him, turning calamities into blessings, began to flicker, emitting a burdensome crackling sound with dark cracks forming on its surface. As the favored child of the Tao, who had lived a life of ease, how could he endure such a dimensional blow? He had never experienced such a devastating defeat, powerless to retaliate, nor had he ever witnessed all his loved ones perish before his eyes in a single day. This despair deep within his soul and the complete collapse of his self-awareness triggered a backlash. Pooh! Yi Chun felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The spiritual energy that had originally flowed smoothly within him now surged wildly, like a runaway horse rampaging through his meridians, tearing his internal organs apart. Fortune backlash. I refuse to accept this. Yi Chun will never concede. Like a lone wolf trapped in a desperate situation, Yi Chun howled to the heavens, utterly consumed by madness. He abruptly drew the long sword from the ground, disregarding the chaotic true chi surging within him, and the excruciating pain of the backlash, his eyes locking onto the dragon flag representing the emperor of the Great Xia hundreds of meters away. Dog Emperor, I will make you pay for my brothers. I will die together with you. Yi Chen's figure surged forward, transforming into a blood-red shadow, charging madly towards Wang Hao at the rear of the firearms camp. After all, he was a peak expert of the chi channeling realm. This dash was incredibly fast sword energy, slicing through the air, vowing to drag Wang Hao down to hell with him. Protect the emperor. The commander of the Imperial Guards exclaimed in shock. Yet, in this age, no matter how skilled one was, they feared a rain of bullets. Just as Yi Chun charged less than 50 steps, a dense volley of gunfire descended upon him like a rain of arrows. Hundreds of flintlock guns simultaneously aimed at him, the fast-moving target. Even if Yi Chen's movement techniques were exquisite and his true chi protective, he appeared powerless in the face of the absolute barrage. The dense bullets exploded into deep craters around him, sending dirt flying. He frantically swung his long sword, clanging against a few bullets, but the immense force still caused his hands to bleed, nearly disarming him. Pooh! A bullet grazed past his thigh, tearing flesh. Ugh! Yi Chun grunted, stumbling, his speed instantly slowing. Subsequently, more bullets blocked his retreat, forcing him to roll on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade. His once elegant hero's robe was now reduced to tatters covered in mud and blood. As a peak expert of the chi-channeling realm, he was actually suppressed by a group of ordinary soldiers to the point where he couldn't even lift his head, unable to advance even a single meter. Every attempt to force his way through was met with merciless bullets, driving him back, more and more bloody holes appearing on his body, blood gushing forth, taking away the last remnants of his strength. Wang Hao, who had been hiding behind the heavily armored infantry, watched as Yi Chun, like a monkey, jumped around amidst the hail of bullets in a dire state, a mocking smile finally curling at the corners of his mouth. He reached for a simple metal megaphone handed to him by a nearby eunuch, cleared his throat, and gathered his inner strength. His voice, amplified through the megaphone, pierced through the wind and gunfire, clearly striking Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chun, what nonsense about destiny? Before my firearms you are nothing but a piece of moving rotten meat. Can your ridiculous chivalrous spirit withstand my volley of bullets? Hearing these words, Yi Chun, lying in the mud, trembled all over, anger causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood, the light in his eyes dimming further. Wang Hao stood tall, casually tossing aside the megaphone. He slightly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, an invisible wave of profound energy emanating from him. The Emperor's Qi observation technique activate. A brilliant golden light flickered deep within Wang Hao's pupils. In an instant, the entire battlefield transformed in his eyes. An intangible sensation spread out his gaze, piercing through the smoke, locking onto Yi Chun. In Wang Hao's sight, the once sun-like golden lotus of fortune, above Yi Chen's head, was now in disarray. The golden aura roiled violently with faint golden light, desperately trying to repair the damage inflicted by the heavens, mixed with the intense black death energy born from great setbacks and shattered mental state. That aura was being devoured madly by the darkness, its edges constantly collapsing. What a great backlash! Wang Hao coldly chuckled inwardly. If Yi Chun were at his peak, forcing him to kill would have certainly triggered a strong intervention from the Taoist fortune. Be it a gun barrel exploding or a meteor suddenly crashing down on the Imperial Guards, in short, he would not die. But now, with Yi Chen's shattered mental state, damaged foundation, and chaotic fortune, this was the perfect opportunity Wang Hao, the villain emperor, had been waiting for. Wang Hao slowly raised his hand, gripping the heavenly emperor's sword at his waist, a symbol of ultimate imperial power. The imperial true qi surrounding him began to surge violently like an awakened furious dragon. Heavenly Tao, today I shall slay your beloved son. Wang Hao's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, preparing to completely harvest this aura, severing Yi Chen's last thread of life, and ensuring no future troubles. Open fire. Pei Jingzhe, too disdainful to engage personally, waved his hand coldly. The Imperial Guard's Ordnance Battalion at the perimeter raised their guns at once. But this time they did not load ordinary lead balls. These were the Daxia Armory's latest creations. Rune firearms etched with armor-piercing array patterns. Bang, bang, bang. With ear-splitting reports, several rune-glinting projectiles tore the protective qi the four Tongqiao realm bodyguards boasted about collapsed like paper before the rune bullets pierced through in an instant. PFF, PFF. With sickening dull sounds, the four bodyguards who had surged forward froze, staring in disbelief at bullseyed wounds in their chests. The rune bullets not only tore through their flesh, but the accompanying destructive force shredded their heart meridians. Without a single last word, the four masters of the Zheng, who fell sprawled in pools of blood, utterly lifeless. The remaining bandits, still clinging to the perimeter, were petrified at the sight, their courage shattered. They howled and tried to scatter, but the Imperial heavy infantry and armored cavalry screening the perimeter intercepted them like herding sheep. Blades flashed in a frantic dance, heads tumbled, hooves trampled. One by one, the remnants were mercilessly slaughtered. None escaped that field of carnage. At the very center of the encirclement, Yi Chun was at the end of his strength. Hair disheveled, drenched in blood. He fought like a trapped animal, his long sword wavering, as he desperately parried attacks from all sides. Far off, Wang Hao watched Yi Chen's stubborn resistance and felt a chill. He remembered clearly that months ago, when they had besieged Yi Chun, the boy had only just broken through the 5th tier of martial cultivation. Yet now, in such a short time, he had somehow surged to the peak of the Tongqiao realm. Such absurd speed of cultivation. No wonder he's called the child of destiny, a walking anomaly, Wang Hao thought, astonished. Wang Hao's expression turned stone cold. If this one does not die today, he will become a grave menace tomorrow. He must not be granted a single breath of respite. Sun Li, seize him for me, tear him apart. Wang Hao ordered without hesitation. At once, Your Majesty, replied Sun Li, the Imperial Palace's foremost expert, a 7th-tier martial master emerging from the shadows. In a flash, Sun Li appeared before Yi Chun, as if by teleportation. An overwhelming oceanic aura radiated from him, a pressure far exceeding everyone present. He gripped a heavy long blade with both hands, eschewing any flourish. Relying on absolute mastery and the roar of wind and thunder, he brought the blade down upon Yi Chen's head. Already grievously injured and suffering fate's backlash drained by Pei Jingzhe, and the others, Yi Chen finally flashed a trace of despair at the full-force strike from a 7th-tier peerless master. He clenched his teeth, squeezing out the last of his true chi, and raised his sword to block. Clang! Crack! The deafening clash of metal rang out. Yi Chen's treasured sword uttered a mournful cry as it was cleaved in two. Sun Li's terrible blade chi pierced through him like lightning. PFT. Yi Chen's sternum collapsed, several ribs fractured. A mouthful of blood laced with viscera burst forth. He flew backward like a kite with its string cut, slamming into the mud and digging a deep crater. He tried to rise, eyes still clinging to life, but his body could not summon a trace more strength. He lay down with hatred in his heart, barely breathing, a guttering candle ready to be snuffed out. The outcome was decided. One more stroke would consign this child of destiny to absolute ruin. Yet, at that fatal, decisive moment, something strange occurred. Those who had been poised to swarm and grind Yi Chen into paste, Wei Zhongxian, Yuhua Tian, Pei Jingzhe, and the rest, suddenly halted midstep for reasons none could fathom. For an instant their eyes glazed with bewilderment, and then, as if heaven itself had cast a bewildering light upon them, they collectively stopped their actions. They sheathed their weapons and with irritating leisure formed a circle above the fallen Yi Chen. Then, impossibly, they began to mock him. Wei Zhongxian curled a finger and sneered in a shrill voice, "Oh ho, is this not the famous hero Yi? How come you lie before us like a dead dog? Where has your boast gone?" Yuhua Tian toyed with the silver needle in his hand and snapped in a sarcastic tone, "What so-called child of destiny? Just a provincial bumpkin overestimating himself, daring to provoke heaven. It's laughable." Pei Jingzhe stuck his blade into the ground, folded his arms, and snorted, "With your pitiful cultivation, you think you can oppose his majesty? Next life, open your eyes wider." He rattled on contemptuously. The villains bickered and traded barbs, launching a perverse villain critique session. Yet no one moved to deliver the killing blow to Yi Chen. "What the hell are you all doing?" Wang Hao, watching from the rear, felt his eye twitch and rage rise. He nearly spat blood. He was close to madness. These fools, fighting a boss and not finishing it. What are they reciting lines for? Haven't they read enough tales? It was obvious heaven was intervening to stall for the child of destiny. Wang Hao did not hesitate any longer. Oh, he knew he could wait no more. He shoved aside a heavy armored infantryman, drew the Tianzi sword with a clang, channeled imperial chi throughout his body, and launched himself forward like an arrow loosed from a string. Only one thought burned in him: so long as he was a child of destiny, he must die. Only when the child of destiny was truly dead would it be a proper death. "Die for me." Wang Hao leapt high, the Tianzi sword cleaving the air with ruthless sword chi aimed straight for Yi Chen's throat. The tip hovered less than 10 centimeters from his windpipe. Beyond hope, even a great Luo immortal could not save him then. No one had perceived the arrival of the shadow. The martial aura it exuded was terrifying beyond measure. No one had perceived the arrival of the shadow. The martial aura it exuded was terrifying beyond measure, surpassing even Sun Li. It was a suffocating presence that made the soul tremble. "Your Majesty, watch out." Sun Li and Xiao Shaoqin roared, eyes wide, and lunged. But it was already too late. Before Wang Hao could react, the shadow casually thrust out a palm. Seemingly ordinary, that palm carried cataclysmic true chi, striking Wang Hao like an avalanche. Bang! Wang Hao had no time to form a defense. The savage force struck and sent him flying like a cannonball through the air. Yet the shadow's assault did not relent. The shadow tracked him with relentless grace. As Wang Hao lost balance, hands blurred into a storm of palm strikes, a dozen blows unleashed in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. Each palm landed with bone-cracking weight. Wang Hao's eyes bulged as he vomited a mouthful of dark blood. His body slammed through a rear earthen wall, crashing into the rubble beyond. His armor shattered to powder, his skeleton splintered. He was beaten into a near-lifeless heap, utterly broken. His breath dwindled to a whisper. He had been reduced to a quivering ruin, stripped of all ability to move. "Your Majesty!" The Dasha forces at once erupted into madness. Whether Imperial Guard commanders, Jinui, or Dongchang agents, all eyes reddened with fury. To see the Emperor struck down was an offense worthy of extermination. Kill him, tear him limb from limb. The roar of hundreds of thousands rose like a tsunami, surging toward the black figure. At that moment, Yi Chen, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, felt a familiar presence. He forced his swollen eyes open and looking at the dark figure managed a terrible pained smile. Utterly weak, he whispered, "Master." Then his head lolled and he slipped into unconsciousness. The silhouette wore a long robe, its face hidden. It paid no heed to the surging soldiers, merely snorted, and a terrifying shockwave pitched the foremost hundreds of troops into the air. Bending, the figure scooped up the unconscious Yi Chun with one arm. In a flash he became a streak of light. His power was so overwhelming that the encirclement of hundreds of thousands seemed paper-thin. Like a tiger among sheep, he cleaved through the ring with inexorable force, trampling countless soldiers beneath his feet. In a few bounds, he vanished with Yi Chun into the distant misty forest. Only a litter of corpses, the howling Imperial guards, and a battlefield of ruin remained. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away at Daxia's Gonquan Palace, within the heavily guarded Gonquan Hall. On a jade platform at the hall's center sat a substitute death doll plastered with yellow talismans. Suddenly there came a sharp snap. The doll trembled violently, its surface spiderwebbing with cracks, and then it burst forth with a blinding blood-red radiance. When the bloodlight faded, the wooden doll had miraculously assumed the likeness of Wang Hao. But this Wang Hao was a ruin. Bones shattered, blood pouring. Having taken the mortal blow meant for the real Wang Hao, it then disintegrated into powder and entered its cooldown phase. At the battlefield's edge amid the rubble, the real Wang Hao, previously presumed crushed and broken, felt a sliver of life return the instant the substitute doll activated. The mortal wounds transferred away. Wang Hao drew a cold breath, opened his eyes, hacked up blood, and struggled upright from the ruins. He had not died, but the memory of every rib being shattered lingered, etched painfully in his mind. He looked toward the distant forest where the shadow had disappeared, wiping blood from his mouth, and cursed the heavens ferociously. "Damn you, heaven! Have you no shame? Hitting the younger to spare the elder? This tired trick? You're a two-faced fraud." Wang Hao panted, his eyes aflame with renewed madness and the lust for battle. He had long suspected that killing a child of destiny would never be straightforward. Some mysterious elder or hidden master would inevitably appear to save him, which was why he had prepared the uncanny substitute doll in the palace beforehand. Very well, Wang Hao ground his teeth and smiled coldly. The killing intent in his gaze was almost palpable. "If heaven wants to play, I will play to the end." Yi Chen's master did not appear by accident. The real contest is only beginning. We'll see whether your divine interventions are more numerous or whether my Daxia's warships and cannons are. On the battlefield, still shrouded in smoke, the muddy ground was thoroughly stained a dark red with blood. Wang Hao, expressionless, stepped into this hellish scene, surrounded by heavily armored elite soldiers. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the intense stench of blood. Amidst the broken walls and debris lay the corpses of the soldiers of the Great Xia. Just moments ago, Yi Chen's mysterious master had torn apart the encirclement with nothing but a palm strike from afar, and the terrifying shockwave released during the breakout. "Your Majesty!" Wei Jing knelt on one knee, his voice tinged with barely concealed sorrow, and rage, his armor stained with enemy blood. "The casualty count is complete. That old thief's breakout resulted in over 2,000 of our troops being killed on the spot, and more than 800 severely injured. The total casualties amount to nearly 3,000. 3,000. Hearing this number, Wang Hao's hands, which were resting behind his back, clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the force. Good, what a martial arts master, what a one who takes from the young to the old. Wang Hao laughed in anger, his eyes devoid of fear, only a frenzied murderous intent akin to a beast whose territory had been invaded. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding soldiers, who, although angered, still bore a residual instinctive fear of the unparalleled master. Wang Hao's mind raced. As a time traveler deeply versed in the ways of emperors and the art of cunning, he understood all too well what needed to be done at this moment. Fear would spread, morale would plummet. Only interests and hatred could solidify this army firmly to his chariot. "Hai Dafu!" Wang Hao suddenly raised his voice, employing his true energy to make his words reverberate across the battlefield. "The old servant is here." Hai Dafu hurriedly bent forward. "Convey my decree." Wang Hao surveyed the entire army, his voice booming like a great bell, each word ringing clear. "All soldiers who participated in today's battle, regardless of rank, even those auxiliary soldiers stationed for perimeter duty, will each receive 50 silver coins. This money will not pass through the Ministry of Revenue, but will come directly from my treasury. It must be distributed to every soldier within 3 days. Anyone who dares to withhold even a half-copper coin shall be executed along with their 9 clans." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence, followed by an intense gasp of astonishment. 50 silver coins. That was equivalent to the military salary of an ordinary soldier for 2 to 3 years. But Wang Hao's rewards did not end there. He took a deep breath, his tone becoming somber and grave. The brothers who fell today, all of them were loyal to me and sacrificed their blood for the Great Xia. I shall not be stingy. The families of all fallen soldiers will each receive 500 silver coins in consolation. Additionally, they will be rewarded with 30 acres of good land based on their military contributions, and the eldest son shall directly inherit their military position. For those without sons, the local government must support their parents until the end of their days. With that, boom. If the earlier 50 silver coins were shocking, then the 500 silver coins along with land and titles felt like a meteor crashing into the deep sea, stirring up a wave of fervent excitement. 500 silver coins were enough for an ordinary family to buy a large courtyard in the suburbs and live comfortably for a lifetime. In a world where lives were as cheap as grass, when did an emperor ever regard the lives of common soldiers as anything of worth? When someone died, they would at most be given a little pocket change to settle things. But now the emperor not only offered them unimaginable wealth, but also took care of their family's future. Wang Hao watched as the soldier's eyes gradually filled with emotion, silently thinking, what is money? Once I uncover the secrets behind Yichun and those family sects, how much do I not have? Using this little money to buy the unwavering loyalty of hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, this was a deal that was simply a steal. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! It was unclear who shouted first, but soon a deafening roar surged into the sky. Hundreds of thousands of troops, regardless of whether they were injured or not, simultaneously knelt in the blood and mud. The fear in their eyes was swept away, replaced by fervent admiration and a loyalty akin to that of sworn soldiers. We are willing to die for the emperor. Kill all the rebels. Listening to the tsunami-like oath, Wang Hao felt immensely satisfied inside, yet maintained the dignified demeanor of a grieving emperor on his face, waving his hand to return to the palace. Half an hour later, at the Gongquan Palace of the Great Xia, Wang Hao dismissed everyone, standing alone in front of the jade platform in the Gongquan Hall. On the platform, a small pile of wood turned to powder silently recounted the perilous scene from not long ago. Ha! Wang Hao exhaled a long breath, recalling the dozens of palm strikes that old man had landed on him, and he still felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for his foresight in binding the death trap substitute doll early on this moment, he, the emperor of the Great Xia, would already be a cold corpse. Child of destiny. Heaven's protection. Wang Hao kicked away a nearby seat, the nameless anger that had been suppressed in his heart flaring up once more, growing more furious with each thought. Why should Yichun, after causing trouble, simply shout, "Master, save me," and have an old monster come to bail him out? Why must I, a mighty king ruler of the realm, suffer such a silent grievance? Wang Hao paced back and forth in the hall, his gaze dark, his mind racing. With Yichun having an old monster to protect him, sending regular troops and skilled subordinates would only be offering himself as a meal. To deal with magic, one must use magic. To confront an old monster, one must deploy an even older, more perverse monster. So it's about the background, is it? About the thick thighs, is it? Wang Hao stopped abruptly, a cold smile breaking out, revealing 3 parts darkness and 7 parts madness. Yichun, you think you have a mysterious wild master? Do you think the foundation of my Great Zhou Dynasty, built over hundreds of years, is weak? Do you think I don't have old acquaintances? My ancestors are greater, thicker, and harder than your old monster. A glint of brilliance flickered in Wang Hao's eyes as a brilliant plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He not only wanted to reclaim his dignity, but also to utilize this setback to create another grand spectacle in the court. Come, summon the chief eunuch of the palace, Zhang Li. Zhang Li hurriedly crossed the threshold, kneeling down. As soon as he entered the hall, the old servant greets your majesty. At this moment, Wang Hao had changed into a plain white robe, even having forced a few streaks of red blood into his eyes using his inner strength. He looked as if he were enveloped in an indescribable exhaustion and sorrow. Zhang Li, you are to go to the cabinet. Wang Hao's voice was hoarse, as if he were a son who had just experienced great sorrow. Convey my words, telling them that I left the city today inspired by the scenery outside the city. I suddenly felt an overwhelming longing for the late emperor. Just the thought of the late emperor's image causes me great heartache, robbing me of sleep and rendering my meals tasteless. As a son, I am unable to fulfill my filial duties at the feet of the late emperor. This is the utmost unfilial act. Zhang Li knelt on the ground, momentarily stunned by the words. The late emperor. Your Majesty, aren't you always annoyed by the late emperor? How could you suddenly miss him so deeply? However, as the emperor's loyal dog, he naturally did not dare to ask a single question, only bowing his head to the ground. The old servant obeys. I will go at once. Wait. Wang Hao interrupted him, a sly smile curling at his lips. You tell the cabinet that I have decided to personally visit the royal tomb tomorrow morning to pay my respects to the late emperor as a show of complete filial piety. As for the grand court meeting originally scheduled for tomorrow, it will be postponed for 3 days. This, Zhang Li's heart raced. The grand court meeting was the highest level conference of the state. To postpone it just like that, wouldn't the officials in the cabinet go into an uproar? Yet feeling the coldness radiating from Wang Hao, he could only swallow his words. The old servant will carry out the order. Watching Zhang Li retreat, Wang Hao sat back on the wide dragon throne, closed his eyes, and lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythm of tap-tap. This was certainly not a simple postponement of the meeting, but a carefully considered scheme. Firstly, going to the royal tomb to shake people would take time. He wouldn't be able to return in time for the grand court meeting. Secondly, Yi Chen's incident had definitely spread throughout the capital, and those treacherous officials in the court would likely be preparing to laugh at him during tomorrow's grand court meeting, even seizing the opportunity to criticize his military maneuvers and let the rebel leader escape. However, what if he raised the banner of filial piety? In the Great Zhou Dynasty, governing the state through filial piety was the foundation of the nation. An emperor postponing a meeting to honor his deceased father, who would dare to utter a word against it. Within this moral framework, even officials who had objections would have to force themselves to hold their tongues. Who would dare to speak up at such a critical moment? That would be an act of great treachery, obstructing the emperor's filial piety. They would be condemned. Half an hour later, in the cabinet's duty room under the dim candlelight, the chief minister Zhuge Huaiqin was pinching his brow, troubled by the mountain of memorials piled before him. For tomorrow's grand court meeting, the emperor is sure to create trouble. As the chief minister caught between the imperial authority and the officialdom, he felt utterly overwhelmed, and he had yet to devise a response to the backlash from the aristocratic officials. Just then Zhang Li arrived with the imperial edict. After hearing the decree that the emperor, overwhelmed by the memories of the late emperor, has postponed the grand court meeting to pay respects at the mausoleum, the entire cabinet fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Zhuge Huaiqin was initially taken aback, but then his eyes sparkled with ecstatic light. Postponed for 3 days. This was like a timely rain in a drought. 3 days would be enough for him to sort out the factions and fortify his defenses. The emperor is truly the most filial son throughout history. Though Zhuge Huaiqin was straightforward as a man of wit, he could bend the rules when needed. He swiftly became emotional and deeply bowed towards the direction of the palace, saying, "I have heard that your majesty is grieving, and I too am heartbroken. Your majesty governs the world with filial piety. This is a blessing for the Great Xia and for all the people." He turned to the cabinet ministers present and declared with righteous fervor, "Gentlemen, this act of pure filial piety by His Majesty is indeed a hallmark of a wise ruler. According to the traditions of the Great Zhou, filial piety touches the heavens. As loyal subjects, we should share His Majesty's burdens. Tomorrow I shall draft an official document to proclaim to the world, extolling His Majesty's virtuous filial conduct." The lower-ranking officials were no fools and immediately echoed his sentiments. In no time, the cabinet was filled with praises for the emperor's filial heart. Meanwhile, in another residence, the deputy minister of the cabinet and the leader of the aristocratic faction, Zhang Wuji, upon hearing this news, was so enraged that he smashed his beloved inkstone. Bang! The black ink splattered everywhere as Zhang Wuji huffed and puffed his chest, heaving violently, pointing towards the palace and cursing, "Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. He misses the late emperor. Is that what he calls missing the late emperor?" Zhang Wuji paced angrily in his study, his teeth grinding together. Who doesn't know that this little tyrant just mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops to besiege the rebels, only to be crushed by the rebels' master and returned in disgrace? Beaten, humiliated, and now he runs to the mausoleum in the middle of the night, clearly to seek parental guidance, to cry to those old monsters in secluded meditation. Zhang Wuji was furious to the point of explosion. "You think you're so noble? You think you're so great, going to fight and still want to wear the cloak of filial piety? Now look, all the impeachment documents I prepared for tomorrow are rendered useless. Who would dare to impeach an emperor who goes to pay respects to his father?" Zhang Wuji felt frustrated watching his nemesis Zhuge Huaiqin not only catch his breath, but also ride the wave, embellishing that little tyrant into a pure filial sage. That feeling of having a knife to one's throat, yet being told to praise the wielder's skill, made Zhang Wuji's throat sweeten, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wang Hao's moral manipulation and delay tactics directly achieved a dimensionality reduction strike in the court. The next morning, just as dawn broke, a grand procession, deliberately maintaining a solemn demeanor, exited the northern gate of the Great Xia Imperial City, heading straight for the royal mausoleum located at Baimu Mountain. Wang Hao sat upright in the spacious imperial sedan chair, meditating with his eyes closed. On either side of the sedan, led by Sun Li, the star eunuchs accompanied him. Surrounding them was a fully armed contingent of 10,000 imperial guards, their banners blocking out the sun, encircling Baimu Mountain so tightly that not a drop of water could leak through. Upon reaching the palace outside the late emperor's mausoleum, Wang Hao took a deep breath, preparing to muster his emotions. He silently repeated 3 times in his heart, "I am an orphan, my life is so miserable," and his eyes instantly turned red. "Open the door." The heavy bronze door swung open and Wang Hao declined the assistance of Wei Zhongxian, staggering and stumbling into the ancestral hall, dedicated to the imperial ancestors of the Great Xia. Inside the hall, the everlasting lamps flickered brightly, emanating an ancient aura. As soon as he entered the hall, Wang Hao slid to his knees, heavily collapsing onto the central mat, the sound making even the eunuchs outside wince in sympathy for his knees. "Ancestors, the unfilial descendant Wang Hao has come to see you." Wang Hao raised his voice in a wail, his sound piercingly sorrowful, evoking tears from listeners, channeling the spirit of an Oscar-winning actor and pouring forth intense emotion. He first looked up at the tablet of the late emperor, wiping his tears as he began his reporting of merits. "Father, ancestors, since inheriting the Great Xia throne, we have worked tirelessly day and night without a moment's respite. Look at the state of our internal treasury now. We used to struggle to make ends meet, but the descendants have boldly reformed the finances, captured several corrupt officials, established royal enterprises, and endured the scorn of the scholars to create a tax bureau, extending the power of the 6 ministries down to the grassroots to collect commercial taxes. Now the Great Xia treasury has shown signs of improvement, and peace reigns across the 4 seas." Wang Hao's words seemed to express grievances, but the core idea was singular. "I am an exceptionally outstanding CEO, and under my leadership the performance of the Great Xia company is booming and my value of existence is extremely high." After reporting the KPIs, Wang Hao suddenly shifted his tone to one of utter grievance and misery, tears streaming down his face. "But despite the wisdom and diligence of the descendants, there are still those who cannot bear to see the Great Xia prosper. That rebel named Yi Chun has colluded with the underworld forces and repeatedly attempted to assassinate me. In order to defend the Great Xia, I personally led troops to besiege him, and just as we were about to bring him to justice, the result." Wang Hao pounded his chest and cried uncontrollably. "The result is that he is unprincipled. He called upon his master, an old monster whose age is beyond reckoning. My tens of thousands of troops were utterly powerless against him, resulting in over 3,000 soldiers dead and wounded. If it weren't for my good fortune carrying a life-saving treasure today, my tablet would have already been placed beside my father." As he spoke passionately, Wang Hao collapsed on the ground, wailing, "My father left early, and in this world I am unloved by my grandmother and grandfather, struggling alone to uphold this empire, yet I am bullied by those old monsters outside. Why is my fate so bitter? Ancestors, if you do not show your divine power, the Great Xia will be taken away, and your mausoleums will be dug up." The 7 eunuchs who followed in behind, all of whom were adept at reading the room, immediately understood what they needed to do upon witnessing the emperor's fervent performance. The 7 of them knelt in unison behind Wang Hao, instantly becoming the ultimate comedic support, crying out in grief. Wei Zhongxian, holding his delicate fingers, cried so hard that his false eyelashes were about to fall off. "Late Emperor, please open your eyes and see your majesty is suffering. For the sake of the Great Xia, your majesty hasn't even had a hot meal." Yu Huatian, with reddened eyes, gritted his teeth. "That old thief bullies our young emperor. It is utterly inhuman." Chao Shaoqin even bowed his head vigorously. "I beseech the ancestors to take a stand for his majesty." In an instant, the entire hall was filled with cries that shook the heavens, a wailing that rendered the atmosphere to its utmost intensity. Just as Wang Hao cried until his throat nearly smoked, cursing the old men for not appearing, a voice like thunder suddenly echoed from the depths of the hall. "Enough! Stop wailing!" This voice, laced with an extremely terrifying martial pressure, directly sent the 7 eunuchs reeling, their blood surging. Only Wang Hao felt a gentle force lifting him up. "You little brat, weren't you supposed to be dead? Why are you crying here?" An old yet powerful voice reverberated through the vast hall. "The tricks in your belly are far more than your useless father." Before the words had faded, a ripple like water appeared in the void behind the hall. Following that, 9 figures materialized like phantoms in front of the ancestral tablets. Leading them was a stout old man with white hair and beard resembling an iron tower, accompanied by a gaunt elder who emanated an aura of authority even without anger. Wang Hao gazed at these 9 ancient beings, their presences as deep as an unfathomable abyss, and instantly feigned an expression of extreme shock and joy, shouting, "Great-grandfather, royal grandfather, and esteemed uncles, why have you all emerged from seclusion? Wasn't it said that you wouldn't break your deathly isolation unless the clan's survival was at stake? In truth, Wang Hao's heart was already bursting with joy, so excited, he could hardly contain himself. It worked. I finally cried these ancient ones out. Wang Hao laughed maniacally in his heart. Humph, how can elders not support their juniors? Watching their descendants struggle while refusing to help, what kind of royal legacy is that? As for my father being a foolish monarch, what does that have to do with me? Blood is thicker than water, you know. The emergence of the ancient beings marked the official beginning of Wang Hao's counterattack. The 9 elders of the Daxia royal lineage appeared in unison, and the air in the ancestral hall seemed to freeze. The immense spiritual pressure made the 7 eunuchs outside too afraid to raise their heads, forced to lie flat on the ground like quails. Wang Hao's eyes darted, not giving the elders a chance to reprimand him, his acting skills soaring to Oscar-worthy heights. Like a 3-year-old child who had suffered great injustice, he rolled and crawled towards the gaunt elder. His grandfather Wang Jingyuan, the martial ancestor of Daxia. Royal grandfather. Wang Hao clung tightly to Wang Jingyuan's leg, wiping his snot and tears on the old man's precious ice silkworm robe, crying heart-wrenchingly, "Royal grandfather, I missed you so much. I was bullied so badly outside I nearly couldn't see you again." Wang Jingyuan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden leg accessory. He initially intended to scold the boy for his lack of decorum, but upon seeing Wang Hao's haggard and pitiful appearance, his heart softened. Looking down at his grandson, Wang Jingyuan had already formulated a plan in his mind. Although they had been in seclusion underground for years, they were acutely aware of the changes in the imperial fortunes of the Dazhou Empire. Wang Jingyuan couldn't help but internally sigh and compare. My useless son is truly a waste, a complete fool of a monarch favoring corrupt officials and indulging in extravagance. No matter how history tries to vindicate him, it won't work. He must have inherited the bloodline of his vain and greedy old wife, having not inherited any of my brilliant and martial traits. Wang Jingyuan's gaze gradually turned immensely affectionate and proud. But my grandson is different. Since his ascension, he has exhibited my former style in every aspect, even surpassing me. Just look at his tactics. With a few combinations, he has firmly grasped military power, making those self-proclaimed wise and clever officials of the court spin in circles. Most remarkable is his ability to amass wealth. He is truly a genius unlike any other. As a former emperor, Wang Jingyuan knew all too well the root of the Dazhou's weakening power. It's simply a lack of money. Yet Wang Hao has managed to fill the treasury to the brim through various cunning and deceitful means. The more Wang Jingyuan looked at Wang Hao, the more pleasing he found him. This was no mere grandson, but a prodigy rare in the Daxia royal family for a century. Good grandson, quickly get up, stop crying, stop crying. Wang Jingyuan stroked Wang Hao's head, a surge of unnamed anger rising to his head. Damn it, my family's prodigy, the hope for reviving Dazhou, has actually been bullied by those outside ruffians. Have those old things that should have been buried long ago become so comfortable that they've forgotten how sharp the blade in the hands of the Dazhou royal family is? They dare to strike a child. Wang Jingyuan's fury erupted, unleashing a terrifying aura that shot towards the heavens. Which reckless old thief dares to harm my Dazhou emperor? The towering elder in the front. Wang Hao's great-grandfather, the strongest foundation of the Dazhou royal family. Wang Wudi observed Wang Hao, who was still discreetly wiping his tears, his eyes darting about, occasionally sparkling with light, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As a monster who had lived for nearly 200 years, Wang Wudi could easily see that Wang Hao was putting on an act. This sly little one was clearly running here to play the victim and seek support, using others to carry out his revenge. However, despite seeing through it, Wang Wudi was not angry. Rather, he admired it immensely. A true emperor should be ruthless and thick-skinned. Those who cling to their pride and suffer in silence have long been usurped. Seeing Wang Jingyuan's uncontrollable rage, Wang Wudi knew he couldn't hold him back, and moreover the dignity of the Dazhou royal family, indeed, required a demonstration of blood. Old man, Wang Wudi said, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm, yet filled with an endless killing intent. Since they have dared to bully our Wang family, then let us pay them a visit. You take the 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 9th and go for a visit. Let the sects of the world and those so-called ancestors know whose world this truly is. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jingyuan and the other 4 elders simultaneously erupted with fearsome brilliance in their eyes. Yes, father. Wang Jingyuan nodded emphatically. He turned around, helping Wang Hao to his feet, his tone revealing both protectiveness and dominance. Good grandson, wait here. Royal grandfather will go and twist off the head of that old monster you mentioned and vent your anger for you. Boom. The dome of the hall seemed to be overturned by this overwhelming momentum. Wang Jingyuan led the four elders, 5 terrifying rainbows shooting forth like 5 cruise missiles, creating a violent sonic boom, as they rapidly pursued the direction where Yichan and his disciples had vanished into the vast mountains and forests. Watching the direction where the 5 elders had disappeared, Wang Hao took a deep breath, the sadness on his face vanishing without a trace. He dusted off the dirt on his knees, stood straight, and a smug smile crept across his lips. Little sly one, stop pretending. Wang Wudi looked at Wang Hao, whose face had changed in an instant, and said with a half-smile, your goal has already been achieved. Now that your royal grandfather has taken action, very few people in the world can withstand it. With your goal met, it's time to return. Being directly exposed by his great-grandfather, Wang Hao was not embarrassed. Instead, he shamelessly grinned and performed a junior salute, saying, great-grandfather's insight is unmatched. My humble abilities are naturally nothing to hide from you. Then I won't disturb great-grandfather's meditation any longer. There are still piles of memorials waiting for me to review in court. After saying this, Wang Hao turned around, instantly reverting to the cold, ruthless, and high-handed demeanor of an emperor, waving his hand. Return to the palace. The eunuchs wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, quickly stood up to pay their respects, and followed Wang Hao grandly out of the royal mausoleum. The hall fell silent once more, leaving only Wang Wudi and his second and third brothers. Wang Wudi watched the departing figure of Wang Hao, stroked his white beard, and a glint of extreme satisfaction and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Elder brother, this boy has a mind too deep, quite different from the straightforward temperament of our Wang family's emperors throughout the generations, the second brother couldn't help but say. Wang Wudi, however, laughed heartily. What do you understand? My Wang family has always established the nation through martial prowess. We truly do not excel in schemes and ploys. I never expected that, in this generation, a cunning and shameless little fox would emerge. This is a blessing for my dojo. Wang Wudi's smile faded, his gaze becoming incredibly profound as he murmured, calculating the time, the 10-year Kunlun conference is about to begin. The major hidden sects and ancient monsters will emerge to contest for the fortunes of the world. In the past, our Wang family suffered many silent losses at the hands of those scheming hermit families. Now, with this boy holding down dojo, second, third, just wait and see. With this boy's cunning and pervasive nature, our Wang family will absolutely no longer suffer losses in future Kunlun conferences. The second and third brothers exchanged glances, recalling Wang Hao's tearful performance and the instant transformation of his shamelessness, nodding vigorously in agreement. Those self-righteous hidden sects will likely meet their doom when faced with this little tyrant. The sonic boom clouds above Baimang Mountain had not yet completely dissipated when 5 figures resembling ancient demonic gods crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, descending with a terrifying screech that tore through the void, landing above the Qingyun sect, the most recognized righteous sect in the Great Zhou. Qingyun sect, built against the mountains, was enveloped in thick clouds and mist year-round, resembling a celestial paradise untouched by the mortal world. Thousands of disciples practiced diligently here, priding themselves on being superior beings, and on ordinary days they wouldn't spare a glance at officials from the court. In the eyes of these outsiders, imperial power was merely a secular patch, and only martial arts were the true orthodox way of the world. However, today that ethereal aura was completely shattered. Zhou Wuzong Wang Jingyuan hovered high in the sky, his eyelids slightly lowered, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as indifferent as watching a nest of ants about to be scalded to death. Is this Qingyun sect? Wang Jingyuan sneered. The Great Zhou has stood for 1,000 years, granting these so-called sects a semblance of dignity, allowing them to establish sects and teach martial arts. But they have taken the court's leniency as capital for their recklessness, even daring to extend their hands toward the most hot-tempered third uncle. Wang Jingshuan's eyes widened as if tangible flames were burning in his gaze. Why waste words on these ungrateful wolves? Bullying our beloved grandson and assassinating the current emperor must result in the annihilation of their entire clan. Brother, take action. There was no probing through any martial world etiquette nor any prelude of courtesy before hostility. Wang Jingyuan simply raised his right hand, slowly his fingers suddenly splayed, targeting the protective formation of the sect, said to withstand thousands of troops pressing down hard. 8th layer of the Air Sovereign Realm. The terrifying pressure of the 8th realm of martial arts. In an instant, the air between heaven and earth seemed to be instantly vacuumed by an invisible giant hand, as a giant palm of true energy, measuring thousands of feet across, descended like the collapse of the heavens, crashing down towards Qingyun sect. Boom! Rumble! The deafening roar instantly shattered the tranquility that Qingyun sect had enjoyed for 1,000 years. The protective formation, radiating a green aura, and regarded by all Qingyun sect disciples as an absolute barrier of safety, appeared weak before this white giant palm, like a layer of window paper being pierced. Not even half a breath of time could it withstand as countless painful cracks crazily spread across the surface of the formation, followed by a muffled bang. The entire formation exploded into a rain of dissipating light. The violent shockwave swept down, causing the magnificent buildings atop the main peak of Qingyun's sect, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, to collapse and shatter in pieces, as if they were fortifications on a beach hit by a tsunami. Enemy attack. The formation is breached. How is this possible? Below, thousands of Qingyun's sect disciples who had been practicing swordplay in the square or refining pills in the alchemy rooms were now engulfed in panic. They fearfully looked up, gazing at the 5 figures in the sky like divine punishers. Many weak disciples, even weakened by the pressure of the air sovereign realm, their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground in a thud, trembling uncontrollably. Presumptuous! Which madman dares to run wild in my Qingyun sect? 3 ancient yet imposing figures soared from the forbidden grounds of Qingyun sect's back mountain. These 3 were the esteemed ancestors of Qingyun sect, usually high and mighty, enjoying the admiration of thousands. They were all peak experts of the early 8th realm of martial arts. However, when these 3 furious ancestors rushed into the sky and clearly saw the attire of the 5 before them, the anger on their faces instantly froze. 5 air sovereign experts. The dragon-patterned robes unique to the Great Zhou royal family. They are from the Wang family, those killers. The leading ancestor of Qingyun sect's throat bobbed painfully, a chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. Isn't the Great Zhou royal family always holed up in the Imperial Mausoleum? How could they suddenly emerge en masse? However, reality offered him no time to contemplate. Wang Jingyuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at these 3 terrified old men, his gaze openly filled with contempt. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a heavy true energy, clearly resonating through every corner of Qingyun sect like a death sentence. Qingyun sect has taught without principles, harboring filth. They have condoned their disciples to assassinate the sovereign of Great Zhou, intending to rebel and overthrow the state. Wang Jingyuan paused, his tone suddenly turning icy and bone-chilling. Today I, on behalf of the Great Zhou court, sentence you all to extermination of your entire clan, obliteration of your teachings. No, misunderstanding. Senior, there must be a huge misunderstanding here. The ancestor of Qingyun, terrified, could no longer care about the face of any senior expert, lowering his head in midair, anxiously arguing. The one who attempted to assassinate His Majesty is the abandoned disciple Yi Chun, who has long been expelled from our sect. His personal actions have nothing to do with Qingyun sect. Our Qingyun sect has always been loyal to the Great Zhou court. The heavens can bear witness. I hope the senior will see clearly. Misunderstanding your mother. The most hot-tempered third uncle Wang Jingxian shouted. Why was there no talk of misunderstanding when you bullied my Wang family's prodigy? Die! Before the words fell, Wang Jingxian did not give the other party a chance to continue pleading for mercy, his figure flickering. He crossed 100 zhong in an instant, directly appearing before the ancestor of Qingyun. There was no flashy martial skill. Wang Jingxian simply extended his right hand, brutally gripping the ancestor of Qingyun's neck. The ancestor of Qingyun's eyes bulged, his true energy of the 3rd layer of the air sovereign realm desperately circulating within, trying to break free. In despair, he howled inwardly, "Move! Move, old man!" But against the absolute power of the 6th layer of the air sovereign realm, his proud cultivation was like a mud cow entering the sea, stirring not a single ripple. The domineering true energy radiating from Wang Jingxian instantly locked down all his meridians. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The eyes of the ancestor of Qingyun bulged, painfully filled with fear of death and boundless resentment towards Yi. He never imagined that, after hundreds of years of hard work, he would end up having his throat crushed like a chicken because of a disaster caused by a disciple. Eldest senior brother. The other 2 ancestors of Qingyun, witnessing this, were terrified to the core. They knew that today would definitely not end well, and exchanged glances, a hint of madness flashing in their eyes. The Great Zhou royal family is too overbearing. I will fight you to the death. Qingyun sect's disbandment technique. Explode. The 2 ancestors were actually prepared to burn their souls and blood, attempting to take these royal monsters down. Their auras surged instantly, blood beads seeping through their skin, their bodies becoming like 2 powder kegs about to explode. However, Wang Jingyuan merely snorted coldly, not even glancing at them. A grain of rice, yet it expects to shine. Ridiculous. Both 4th and 5th ancestors behind Wang Jingyuan sneered in unison, pointing a finger from afar. Puff! Puff! 2 strands of golden finger lights, thin as threads yet condensed to the extreme, instantly pierced the brows of the 2 Qingyun ancestors at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. The violent self-explosive power had not even had time to release before it was directly destroyed from the inside by this domineering finger light. The bodies of the two ancestors stiffened in midair, their eyes losing their brilliance. There was no suspense. This was a one-sided massacre. In barely 3 breaths of time, these 3 ancestors who could shake the martial arts world with a stomp turned into 3 lifeless corpses. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 corpses fell heavily from the sky, crashing onto the square of Qingyun, sect, kicking up a cloud of dust and blood. In the sky, a light rain of blood began to fall. This was the phenomenon caused by the fall of an air sovereign expert. At this moment, Qingyun sect was eerily silent. Thousands of disciples stared at the 3 corpses, their minds blank. Their faith, their unshakable support, had been easily crushed like ants. Just in this despairing silence, 2 disheveled figures suddenly stumbled into the mountain gate. It was Yichan and his master who had just fled back to the sect to seek help. The 2 had just stepped into the mountain gate, and before they could catch their breath, they were drenched in warm blood rain. Yichan wiped the blood from his face, looking up. As he saw the ruins in the square, and the 5 royal ancestors looking down at him like demonic gods, Yichan felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. This is impossible. Yichan's eyes instantly filled with blood, his face contorted with disbelief. He roared in his heart, "I am the child of destiny. I possess the ring of the ancient medicine sovereign. I have an unparalleled inheritance. That fool Wang Hao is merely a villain destined to be trampled underfoot by me. How could he summon so many air sovereign experts? This defies logic. Heaven, are you toying with me?" Yichan's master, usually confident, and adept on the battlefield, now looked ashen, gazing at the corpses of the 3 ancestors in the sky, his Dao heart collapsing at that moment. It's over. Everything is over. The old man was filled with endless regret. He had calculated everything, taking into account the timing, terrain, and people, but he had never accounted for the terrifying depth of the Great Zhou royal family's power. In the face of absolute power, the so-called destiny, opportunities, and trump cards he had taught Yichan were nothing but a colossal joke. The old man bit his tongue, suddenly grabbing Yichan's shoulder, urgently transmitting his voice chainer. "Run. I will fight to the death to hold them off for you. As long as we preserve the mountains, we won't fear the loss of firewood." Saying this, the old man rapidly formed seals with his hands, preparing to use a blood escape secret technique that would deplete his essence to forcibly send Yichan away. However, he sadly discovered that the space within 100 miles had long been completely locked down by the true energy of the 5 air sovereign experts in the sky, as solid as an iron plate with not a single seam of space to tear open. "Run. Where do you think you can run to?" Wang Jingshuan's sinister voice exploded in the ears of the 2. In the next moment, he appeared before Yichan and his master like a ghost. "Old bastard, die." A glint of madness flashed in Yichan's eyes as he drew the long sword at his waist, pouring all his true energy into it, recklessly stabbing at Wang Jingxian. Wang Jingxian looked at him as if he were a fool, not even dodging, allowing the sword that could slice through iron to strike against his protective barrier. Clang! The sword instantly shattered into dozens of pieces of scrap metal. "With this little capability, you dare to attempt to assassinate the Emperor of Great Zhou. You overestimate yourself, fool." Wang Jingxian sneered, his hands becoming a flurry of shadows, gripping the shoulders of Yichan and his master simultaneously. Crack! Crack! A series of spine-chilling, bone-crushing sounds echoed in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jingxian used an extremely tyrannical method to crush and snap all 206 bones of Yichan and his master, along with their 8 meridians, inch by inch. "Ah! Oh!" Yichan let out a heart-wrenching scream, his originally handsome face now twisted beyond recognition, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He collapsed to the ground like a dog stripped of its bones, the intense pain pushing his consciousness to the brink of collapse. But Wang Jingxian held him suspended with true energy, making it impossible for him to faint. His master did not even manage to scream, rolling his eyes and collapsing weakly. The child of destiny, whom Wang Hao had gone to great lengths to surround and kill, was now held like a chick by Wang Jingshuan, one in each hand. Grabbing them by their hair, Wang Jingxian turned to Wang Jingyuan in the sky and shouted, "Brother, I have kept these 2 culprits alive. Take them back to vent your anger on my beloved grandson." Wang Jingyuan coldly surveyed the thousands of Qingyun sect disciples below, who were paralyzed in fear, without a shred of pity in his eyes. The dignity of the royal family must be forged with blood. Since these sects enjoyed privileges beyond the law, they must bear the price of being involved in the assassination of the sovereign. I have said it before, Qingyun sect extermination of the entire clan, obliteration of your teachings. Wang Jingyuan's voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. 4th, 5th, leave not a single one of these ants below alive. Flatten this mountain for me. Understood, brother? On this day, the Beimang mountain range trembled. The foremost righteous sect of the Great Zhou, the Qingyun sect, was completely erased from the map of the Great Zhou within the span of half an hour. The main peak collapsed, the lineage was severed, and thousands of disciples bled like rivers with not a single survivor. The news spread like a 10-level hurricane, with wings sweeping madly across the entire territory of the Great Zhou at an unbelievable speed. Those hidden sects and martial families who usually held themselves in high regard and secretly accumulated power, preparing to take advantage in chaotic times, fell into a deathly silence upon receiving this confidential information. In a certain ancient temple deep in the mountains, a newly ascended leader of a demonic sect who had just broken through to the 8th realm of martial arts and was preparing to emerge and display his grand ambitions shattered his teacup in fright after hearing his subordinate's report. The arrogance on his face vanished in an instant, and he immediately roared at his subordinate. "Convey my orders. Seal the mountain. Completely seal the mountain for 100 years. Anyone who dares to step out of the mountain gate, even a single step, I will personally flay him alive. Also immediately send someone to the capital and deliver half of the rare treasures in our sect's treasury to the current emperor, saying it is a small token from our sect wishing his majesty long life." A similar scene played out repeatedly among the mountain gates of the major forces throughout the land. The iron-blooded fangs displayed by the imperial family of the Great Zhou, capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth, rendered all ambitious individuals who attempted to fish in troubled waters, believing the imperial power was weak, utterly silent. Those notorious bandits who had been rampant in the martial world and had been wanted by the court for over a decade, upon learning the news that night, were so frightened that they bound themselves tightly and voluntarily rushed to the local government office to confess, fearing that if they were late they would attract the extermination package from the royal ancestors. For a time, the entire martial world of the Great Zhou was surprisingly quiet, as docile as obedient. At this moment, all forces were firmly pressed to the ground, forced to recognize a cruel reality. As long as the ancient monster of the imperial family was alive, the kingdom of Great Zhou would still bear the surname Wang. Anyone bold enough to challenge imperial authority would find the ruins of the Qingyun sect to be their ultimate fate. In the capital, at the residence of the second assistant of the cabinet, Zhang Wuji, when the confidential information that the Qingyun sect had been leveled by the imperial ancestors reached Zhang Wuji's study, this usually unflappable leader of the influential families trembled, causing the sealed letter to flutter down to the floor. "It's over." Zhang Wuji's legs went weak and he collapsed back into the grandmaster chair, appearing to age a decade in an instant. He had originally thought that Wang Hao's visit to the royal tomb was merely a show of strength, or at most he would summon 1 or 2 ancestors to intimidate the court. Who would have thought that this little tyrant had directly brought forth all the royal ancestors, and the first move was a thunderous extermination of families. The Yukong realm. 5 formidable beings of the Yukong realm, and they are personally led by the emperor of Zhou Wu. Zhang Wuji felt his throat go dry. With such terrifying resources from the imperial family, how could these families continue to survive? Any political schemes, whether overt or covert, seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of absolute military power. Meanwhile, the heads of the 12 great families of the Great Zhou could no longer sit still. They hurriedly took the fastest flying beasts, secretly arriving in the capital to gather in Zhang Wuji's secret chamber. In the cabinet's duty room, the chief assistant Zhuge Huaiqin was shocked at first upon hearing the news, followed by overwhelming joy. Zhuge Huaiqin paced back and forth in the duty room, excitedly saying, "With such terrifying resources from the imperial family as backing, who would dare to obstruct the new policies of the Great Zhou? This tax bureau, this commercial tax, I have calculated it. I wonder which family would still dare to trip us up behind the scenes." Zhuge Huaiqin's back instantly straightened, and he immediately summoned officials from humble backgrounds, preparing to launch the fiercest political offensive against the family powers riding this momentum. Deep within the palace at the Gongquan Hall, Wang Hao was comfortably reclining on the dragon throne, listening to the report from Yu Huatian regarding the information about the world. Upon hearing that the heads of the 12 families had secretly entered the capital, Wang Hao was not worried but rather delighted. "Ha ha ha, wonderful. They have come at the right time." Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He stood up from the dragon throne, gazing out at the rolling sea of clouds beyond the hall as his mind began to churn with ideas. In the millennium since the establishment of the Great Zhou, had there never been a child of fortune like Yi Chun, who possessed a halo and could pick up divine skills while walking? There had definitely been, and more than one. But why has the Great Zhou remained unyielding? Because the Great Zhou represents humanity. Wang Hao pondered silently. The child of fortune represents the heavenly path, the divine providence. However, the Great Zhou, standing for a millennium, embodies the humanitarian fortune and national fortune accumulated by countless common people. No matter how powerful the heavenly path is, can it surpass the will of billions of living beings in this vast world? It might be stronger, but the Great Zhou has always existed. Wang Hao finally comprehended. As the emperor of the Great Zhou, he was the human emperor. The ancestral power gathered from generations of the Great Zhou was what had allowed humanity to prevail against heaven. History has proven that as long as the Great Zhou exists, it signifies that humanity can triumph over fate. The heavenly path also has its limitations. The ancestors of the Great Zhou must have killed plenty of these so-called children of fortune in the past. If I had not crossed over the foolish old king, and the weak original host would have lost the hearts of the people scattering the humanitarian fortune, and Yi Chun might truly have been able to overthrow the Great Zhou. But now that I am here with abundant resources and the hearts of the people gradually returning, the national fortune is on the rise. Coupled with my unique system, Yi Chun, what do you have to fight against me? Thinking of the 12 families gathering in the capital, Wang Hao's eyes instantly turned into 2 large golden ingots. These secular noble families hold 70% of the wealth of the Great Zhou. Since you are voluntarily coming to my doorstep, if I don't ruthlessly profit off you, it would be a disservice to your long journey here. Wang Hao's mind raced, and a massive and cunning commercial harvesting plan began to take shape. Aren't they afraid of my military power? Then I will give them an opportunity to purchase peace. Wang Hao sneered internally. He prepared to immediately list the remaining royal enterprises. The limited edition Rosewood Dragon Throne Sofa from the Royal Furniture Store, the National Brew 108 from the Royal Liquor Industry brewed with wine vinegar, the Great Zhou Fashion Royal Clothing Workshop launched by the Clothing Supervision Office, the VIP annual card for the Royal Theatre under the Drum and Bell Office, and the special Royal Fruit Shop cultivated by the Royal Garden Bureau. Wang Hao even had a scheme in mind to spread the word that purchasing stocks of royal enterprises meant supporting the emperor's new policies and being a loyal minister of the Great Zhou. Then he would manipulate the stock market, inflating the stock prices to the heavens, and when these 12 families poured real gold and silver to show their loyalty, he would cash out at the peak for an ultimate nuclear-level harvest. I not only want your power, but I also want to win your underpants. Wang Hao laughed like a villain. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully signed in at the Royal Tomb. Items are being distributed. Ding. Information update. Due to the imperial family's strong offensive, the 12 families are terrified and have gathered in the capital to discuss countermeasures. The chief assistant of the cabinet, Zhuge Huaiqin, is filled with confidence and has decided to forcefully implement the new policies. Oh, is it coming through? Wang Hao thought, checking the system space. He saw an item emitting an ancient and eerie aura quietly floating in the space. Mysterious artifact, Thunder Abyss Demon Suppressing Tower. Wang Hao opened the item panel. Thunder Abyss Demon Suppressing Tower, mysterious artifact, rank 56. Appearance: a Dynasty miniature black tower, its body covered in scorch marks from lightning, with a purple lightning orb embedded at the top, and countless lightning prisoners wailing within, their cries dull and oppressive. Ability: prisoners of thunder. This tower can actively absorb and imprison the power of lightning from heaven and earth. During battle, it can open the tower door to unleash thunderous might. From the 1st to the 9th floor, each corresponds to a full force strike from martial arts realm 1 to realm 9. Side effect: to activate this tower, one must suppress it with divine consciousness. As the number of uses increases, the backlash becomes severe. Male users will become completely impotent, while female users will gradually become stone women. Special note: Wang Hao, the system holder, is exempt. Looking at this introduction, Wang Hao's face twitched slightly. This thing. How should I say, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Even though it can unleash attacks of up to the 9th realm, the prerequisite is to first absorb an equal amount of lightning to store inside. Where would he find so much high-level lightning to strike it? This is clearly a seasonal, weather-dependent treasure. Perhaps it could charge up during summer thunderstorms, but in winter could it be used as a lump of iron to smash people? Decisive in slaughter, the villain perishes from excessive chatter. Just as Wang Hao was refining his Daxia stock market harvesting plan in his mind, a sudden piercing sound of breaking air echoed from the sky above the Gongquan Palace. Boom! 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 5 terrifying auras resembling shooting stars descended from the sky and heavily struck the white jade square in front of the Gongquan Palace, causing the entire imperial palace to tremble slightly from the immense impact. There are assassins. Protect His Majesty. The guards outside the palace were taken aback, hurriedly sounding the highest-level rescue signal. In an instant, countless Eastern Factory agents, imperial guards, and the royal army surged like a tide surrounding the 5 figures. Wei Zhongxian and Sun Li immediately blocked the entrance, but when they saw the 5 old men in dragon robes, their knees buckled in fear, and with a thud they fell to the ground. You blind fools! These are the royal ancestors. All of you step back! Wei Zhongxian shouted hoarsely. The guards upon hearing this quickly sheathed their weapons and retreated like a tide. Wang Jingyuan and the others wasted no time striding boldly into the great hall. Wang Jingxian was holding two individuals bound with runic iron chains resembling dead dogs. They were Yichan and his master. Ha ha ha! Good grandson, look at who your royal grandfather has brought for you. Wang Jingyuan was in high spirits, his laughter causing dust to fall from the ceiling of the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao rose from the dragon chair and focused his gaze. Yichan, thrown on the ground, though his bones were crushed, the flame of resentment in his eyes still burned fiercely. Seeing Wang Hao, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and was about to curse Wang Hao. You tyrant! You're merely relying on your ancestors' protection. Yi Chen's lines were not yet finished. Suddenly a chilling sword light flashed through the hall. Wang Hao's movement was astonishingly swift. Without a word or a hint of mockery, his expression unchanged. The imperial sword at his waist was drawn in an instant. Poochie! A head fell to the ground and blood gushed out like a spring. Yi Chen's head, filled with resentment and unwillingness, rolled down the steps, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe he had met his end like this. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that even the 5 ancestors in the Void Realm did not react in time. Yi Chen's master was stunned for a second, then let out a mournful roar. You wretch, dare to! You beast, how dare you kill my beloved disciple! I will eat your flesh! Slap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. Uncle Wang Jingxian slapped Yi Chen's master across the face, knocking half of the old man's teeth out, and coldly snorted, Old man, have you stayed too long in the Qingyun sect, and forgotten how to speak to the emperor? If you dare to bark again, I will pull out your tongue. At this moment, Wang Hao did not stop his actions after cutting off Yi Chen's head. He approached Yi Chen's headless corpse with the bloodied imperial sword, expressionless. Poochie! A sword accurately pierced into the left side of the corpse's chest. He withdrew the sword. Poochie! Another sword fiercely stabbed into the right side of the corpse, twisting it forcefully a couple of times. After finishing all this, Wang Hao let out a long breath, contentedly sheathing the imperial sword and taking out a handkerchief to wipe the blood splattered on his hands. The 5 ancestors exchanged glances, their faces filled with questions. Wang Jingyuan couldn't help but ask, Good grandson, what are you doing? You've cut off the head and you're still stabbing the corpse. Wang Hao turned around, looking at his bewildered royal grandfather, and earnestly explained, Grandfather, you may not know this. For those with deep fortune who have repeatedly escaped death, strange things often occur on their bodies. To deal with them, one must never waste words. As long as one can act, one should never speak, for villains perish from excessive chatter. Delay invites change. Cutting off the head is the first step. However, some who practice evil arts may still have a beating heart, so one must stab the left chest. As for why I must stab the right chest, that is to guard against this lad having a unique constitution with the heart on the right side. Only by doing both can I ensure he is thoroughly dead, leaving no chance for resurrection. Later, he must be burned to ashes. Hearing Wang Hao's finishing move theory, Yi Chen's master on the ground was trembling with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the little tyrant. So ruthless, not even allowing a final word, and after the kill to stab both sides of the chest. How could there be such a meticulous, heartless emperor in this world? Wang Hao didn't even glance at the old man. Did you think you were the child of fate? You aren't even worthy of a finishing blow. Soon you will be hung at the city gate for 1,000 cuts, letting those ambitious men see the fate of rebelling against the Zhou Dynasty. Wang Jingyuan and the other 4 ancestors, upon hearing this, recalled the figures throughout the millennia of Daxia's history who were extremely difficult to kill and always managed to turn the tide in dire straits. Good. Good is the delay invites change. Good is the heart on the right side. Wang Jingyuan looked at Wang Hao with eyes not filled with blame, but rather filled with affection and admiration. An emperor should possess such ruthless decisiveness and meticulous rigor. With such a merciless descendant, how can Daxia not thrive? Just as Wang Hao had just finished showing off, and the ancestors felt deeply gratified, the heavens suddenly changed color. The sky over the capital, once clear, was now rolling with inky black clouds. The dark clouds hung low as if to crush the entire palace's glazed tiles. The howling winds bent the ancient trees outside the Gonquan Palace, producing a mournful wail. Crack! A blinding blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a slow splitting of the dark clouds. As if a gigantic, cold and indifferent eye was staring down at Wang Hao from within the cloud layers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the child of great fortune. Ding! The system has extracted all remaining fortune from Yichan and transferred it to the host. Wang Hao felt overjoyed, ha ha ha. As expected of the system now, I am also the child of fortune. With such a commotion in the sky, could it be that the heavenly Tao sees my extraordinary bones, and is preparing to bestow auspicious signs officially recognizing my identity as the child of fortune? However, the next bucket of cold water from the system doused him to the core. Ding! Warning! Although the host possesses the fortune equivalent to that of the child of great fortune, your actions have seriously interfered with the intended trajectory of change, and you have not received the recognition of this world's heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao has locked onto the host, and is about to unleash a destructive thunder tribulation. Wang Hao's smile instantly froze, his mouth twitching wildly. Not acknowledged. Is the thunder above aimed at me? Damn you system, what use are you to me? Ding. The host need not panic. With this system given time, you will surely surpass the heavenly Tao and tread upon the universe. Stop dreaming. Just tell me how to break this situation. Wang Hao looked at the densely packed, seemingly endless lightning in the sky, his scalp tingling. Ding. The current version of the system cannot directly intervene in the heavenly tribulation. The host must find a way on their own. Damn! At this time in the clouds outside the great hall, nearly 10,000 silver lightning serpents were already writhing. The terrifying pressure from the heavens caused everyone present to feel a sense of suffocation. Gulp! Wang Hao swallowed hard. He could clearly feel that each lightning serpent contained power equivalent to a full-force strike from the fifth realm of martial arts. It was just a major realm higher than his current cultivation. If this struck down, he wouldn't even leave behind ashes. Wang Jingyuan looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, his eyes narrowed. Instead of being afraid, he stepped forward, shielding Wang Hao behind him. Good grandson, do not fear. Wang Jingyuan's voice was like a great bell exuding boundless majesty. It has long been recorded in the royal secret history that this is the heavenly Tao's backlash against those who kill the child of great fortune. In the past, several of our Wang family's exceptionally talented ancestors perished under such inexplicable lightning tribulations. Today, with your royal grandfather here, if the sky collapses, I will hold it up for you. Wang Hao, hiding behind his grandfather's broad back, was deeply moved to the point of almost shedding tears, but inside he was wildly complaining, my dear grandfather. Since you know about this broken rule, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it just a second sooner, I would have sent Wei Zhongxian to deal the killing blow. Standing aside Wei Zhongxian, who was already so frightened, he had collapsed to the ground, inexplicably shivered, feeling a chill run down his neck.